Chapter 1. Brother Chen, hurry up, faster. You little slut, I'm here to satisfy you. Suddenly, an indescribable voice came from the radio speakers of the Imperial Capital University. Yifan walked into the school gate, dragging his tired body after a day of internship, and was completely stunned the moment he heard the voice. This voice is clearly his girlfriend Su Peipei's. The brother Chen she was referring to was none other than Chen Haoan, the rich second generation who was famous for his arrogance and domineering behavior in the school. Oh my god. Su Peipei is so playful that she does this kind of thing in the school broadcasting room? Did you see that boy standing there? He's Yifan. He's a well-known bootlicker in our school. He's been chasing Su Peipei for 4 years. They've only been together for a month, but Su Peipei cheated on him. The sound from the speakers became more and more intense, and the students who were coming and going couldn't help but look at Yifan and start discussing. Their eyes were filled with pity, ridicule, or schadenfreude. Yifan knew that during the years he was pursuing Su Peipei, he was often teased as a bootlicker. But he always thought that as long as his feelings were real and the final result was good, it didn't matter even if the process looked a little embarrassing. So when Su Peipei finally agreed to be his girlfriend, he was so happy. So what if he was a bootlicker? At least he got it. For the sake of their future, Yifan quickly found a company for internship while he had few courses in his senior year. He endured the orders and harassment from his disgusting team leader every day just to gain more experience and money for his wife. Unexpectedly, Su Peipei did such a disgusting thing behind his back. Yifan really wanted to rush to the broadcasting room and ask her why, but in the face of the sudden impact, his body was unable to move. After a while, the sound of a lighter was heard on the radio. Does your boyfriend know you're so flirty? Yifan? That poor bastard who can't even buy me an LV bag after we got together? He doesn't deserve to be my boyfriend. Brother Chen, you are the best. I love the Chanel bag you gave me. The annoying voice continued to come from the radio. Only then did Yifan finally understand that everything was for money. Yes, how can he, who has no background and no capital, compare with a rich second generation who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth? Others can easily make the goddess they lick throw herself into their arms, but as a licker, in the end not only do they get nothing, but they are also disgusted. As if to speak out for Yifan Ning's injustice, the sky, which had been dazzling with sunlight just a moment ago, was suddenly covered with dark clouds and a huge thunder sounded. Seeing this, everyone ran quickly to take shelter from the rain. Yifan stood there and raised his head, only to see a bolt of lightning striking straight towards him. It turns out that being a bootlicker will really get you struck by lightning. A bolt of thunder struck Yifan's feet accurately, and then a mechanical sound rang in his mind. Ding! It is detected that there is a host that meets the requirements of the Shinhao rebate system. Bind system, 1%, 2%, 3%, congratulations to the host for successful binding. System. The golden finger that is essential for a better life. It's here. The relief of escaping death and the arrival of the system made Yifan's mind suddenly clear. Now that I have the system, why would I just be a bootlicker? Of course, it is to start a wonderful life and enjoy it to the fullest. The past youth is like fed to the dogs. In the future, he will only live for himself and do whatever makes him comfortable. Feeling the host's awakening consciousness, this system is about to start introducing itself. This system is a rebate system for the super rich. As long as the host consumes, he can get 100 times cash rebate. In addition, if the host consumes for a female with a beauty score above 90, a critical hit reward may be triggered. The circulation of rebates and rewards in the real world is legal and reasonable, please feel free to use it. Yifan nodded. The introduction of the system was clear and easy to understand. I just didn't expect that the critical hit reward can only be triggered by consumption by women. But this time, he will not treat any woman with a flattering attitude. Spend it if you can, if you can't spend it, look for the next one. Anyway, it's all for the reward. At this time, because the gossip in the radio room had spread throughout the school, Yifan received a text message of explanation from Su Peipei. Yifan, Chen Haoan and I were just rehearsing a situational drama just now. Don't listen to what others say. Otherwise, I will be angry if you wrongly accuse me. I'm hungry after rehearsal. Please help me get some baked rice and send it to the dormitory. I want the one with lobster meat. The moment Yifan saw the message, he almost vomited. Is Su Peipei really used to treating him as her enemy? After doing something like this, you still have the nerve to say that she is going to be angry? You shamelessly ask for food and drink? I can go to your place. Yifan really felt that he had been bewitched in the past, and he treated such a bewitched woman as a treasure. He decisively typed the word "get lost" in the dialog box and sent it, then immediately blocked Su Peipei. After completing the operation, Yifan suddenly felt refreshed. In order to test the system's rebate function, Yifan ran to the school's canteen and bought a pack of tissues. Ding! Spend 1 yuan, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10-fold rebate, and get a rebate of 10 yuan. Immediately, the mobile phone received the bank card deposit information. Woohoo! The system is indeed real. Yifan was excited when his stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. He almost forgot that because of all the bad things that happened just now, he hasn't eaten a single bite since he got off work. But now that we have a system, how can we not eat something good? Thinking of this, Yifan quickly walked towards a big restaurant near the school. On the other side, Su Peipei was lying in Chen Haoan's arms. When she saw the word "get out" sent by Yifan, her face was full of disbelief. She had already given the other party a way out. How dare Yifan treat her like this? If it wasn't for his scholarship to buy something for herself, she would never bow her head to explain to this bootlicker. She was so angry that she was about to send dozens of voice messages to complain about how sad Yifan made her, but a big red exclamation mark appeared directly on the page. He blocked me? Why? Su Peipei's eyes immediately turned red. Brother Chen, Yifan bullied me, you must help me teach him a lesson next time you see him. Don't worry, if he dares to mess with my woman, I guarantee he will be in big trouble. The entrance of the imperial capital Jintaiyuan Hotel is filled with all kinds of luxury cars and supercars. This is one of the most high-end restaurants in the capital. The price of each dish starts at 1,000 yuan, and the ingredients used are freshly airlifted from all over the world every day. Jintaiyuan's service awareness has also been well cultivated. When Yifan walked in, the hotel manager, who was wearing a well-fitting suit, came up to greet him with a smile, without any of the difficulties he had imagined. Sir, are you here to eat? How many people are there? 1. Please give me a single meal for 10,000 yuan, and I'd like to pay first, okay? Yifan had already checked the guide before coming, and ordered a single set meal as he was familiar with the place. The only savings in his card now is 20,000 to 30,000 yuan saved over the years, so the most important thing is to get the rebates first to fill his wallet. Chapter 2. Sure, the supervisor replied politely. Yifan handed over his bank card and spent 10,000 yuan in an instant. Ding! Spend 10,000 yuan, congratulations to the host for triggering a 100-fold rebate, and get a rebate of 1 million yuan. W what? It immediately triggered the highest level of 100 times rebate. Yifan was so excited that he almost couldn't hold the phone steady. After just the second rebate, I have already joined the ranks of millions of people. This is a bright future ahead of me. While sitting at the exquisite small table next to the floor-to-ceiling window waiting for the food, Yifan thought about the extra reward. The only girl Yifan had ever seriously pursued was Su Peipei, so he had no idea what a girl with a beauty score above 90 looked like. She must be at least a school beauty, right? Hello sir, here are the appetizers of foie gras and smoked salmon. Suddenly, a pair of jade hands as white as tender lotus roots appeared in Yifan's sight, holding dishes. Why does this voice sound familiar? Yifan looked up and saw a familiar face. The facial features on her palm-sized oval face are delicate and three-dimensional, and her fair skin makes the woman so beautiful that she seems to be in a different dimension from other people even when she is wearing ordinary work clothes. Zero? Are you working part-time here? Song Jiro is Yifan's sophomore sister in the school film club, and is also one of the 4 most beautiful girls on the campus of Imperial Capital University. But because she usually kept to herself, she had almost no friends at school, and Yifan had only met her occasionally at club gatherings. Yifan had indeed heard that her family situation was not very good before, but he did not expect that she was so hard-working that she had to work in a restaurant at night. Song Jiro was also surprised when she saw Yifan. Kim Tae-won's consumption level is not affordable for ordinary college students. 1 dish costs him nearly a month's living expenses. Moreover, she had always heard that this senior was working very hard to pursue a girlfriend, so why was he here alone today? Although she was confused, Song Jiro still maintained her proper work ethic. Yes, thank you for your concern, I'm still at work, you can eat first, and call me if you need anything. However, Yifan didn't want to let Song Jiro go so quickly. He intuitively felt that such a beauty should have an appearance score of over 90 points. If this is true, then she means more to him than just a junior sister. As Yifan was thinking, an intelligent blue numerical panel suddenly appeared right above Songjiro. The number above soared all the way and finally settled at 95. A female with a beauty score of 95 points has been detected on the scene. The host can consume her to trigger a critical hit reward. I didn't expect Songjiro's appearance score to be so high. Yifan quickly stopped her and said, "Jiro, why don't you stay and eat with us? We can just catch up with each other." Songjiro was a little stunned when she heard this. "Brother, thank you for your kindness, but our rules here are very strict. We are not allowed to eat and chat with guests while working. Let's eat next time if we have a chance. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you." After Yifan finished speaking, he immediately called the hotel manager. "Hello, I want to top up my membership card. After the top up, can I have dinner with my classmates?" The hotel manager looked at Songjiro and immediately showed an expression of understanding. "Sure, sir. But the minimum recharge amount for our Jin Taiyuan membership card is relatively high. It must be at least 500,000 yuan, and the balance on the membership card is not refundable or transferable." Before the hotel manager finished speaking, Yifan took out his bank card and said, "Okay, then give me 1 million first." What did you say? 1 million? The hotel manager almost thought he had heard it wrong. Although he did not look down on Yifan, judging from Yifan's attire, he was obviously just an ordinary college student. When he came to have a meal just now, his supervisor just thought that he had saved up money for a long time and was just here to indulge himself. I didn't expect this young man to take out 1 million and say he wanted to buy a membership card. Although their restaurant serves relatively wealthy guests. However, few customers can afford to pay 500,000 yuan in cash to recharge their membership cards, let alone 1 million yuan right away. How rich does one have to be to spend like this? The hotel manager couldn't stop smiling when he thought about his commission. "Sir, I'll go get you a membership card right away. Jiro, don't worry about eating here. You don't have to work tonight, and your salary will still be calculated." Songjiro was already standing there in a daze when Yifan offered 1 million. How come this senior brother is completely different from the one in the legend? At this time, Songjiro was still praying that Yifan was just bragging, otherwise, with her little heart, it would be difficult for her to bear to dine with such a wealthy man. However, after a while, the hotel manager smiled and handed a crystal card to Yifan. Ding! Consume 1 million, congratulations to the host for triggering 7 times rebate, and get 7 million rebate. Yifan curled up the corners of his mouth almost inaudibly. When others spend money, it is a waste, but when he spends money, it is a 100% profitable investment. This feeling is so great. "Mr. Yi, I have already topped up your membership card. Do you need anything else? Serve Miss Song one of the most expensive signature dishes in the restaurant. There is no other way." In order to trigger as many valuable critical hit rewards as possible, Yifan can only order food in this pretentious way. "Brother Yi, you don't have to spend so much money." At this time, Songjiro no longer needed to put on the proper appearance of a waitress. Yifan's arrogance immediately turned her back to her original introverted and socially anxious state. A nervous blush crept up her fair cheeks, and she pursed her delicate red lips so tightly that they were almost invisible. This was the first time Yifan saw her show such a lively expression. Songjiro was a famous school beauty in the school who had a cold face and was known for being away from strangers. It seems that this is just a deliberate disguise for her to keep a distance from others. This is obviously a very cute girl. When all the dishes were served, Songjiro still wanted to refuse, but Yifan simply put his cutlery down and spread it out, pretending to be very full. "Oh, I didn't expect that the single set meal would fill my stomach. Jiro, I'm counting on you for these new dishes." Songjiro naturally knew the value of these vegetables. For her, a person working part-time to watch these vegetables go to waste would be a huge sin. She had no choice but to start eating the food in big mouthfuls, her cheeks puffed up like a cute little hamster. Yifan watched her eat and added more food to her bowl from time to time, as if he was afraid that she would not eat enough. Songjiro always felt something was strange. She felt like the pig in Spirited Away, and senior brother Yi was deliberately trying to feed her feeder to make her fat. Is this the habit of rich people? She doesn't understand. After eating almost everything, Yifan called his supervisor to settle the bill for the next dishes. He was very curious whether Songjiro could bring him any unexpected gains. Chapter 3. Ding! The host is detected as a 95-point high-value female who spent 100,000 yuan, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70% of the shares of Jinjiang Group. Yi Fan's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the announcement. Jinjiang Group? Isn't that the big boss behind this restaurant? It not only owns high-end brand hotels like Jin Taiyuan, but also operates 3 core businesses including hotels, tourism, and passenger transport, with a total market value of nearly 50 billion yuan. Yi Fan has now become a major shareholder, and the dividends every quarter will definitely be a huge sum. This is much more efficient than cashing back money one by one. He didn't expect that Song Jiro would bring him such a huge reward all at once. Now, he couldn't let this junior sister go easily no matter what. Yi Fan stared at Song Jiro unconsciously, and the latter's face quickly turned red like a tomato. This senior brother Yi is too weird today. He suddenly showed off his inhumane spending power and ordered so many dishes to feed her. What does he mean by this? Just when Yi Fan was thinking about finding another opportunity to spend money on Song Jiro, a phone call suddenly came in. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Fan? I am. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wu Jun, the general manager of Jinjiang Group. We have received information that you hold the absolute controlling rights of this group. Is it convenient for you to come and handle the handover procedures now? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan glanced at Song Jiro, who was sitting obediently beside him. He intuitively felt that if he didn't get to know this socially anxious and simple girl better today, it might be difficult to find an opportunity to ask her out and spend money with her in the future. I have time, but I can't leave right now. How about this, can you send someone over? I'm currently at the Jintawan Hotel under our group, the one near Imperial Capital University. No problem, Mr. Yi. I'll call the staff from the finance department to come over right away. Please wait a moment. I'll talk to the general manager Chen Defu over there and arrange a more private box for you. Okay, I'll wait for you to come over. Song Jiro couldn't help feeling more and more surprised when she heard Yi Fan mention our group in the conversation and occasionally heard Mr. Yi on the phone. The real strength of senior brother Yi in front of him seemed to be much more unfathomable than what he showed on the surface. She couldn't help but secretly observe Yi Fan. Noticing Song Jiro's cautious gaze, Yi Fan curled his lips and said, Junior sister Jiro, are you interested in me? Yi Fan's deliberately teasing words made Song Jiro blush immediately and she became hesitant in her speech. No. Brother, please stop joking with me. The sudden increase in his wealth gave Yi Fan unlimited confidence. In the past, he only dared to silently give to the woman he loved. He had never dared to think that he could flirt with girls openly like he does now. It turns out that when the material basis is met, everything can become so easy. Yi Fan picked up some more dishes for Song Jiro, thinking of asking her out later to buy her something as a reward. At this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded from behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan? Is this also a place you can come to? When Yi Fan heard the voice, he knew without turning around that the person coming was Su Peipei, who had betrayed him. At this time, Su Peipei was wearing the dress that Yi Fan had worked so hard to earn money to buy her, and she was holding the arm of Chen Haoan, who was wearing a suit, with a proud look on her face. When they saw clearly that the person sitting opposite Yi Fan was actually the school beauty Song Jiro, their originally arrogant faces began to turn a little ugly. Originally, Su Peipei was still angry about Yi Fan blocking her in the afternoon. Now, seeing him having dinner with Song Jiro, she felt even more jealous. Oh, you've really become more capable now. You know how to borrow money from others to come here and pretend to be rich to pick up girls? I say, junior sister Song, you should not be fooled by this poor guy. Su Peipei's words seemed to be for Song Jiro's sake, but in fact she was just dissatisfied with her dog licking another woman. And she was a woman who was much more beautiful than her. Yi Fan listened to Su Peipei's harsh words that were deliberately meant to cause trouble. At this moment, he did not feel much anger in his heart, but instead felt a little more fortunate. Because he knew clearly that he was no longer the Yi Fan who had nothing before. At the same time, he was extremely grateful that he had seen the true face of this woman before embarking on the road to light. He was just about to ask his supervisor to drive the 2 uninvited guests away when he saw Song Jiro, who had been sitting quietly in her seat, speaking to Su Peipei with a firm expression. Senior sister Su, senior brother Yi is not the kind of person you said he was. When these words were spoken, all 3 of them showed surprised expressions. Yi Fan felt even more moved. This girl obviously didn't dare to talk to others, but she actually started speaking for him. Chen Haoan, who had been standing aside, clenched his fists unconsciously after seeing this scene. In fact, when Chen Haoan saw Song Jiro just now, his eyes never left her. When he was in school, he pursued Song Jiro for an unknown period of time. However, she never even glanced at him, so Chen Haoan turned around and went after Su Peipei, who was easier to deal with. As a result, Yi Fan can now actually have dinner face to face with the goddess he has been dreaming about. It was obvious that I just stole this guy's girlfriend. How could a loser like him be able to chat and laugh with the school beauty? Thinking of Su Peipei's previous words asking him to vent her anger, Chen Haoan narrowed his eyes. He had to humiliate Yi Fan in front of these two women. Chen Haoan adjusted his suit and said in a graceful manner, "Student Yi Fan, you may not come to such high-end restaurants very often, so you don't know that you need to wear formal clothes to dine here. Although you and I are classmates, for the sake of the brand image of Jin Taiyuan restaurant, I'm afraid I still have to ask you to leave." Listening to Chen Haoan's hypocritical words, Yi Fan sneered faintly. "What if I say, I won't? And classmate Chen, Jin Taiyuan's supervisor didn't say there was anything wrong with me just now, so who are you to blame me?" Chen Haoan didn't expect Yi Fan to directly retort his words, and he felt a little embarrassed for a moment. After a moment, he chose to suppress his anger and shook his head with an expression as if he was looking at an ignorant child. "Yi Fan, I don't want to brag, but to be honest, Jin Taiyuan's general manager Chen Difu is my uncle. I am usually considered half the owner here, so I naturally have to manage some of the hotel's affairs. So, I hope you don't embarrass yourself too much." After Chen Haoan finished speaking in a stern voice, he immediately pressed the service bell, wanting to ask the security guard to throw Yi Fan out directly. Chapter 4. Yi Fan took a sip of the red wine in the glass slowly, then slowly raised his eyes and looked at Chen Haoan with an expression as if he was looking at a dead person. He had heard before that Chen Haoan had always been domineering in school, relying on his well-off family and several capable relatives. But I didn't expect that General Manager Kim Tae-won would also help in this. Hotel manager Fan Hua received the service bell and rushed over immediately. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Do you need me to arrange a seat for you?" "No. Manager Fan, how could you let someone in who is not wearing formal attire? Now this person is unwilling to cooperate and leave on his own, quickly call a few security guards over." Fan Hua looked at the customer who was accused by Chen Haoan, only to find that this was the one who had just recharged the membership card with a large amount of money. From the current situation, it seems that our young master has a personal grudge against someone. But Jin Taiyuan didn't have a discriminatory rule that customers had to wear formal clothes. What's more, this was a big customer who paid 1 million. He can't afford to offend anyone. He looked at Chen Haoan and then at Yi Fan, sweating profusely and so anxious that he had no idea what to do. "Manager Fan, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Believe it or not, I will tell my uncle about what you did." Chen Haoan was already irritated by Yi Fan's calmness, and now seeing that Fan Hua didn't listen to his orders, he simply didn't want to pretend anymore and directly showed his bully face. At this time, a dusty figure appeared, and walked straight towards them with strong and powerful footsteps. "Uncle, you came at the right time. Fan Hua is being rebellious. I'm managing the hotel's internal affairs, but he doesn't listen to my instructions." Chen Haoan quickly stepped forward to complain to Chen Difu. However, Chen Difu didn't even look at him. He walked straight past him, came respectfully to Yi Fan, and bowed deeply. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned with surprise. What is going on? Why did the general manager Jin Taiyuan bow to Yi Fan? Before everyone could react, Chen Difu shouted to Yi Fan with full energy. "Boss Yi." Yi Fan nodded calmly to Chen Difu, and the people around him were confused again. "Uncle, did you recognize the wrong person? This is just a loser in our school. How can he be a boss?" "That's right, Manager Chen. I just broke up with this guy and I know his wealth and character best." "You definitely have the wrong person," Su Peipei added immediately following Chen Haoan's words. After all, Chen Difu was an old fox. He immediately realized from what the two men said that his useless nephew had offended the god of fortune this time. This bastard, he can act as tough as he wants, but why is he so blind as to offend his own boss? Just now he was thinking about currying favor with Yi Fan when he saw him, but now he is lucky that he is not doomed in this situation. "Yi Fan, you are still pretending here, right? Who the hell do you think you are to make my uncle bow to you? Get up and get out of here." Chen Haoan got angry when he saw Yi Fan's calm look, and immediately shouted to go up and pull Yi Fan. However, the next second, Chen Difu turned around and slapped Chen Haoan hard. "Just shut up." The slaps and roars were so loud that everyone in the hotel looked over. The person in front of you is Mr. Yifan, the largest shareholder of our Jinjiang group. Who gave you the courage to yell at Mr. Yi? As soon as Chen Difu said this, the whole audience fell into shocked silence. Chen Haoan covered his burning cheek with his hands, his eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? Yifan, he is the largest shareholder of Jinjiang Group. This makes absolutely no sense. If that's true, why wouldn't Su Peipei follow him instead of herself? But there is no reason for my uncle to lie. Su Peipei was so shocked that she was petrified. Could it be that Yifan was just pretending to be poor before? Then wouldn't he be picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon? Her heavily made-up face was now filled with regret. The other guests in the hotel also stretched their necks to look at Yifan curiously. He has become the largest shareholder of Jinjiang Group at such a young age. He is too good. Young talents like this are the most appealing to me. I really want to ask for their WeChat ID. Don't even think about it. See that fairy-like girl across from him? Only a beauty like that is worthy of a wealthy man like him. Song Jiro, who was mentioned, was also surprised at Yifan's true identity. However, because she had seen Yifan's generous attitude of spending 1 million with a wave of his hand just now, she was still relatively calm at this moment. Chen Difu carefully observed Yifan's expression while pulling Chen Haoan over. Boss Yi. I'm so sorry that my nephew offended you. I'll ask him to apologize to you now. You kid, why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi? Chen Haoan was still in disbelief and shock at the moment. He could only let Chen Difu pull him and bow his head to Yifan obediently. Mr. Yi, yes, I'm sorry. Yifan picked up the wet wipes and wiped his hands, ignoring Chen Haoan's apology. If apologies are to be useful, what else do the police need to do? He had already thought of how to deal with these two uncles and nephews. From Chen Haoan's matter-of-fact attitude in the restaurant just now, it was obvious that he was used to having his way with Jin Tae-won. Without Chen Difu's usual acquiescence, how could he be so arrogant? Moreover, Kim Tae-won is now his own property and his restaurant, and he will never allow such a thing to happen again. Yifan glanced at Chen Haoan's body bent 90 degrees, then turned around and pointed at Fan Hua who was standing beside him. Manager Fan, you will be the general manager of Jin Taeyuan from now on. Ah? Me, Mr. Yi? Fan Hua asked excitedly. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Chen Difu asked in panic. What I mean is that you are fired. Fan Hua will be promoted to general manager, and the supervisor position will be held by Miss Song Jiro. When Song Jiro heard this, her confused eyes suddenly widened and she quickly waved her hands, saying that she couldn't do it. Don't worry, if I say you can do it, then you can do it. Yifan comforted softly. From the fact that Song Jiro chose to work and support herself, and her tendency to blush easily, Yifan knew that this girl was not a materialistic person. So now Yifan can only use promotion to keep her stable, and then slowly cultivate feelings. Otherwise, if you just give her money to spend, this girl will probably be scared and run away. When the boss speaks, he always means what he says. Chen Difu knew that there was no turning back, so he could only drag Chen Haoan away in shame. Su Peipei wanted to follow, but before she could put her arm around Chen Haoan, she was slapped hard in the face. Damn it, if it weren't for you, would I have kicked Yifan's iron plate? Get out of here, bitch. Su Peipei covered her red and swollen face with a wronged look, and turned around to see Yifan treating Song Jiro with tenderness. Her eyes turned red with jealousy. Why? It was obvious that Yifan only had eyes for him before. She didn't believe that Yifan really had no feelings for her at all now. Since Chen Haoan doesn't want her anymore, she must find an opportunity to return to Yifan. Chapter 5. Su Peipei turned around and rushed over to ask Yifan for forgiveness. Fan Hua was quick to act and immediately ordered several security guards to stop Su Peipei, then picked her up and threw her out of the hotel. Ding! Hidden face slapping mission successful. Congratulations to the host for winning a Koenigsegg Gemera worth 19.8 million yuan. The vehicle has been parked in front of Jin Taeyuan Hotel. I wish the host a pleasant car use. Wow! It turns out there's a reward for slapping someone in the face. A supercar worth tens of millions is a symbol of success. Yifan touched the car keys that appeared out of nowhere in his pocket, and he felt so happy. Mr. Yi, the supreme box has been arranged for you, please come this way. Fan Hua bowed respectfully and glanced at Song Jiro again. Jiro, you go with Mr. Yi. The headquarters will send someone over later. You will be responsible for entertaining and serving several CEOs. Okay, Manager Fan. Song Jiro quickly stood up and resumed her professional appearance as a waiter, bowing slightly to lead Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at Fan Hua with appreciation. It turns out that he is a man who knows how to read people's expressions. I made the right choice in this new manager. The two of them came to the Supreme Box. Song Jiro invited Yi Fan to the main seat and gave him a glass of top-quality Dongting Biluokun. Mr. Yi, please have some tea. Jiro, you don't have to stick to these titles with me, just call me Brother Fan. After Yi Fan said this, Song Jiro's face immediately turned red again. I had to change my words and whispered, Brother Fan, please have some tea. At this time, the person in charge of the handover procedures from Jinjiang Group arrived. General Manager Wu Jun walked into the box with 3 group financial staff. When they saw Yi Fan in person, they couldn't help but show a look of surprise on their faces. Too young. And Mr. Yi himself is 100 times more powerful than he looks in the photo. Although Wu Jun has dealt with hundreds of industry leaders, he was still unsure about the limits of his interaction with such a young boss. He had no choice but to speak more cautiously and respectfully than before. Hello, Mr. Yi. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Next, I will report to you the Group's business deployment plan for this year and the profits of each project so far. Okay, you can start. Yi Fan said in a casual tone. Yi Fan's attitude made Wu Jun feel a lot more relaxed. Just as he was about to start his report, he glanced at Song Jiro who was standing beside him. Song Jiro understood what he meant and prepared to leave the box. She doesn't have to leave. She's one of us. Just tell her what you want. Yi Fan was talking to Wu Jun, but Song Jiro's heart skipped a beat. Wu Jun nodded and began to use PPT to introduce the internal affairs of Jinjiang Group to Yi Fan together with several colleagues. 20 minutes later. Mr. Yi, the above is the complete information report of our Jinjiang Group. Based on your shareholding, your dividend for this quarter is 1.5 billion yuan. As Wu Jun spoke, he handed Yi Fan a bank card with a shiny black luster with both hands. Mr. Yi, this is the top diamond card of Saya Bank, which has deposited dividends for you. Yi Fan took the diamond card. The high-quality texture of the card perfectly reflected the owner's noble status. This is real 1.5 billion. Although Yi Fan had expected that his dividend would not be small, when he held the money in his hands in specific amounts, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Most importantly, he realized that he would have much more than this in the future. Song Jiro, who was standing nearby, almost screamed out loud when she heard the terrifying number. Today, senior brother Yi completely refreshed her understanding of him. Although they are of similar age, he has already reached the top of the pyramid. She couldn't help but feel admiration. After completing the handover procedures, Wu Jun left with his colleagues. It was time for Song Jiro to get off work, so Yi Fan offered to take her back to school. The two came to Jin Taiyuan's door and Yi Fan pressed the car key. Among a dozen luxury cars, the headlights of a particularly eye-catching silver-gray sports car suddenly lit up. The scissor doors on both sides are lifted up cleanly and neatly, and the fierce appearance shows extraordinary kingly dominance. As the first sports car in his life, Yi Fan has to say that it is super cool. After the two got in the car, Yi Fan drove straight to Imperial Capital University. Yi Fan drove the car all the way to the open-air playground in the school. There was an open space here that could be used as a temporary parking lot for students. It was not too late, so there were still many students exercising and walking on the playground. The moment the Koenigsegg Gemera appeared, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Fuck. Am I seeing this right? Someone in our school already drives a sports car. So cool. I've never seen a real supercar before. The roar is so enchanting. A boy in the crowd who was familiar with all kinds of car news suddenly pushed the crowd aside, looked at the car coming, and excitedly explained it to everyone present. Oh my god. This is Koenigsegg's first 4-seater supercar Gemera. This car has a plug-in hybrid system consisting of a 2.0 T3 cylinder engine and 3 electric motors. It only takes 1.9 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h. Not to mention that the price of this car is nearly 20 million. What? This outrageous price made the students watching gasp. A sports car worth 20 million. What a wealthy family it takes to be able to build something like this. To be able to afford a car of this price, the owner's net worth must be at least tens of billions, right? The crowd, who originally just wanted to watch the excitement, was now filled with curiosity and stretched their necks to see clearly who was sitting in the car. Others have taken pictures with their mobile phones and posted them on the school forum to discuss the issue. After finding the right position, Yifan did a tailspin and parked the car neatly. The scissor door rose, and Yifan was the first to step out of the car. Oh my god! Isn't this Yifan, the dog who got a bad ending? Didn't he say that he was betrayed by that scumbag Su Peipei because he was poor? Why is he driving such an expensive sports car now? Could it be that Yifan has been hiding his true identity all along? Could he be a noble from a famous family? As soon as this speculation came out, all the girls present had stars in their eyes and looked at Yifan with affectionate eyes. In fact, I have always felt that Yifan has an extraordinary temperament, a delicate and handsome appearance, and is so infatuated. He is simply a rare good man in the world. That's right, I think so too. The girls became more and more excited as they talked, and some of them couldn't even hold back and wanted to go up to Yifan to ask for his contact information. At this time, Yifan walked to the passenger seat and stretched out his hand. Songjiro got out of the car holding Yifan's arm. Her beautiful face and graceful figure immediately brought everyone's emotions to a new level. Chapter 6. Song, School Beauty Song. She got out of Yifan's car. Didn't they say that School Beauty Song doesn't care about anyone? Those young men in our school used to send flowers and spend money on her, but they never even got her WeChat ID. From the looks of it, Yifan has successfully won over School Beauty Song? The boys present were heartbroken. Songjiro, that is the peerless and pure lotus that many boys think can only be admired from afar and not touched. I didn't expect that I would be sitting in Yifan's passenger seat now. However, looking at the financial resources Yifan displayed in front of him, everything seemed so natural and reasonable. The female classmates who originally wanted to go up and ask Yifan for his WeChat now retreated aside in disappointment. It's true that they have a good impression of Yifan, but when they see that their opponent is a peerless beauty like Songjiro, how can they have the confidence to approach him? Feeling the gazes of the crowd and some gossipers using flashlights to take pictures of them, Songjiro lowered her head in social phobia. Seeing this, Yifan took off his coat and gently covered her head. Songjiro looked up in surprise, and her little heart started beating unconsciously. Ah, how romantic! A handsome man and a beautiful woman together is so pleasing to the eyes. So sweet. The school beauty and the rich boy are so sweet together. The other students who were watching the show couldn't help but scream, and suddenly the two of them received more and more attention. Songjiro was so shy that she couldn't stand it anymore. Brother Yi, thank you for sending me back. I remembered that my roommate asked me to get something for her, so I left first. After saying that, Songjiro slipped away amid the noise. Halfway through the run, she realized that Yifan's coat was still on her head, but she didn't dare to go back. Then I'll wait until I have washed it clean and find a chance to return it to senior brother Yi next time. Yifan looked at Songjiro's fleeing back and couldn't help but curl his lips. He then walked towards the other exit of the playground, ready to return to the dormitory. The lawn near the exit was crowded with people, and it looked very lively. Several students who were rushing over there were discussing. I heard that the new rich freshman is confessing his love to Ruan Sile over there. It seems like he's making a big fuss about it. Wow! There's so much to see every day. Let's go over there quickly. Ruan Sile? Yifan was very impressed by this name. Not only because she is one of the 4 campus beauties of Imperial Capital University, but also because she is one of the only 2 campus beauties who are in the same class as Yifan and are now seniors. There was no reason for Yifan to miss such a beautiful girl of the same age. Following the flow of people, Yifan also came to the vicinity of the confession scene. The school bell is worthy of being a school bell. At just one glance, Yifan saw the particularly dazzling existence in the center of the crowd. At this time, Ruan Sile had her hair tied into a high ponytail that was full of youthful vitality, and an Adidas sports headband on her head. The peach buttocks trained by fitness are even fuller and rounder against the backdrop of sports shorts, and the soft and white legs are full of curves, making her look like a sporty girl full of energy. However, at this time, Ruan Sile's expression showed a bit of impatience. She was jogging on the track to exercise, when suddenly a junior student showed up with a group of people and said he wanted to confess his love to her. Men in work clothes blocked her way and placed candles and flowers on the ground. She was already upset about being interrupted during her exercise, and when she saw that it was still such an old-fashioned way of confessing, Ruan Sile quickly nodded to Lu Gaoyuan, who was about to confess, and tried several times to leave. Senior Ruan. Just give me 5 minutes. In 5 minutes you will understand my feelings. You will understand how much I love you. Lu Gaoyuan blocked Ruan Sile with flowers in his hand and refused to let her leave. Don't you see that she doesn't want to talk to you? Do you think it's fun to force a girl to leave in front of everyone? Yifan walked straight to the confession scene and spoke up to help Ruan Sile out of the situation. Who are you? Do you think it's your turn as an outsider to interfere in the matter between me and my senior sister? Lu Gaoyuan was suddenly interrupted by Yifan, and his expression was very unhappy. And I specially commissioned the Love for Life company to make these confession arrangements. Do you know how much they cost? But it's not much, just 50,000 yuan. Lu Gaoyuan said, pretending to be indifferent. What? This junior student actually spent 50,000 yuan just for a confession. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. School beauty Ruan hasn't even been with this rich boy yet, but he's already spent 50,000 yuan on her. If they're together in the future, won't he be able to give her all kinds of luxury goods? That's right. I envy the school beauty Ruan so much. Why doesn't any rich boy like me? The students watching immediately started discussing with envy. Lu Gaoyuan was so happy to hear these words. He deliberately revealed the expense just to achieve this effect. 50,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for these poor students. This would not only give a slap in the face to the guy who came to ruin his plans, but would also leave Ruan Sile with the impression that he was rich and willing to pay for her. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're lucky. I won't hold you responsible for the damage you caused by entering my venue. Just get out of here. Lu Gaoyuan pretended to be magnanimous, but his eyes were full of contempt for Yifan's arrogance. However, Yifan not only did not step back, but took a few steps forward and said to the staff who were making arrangements. Just 50,000 yuan, right? Then I'll pay 10 times the price, and you pack up your things and leave. It's so funny, and you're paying 10 times the price. Brother, it's no fun if you keep pretending here. Hearing Yifan's words, Lu Gaoyuan couldn't help laughing out loud. This person is too pretentious. 10 times of 50,000 is 500,000. Even the richest friend around him might not be able to mobilize so much cash flow immediately. How could this guy who even wears unknown brands of clothes come up with such a large sum of money? The staff looked at Yifan and felt that he did not look like a rich man, so they turned around and started placing the candles. Ruan Sile felt a little guilty. After all, the boy was standing up for her. Although she also felt that Yifan's words were exaggerated, she really didn't want him to be laughed at because of her own affairs. Ruan Sile thought about it and prepared to go forward and let Lu Gaoyuan start confessing his feelings so that the matter could be over quickly. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her. Looking back, Yifan shook his head gently at her, then took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code of the Love for a Lifetime vertical poster next to him. Ji Fubao arrived, 500,000 yuan. The mechanical female voice broadcasting resounded throughout the venue. The originally noisy scene suddenly fell into silence. Then, there were shocked gasps one after another. Oh my god! What did I hear? 500,000. This is so terrifying, so terrifying. Are the prices for rich people different from ours? Can you spend 500,000 so easily? Everyone in the audience looked at Yifan, who remained calm, in shock, with complicated emotions. Lu Gaoyuan was completely stunned, his mouth wide open, and he forgot to close it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 yuan on a 93-point high-value woman, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for winning a Yunhai one-day villa worth 1 billion. Chapter 7. Yifan exclaimed in his heart with some surprise. Originally, he thought that the 500,000 yuan could only be considered as his own consumption, and he could just give it a random profit. I didn't expect that this could actually be counted as consumption for Ruan Sile, and it even triggered a critical hit and gave him a villa. He had heard of the name of Yunhai Tian Villa a long time ago. This is a top-notch luxury house located in the central villa area of the imperial capital. The entire villa covers an area of about 1,600 square meters, and the area of the private courtyard reaches 2,000 square meters. Not to mention that you can overlook the unique viewing waters of about 40 meters from your home. It is truly a mansion among mansions. Yifan was in a good mood and decided to go see his new mansion early tomorrow morning. The staff of Love for Life also quickly flattered him. Sir, you just wanted us to clean up the place and leave, right? Don't worry, we will do as you ask right now. After saying that, the staff immediately put out all the candles, folded the balloons and flowers and threw them into the trash bag. How can you not keep your word? We have already signed the contract. You are not allowed to open it. You are not allowed to open it. Lu Gaoyuan didn't expect that the employees of Love for a Lifetime only cared about money and not people. With the support of 500,000 yuan, they were very efficient in destroying the scene. However, the staff ignored his wailing and asked, "Mr. Lu, if you want, you can offer a higher price than this gentleman, and we will restore it for you immediately." Lu Gaoyuan hesitated for a long time but couldn't make any sense. Who would spend more than 500,000 yuan for a confession? He had clearly never heard of any rich guy in school pursuing Ruansile before. I wanted to show off and win the beauty, but why did I end up like this? He was very unhappy with Yifan in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on the surface. After all, someone who can easily spend 500,000 yuan is definitely not someone he can afford to offend. After packing up, the staff left with large and small bags. "You, if you have the guts, don't leave." Lu Gaoyuan quickly pretended to settle the score with them and chased after them to escape the embarrassing scene. "Thank you." The onlookers gradually dispersed, and Ruansile immediately came to Yifan to thank him. She had complicated feelings towards Yifan at this moment. She was curious and shocked. There are many rich young men pursuing her both inside and outside the school, but I have never seen any of them come up with a gift of 500,000 yuan. And looking at Yifan's appearance, it seemed that he was just trying to help her out and had no other thoughts, which made Ruansile even more interested in him. "No, it's just a piece of cake. When it comes to thanking Yifan, I also have to thank Ruansile for giving me a big villa. 500,000 yuan for 1 billion yuan, isn't that just a piece of cake?" After hearing Yifan's words, Ruansile's shock and curiosity became even stronger. 500,000 and you say it's a piece of cake? How much is considered a heavy bleeding? Ruansile didn't dare to think about it. He just felt that the strength of the man opposite him seemed to be a little scary. But Ruansile is not a timid woman. Compared with those goal-oriented men before, she liked Yifan much better. "My name is Ruansile, let's get to know each other. This is my WeChat." Ruansile showed the QR code on her mobile phone, with a broad smile on her bright face. "I am Yifan." Yifan scanned the code neatly. "Then we are friends now. We can make an appointment to exercise together when we are free in the future," Ruansile suggested. Cough. Sports. Yifan thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll definitely do it next time." After returning to the dormitory, Yifan was stopped by his roommate Yang Zhanghao before he even sat down in his seat. "Old 3, you just came back from outside, did you see any sports cars?" As Yang Zhanghao spoke, he scrolled through the pictures on the campus forum. Looking at the bright black sports car emitting a shining light, his eyes lit up and he seemed to be drooling. "What sports car? Let me see." When the boss Meng Guanghua heard the voice, he hurried over to look at Yang Zhanghao's phone. There are 4 people in Yifan's dormitory, and everyone usually calls each other by age. The eldest brother, Meng Guanghua, is a fat man who is honest and loyal. The second brother, Yang Zhanghao, likes to be clever. The third brother, Yifan, is ordinary but a good student. The fourth child, Huang Yu, was wearing headphones and concentrating on playing games in front of the computer. He was truly an internet addict. How come they are both college students, but they can drive a 20 million yuan car at such a young age? Yang Zhanghao's tone was full of envy. Being a car fan himself, he enlarged the picture, wishing to see all the details in it. "That's right. If I could drive a car like this around the school, it would be so cool." Meng Guanhua also began to daydream. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. "Hey, third brother, did you see this Koenigsegg Gemera when you came back just now? Did you see who was driving it?" Yang Zhanghao showed the photo again and asked Yifan. Only now was Yifan really sure that they were discussing his new car. "We are all brothers in the dormitory, and there is nothing to hide." Yifan happily replied, "This car is mine." Puff. "Old third, why are you suddenly joking like this?" Yang Zhanghao and Meng Guanghua couldn't help laughing out loud, not because they were mocking, but because everyone knew each other well and they were very clear about Yifan's conditions. Suddenly he said that the 20 million car was his, and they couldn't think of any explanation except that it was a joke. "If you don't believe me, I'll take you for a ride some other time. My car happens to have 4 seats, so there's plenty of room for everyone." Yifan was too lazy to argue and just casually made a suggestion. Yan Zhenghao and Meng Guanhua looked at each other and smiled but still didn't believe it. The former continued to scroll down the forum and suddenly saw a side photo of the car owner. Why do these clothes and profile look more and more familiar the more I look at them? Meng Guanhua was also a little surprised when he saw the photo. The gray plaid shirt looks exactly like our third brothers. Could this car really be the third brothers? I saw someone commented that the owner of the car is a senior. Who is the senior? Meng Guanhua asked hurriedly. Senior, Yifan. As soon as Yang Zhenghao read out the name, the user comment was quickly blocked because of the school's rules to avoid cyber violence caused by information leakage. Fuck. Third brother, this car is really yours. Yang Zhenghao jumped up immediately and rushed towards Yifan in surprise. Didn't I just tell you, calm down? You're awesome, third brother. Tell me how you suddenly became rich. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanhua couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Nothing much, my family just happened to win the lottery, so I have some spare money. Yifan thought of an excuse at random. He couldn't say that it was given by the system, right? Wow, your family is really lucky. They can give you 20 million to buy a car directly. How much did your family win? Well, I don't know the exact amount. Yifan really doesn't know now. After all, who can say for sure how much money he can make from the system in the future? It should be at least at the level of hundreds of billions, right? What Yifan didn't know at the moment was that he had greatly underestimated the amount of wealth he would have in the future. Chapter 8. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanhua were so envious of Yifan that they were drooling. Wow, I didn't expect the rich man to be my brother. Just now I saw someone say that Song Jiro also got off this car. Third brother, you even got the school beauty song. Awesome. Yifan's image has become infinitely taller in Yang Zhenghao's heart, and every word he says cannot hide his envy of him. Yifan smiled and didn't answer. Suddenly, a message from Ruan Sile appeared on the phone screen. Yang Zhenghao just happened to glance at the notes. Ruan Sile. The one who sent you the message was the school beauty from our class, Ruan Sile? Well, Yifan clicked on it and took a look at the content. She asked me to participate in some fluorescent night run next week. Oh my god. Third brother, you have won both the two school beauties in one go. Now our dormitory can finally hold our heads up high. Let's see what qualifications those people in the class have to look down on us all day long. Meng Guanhua said indignantly. Before, because everyone in Yifan's dormitory had average living conditions, he was often teased and ridiculed by a group of boys from another dormitory in his class. But now with Yifan here, everything will be different. The next morning, Yifan slept until he woke up naturally and then slowly got out of bed. In the past, for the sake of that internship, he slept later than a dog and got up earlier than a chicken every day. Now, he finally doesn't have to live that kind of miserable life anymore. He sent a message to the HR of the internship company to explain the situation and agreed to pick up the things another day when he had time. It is now the first semester of the senior year. Apart from the occasional large class that the entire grade has to attend together, Yifan has almost no other professional courses. He plans to enjoy the rest of his student life and have a carefree youthful time. Yifan had a simple breakfast and prepared to go out to see his big villa. At this time, a call came into his cell phone. Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Xiao Shitting, a salesperson at Inchi Auto. Your Koenigsegg Gemera is now ready for official license plates. Are you free to come over now? A soft and charming voice came into his ears, and Yifan then remembered his sports car, which still had a temporary license plate. Then send me the address and I'll go there right away. Okay, Mr. Yi, the address has been sent to you. We are waiting for your arrival. In less than 10 minutes, Yifan drove to the Inchi car dealership. Under the all-glass three-dimensional modern building, Xiao Shitting, wearing a tight skirt and black stockings revealing a pair of slender legs, was respectfully placing her hands in front of her to welcome Yifan's arrival. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yifan? Your license plate contract is ready, please come this way. Yifan nodded to Xiao Shitting and followed her in. The moment Yifan got out of the Koenigsegg Gemera and walked into the car dealership, his overly young and fresh face quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the dealership. Especially the female salespeople who are serving their customers. What was revealed in their eyes at this moment was their desire and curiosity towards Yifan and their envy and jealousy towards Xiao Shitting. You know, this Koenigsegg has always been something that they only displayed at auto shows. Although the price is not sky high, this kind of limited edition sports car is impossible to get without some connections. Therefore, the person who can buy it in full must be among the top 20% in the capital in terms of wealth and qualifications. When I met the owner of the car today, I didn't expect he was so young. He is exactly like a young and promising talent. People who work in this field and come into contact with these wealthy people all have more or less the desire to find a rich husband and become a successful person. But look at these rich guys they serve, every one of them doesn't have a beer belly, big bags under their eyes and swollen eyes. Compared to Yifan, who was sitting there signing the contract, he was easy to talk to and didn't make any moves. He was countless times better than those greasy middle-aged male customers around them. How could Xiao Shiding be so lucky? She just arrived here not long ago and she met such a high-quality and wealthy second-generation man. That's right. She just has a seductive and charming look. The manager thinks highly of her. If I serve that car owner, my performance won't necessarily be worse than hers. A few idle female sales clerks started gossiping indignantly, and their eyes couldn't help but keep an eye on Yifan's movements. After Yifan signed the contract and handed it to Xiao Shiding, he took this opportunity to call up the appearance panel. Only 91 points? Yifan was not quite clear about the scoring mechanism of the system. He just felt that although the facial features of the woman in front of him were not particularly delicate, her eyes and eyebrows were particularly feminine. Her height is estimated to be around 165 centimeters, not too tall, and her small frame makes her look a bit more pitiful. The combination of the charming and pure sense really gives it that pure desire style that is talked about on the internet. It seems that the system is quite strict. The scoring mechanism should be based mostly on hard indicators. As for the more abstract judging criteria such as temperament, its proportion should not be high. But Yifan didn't care about that. As long as he got over 90 points, everything would be fine. Mr. Yi, our staff has already installed your license plate for you. I wonder if you are interested in learning about some of the new insurance policies our car dealership has introduced. Xiao Shiding asked Yifan carefully with a smile on her face. Yifan's high quality made her cherish such a customer, so she was particularly cautious when making some business requests. No need to introduce, just give me the most expensive one. As soon as Yifan said this, the eyes of the other female salesmen immediately flew over again, and some of them had faces twisted with jealousy. Xiao Shiding was a little surprised. She had originally wanted to persuade him, but Mr. Yi directly asked for the most expensive car insurance? Moreover, when these words came out of his mouth, there was not the slightest feeling of pretentiousness from a nouveau riche, but instead, they fully displayed the heroic spirit of a man. Okay, Mr. Yi. I'll go through the formalities for you right away. Xiao Shiding was overjoyed and quickly sorted out the relevant contract amounts. Hello, Mr. Yi, the total amount of this car insurance is 800,000 yuan, and after the discount it is 796,000 yuan. No need for discount, I'll just pay the original price, it's convenient. If you get a discount, the rebate will be less later. Yifan doesn't want to miss any of the rebate he deserves. He glanced at the contract and paid directly with his card. Ding! Spend 800,000 yuan, trigger 5 times rebate, get 4 million yuan in rebate. At the same time, the sound of Zifubo's money arriving in the account also echoed throughout the dealership hall. The female sales clerks looked at Yifan with more and more admiration. How could such a generous young rich second-generation man not be theirs? They hate it. While Xiao Shiding was handling business, several female salesmen deliberately came over and flirted with Yifan, and even tried to secretly slip him their business cards. However, Yifan didn't even look at them. Yifan clearly felt these women trying to please him, and he didn't mean to be like Lu Xiaohui. But who can blame them for only having their appearance scores hovering around 86 to 88 points? He has no choice. His energy is limited. He can only spend his love and money on beautiful women. Seeing that the rebate effect was mediocre, Yifan thought that he still had to find an opportunity to take Xiao Shiding out and spend some money on her. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Peipei walking into the car dealership arm in arm with a bald middle-aged man, chatting and laughing. Chapter 9. When Su Peipei saw Yifan was there too, her first reaction was to be stunned for a moment, then she raised her head arrogantly. Before, she was thinking about how to find an opportunity to return to Yifan, but she happened to meet another rich man. The man she was holding was called Wang Ruanfa. The last time Wang Ruanfa appeared next to her, he was driving a luxury car worth nearly 10 million. Although it is true that Yifan has shares in the group, he is so young and his sudden success must have been due to his family giving him more power. Although the man she is dating now is a little older, this proves that he must be the one who holds both money and power in his hands. Su Peipei didn't quite understand the value of the Jin Jiang group. In her opinion, the uncle she was looking for now must be much richer than Yi Fan. At least the fact that he has a luxury car is much more prestigious than following Yi Fan. What a coincidence, Yi Fan, you are here too. Are you here to buy a car? My new boyfriend just happened to be here to drive back his own Rolls-Royce worth 8 million. I wonder how much the car you want to buy costs. Su Peipei asked with pretended concern, but her words were full of boasting. Before Yi Fan could respond, Su Peipei's eyes lit up, and she immediately dragged Wang Ruanfa towards the Koenigsegg Gemera in the middle of the dealership. Honey, this car is so cool. Didn't you say you would buy me a car in the future? Can you buy me this one next time? Su Peipei asked coquettishly while shaking Wang Ruanfa's hand. Wang Ruanfa looked embarrassed, and his every move was awkward, but in the face of Su Peipei's coquettishness, he had to repeat. Next time, for sure. Next time, for sure. Su Peipei was satisfied with the promise and was about to add insult to injury when she saw Xiao Shiding walk to the Koenigsegg, bow in the direction of Yi Fan, and said in a loud voice, Mr. Yi, your Koenigsegg Gemera has been debugged and you can drive away at any time. Su Peipei was stunned. This cool sports car actually belongs to Yi Fan. She couldn't help but say something sarcastic. Now take a closer look, this car is just like this. Besides, this car should be much cheaper than our Rolls-Royce Phantom Special Edition, right? Su Peipei deliberately asked Xiao Shiding. Miss, you have a big misunderstanding. Mr. Yi's Koenigsegg Gemera is twice the price of your Rolls-Royce and several million more. The prices of the two cars are not at the same level, so it would be better if you don't put them together, Mississippi Xiao Shiding replied with a professional sales attitude. Su Peipei was choked so much that her face turned black. Humph, you spent so much money on a scooter? You're just a nouveau riche spendthrift. Unlike my brother Wang, who is a truly powerful boss, the more successful he is, the more he knows how to save money. Facing Su Peipei's admiration and praise, Wang Ruanfa only smiled awkwardly. Honey, I'll drive the car out now, and then we'll go have dinner and date, don't waste time. Okay, brother Wang, I'll wait for you here. Su Peipei glanced at Yi Fan proudly, blew a kiss to Wang Ruanfa who was walking quickly to drive, then crossed her legs and waited. Yi Fan almost laughed out loud after watching the one-man show that Su Peipei had just performed. But what surprised him even more was that this brain-dead Jurchen was so resourceful and so lucky. Did she succeed in finding someone to take advantage of her by spending money? A Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove out from the garage entrance, and Wang Ruanfa seemed to be driving it very easily. It is indeed a good car, but is it too big for normal self-driving? Seeing Yi Fan looking at the car, Su Peipei shook her hair proudly and sat on the passenger seat awkwardly. At this time, Wu Jun walked into the car dealership and saw his boss at a glance. Boss Yi. What a coincidence that you are here too. I just came out of our group and didn't expect to run into you here. Mr. Ye's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Hey! That person looks so familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? I remember now. I saw an interview with this person in a financial magazine. He seems to be Wu Jun, the general manager of Jinjiang Group. Several female sales clerks who usually paid close attention to the elite group were the first to express their surprise. Then he just called Mr. Yi Boss Yi and mentioned our group. Could it be? The female salespeople covered their mouths in surprise at the inferred information. Is he already the head of Jinjiang Group at such a young age? Xiao Shiding was also completely shocked by the situation revealed at the scene. Mr. Yi, who is still in college, has already achieved such success. Yi Fan nodded to Wu Jun as a greeting. Wu Jun was about to start a conversation again when he suddenly glanced and saw a familiar car. Ha! Lao Wang, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that you don't need to drive today? Yi Fan followed his gaze and saw the Rolls-Royce that Wang Ruanfa was driving. I see. It looks like someone has taken over my place. Yi Fan found it funny and couldn't help asking Wu Jun, Manager Wu, is this Rolls-Royce your car? Who is the Lao Wang you mentioned in the car? Boss Yi, strictly speaking this Rolls-Royce Phantom is actually your car, because it is the business car commonly used by our senior executives in the group when discussing business. The man in the driver's seat is Lao Wang, the driver who usually drives this car. When these words were spoken, everyone's expressions were so wonderful. Yi Fan didn't expect that the thing Su Peipei used to show off in front of him was actually his own. He couldn't help but find it even more funny. It turns out that this Rolls-Royce belongs to Mr. Ye's group. That's right. He was so arrogant just now, but in the end he used someone else's things. It's so funny. What a low-key boss. He turns out to be just a driver. The female salespeople loved to see this kind of failure scene, and they started to mock the man with all their might. The sarcasm and ridicule of the crowd came into Su Pei's ears through the car window frame. At this moment, she had collapsed with an expression of complete disbelief. She directly pulled Wang Ruanfa, who was trembling as he held the steering wheel. "You're just a driver. Wang Ruanfa. How dare you do this to me?" Wang Ruanfa was in no mood to pay attention to her at this time. He pushed away Su Pei, who was pulling him, got out of the car first, then went to the passenger door, pulled Su Pei and asked her to get out of the car. "Why is this Lao Wang acting so strange today? And why is he driving with a woman?" Wu Jun watched this play and was completely confused. Xiao Shiting raised her eyes and immediately came to Wu Jun's side to explain. Chapter 10. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wang's female companion, just now said that they came to pick up Mr. Wang's own car, and there might be some misunderstanding. They even had a small conflict with Mr. Yi. Xiao Shiting didn't say enough, but it was enough for Wu Jun to understand that his men had offended Yi Fan. Wu Jun suddenly became furious and started cursing at Wang Ruanfa. "Lao Wang, does the company pay you to do such sneaky things? What kind of questionable woman do you dare to bring into the company car? And you actually bumped into our CEO Yi. Come over here and apologize." Wu Jun's words were not very hurtful, but they were extremely insulting. Su Pei felt very aggrieved and wanted Wang Ruanfa to give her an explanation. Wang Ruanfa kicked Su Pei's hand away with a flying kick and came to Yi Fan in tears to apologize and ask for forgiveness. "Boss Yi. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I was also bewitched by this woman, so I used the company car to pretend. Please forgive me. I promise I won't do it again." Yi Fan felt nothing in his heart, even though Wang Ruanfa was deeply regretful at this moment. But doing wrong is doing wrong, and when it comes to senior staff serving the company, duty and loyalty are particularly important qualities. Today, Wang Ruanfa can use the company's luxury car out of vanity, but in the future he may be able to spy on and sell out company secrets in exchange for a large bribe from a rival company. Such people cannot be kept. Wu Jun naturally understood this principle. "Now that you've apologized, go back to the company and go through the resignation procedures. We at Jinjiang Group don't need people like you. Hurry up. Otherwise, don't blame me for pursuing other responsibilities for misusing company property." Having said all that, Wang Ruanfa bowed a few times and immediately ran away without even looking at Su Pei. Su Pei was completely confused at this moment. It had only been a short while, and her dream of being a rich lady was shattered. She collapsed on the ground and looked up at Yi Fan's tall figure. The resentment in my heart surged out like a violent storm. "Yi Fan, we shouldn't be like this. I was wrong in the past, and I really regret it this time. Can we still be together like before?" Su Pei rushed towards Yi Fan regardless of anything. The female salespeople who were watching all covered their mouths and noses in disgust as they discussed the situation. Is this woman crazy? How could Mr. Yi be interested in a brainless gold digger like her? That's right. She said something like it was like before. I guess she must have been rejected by Mr. Yi before, but she still fantasizes about him. No wonder she deliberately picked a fight with Mr. Yi just now. Looking at the crazy Su Pei, Xiao Shiting frowned and stopped her. "Miss, please stop disturbing my customers. You've been making trouble in the car dealership for long enough. Please behave yourself, or I'll ask security to ask you to leave." "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have the right to interrupt me when I'm talking to Yi Fan?" Su Pei didn't care at all and just went for it. The fact that she was deceived by Wang Ruanfa just now made her realize that only Yi Fan in front of her was a real rich and good man. No matter what, she couldn't easily give up the chance to get back to him this time. As expected, a good man like Mr. Yi is so charming. He can actually make this crazy woman go crazy to this extent. Don't tell me, if I could be as shameless as she is and only care about money, I would also want to throw myself on Mr. Yi. The female salespeople still stood with their hands on their hips watching the fun. Anyway, the big trouble now belongs to Xiao Shiting, and they just happen to be happy to see it. "Miss, if you insist on doing this, don't blame me for taking special measures. Seeing this, Xiao Shiding immediately picked up the intercom and wanted to call the security guard over. Seeing that Xiao Shiding had blocked her from getting close to Yi Fan, Su Peipei simply turned the gun around and started scolding Xiao Shiding. I know. It's because of a vixen like you that Yi Fan would ignore me. Today I must teach you a lesson for seducing people like you. As Su Peipei spoke, she took off her high heels and was about to throw Xiao Shiding. Yi Fan originally wanted to help Xiao Shiding out of the predicament, but he saw the other party gave him a look that said it's okay, don't worry. This woman is quite interesting. On the other side, Xiao Shiding contacted the security guard while deliberately moving towards the Rolls-Royce. Su Peipei used all her strength to throw the shoe out, and Xiao Shiding immediately dodged the flying heavy object. Bang! The Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was originally parked in its original place, was suddenly smashed and a big dent was created. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet, leaving only the sound of people gasping for breath. Seeing this, Xiao Shiding immediately came to Wu Jun. Mr. Wu, your group's car is now damaged like this. The compensation amount must be more than 50,000, right? Wu Jun understood what he meant and hurried forward to check with an anxious look. With such serious damage, our company would never drive a car like this out to meet guests. The repair costs plus a portion of our lost wages would be at least 200,000. When Su Peipei heard this, her face turned pale with fright. The money she usually made was spent on food, drink, and entertainment, so how could she have any money left for compensation? I didn't do it on purpose. Yi Fan, please help me. Since this is your company's car, you must be able to help me deal with it. Yi Fan smiled, help you? I'm too free? After saying that, Yi Fan took a step back to make room for the security guard who was called over. Several security guards stepped forward and firmly controlled Su Peipei. A sensible person would naturally help his leader share his worries. Wu Jun checked the damage to the Rolls-Royce with the maintenance personnel at the car dealership. No matter how serious it is, he is determined to stick with Su Peipei. Reconciliation is impossible. This woman must be taught a lesson. I'm calling the police right now, and you can just wait to pay the money and go to jail. Wu Jun immediately called the police after he finished speaking. Su Peipei cried out loudly out of fear, and several security guards carried her away from the scene. She should be detained for a long time for maliciously damaging other people's property. The school will probably also impose corresponding penalties. She won't have the courage to harass me again. Seeing such a result, Yi Fan was in a very good mood. All the credit for this goes to that clever woman, Xiao Shiding. You were standing there on purpose, right? Yi Fan asked. Mr. Yi is the most distinguished guest of our car dealership. It is just my job to share your worries, Xiao Shiding said obediently. Yi Fan's admiration for Xiao Shiding grew stronger. A simple and naive campus goddess is good, and a smart woman who knows her limits is also good. If Yi Fan hadn't done an internship earlier and had seen the world outside the ivory tower, he would have been worried that he wouldn't be able to handle a woman like this. The farce is over, and Yi Fan has to start the real business of making money. Miss Xiao has been busy just now. I just want to buy some new clothes. I wonder if you have time to help me with some advice. Chapter 11. When Xiao Shiding heard Yi Fan's invitation, her eyes lit up. After all, the communication within the car dealership is, after all, a work relationship. If you are invited outside by the guest, it at least proves that you have the opportunity to get along with him further. Xiao Shiding had never had any relationship with any customer beyond work before, but this time, she could finally open the door to her high standards. No problem, Mr. Yi, as long as you don't mind my taste. Xiao Shiding agreed happily. The two got in the Koenigsegg Gemera with a new license plate and drove directly to Taikoo Li Sanlitun, the most prosperous and lively area in the heart of the imperial capital. Taikoo Li Sanlitun is where fashionable men and beautiful women gather. A silver-gray supercar came speeding, and its roar captured the hearts of countless girls and boys. Those who come here to spend money usually have some spare money, so there are quite a few luxury cars and supercars here. However, top-of-the-line sports cars priced at 20 million are extremely rare. There are many people here who are knowledgeable and connoisseurs of the goods, so before he even appeared on the scene, the Koenigsegg Gemera had already attracted enough attention for Yi Fan, and even Xiao Shiding, who was sitting in the passenger seat, became the subject of discussion among everyone. After getting off the car, the two headed straight to the North District, which is positioned as high-end and sells products from multiple international luxury brands. Yi Fan didn't know much about luxury brands, so at Xiao Shiding's suggestion, they first went into the Versace store. Good afternoon, sir and madam. What can I do for you? Here are some recommendations for you. The shopping guide greeted the two people politely. Yifan caught a liking of a row of casual clothes facing him in the store and pointed to two pieces. This and that. Okay, sir, I'll take it off for you now and let you try it on. The salesperson turned around and went back to take down the clothes when she heard Yifan's voice coming from behind. No, except for these two, pack the rest in this row according to my height and size. Yifan's tone was casual, but it shocked everyone present. The shopping guide froze in her tracks, turned around slowly in disbelief and asked. You mean to say that this one excludes all the others of these two? That's right. Sir, let me confirm with you, the t-shirts in this row start from 1,000 yuan each, the polo shirts start from 2,500 yuan, the shirts and shorts start from 4,000 yuan, the hoodies and sweaters start from 5,000 yuan. The shopping guide paused, took out a calculator and quickly started to calculate. According to your needs, this row of clothes will cost a total of 250,000. Do you still need this purchase plan? The salesperson repeated it carefully to confirm. The main reason is that this customer's request is so rare. They have seen many wealthy people, but this is the first time they have seen someone so generous without even trying anything here. That's right, no need to ask anymore, I'll just pay with the card. After Yifan finished speaking, he took out his bank card and paid the shopping guide. Yifan had always seen this on TV before, and today he could finally experience the feeling of buying a whole row of clothes with just a wave of his hand. The shopping guide took it with great trepidation and the card swiped successfully. The other clothing shopping guides who were originally free immediately rushed over to help pack, and at the same time couldn't help but secretly observe Yifan. They are really moved by the generous and wealthy young talent. Unfortunately, next to him, there was a woman whose appearance and figure were 100 times better than theirs. Xiao Shiding was surprised. She didn't expect that there were people who bought clothes in this way. Is this the world of the rich? Ding! Spend 250,000 yuan and get 6 times the rebate, and get a rebate of 1.5 million yuan. After saving more money, Yifan was no longer surprised by such million-level rebates, so he was only slightly moved. Sir, the clothes you ordered have been packed for you. What's your address? We can arrange for someone to deliver them to you. Just give Yunhai a villa for a day. I'm going to see the villa later, so I'll just add some life to my home. Clouds, sea of clouds for a day. That mansion worth 1 billion, the most luxurious mansion, with a sea of clouds all day long. The shopping guides looked at each other, almost suffocating, and it took them a long time to regain their professional working posture. Okay, we'll register you right away. When Xiao Shiding heard about Yunhai Etian, she was struck by lightning. She also knew some friends who worked in real estate, and naturally had heard of the name of Yunhai Etian Villa. But he didn't expect that the owner of this legendary top-level luxury house was the unimaginably young Mr. Yifanya who was standing next to him. Compared to expensive luxury cars and generous cash flow, owning a villa like this one can say a lot. At this moment, she admired Yifan even more, but at the same time, she couldn't help feeling a little inferior, and her mood began to become a little complicated. Yifan had no idea about the rich inner thoughts of other people. He was only immersed in the game of spending money to make more money. The two of them walked around again and then went to the Balenciaga store. The clothes I bought from Versace before were all casual styles that were more suitable for everyday wear. Yifan's identity is different now, so naturally there will be many times in the future when he will need to attend important occasions. Therefore, it is necessary to buy some suits first. The complete suit, plus the matching tie and leather shoes that Xiao Shiding chose for Yifan, was still bought at the first glance. Yifan casually picked up a white shirt and suit pants and put them on, and his whole temperament immediately changed. Yifan looked at himself in the mirror and was very satisfied. It turned out that the saying clothes make the man was true. Xiao Shiding stepped forward to help Yifan straighten his collar. The handsome man and beautiful woman looked so good that the salespeople around them were jealous again. The scent of Xiao Shiding's rose perfume went straight into Yifan's nose, and for a moment he felt like he was holding her in his arms. I have to say, the woman in front of me is really good. Yifan successfully earned another 5 million from his spending at Balenciaga. His consumption needs have been almost met, and now it is time to start the highlight of Yifan's trip. He looked at Xiao Shiding beside him, and his mind was filled with only 4 words: spend money on her. Yifan looked at himself in the mirror with pretended dissatisfaction. This outfit is pretty good, but I always feel like something is missing. Xiao Shiding looked up in confusion and met Yifan's eyes that were filled with hidden excitement. Chapter 12. After leaving Balenciaga, Yifan drove Xiao Shiding to a Patek Philippe sales store. It is impossible for every man who loves watches not to have heard of the name of Patek Philippe. As a famous Swiss watch brand, it is now ranked first among the top 10 famous watches in the world. It is also one of the only truly independent watchmakers in Switzerland and a symbol of a truly successful man. A sales consultant hurried forward to entertain them. "Hello, sir and madam, are there any watches you like? You can take a look at the display cabinet here first." Yifan immediately fell in love with the Grand Sonnery 6301P watch placed at the highest position in the display cabinet. When he was about to buy it, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Warm reminder: items purchased by the host that can be used as their own assets do not belong to consumption behaviors that can trigger rebates. Yifan's eyes froze for a moment, but then he understood. Yes, if these behaviors can also earn rebates, then wouldn't it be possible to just keep buying houses and cars and solve the problem? Although you cannot get rebates, buying a watch is just like storing your assets in a different form. So Yifan pointed at the Grand Sonnery 6301P and said to the sales consultant, "That's what I want. Sir, you have a really good eye. This watch has always been custom made, and this one happens to be the last one in stock in our store. I'll take it out and put it on you now." The sales consultant respectfully put the watch on Yifan, and Yifan placed his left arm in front of the mirror and observed it for a while. "Not bad, it has that flavor." Then he took out the top diamond card of Saya Bank that Wu Jun gave him last time. The sales consultant was about to take it, but when she saw the true appearance of the diamond card, she stopped moving. This is Saya Bank's top diamond card, which can only be obtained by depositing at least 1 billion yen. Such a customer was not something that a mere sales consultant like her could handle. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will ask our manager to serve you immediately." As soon as the manager heard that someone was coming with Saya Bank's diamond card, he hurried over to Yifan. "Sir, this is the 6301P you need, right? Please sit on the sofa for a while, we will immediately arrange the order for you and complete the formalities." Yifan nodded and took Xiao Shiding to sit on the sofa beside him. After a while, the manager handed the packaged bag to Yifan with both hands. Xiao Shiding thought she was leaving and was about to get up when she heard Yifan say, "Miss Xiao, you have accompanied me shopping for so long. As a thank you, you can also pick out a watch here." Xiao Shiding was stunned and almost thought she had heard it wrong. She had heard about colleagues receiving gifts before, but they were usually bags and clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars. Now Mr. Yi said he wanted to give her a Patek Philippe watch. The cheapest watches here start at 200,000 yuan. How could she deserve Mr. Yi to spend so much money on her on the first day? "Mr. Yi, you are too kind. I am just accompanying you for a walk. You really don't need to spend so much money. Miss Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. I may have to trouble you a lot with the car in the future. Just give me a gift as a way of making friends." Yifan's words had this much to say, implying that he was willing to interact more with Xiao Shiding in the future. Xiao Shiding knew that if she refused again, it would be a bit disrespectful to the boss. So she had no choice but to nod, and subconsciously glanced at her favorite women's watch. Then she turned her eyes away and chose the cheapest Calatrava Series 5296 G001 in the store, which cost just over 200,000 yuan. "Then let's go with this one," Xiao Shiding said. "Okay miss, I'll pack it for you right away." The manager took the form out of the display cabinet and asked the sales consultant to register it and prepare the contract. "And that one, wrap it up as well." Yifan pointed at the platinum-colored 4947 G010 worth 520,000. Xiao Shiding was surprised and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Unexpectedly, Yifan even caught her subtle look of love. At this time, a girl who came with her boyfriend saw Yifan's generosity and couldn't help but envy him. So handsome. How can her boyfriend be so generous? Look at you. You don't have money to buy anything, but you brought me in just to look at it. What's the point? The more the girl looked at her boyfriend, the angrier she became, so she simply stomped her feet and left. All the watches bought for Xiao Shiding have been packed. The total cost is 727,700 yuan. Yifan paid with a credit card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 727,700 yuan on a 91-point high-value woman, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 55% of the shares of Ichuan Company, Limited. Ichuan? The company where I interned before just happened to be the fast-moving consumer goods sub-brand division of Ichuan. I didn't expect that I would become the ultimate boss behind the scenes of the internship company. Yifan was so happy that he took Xiao Shitting to the nearby Chanel and bought her a few bags. Yifan finally caught someone who could spend money, so he naturally had to seize the opportunity. However, all subsequent expenses were just rebates, and I only got a critical hit when I bought the last package, which gave me something called primary gene upgrade liquid. Yifan also roughly figured out the rules of critical hits from it. That is, when spending money on a woman who meets the appearance score requirements, the first time you spend money will trigger a critical hit. Moreover, the value of the reward obtained by a critical hit is related to the appearance score of the consumer and how much money Yifan spends on the other party at one time. The higher the appearance score and the more money Yifan spends, the more valuable the reward will be. After that, the critical hit possibility of the same consumer is triggered randomly, but generally speaking, the more money you spend at one time, the greater the value of the critical hit reward triggered. Xiao Shitting was carrying a lot of shopping bags, and she felt a little dizzy from all the gifts. Seeing Yifan wanted to drag her to buy other things, she quickly stopped him. "Mr. Yi, these gifts are really enough, thank you for your kindness." She is a bit materialistic, but she also knows that in this situation she must know when to quit. Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it said that there are a lot of gold diggers in society? Why is it that the few people he meets now are either reluctant to let him spend money, or smart, sensible and well-mannered? He is worried. In this way, when will I be able to take all the rewards from the system and become a world-class rich man? Yifan made up his mind that next time he would find a gold digger who loved to spend money without any scruples. Okay. You must be tired after walking around for so long. I just want to go and see my new villa. Miss Xiao, why don't you come with me? Xiao Shitting was flattered. Okay, thank you Mr. Yi for the invitation. Yifan then made a phone call to the property manager who was responsible for the management of Yunhai Tian Villa. Manager Zhou? I want to go to Yunhai Tian to sign the check-in procedures. Can I go over now? Of course you can, Mr. Yi. It doesn't matter when you come. I will arrange for my men to welcome you now. Okay, thank you for your help. No trouble, no trouble. It's our honor to serve you. After Yifan hung up the phone, Zhou Qiwen immediately gathered a large number of property staff. Everyone, listen carefully. The owner of our Yunhai Tian Villa will be here soon. You all remember to follow the previous training. No one is allowed to slack off and make Mr. Yi laugh at you. Do you hear me? Yes. A loud response sounded, and everyone immediately threw themselves into their own intense preparations. Chapter 13. After a while, Yifan drove Xiao Shitting to the central villa area of the imperial capital. Driving all the way to the center of the villa area, the area is surrounded by various precious green plants. Different areas are adjacent to the lake bank, and the green garden scenery is so beautiful that it is breathtaking. Those who own houses here are either rich or noble. Among them, Yunhai Tian Villa, located in the center of the district, has the highest configuration in price. Anyone who owns it is definitely a superior person. This is also the reason why the property management of the villa area attaches so much importance to Yifan's arrival. Soon, Yifan drove to Yunhai Tian Villa. The car stopped at a location some distance from the gate of the villa across a small horizontal stream, and above the stream was an artificial bridge that was 2 meters wide and 5 meters long. As soon as Zhou Qiwen saw the sports car stop, he immediately asked several staff members to lay a red carpet all the way across the bridge to Yifan's feet. Hello, Mr. Yi. I've finally waited for you. Our staff will help you park your car in the garage at the back. Please be careful with your steps. Yifan nodded, handed the key to the staff, and together with Xiao Shitting, under Zhou Qiwen's guidance, they walked across the artificial bridge and arrived at the door of the villa. There were 2 rows of people lined up in front of the villa. When Yifan stepped off the bridge, everyone bowed deeply to him and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, these are the villa service staff that our property has prepared for you." Zhou Qiwen introduced, "These are the gardeners who are responsible for helping you prune the garden, and these are the chefs who came from 5-star hotels. These staffing arrangements are to ensure that you can enjoy comfortable service and experience as soon as you arrive. We can also arrange any other requirements you have." Yifan nodded with satisfaction. As expected, in the world of rich people, the basis for buying anything is inseparable from high-end services. Next, Zhou Qiwen took Yifan to visit the entire interior of the villa. The open-air private swimming pool, the specially customized crystal elevator and the Italian handmade leather sofa, all the highlights were introduced to Yifan in detail. Xiao Shiting followed Yifan and was also amazed. She had never imagined that one day she would be so close to such a wealthy environment. Mr. Yi, this is the overall situation of Yunhai Etian Villa at present. The only thing the villa lacks now is a villa butler. I wonder what your requirements are for a butler. Once you have determined your requirements, we can arrange one for you immediately. Yifan thought for a moment and looked at Xiao Shiting beside him. Ms. Xiao, are you interested in doing a part-time job? Xiao Shiting didn't react for a moment. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? I won't be living here permanently at the moment, so there won't be too many things to do in this villa. Are you interested in being the housekeeper of this villa? Isn't a mansion like this a place to live in permanently? How luxurious must the house you live in be? Xiao Shiting concealed her inner surprise and said, Mr. Yi trusts me so much, there is no reason for me to refuse. After signing the contract and recording the fingerprint lock information, Yifan was preparing to take Xiao Shiting out for dinner. At this time, Yifan's mother Guochuan Sui called him. Xiao Fan, are you in school now? The daughter of an old friend of mine just got into Imperial Capital University in the art exam this semester. She was delayed from starting school because of something else, and she only reported today. She will be here soon, so go help her move her luggage and take care of her. After receiving the call from his mother, Yifan remembered that he had been busy making money these 2 days and had not sent any money back home. He immediately transferred 500,000 yuan to his mother's bank card. Okay, Mom, I'll be back right away. I just transferred some money to your card. Take it and go out and have some fun with Dad. What money are you transferring? Let me see. You said you made money so you can spend it yourself. What do we two old men and women have to spend money on right now? On the other side, Guochuan Sui put on her reading glasses and opened the bank app to check. After seeing the 5 zeros clearly, she was so scared that she almost threw her phone away. Xiao Fan, where did you get so much money? Did I see it right? It's 500,000. Where did you get so much money? We can't do anything against our conscience. Yifan couldn't help but laugh, knowing that this would be his mother's reaction. You read that right, it's 500,000. Don't worry, Mom, I haven't done anything bad. In fact, I have been working on a business project with my classmates, but I just didn't tell you too. This is just a small amount of money. I will continue to honor you too when I earn more in the future. You are quite a smart guy. I will help you save this money so that you can get married in the future. Alright, I won't say any more. Go pick up the girl and take good care of her. Don't lose the courtesy of our Yi family. I understand, Mother. Yifan responded sarcastically. After parting with Xiao Shiting, Yifan drove back to Imperial Capital University. On the way, he retrieved the primary gene upgrade liquid he had just obtained from the system's item space library and drank it in one gulp. Looking up at the rearview mirror inside the car, Yifan watched the excess fat on his face fade away. His facial features became noticeably more three-dimensional and sharp, and his skin became smoother and more delicate. The side profile even has an excellent jawline. The muscles all over the body become tight and hard. By casually lifting the hem of the clothes, you can see the clear and beautiful mermaid line and 8-pack abs. That's right, material abundance and inner improvement are equally important. Yifan put his hands back on the steering wheel and felt more comfortable driving the sports car. Yifan rushed all the way back to school. The main road in front of Imperial Capital University is being renovated recently. Sports cars on campus can exit through the one-way lane, but cars coming back from outside cannot enter. Yifan ran all the way back and forgot about all this. The only way now is to leave the main road in front of the Imperial Capital University and drive in the opposite direction to the small road leading to the back door of the Imperial Capital University, then drive from inside the campus to a location close to the gate and take the aunt's daughter and the luggage to her dormitory. Afraid that the girl would wait too long, Yifan decided to meet the girl first since it was only 2 steps to the school gate. He called a nearby designated driver and asked him to drive his car to the door along the route mentioned above and then return it to him. After completing the operation, Yifan walked towards the gate of Imperial Capital University opposite. At the gate of Imperial Capital University, Luo Hanji, who had long straight black hair and was wearing a fresh white dress, was guarding the luggage beside her while raising her head slightly and waiting for her brother Yifan, who her mother had said would come to help her. A BMW 7 Series drove out of the campus, and Feng Likun, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was about to step on the accelerator and rush out of the campus to go to the bar to play. With a casual glance, I found that there was a fairy standing at the school gate whose beauty was no less than that of a fairy's sister. With beauties like this, who would want to go to the bar to look at those plastic surgery faces? Fong Likun stopped the car in front of Luo Hanji, lowered the window confidently, and said in a bubbling voice, "Junior sister, you just reported to school? You must be tired because of all the stuff you have to carry. Come up, I'll take you to the dormitory, okay?" Chapter 14. Luo Hanji looked at the greasy man in front of him and frowned unconsciously. "No thanks, I already have a senior coming to pick me up." As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan arrived. Looking at the girl in front of him who had just come out of the ordinary, from Yifan's straight male perspective, he intuitively felt that her appearance was no less than the school beauties he had met before. The appearance score panel popped up at the right time and finally settled at 93 points. "Oh, not bad. She is one of the most beautiful goddesses." Yifan took a step forward and asked, "Are you Hanji?" Hearing the voice, Luo Hanji looked towards Yifan, and a handsome face came into view. With the help of the gene upgrade fluid, Yifan is now more or less a handsome guy. "You are, brother Yifan?" Being called brother by a beautiful woman, Yifan felt relaxed both physically and mentally. "Yes, my mother told me. This is all your luggage, right? Give it to me first." Yifan reached out to take the large suitcase next to Luo Hanji. Fong Likun saw that the two men did not take him seriously at all, and his greasy face showed a bit of sarcastic anger. "Little girl, you have such bad taste. What's the point of having a good-looking face these days? Look, he doesn't even have a car to pick you up at school. Besides, you are still young and probably don't understand the value of my car. It costs 1.5 million yuan. You know what a 1.5 million car means, right? Are you sure you'd rather sit on the back of a bicycle and laugh than get in my BMW and feel the ride?" After Fong Likun finished speaking, he placed his hands on the car window in a domineering manner and raised his eyebrows at Luo Hanji. "Where did this idiot come from?" Yifan looked at Fong Likun, who was outputting, then turned to ask Luo Han. "Hanji, is this your friend?" Luo Hanji quickly waved his hands and shook his head. "I don't know him. I was just standing here and he suddenly came over to talk to me." "Little girl, don't be shy anymore. Get in my brother's car. With my conditions, it's definitely better than you going with this poor guy now." Fong Likun was still persuading Luo Hanji with a good feeling about himself, and the look he gave Yifan was full of disdain. Such a poor guy wants to snatch girls from him? Let him see today what the power of money is. Words alone were not enough. Fong Likun got out of the car and opened the passenger door, continuing to seduce Luo Hanji. At this time, it was time to get out of school and more students were coming in and out of the school gate. Several classmates saw the excitement of two boys fighting over a girl and stopped to watch the gossip. In this world, money is king. But the other guy who doesn't have a car is very handsome. We can't just judge by financial resources. What's the point of having good looks? If you don't have money, you will still be beaten by the rules of society after you graduate from school. I still support the girl to go with the BMW guy. After hearing everyone's discussion, Fong Likun, who felt that he had the support of the majority, was in a very happy mood. Does this pretty boy really think he can defeat someone with great ability and wealth? Today's young people are still too naive. Fong Likun opened the passenger door further and was dreaming of holding the beauty in his arms. A roar as if coming from the distant sky came from far away. Then, a silver-gray car figure like a beast flashed from the corner of the school road. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Oh my god. It's the Koenigsegg Gemera worth 20 million that was exposed on the campus forum before. This is such a great occasion. I didn't expect even the real campus rich guy would come. Everyone craned their necks to look at the driver's seat, and Fong Likun was no exception. He also envies such a top-notch sports car. Maybe I can take this opportunity to get to know this guy. A man of his wealth should hang out with rich young men like him. Fong Likun trotted up eagerly, the driver's door of the Koenigsegg opened upwards, and the designated driver in a blue worksuit stepped out. Ah? Why is it a designated driver? I thought I could see the real face of the rich man. That's right. What a pity. I wanted to give him the little love letter I wrote all day and all night. Everyone could not hide the disappointment on their faces. At this time, the designated driver who got out of the car stretched his neck and looked around at the crowd. After discovering the target, he immediately trotted over to Yifan. Mr. Yi, I've driven your Koenigsegg to you. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me at any time. After saying this, the designated driver calmly left the scene amidst the stunned expressions of everyone. Everyone present was shocked to the extreme at this moment. The handsome young man who was not supported just now turned out to be the legendary owner of Koenigsegg Brother Shinhao. Ah! I didn't expect my brother to be so rich and handsome. It turns out that my love for him was not in vain. It's so funny. That BMW guy was bragging in front of me just now, but in the end, his car is probably not even a fraction of the price of Shinhao Brothers, right? If I were him, I'd want to dig a hole right now and bury my head in it. A jumping toad trying to get in on a handsome couple, ha! All the sarcastic remarks from the crowd reached Fong Likun's ears without missing a single one. He was also completely confused. What is going on? The son of a rich and powerful man that he wanted to get close to was actually the pretty boy in front of him. Then why did I just provoke him in front of him like that? His BMW 7 Series is probably not as expensive as the annual insurance that people pay for Koenigsegg. This time I have really embarrassed myself. Fong Likun looked at Yi Fan cautiously and bowed repeatedly to apologize. Oh my, this is all a misunderstanding. How can a crappy car like mine compare to your luxury car? I am out of my mind, just treat me as if I am talking nonsense. I wish you and your junior high school sister a sweet and happy life. I'm going to go to a hospital right now to get checked out. I'm just a pure idiot. Please don't take it to heart. As Fong Likun spoke, he quickly ran back to his car, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. As a result, because he was driving too fast, the passenger door was not closed properly and it hit the tree trunk next to it, breaking off a piece of it on the spot. Fong Likun did not dare to stop and just drove away in the broken car. Yi Fan was amused by the man's words, which showed that he acknowledged his grandson without any reservation. He has admitted that he is mentally ill, so just let him be. The farce was over, and Yi Fan put Luo Hanji's luggage into the trunk of the Koenigsegg. Get in the car, Hanji. Which building is your dormitory? I'll take you there now. Luo Hanji was still a little dazed as he looked at the extremely cool sports car in front of him. Her mother had clearly told her before that Aunt Gui's family was just an ordinary family similar to theirs. How come brother Yi Fan drives such a nice car? And I just heard someone say that this car is worth at least 20 million. Luo Hanji was a little afraid to move. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked curiously as he saw the little girl standing there without moving. Are you really brother Yi Fan? Luo Hanji looked at him cautiously. Yi Fan couldn't help laughing. This little girl was quite vigilant. There was no other way, Yi Fan had to call his mother in front of her to confirm. Chapter 15. Seeing that the video call was connected, Yi Fan turned the phone screen directly in front of Luo Hanji. Wo Chuansue's simple face appeared on the screen and looked around. When she saw clearly that it was Luo Hanji's little face on the other end of the phone, Wo Chuansue hurriedly asked with concern. What's wrong, Hanji? Did that brat Yi Fan bully you? Why did you suddenly call your aunt? Yi Fan behind the screen held his forehead helplessly. Mom, can't you just hope for me? Why do you portray me as a bully all of a sudden? Upon seeing this, Luo Hanji immediately waved his hand quickly at Wo Chuansue to indicate that this was not the case. No, auntie. Brother Yi Fan is a very good person. He just helped me out. It's just that there was a small misunderstanding just now, so I wanted to confirm it with you again. Is that so? That's good. Then Fan, you must remember to take good care of the girl. I know, Mom. Yi Fan felt like his ears were about to get calluses from his mother's constant nagging. As expected, no matter how big he gets or how rich he becomes, in the eyes of his own queen mother, he is still a bastard who is to be nagged about. After a few pleasantries, Yi Fan hung up the phone, looked up at Luo Hanji and asked. Sister Hanji, can we go now? Luo Hanji stuck out his tongue apologetically. Yeah, of course. She nodded hurriedly and then quickly sat in the passenger seat. On the way to the dormitory, Luo Hanji still felt that his behavior just now was a bit rude. I'm sorry, brother Yi Fan, I misunderstood you just now. It's okay, I understand. It's normal for you girls to be safety conscious. And it's just a phone call, you don't have to take it to heart. Yi Fan's calm and gentle response finally made Luo Hanji feel a little relieved, and also let down some of her guard. The two began to chat like friends. From the conversation, Yi Fan learned that Luo Hanji was a freshman in the dance department this year. The full name of his major was dance performance, and he majored in ballet. No wonder when Yifan first met Luo Han, he felt that she had a fairy-like feeling that was different from other girls. It turns out that she studied dance. Then if you have any performance reports in the future, I will definitely go and support you. Okay, if brother Yifan comes, I will definitely perform even harder. Yifan greeted her and asked her why she missed the first day of school. However, at this moment, Luo Hanji's originally cheerful expression suddenly froze, and Yifan did not ask about it anymore but changed the topic. Soon, Yifan drove the car to the downstairs of the freshman dormitory building of the art department. Some girls who had come back early to wash up were hanging clothes on the balcony. When they looked down, they saw a super cool sports car. Wow! Come and see. The sports car worth 20 million from the campus forum has appeared downstairs from us. Where is it? Let me see, let me see. It really is that Koenigsegg. This sports car is so cool in person. It's much more stylish than in the photo. Oh my god, this car is parked here now. Could it be that the owner is coming to our dormitory building to look for someone? A girl guessed. Upon hearing this, the other girls couldn't help but start fixing their hair and clothes, determined to look their best. Maybe this rich brother is here to find them. At this moment, every girl on the balcony was looking forward to it, just like Cinderella in the fairy tale waiting for the prince to come with crystal shoes. However, the next second, they saw a girl with extremely high looks and extraordinary temperament stepping down from the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg. Luo Hanji's skin, which was as white as snow, seemed to exude a fairy-like aura, completely shattering everyone's original hopes. Are there any freshmen in our class that good-looking? That's right. I haven't heard of this person before when I reported to school. I feel like her looks are on par with those senior girls who are known as school beauties. The girls were so unwilling at this moment. But there is nothing we can do about it. Who says that the first thing society looks at is the face? The boys in the building opposite also noticed the movement downstairs. Fuck. This new student is so pretty. She's really beautiful. I think I'm good enough again. I must chase her. You? Didn't you see whose car he got out of? That's the super rich guy. Look at that supercar he's driving. How many lifetimes can we afford it? The boys were deeply hurt by someone's sober remarks, and the expressions of jealousy and resentment on their faces were extremely ugly. Damn, why are all the good girls taken by these rich second-generation guys? Humph, even if you have money, you still have to know how to eat. I guess the owner of this Koenigsegg must be very ugly. Short and fat. Such a person can only be looked at with a few bucks. Maybe he will be judged as disturbing the city appearance as soon as he shows up. A boy who was once kept by a rich woman because of his good looks pretended to be indifferent and spoke up. His sarcastic remarks were immediately supported by several other boys who were equally unhappy. Yes, I think so too. Otherwise, how could he get all the good things? It seems that having money is just compensation for their mental damage given by God. Upon hearing this, several people laughed contentedly. At this moment, a long leg in black suit pants stepped nimbly down from the Koenigsegg. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Yifan's shadow cast on the ground was stretched very long after he stood still, and the golden sunlight shone on his angular profile. An exceptionally handsome and beautiful face suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Ah! Is this the true appearance of the rich brother? Is he originally so handsome? No! I must marry him. Bro, I love you. The moment they saw Yifan's true face, all the girls watching on the balcony screamed like chickens. Yifan's handsomeness made them completely forget their reserve, and they just wanted to loudly express how obsessed they were with such a handsome and rich brother. Brother, look at me. I'm Hong Duo Duo from the music department, and my WeChat ID is 778. Get out of here. Don't pay attention to her, brother. I'm the only one who's sincere to you. The scene suddenly became chaotic, and someone folded his love letter into a paper airplane and threw it towards Yifan's direction. At this time, Yifan was concentrating on moving Luo Hanji's luggage out of the trunk, so he didn't listen carefully to what was being said upstairs as the noise was getting louder and louder. When the girls saw Yifan carrying Luo Hanji's bag and luggage, they were extremely jealous. Did you see the muscle lines that appeared when Shinhao brother exerted his strength just now? So manly. That's right. Why can't I be the one next to him? The boys on the other side naturally also took a look at Yifan's outstanding appearance and the crazy actions of the girls here. Their faces turned blue. Damn, God is so unfair. He really gets all the good things. How come this guy is not only rich, but also so damn handsome? The faces of a few people who made sarcastic remarks looked as stinky as if they had just come out of a cesspool. After spitting out a few words of Chinese quintessence, they automatically turned off their microphones. Chapter 16. After Yifan sent Luo Hanji to the dormitory, he gave her a few simple instructions and left. Just as he was about to drive back to the school parking lot, Yifan received an invitation letter from the property manager Zhou Chuan on his mobile phone. It is said that a self-service wine tasting event specifically for residents in the central villa area will be held on the top floor of the Imperial Capital Bay building tonight. Everyone living in the central villa area is either rich or noble and has some resources and status. So, to put it bluntly, such a cocktail party is a networking exchange meeting for the wealthy. After thinking for a while, Yifan thought it would be better to just treat it as a trip to meet some friends, so he turned the car around and drove out of the school gate. On the top floor of the Imperial Capital Bay building, stars twinkle outside the all-glass roof. Several registrars in formal attire were checking the guests' identities. This kind of wine tasting event for high-quality people is not open to everyone. Therefore, it is very important to strictly control and prevent outsiders from entering the venue. As guests gradually arrived, several registrars relaxed for a moment and began chatting about the information and gossip they had. Have you heard? The owner of the Yunhai Tian Villa has checked in today. Do you think he will come to the wine tasting party tonight? It's hard to say. How can we be so lucky to meet a boss of this level in one go? True, but I really want to see what he looks like. I guess he must be a mature man who has experienced many ups and downs. Although he is a little older, he is decisive and efficient. Several registrars spoke with stars in their eyes. Even though it is possible that such a big shot is as old as their fathers and grandfathers, but if they have the chance to hook up with such a rich man, it will be a win-win no matter how you calculate it. At this time, Yifan got off the elevator and walked towards the registration office. The registrar sitting in the first seat wanted to check Yifan's information to verify his identity, but when he looked up he was subconsciously stunned. So handsome and young. This must be the rich young master of some owner, right? Hello, welcome to the wine tasting event. Please show me your invitation letter. Yifan clicked on the information interface and handed it over. The next second, the registrar who saw the name on the invitation letter clearly started to tremble in his hand as he was scanning the QR code with his mobile phone. What the hell? This is the owner of Yunhai Tian Villa, Mr. Yifan. At this moment, 10,000 screaming chickens were running through the registrar's heart. The other two registrars noticed her strange behavior and came over to take a look at the invitation letter. Oh my God. The person they were discussing with great interest just now was actually this young man who looked like a college student. This is not only not old at all, it is too young, okay. And he's so handsome. Is there a problem? Yifan looked at the registrar holding the phone in mid-air, not moving, and asked in confusion. No problem, no problem. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The registrar holding the mobile phone quickly suppressed his shock and excitement, and held the phone tightly with both hands to scan the code for registration. Mr. Yi, I have registered. Please come in. Yifan nodded and walked into the inner hall. Several registrars stared at his back, holding each other's hands and discussing enthusiastically how rich and handsome Yifan was. When Yifan entered the inner hall, the men and women in the room were holding wine glasses in their hands, talking and glancing at him subtly. When they saw that it was a young man, they all turned their heads away with uninterested expressions. The reason was simple, because their guesses were the same as the registrar outside just now. People this young are usually just second-generation rich kids who spend their family's money. Have you heard the identity of Yunhai Tian? Not yet. I asked someone here to ask around among those noble families, but I haven't heard that anyone from them has bought Yunhai recently. It wasn't acquired by those noble families? Who could it be? It couldn't be some newly emerged upstart who got it, right? Yunhai Tian Villa exists as the main source of the central villa area. Although in terms of price, it is indeed not astronomical. However, this piece of land has some private details. Without some connections and strong power, you cannot get this house. This can buy the qualification to visit Yunhai for one day, which is much more expensive than the 1 billion yuan on the books. This is not just a matter of money. Several owners chatted for a long time without any result, and they were extremely curious about this mysterious new owner. Yifan had been walking around all day and was already hungry. Many exquisite and easy-to-eat Michelin meals were prepared for the guests at the wine tasting event, so Yifan thought about getting something to fill his stomach first. After taking a few steps towards the table where the food was served, Yifan suddenly saw a familiar figure. Junior sister Song? Why is she here? Shouldn't she be working at Kim Tae-won now? Song Jiro, who was not far from Yifan, was wearing a slim cheongsam with one side slightly split, and was respectfully holding a tray of wine glasses, with a pair of beautiful legs faintly visible. Now Yifan can understand why Song Jiro's appearance score is the highest so far. The reason is simple: this 172 centimeters tall, bright and beautiful woman has a really great figure. Yifan was just about to go over and say hello to her. At this time, a drunk man staggered past Song Jiro. Song Jiro was unable to dodge and the man bumped into the tray she was holding. The wine-red liquid instantly poured onto the man's suit. Are you fucking blind? Do you know how much my suit costs? How dare you bump into me? Guan Mingze immediately started cursing and pulled Song Jiro to teach her a lesson. Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Song Jiro quickly apologized and raised her little face. Guan Mingze was stunned for a moment. Damn, she's pretty. How about this? I'm not the kind of person who would deliberately make things difficult for others. If you stay with me for one night, I won't ask you to pay me. How about that? As Guan Mingze spoke, his lustful eyes wandered over Song Jiro, and he looked like he was about to drool. What? Upon hearing this request, Song Jiro was so frightened that her face turned pale. Just follow me obediently, I will treat you well. After saying that, Guan Mingze increased his strength and prepared to pull Song Jiro away directly. Chapter 17. There was a loud bang. Yifan kicked Guan Mingze's hand that was holding Song Jiro away, and then pulled Song Jiro in front of him to protect her. Guan Mingze lost his balance and crashed into a nearby bar. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Guan Mingze stood up in a panic, pointing at Yifan and cursing with spit flying. The other people present also noticed the conflict here, but at this time their eyes were full of disapproval of Yifan's behavior. Guan Mingze is well known for his arrogance and brutality among all the owners in the Central Villa area. He had been lucky enough to get into the live streaming industry and catch the money-making trend, and he quickly accumulated personal assets. So this guy is actually a nouveau riche. Moreover, he often uses his unspoken rules to take advantage of the anchors under him, and so far no woman he wants has been able to escape his clutches. Everyone thought that Yifan, who had taken the lead, was in big trouble. What's more, in the entire Central Villa area, except for Yun Haitian, the identities and status of other people are almost the same, so no one would deliberately cause trouble for this matter. Damn it! You, a brat who hasn't even fully grown all his hair, dare to show off in front of me. Now I'm going to ask your parents to come out and kowtow to me and apologize together with you. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Guan Mingze shouted, and his ferocious look made it clear that he would not let Yifan go. Song Jiro didn't expect that her own affairs would cause so much trouble to Yifan. She was shaking with fear in Yifan's arms, but she held Yifan tightly for fear that he would get hurt in a conflict. Feeling the trembling fear of the person in his arms, a feeling of anger filled with heartache surged from Yifan's heart. Damn, if he doesn't take action now when facing this kind of bully, what kind of hot-blooded young man would he be? Yifan punched Guan Mingze directly in the face. The flesh on Guan Mingze's face trembled instantly, and several teeth along with blood rushed out of his mouth. You! How dare you hit me? Guan Mingze shouted in disbelief, covering his mouth. I'll hit you if you want. Do I have to choose a day? After Yifan answered, Guan Mingze was angry and wanted to fight back, but before he could hit him, he was hit by Yifan a few more punches. Yifan had just taken the gene upgrading liquid in the afternoon, and his physique was much stronger than that of the average young man. Not to mention that Guan Mingze was a complete good-for-nothing. After a while, Yifan beat him to a pulp and he couldn't fight back at all. The owners around looked at this scene with frowns on their faces, their minds full of thoughts about how Yifan had narrowed the road. Young people nowadays are still too impulsive. He was venting his anger with each punch, but Guan Mingze also had his own men. I'm afraid this young man who took action is really going to be in trouble. Guan Mingze had been beaten to a pulp, but he remained stubborn and roared as he retreated. You are definitely dead now. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Aaron. Bring some of your men up here right now. I was beaten up by a bastard, come up and kill him for me. When Song Jiro heard this, she burst into tears of fear because she was worried that Ji Fan would be beaten. She quickly grabbed Ji Fan's sleeve and said, "Brother Yi, I will go and apologize to that person now, and then you should leave quickly. It's no use apologizing to this evil person now. He will only continue to get worse." Yi Fan felt sorry for Song Jiro's frightened look and continued to comfort her softly. "Don't worry, I'm here, everything will be fine." Then, Yi Fan took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Manager Zhou, right? I met an idiot at a wine tasting. Come over here." When others heard that Ji Fan was only calling Manager Zhou, they couldn't help but frown and shake their heads. What is the point for this young man to call the property manager of the villa complex now? When conflicts arise among ordinary residents like them, a property manager would be busy trying to avoid getting involved, so how could he possibly stand up for him? Guan Mingze also laughed. "You were so arrogant just now that I almost thought you had some power. But you actually called the property management? If I don't break one of your legs right now, I'll take your last name." At this time, Guan Mingze's subordinate along came up with a few younger brothers with dyed yellow hair. "Boss, are you okay? Who hurt you?" Guan Mingze pointed his chin at Yi Fan. "Damn it, that stinky boy. Beat him to death." Aaron and the others nodded, rolled up their sleeves and rushed towards Yi Fan. "Stop." Zhou Qiwen, who received Yi Fan's call, also arrived at this time. Seeing several people about to attack Yi Fan, he quickly shouted out. Hearing Zhou Qiwen's words to stop him, Guan Mingze spat a mouthful of blood on the ground with an unhappy look on his face. "Manager Zhou, are you sure you want to get involved in the affairs between us owners? This kid has provoked me, and I will deal with him no matter what he says today. Don't blame me for not warning you first." Zhou Qiwen glanced at Yi Fan secretly when he heard this. Since Mr. Yi asked him to come over, he must have tacitly agreed that he could reveal something. After figuring it out, Zhou Qiwen immediately became serious and stopped calling Guan the owner. Instead, he called Guan Mingze by his full name. "Guan Mingze, are you sure you want to deal with Mr. Yi Fanya, the owner of Yunhai Tian Villa in our central villa area?" As soon as these words were spoken, shock was written all over everyone's faces. There were even people who lost their grip on their wine glasses and dropped them heavily on the ground. Could this young man in front of them be the owner of the Yunhai Tian Villa that they had just been discussing? When Guan Mingze heard this, his face suddenly changed. If he was the owner of Yunhai Tian Villa, he would not dare to confront him like this even if he was given 10 lives. For a person like this who has a background of extremely high confidentiality, the true identity behind it must be terrifying. But the man in front of me looks too young no matter how I look at him. Does he really have that much energy? Guan Mingze still wanted to take a chance and asked, "Manager Zhou, are you telling the truth?" Zhou Qiwen snorted coldly. "Guan Mingze, I think you've drunk too much and ruined your brain. With the distinguished status of Yi Fan, do I really need to joke with a lowly person like you?" After getting the answer, Guan Mingze's face turned pale quickly, and even the red blush from drunkenness was scared away. He silently moved his butt back, trying to pretend that he had done nothing. Aaron and his younger brothers had no idea what was going on and started asking, "Boss, are we still going to fight now?" All of a sudden, everyone's attention was focused on Guan Mingze again. He was instantly scared to death. Damn these idiots, just stop talking at this time. Looking at Guan Mingze's cowardly look now, Yi Fan smiled. "Of course we have to do it. Just now your boss said he wanted to cut off one of my legs, right Guan Mingze?" Chapter 18. Guan Mingze looked up at Yi Fan who was asking him questions. He didn't know whether to answer or not. He could only slap himself a few times and apologize to Yi Fan. "Mr. Yi, what I said just now was all nonsense. I was so confused at the time that I said those nonsense. I apologize to you. Mr. Yi, please don't take it to heart. Brother Mingze, look at what you said. Everyone here knows that the most important thing in social interactions between people is honesty. You must do what you say." Yi Fan sneered and said, "Just this object, Brother Mingze, whose legs do you think are more suitable to be cut off?" Guan Mingze understood the meaning of Yi Fan's words in seconds, and was shaking with fear. He wanted to beg for mercy again, but when he looked up, he met Yi Fan's eyes that clearly showed that he had the final say. Unload my legs." Guan Mingze trembled as he declared the fate he deserved. Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. Aaron was still confused. "Really, boss? Are you going to be so cruel to yourself? Damn you, you idiot. And, why don't you just do it and kill me? Guan Mingzi gritted his teeth and vented all his anger on his brainless subordinates. Along and his companions had no choice but to follow Guan Mingzi's instructions and go up to beat him up. Then several people joined forces to attack Guan Mingzi's thigh. Ah! The entire scene was filled with Guan Mingzi's miserable screams. The lingering sound seemed to be able to linger in the room for 3 days. The matter was resolved. Zhou Qiwen apologized to Yi Fan repeatedly, and Yi Fan left with Song Jiro. All the owners who wanted to come up and hand Yi Fan their business cards were rejected by him without exception. To Yi Fan, these numb and powerful people here tonight are not worthy of knowing him. The only gain from coming here tonight is that Song Jiro was not hurt. As for making friends, Yi Fan clearly realized that the only people who would be qualified to meet and cooperate with him in the future would be those who were at least 10 times higher in status than the muggles present. Yi Fan took Song Jiro and walked quickly out of Bay Building. However, because Song Jiro was wearing high heels to work tonight, she accidentally sprained her ankle after walking a few more steps. Song Jiro wanted to pretend that nothing was wrong and continued walking, but the next second Yi Fan grabbed her by the waist. "Brother, I can walk by myself." The posture of the two now is that Yi Fan is personally holding Song Jiro in his arms like a princess, and the whole atmosphere is extremely ambiguous. Song Jiro's fair little face quickly turned red. Yi Fan ignored her little protest and carried her directly to a nearby park, where he placed her steadily on a bench by the roadside. After going to a nearby pharmacy to buy some ice packs and Chinese medicine patches, Yi Fan half knelt down and held Song Jiro's sprained foot, preparing to treat her. Song Jiro screamed and tried to retract her foot. She wanted her senior brother to touch her feet and treat her wounds. This is too shameful. "Brother Yi, I can do it myself. Be obedient and don't move." Yi Fan directly pulled back Song Jiro's smooth and slender ankle and applied an ice pack to her swollen wound. After hearing Yi Fan's order, Song Jiro just sat there obediently like a robot and dared not move. But when she saw Yi Fan frowning unconsciously, she subconsciously pressed it lightly with her finger. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. "What are you doing? Seeing that you don't look very happy, senior brother Yi, I just wanted to smooth out your frown." Yi Fan was touched by Song Jiro's cute explanation and his smile became even brighter. But he also realized that he was indeed angrier tonight than usual. Especially when he saw Song Jiro's helpless and pitiful appearance in the inner hall, he felt even more distressed and angry. Yi Fan thought, maybe beautiful girls are more likely to make people feel sorry for them. "By the way, why are you here tonight? Jin Taiyuan doesn't have work today?" "Actually, it's like this. Since you promoted me to hotel manager, Manager Fan has been very kind to me, so I don't work as many hours at Jin Taiyuan as before. So I wanted to take advantage of the extra time to do more part-time jobs. After all, I can earn several thousand a night as a hostess in such a high-end meeting room." Song Jiro explained in a somewhat foolish manner. After hearing this, Yi Fan immediately sighed at Fan Hua in his heart. Last time I praised him for being smart, but it turns out this guy is now working in completely the wrong direction. Yi Fan just wanted him to keep Song Jiro in the store longer, but now, he pushed her out. "Are you doing so much work because you are short of money?" Yi Fan asked. Hearing Yi Fan's question, Song Jiro bit her lip and after a long time she hummed softly. "You can borrow it from me. This is the most I have right now," Yi Fan said naturally. After all, he was not bragging, he really had a lot of money. No, that's absolutely not possible. My parents taught me since I was a child that I must be a self-reliant person. What's more, senior brother Yi, you have helped me a lot before. If it weren't for this kind-hearted senior brother in front of her, how could she have suddenly become the restaurant manager of Kim Tae-won and earned such a much higher salary than before?" Yi Fan suddenly knew where this seamless feeling of intimacy with Song Jiro came from. She is really similar to the previous self who was struggling with life. Because he had the same feeling about this situation, Yi Fan felt a little distressed for Song Jiro at this moment. "Then don't do this kind of part-time job anymore, or I, as your boss, will deduct your salary." In order to prevent Song Jiro from encountering the same situation as tonight again, Yi Fan deliberately warned her fiercely. "Yeah, I definitely won't dare to do that, brother Yi, I know I was wrong, please don't deduct my salary." Song Jiro pinched Yi Fan's sleeve pitifully and admitted her mistake. As soon as Yi Fan looked up, he saw Song Jiro unconsciously acting coquettishly to him with her incredibly beautiful face. Ah, a critical strike from a beauty. Yi Fan's breathing stagnated and he felt his meridians becoming hot. "Well, okay, then you should work hard in the future and don't think about these random part-time jobs. Especially don't go to such complicated places, understand? Song Jiro nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice. Yi Fan had already made up her mind. When she returned, she would ask Fan Hua to arrange a full workload for her, and then quietly increase her salary. After the ice compress was almost done, Yi Fan covered the swelling with a Chinese herbal patch that relaxed muscles and promoted blood circulation. Fortunately, the injury isn't serious. After 48 hours, apply some hot compresses on yourself and it should heal quickly. Yeah, thank you, brother. The two returned to school. Yi Fan sent Song Jiro to the dormitory and was about to go back when she stopped him again. By the way, senior brother, I have already washed the coat you borrowed from me last time. I will go upstairs and get it back to you now. After saying that, Song Jiro went upstairs. When she came down again, Song Jiro had already changed into her own clothes. It was an old sweatshirt that had been washed many times and was a little faded, with a few traces of stitching on it. Yi Fan took the coat and said, "Please make some time on the weekend. I will take you out to buy clothes." Song Jiro wanted to refuse, but she saw Yi Fan turning his back to her, waving his hand and walking away. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little bit of anticipation. Chapter 19. Yi Fan drove to the school parking lot and happened to meet three roommates who were returning to the dormitory after dinner. Yi Fan stopped the car and greeted the three people. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua also saw the Koenigsegg driven by Yi Fan at a glance, and rushed over to touch this top supercar themselves. Wow! So this is what a $20 million sports car feels like. It feels so good that I feel like I'm going to heaven. Yang Zhenghao was absorbed in stroking the car body, his expression was one of ecstasy. Meng Guanghua also praised repeatedly, pinching the tires here and touching the brand logo there. Huang Yu, who had been concentrating on browsing his phone, looked up and saw the two people acting as if they were alone. No. Why are these two guys touching other people's cars like this? Won't the car owner be angry? Huang Yu wanted to pull the two people away, and then stretched his neck to look at the owner of the car. It turned out that the person sitting in the driver's seat was Yi Fan, the third brother in the dormitory. Third brother. Why are you sitting in this sports car? Hey, you're out of date, didn't you hear our discussion last time when you were playing games? This Koenigsegg belongs to your third brother. Nanny. Huang Yu's face was filled with disbelief and shock. Fuck, third brother, are you rich? This car doesn't look cheap. Of course it's not cheap. The full price of this car is nearly 20 million. Meng Guanghua added at the right time. Huang Yu was so frightened that his mouth turned into an O shape. This was too scary. The price of this car can buy a villa in the capital city. Alright, the three of you hurry up and come up. Last time I promised to take you for a tour around the school. Yi Fan called out. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua immediately got into the car with a smile, and pulled Huang Yu, who was still petrified, in. With a roar of the accelerator, in the night of Imperial Capital University, a cool silver-gray car silhouette shuttled through every corner of the campus. Everywhere Koenigsegg drove past, it attracted the attention of other students. Wow! This is the first time a beautiful woman looks at me with such excitement. Yang Zhenghao raised his eyebrows at the girl on the side of the road while sitting in the car, and the girl immediately blew him a kiss. Yi Fan was chatting with his three roommates when the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! After the doctor's examination, it was detected that Guan Mingze had an incurable injury. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of punishing evil and promoting good and obtaining 100% of the shares of Mr. 13 Bar worth 100 million. I didn't expect that I would get a reward for beating up that bastard Guan Mingze. Yi Fan was very satisfied with this unexpected surprise and suggested. Hey guys, I just bought a bar, why don't we go there tonight? We've just finished all the places in the school. The other three immediately nodded in ecstasy, and with a neat drift turn, the Koenigsegg sped towards the west road of the Workers' Stadium and the Imperial Capital in the dark. When Yi Fan drove the Koenigsegg to the parking space near the entrance of Mr. 13 Bar and stopped. Yang Zhenghao just noticed that the bar Yi Fan brought them to was actually the most famous and upscale nightclub in the capital, Mr. 13 Bar. Oh my god, the bar you bought, is it Mr. 13 Bar? Yang Zhenghao asked in surprise. Yeah, what's the matter? Have you heard of this bar? Yi Fan asked back. Although the system gave him the bar, Yi Fan himself didn't know much about these bars and nightclubs, so when he saw Yang Zhenghao's shocked expression, he became curious about the origin of this bar. Oh my god! I've heard of it a lot more than just hearing about it. This is Mr. 13's bar. If it ranks second in the entire imperial capital, no one would dare to rank first. I remember the news said that this bar had an investment of more than 90 million yuan. It can be said that this is the most luxurious nightclub in the entire imperial capital. Yang Zhenghao's science popularization left Meng Guanhua and Huang Yu dumbfounded. Originally, they thought Yifan just bought a small but beautiful bar, but he ended up buying the best bar in the entire capital. How rich is he then? After parking the car, Yifan led the three of them into the bar. The security guard was just about to ask them to line up for security check when the light suddenly allowed him to see Yifan's face clearly. The security guard immediately bowed respectfully to Yifan. "Hello, boss." Then the four people were invited in through the VIP channel, and other ordinary customers could only continue to queue obediently. Wow! As expected, when following the big boss Lao San in, the service attitude is different. Yang Zhenghao exclaimed. "You three are my brothers. No matter when you come, my men will still treat you as the boss." The four of them walked into the inner hall, chatting and laughing. It is not yet 10:30. Mr. 13 Bar focuses on high-end and luxurious entertainment experiences. Therefore, unlike other low-end bars, they do not play low-quality speakers that would blast your eardrums. Instead, they play soothing and relaxing music. Another Carnival Kingdom will not begin until after 10:30. Yifan took a look at the center booth facing the DJ booth with the best view and walked over with the three of them. As we approached the booth, another group of people came towards us. The leader was actually Shirkai, the dormitory head of another boys' dormitory in the same class, who always targeted Yifan's dormitory at school. "Hey, isn't this Yifan? How come the poor people in the dormitory dare to come to a place like this now?" Shirkai sneered condescendingly, and several of his friends from other schools behind him also laughed loudly after hearing what he said. "And judging from your expressions, you guys are also going to sit in the booth we picked?" Meng Guanhua got angry when he saw Shirkai's mean look. "What does it have to do with you where we sit? And you see this seat is yours? You tell it to sit there and see if it responds to you." Shirkai didn't expect that Meng Guanhua, who had always been honest and allowed him to ridicule her, would dare to fight back against him, and was choked by his words for a moment. But he has so many friends outside of school watching him, there is no way he would let these poor bastards get ahead of him. Shirkai suddenly had an idea and started shouting to the people around him. "Excuse me for disturbing you all. I have something I would like to ask you to help me judge. The four people on the other side and I all want this booth, so I decided to pay for half of the entire party tonight. As long as they can pay more than me, I will give this booth to them. What do you think? The most satisfying way to deal with these poor bastards is of course to crush them with money." Shirkai was already feeling very happy just thinking about Yifan and the others sneaking away in a dusty state. As soon as Shirkai said this, the surrounding customers immediately cheered and applauded. Since they are the ones who are getting the advantage anyway, of course they will fan the flames as big as possible. The whole audience immediately shouted towards Yifan, "Compete with him! Compete with him! Compete with him!" Listening to the noise of the crowd, Yifan seemed completely unmoved. He took his three brothers and sat in the booth in a domineering manner. Chapter 20. Shirkai never expected that Yifan would not even respond and directly occupied the booth with the entire dormitory. The people around who were watching the fun were still encouraging Yifan and Shirkai. Shirkai stepped forward angrily and pointed at Yifan and said, "Don't think that this seat is yours just because you sit down. Either you compete with me to see who pays more, or you leave now. Even if you sit on it, I can still ask the security guards to chase you away." Yifan sneered and directly took the wine list to slap away Shirkai's thin dog fingers. "This is my own place, and you want to compete with me? Are you worthy enough? Not only are you not qualified to compete with me, you will never be able to set foot here again." After saying that, Yifan handed the wine list to Yang Zhenghao and the others to order, while he slowly opened his hands and leaned comfortably on the sofa. Shirkai was almost angry to death. "You guys really are bumpkins who have never been here. Do you really think that you are the master of this place just because you sit in the booth? Do you want to give me your place back?" At this time, the people around also started to boo. After receiving the news from the security guard that the boss had arrived, the bar manager Quan Pingyi hurried to the inner hall. At first glance, he saw his boss being surrounded and booed by a crowd. There was also a person who didn't know what was happening and was standing in front of his boss and spewing wild words. Quan Pingyi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and rushed over. Guests, please be quiet. A group of people looked at the bar manager's sudden call to stop in confusion. Quan Pingyi came to Yifan with a humbly half-bowed back, as if he wanted to bury his head in the ground, and bowed deeply 90 degrees to Yifan. Boss. I'm so sorry that I'm late and disturbed you and your guests. Hearing Quan Pingyi's words, everyone else's faces suddenly showed stunned expressions. Is this young man the owner of the top bar in the capital? The beauties with exquisite makeup cast admiring glances at him, and the men holding wine glasses also looked at Yifan curiously, their eyes full of envy. Shirkai, who was looking for trouble, was completely confused. This is Mr. 13's bar. If you want to buy the whole store, you have to have at least a small goal. Yifan's conditions at school were so poor, but now he was said to be the owner of Mr. 13 bar. This news is too damn outrageous. Shirkai simply couldn't believe it, but the facts forced him to believe it. He had seen the manager here many times before. Since he was not a big-name customer, Manager Quan had always been indifferent to him. And now, this manager who looked down on him acted as if he was scared to death of Yifan and even called him boss. All of this points to the fact that Yifan is the owner of Mr. 13 bar. Quan Pingyi took another step forward and said, Boss, how about I arrange a top-notch private room for you and your guests right now? No, I just like sitting here. It's lively and has a wide view. How nice. Yifan glanced at Shirkai who was standing beside him, and Shirkai shuddered immediately. Quan Pingyi also quickly caught the look and immediately pushed Shirkai out. Sir, if you make our big boss so unhappy, you are annoying all of us, Mr. 13. Now you'd better take care of yourself and get out of here. We, Mr. 13, will never allow you to enter again. Shirkai and a few of his friends looked at each other, feeling extremely embarrassed, but they did not dare to refute. The people around immediately turned against Shirkai and his group and booed them, all making thumbs down gestures to boo them. Several security guards rushed over and immediately took Shirkai and others out of the bar. Quan Pingyi continued to comfort Yifan and the others. Boss, I'll give you a set of Shenlong suit first. Please drink first. I promise to serve you comfortably tonight. Hearing the word Shenlong suit, everyone was envious again. The Spade Ace Dragon set is definitely a synonym for the best cards in the bar, and a set costs 88,888 yuan. Others who can pool their money together to get a small Shenlong set worth 41,999 yuan can already brag about it for a long time, but now that they are the bosses, they can easily get a big set for free, and they can drink whenever they want. It's true that comparing yourself with others will make you angry. Yang Zhenghao felt so happy when he saw Shirkai being driven away with a frustrated look on his face. Ah, this is so cool. Shirkai wanted to compete with our third brother, but our third brother didn't even have to look at him and chased him away directly. That's right. Do you really think that the money he got from squandering his money can be compared with that of our third brother? Meng Wanghua was also very happy. We have finally avenged ourselves for being looked down upon by Shirkai and his gang. Meng Wanghua was usually attacked the most by Shirkai's group, but as the oldest in the dormitory, he endured the most in order not to worry his brothers. Now the frustration in my heart has finally dissipated a lot. He simply grabbed a bottle of wine and started drinking. Yifan patted Meng Wanghua on the shoulder inconspicuously. He would never let his brothers suffer any injustice again. Quan Pingyi called over a few girls who were wearing revealing clothes and had exquisite makeup. The other three had never seen such a scene before, and they were excited but also inevitably restrained. Brothers, just have fun here and have fun. Even if the sky falls, I will protect you. Yifan set the mood, and the other three gradually relaxed. The beauties fed them wine, and Yang Zhenghao was the first to get the hang of it. While drinking, he told jokes and flirted with the beauty, making her laugh so hard in his arms. Meng Wanghua was reserved and honest. When the girl fed him wine, he drank it quickly, cup after cup. His honest look made the girls laugh, and they could only pat his chest to calm him down and ask him to drink slowly. Huan Yu was a completely socially phobic teenager. He kept glancing at his phone to ease the embarrassment, which made the girl with a good figure so angry that her chest heaved. Bossy, what kind of wine do you want to drink? I'll feed you. The one sitting next to Yifan was the most beautiful person in the booth. She was acting coquettishly to Yifan in a sweet voice and rubbing her body against him intentionally. Yifan looked at the 88 points on her head, feeling a little helpless. The girls he had dated before were all beautiful women with scores above 90, but now this kind of girl who can't bring him any income and has heavy makeup does make him lose interest. But the girl had a lot of tricks up her sleeve, and after several teasings, the fire in Yifan's body began to rise. Yifan had one hand wandering around the girl, and with the other hand he picked up the phone and called Xiao Shiting. On the other side, Xiao Shiting, who had just finished taking a shower, saw the name on the caller ID and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, what's up so late, Mr. Yi?" "Miss Xiao, I'm drinking with my friends in Mr. 13's bar now. Are you interested in coming over?" After making this request, both of them were silent for a few seconds in tacit understanding. Xiao Shiting naturally understood the implications of the invitation at this point. She had remained a virgin until now, just so that she could hit the mark when she met the right person. Therefore, there was certainly no reason for her to refuse Yifan's invitation. "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll be there soon." Xiao Shiting found her most expensive perfume and sprayed it on, then changed into a black off-shoulder dress and a pair of smooth black stockings, then got in a special car and headed for Mr. 13. Chapter 21. After a while, Xiao Shiting arrived at Mr. 13 bar, which had already entered the carnival period. When she arrived at Yifan's booth, the only person left on the sofa next to him was Meng Guanhua, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa due to drinking too much. Yang Zhenghao hugged the girl and went somewhere unknown. Huang Yu ran to a nearby hotel, booked a room and started playing online games. On the sofa in the middle, Yifan was sitting side by side with a seductively dressed woman. When he saw Xiao Shiting coming, he waved his hand to let the woman next to him leave and asked Xiao Shiting to sit next to him. The woman glared at Xiao Shiting with some resentment, but could only leave reluctantly. Xiao Shiting came and sat next to Yifan, poured him a glass of wine, and when she handed it to his mouth, she deliberately withdrew her hand and took a sip herself. There was a little complaint in his tone and expression. It turns out that Mr. Yi already had someone to accompany him just now. "Then wouldn't it be a bother for me to come here?" Yifan tilted his head and looked at her with a sly smile on his face. "Miss Xiao, are you jealous?" "How dare I?" Xiao Shiting continued sourly, "Mr. Yi, you are so outstanding, so naturally there are many women throwing themselves at you. Since other women want to throw themselves at me, what about you?" Yifan asked bluntly. After this verbal exchange between the two, the situation is basically exposed. Naturally, there was no need for Xiao Shiting to be shy anymore. She twisted her body slightly to get closer to Yifan, and her off-shoulder dress fell down a little bit without leaving a trace, revealing her shoulders and collarbones, which were delicate and attractive. The snow-white half is about to come out. "If I say that I just want to pounce on you, Mr. Yi, will you agree, Mr. Yi?" Xiao Shiting deliberately blew hot air into Yifan's ear, and her lips pretended to accidentally brush against Yifan's earlobe. The heat in Yifan's body suddenly rose up. This woman is indeed a witch. Yifan put his hand on Xiao Shiting's legs, which were covered with black stockings, and rubbed them. "Then you can try it." After getting permission, Xiao Shiting put the ace of spades into her mouth and then gave Yifan a kiss. The aroma of wine passed between their lips and teeth, making the ambiguous atmosphere even more charming, and their hands gradually became dishonest. There was only a little space for movement in the booth, and after a while, Yifan put his arm around Xiao Shiting's slender waist and disappeared into the crowded dance floor together. The two of them danced closely and passionately. After a while, Xiao Shiting's whole body was aroused by Yifan, and her face turned red and her legs became weak. Afterwards, Yifan took Xiao Shiting directly to his exclusive luxurious king-size bedroom in the bar. The two played until dawn, trying all kinds of moves. Yifan felt extremely satisfied both physically and mentally. The sunlight shone into the room, and Yifan, whose genes had been upgraded, was still very energetic after a night. Xiao Shiting was extremely tired. Seeing Yifan getting up to leave, she quickly took the initiative to hug Yifan's waist, cleared her hoarse throat and said, "Why are you leaving now? You won't stay with me for a while longer." Moreover, seeing Yifan didn't look tired at all, Xiao Shiting thought that she had performed poorly, so she quickly explained in a coquettish manner, "This time I'm with you, it's just my first time." Yifan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Shiting, who looked very experienced, still stuck to her principles. This immediately made him like her even more. "I just happened to have something to do. Anyway, you are my villa manager now, and I will have plenty of time to spend with you in the future." Yifan comforted her softly, and pinched Xiao Shiting's nose with a wicked smile. Only then did Xiao Shiting feel relieved. Thinking about the wonderful life they would have in the future, her face couldn't help but turn red. After leaving Mr. 13, Yifan went directly to the company where he had previously interned, which was a sub-brand company of Ichuan Company that he had taken over last time. In the past, Yifan always took the subway there as a miserable office worker, but this time it was different. He was going to drive his cool supercar and clean out all the bad apples that had given him trouble before. Taking the elevator to the 15th floor, as soon as he stepped into the company, the front desk clerk immediately greeted Yifan. "Xiao Fan, you haven't been here for a while, how come you suddenly become so much more handsome?" Xiaomei, the receptionist, was a young lady who had been very nice to Yifan before, and the two of them were somewhat familiar with each other. Yifan smiled and walked forward, then stretched out his hand and hooked Xiaomei's finger. "Sister Mei has become much prettier recently." Seeing Yifan's handsome face saying such words, Xiaomei's face quickly turned red like a tomato. Before, in her eyes, Yifan had always been a dull and honest intern boy who didn't talk much. How come he was so good at flirting when he came back this time? The girl's heart, which had been dormant for many years, couldn't help but start beating again. "Then I'll go in and look for someone else." "Sister Mei, you're busy." At this time, Xiaomei was still a little dazzled by Yifan's charm, so she could only nod blankly and watch him go in. Yifan was just about to go to the personnel office, reveal his identity, and then fire the team leader Nie Zhang, who had been making things difficult for him. People who are not conducive to internal unity are not qualified to stay in his company. However, after taking a few steps, Yifan happened to meet Nie Zhang head-on with a frown on his face. When he saw Yifan, Nie Zhang immediately became angry. "Hey! Yifan, you are willing to come back. You young people, are you so young and so lacking in motivation? You've only been working for a few months and you've resigned. I guess you came back today to formally resign. But don't think you can stop working just because you've resigned. Representatives from all the subsidiaries of NextQuan will be here for a meeting. I'm in need of a handyman right now. Go to the tea room right now and make some tea, then pour it for everyone later." Nie Zhang immediately started talking a lot in a bossy manner, looking just as disgusting as before. If this happened to Yifan in the past, he would definitely feel angry and unfair. However, Yifan already knew that he was at the highest point at this time, so when he looked at Nie Zhang's appearance, he inexplicably had an urge to laugh. This may be what people often say: when you stand high enough, some people no longer have the qualifications to make you angry. Yifan was in a good mood at the moment. Looking at Nie Zhang, who was spitting everywhere, he suddenly felt playful. What's the point of just firing him? We must scare this guy to the point of peeing his pants. Yifan pretended to be a little embarrassed and asked, "You really want me to pour tea?" Nie Zhang looked as if he didn't expect Yifan to dare to ask back. "Of course. Don't think that you will be fine if you are not in the company tomorrow. I'm telling you, if you don't work hard today, with my connections and abilities, I can spread your name, Yifan, throughout the industry and no one will dare to hire you anymore. Do you believe me?" After saying that, Nie Zhang hurried to the conference room to prepare his PPT. If he performs well in front of the representatives in this report, he will definitely be on the next promotion list. He was so excited just thinking about getting a promotion and a raise. Yifan looked at Nie Zhang's hurriedly leaving back, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. "I'm thirsty too, so I might as well go and listen to my company's internal meeting while drinking some tea." Chapter 22. Yifan made himself a cup of the most expensive dahongpo in the tea room, and then walked slowly into the huge company conference room. When the door of the conference room was opened, Nie Zhang was passionately explaining his plan on the stage. But seeing that he was boasting about the plans but had only a vague understanding of the specific details, Yifan knew that these plans must have been squeezed out of his interns. At this time, representatives from other subsidiaries in the conference room were all concentrating on listening to Nie Zhang's report on the stage, so no one noticed Yifan, who came in. Yifan slowly sat down at the last main seat opposite the reporting desk, then blew on the hot tea in the cup and drank it slowly. When Nie Zhang saw Yifan's rebellious behavior, he immediately stopped explaining and pointed at Yifan and shouted, "Yifan! What are you doing? I asked you to come in to serve tea to the company representatives. What do you mean by sitting in your seat and drinking tea? Do you think you can sit anywhere you want?" Representatives of other subsidiaries followed Nie Zhang's line of sight and looked over. Zhang Jianming, the manager of Yichuan head office, was shocked the moment he saw Yifan's face clearly and immediately got up from his chair. "Dong! Chairman! You are here to sit in on the meeting as well." When they heard Zhang Jianming address Yifan, all the subsidiary representatives present were stunned. They had heard the news of the acquisition of the head office's shares a long time ago, but they never expected that the acquirer would be such a young man in front of them. All the representatives stood up, and under the leadership of Zhang Jianming, they all bowed to Yifan and said, "Hello, Chairman. Nie Zhang, who had just been cursing at Yifan, now had his eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. By the time he reacted, he was so terrified that he couldn't control himself. The intern whom he had exploited in every possible way was now the chairman of a company that had acquired an entire group of companies. And just now, he was outside, asking Yifan to serve him tea and water without knowing the consequences. Nie Zhang's legs couldn't stop shaking, and he couldn't stop the fear in his heart even though he swallowed wave after wave of saliva. Seeing that everyone was bending over and waiting for his order before they dared to stand up, Yifan quickly waved his hand. Everyone, don't be so polite. Team leader Nie asked me to pour tea for you. Manager Jiang, how about I pour some for you first? Jiang Jianming waved his hands frantically to indicate that it was not necessary. All of us here rely on your brilliance to work in the company. How could we possibly ask you to pour tea for us little ones? After he finished speaking, he immediately slammed the table and yelled at Nie Zhang. Team leader Nie. Are you outrageous? You didn't arrange a seat for our CEO Yi at the meeting, but you actually dared to let CEO Yi come in and serve tea and water? Are you crazy? I. At this point, Nie Zhang didn't dare to say a word back. If he had known that Yifan was now the chairman of the group, he would not have dared to do that even if he had 10 times the courage. What? You're so guilty that you can't even say a word, right? And you're pouring tea? I think you're the one who needs to drink something to sober up. Jiang Jianming immediately picked up the mineral water at hand and splashed it on Nie Zhang's face. At this moment, nothing Jiang Jianming does is excessive. Nie Zhang has offended his own chairman like this. If he doesn't punish him and teach him a lesson, where will the boss's face be? Of course, no one at the scene knew that this was exactly what Yifan wanted to achieve. Yifan found the scene in front of him very interesting, and the tea tasted even better. Manager Jiang, our company has always been based on the people-oriented business philosophy, but if there are always a few bad apples who take advantage of newcomers, it will not be good for our company's reputation if it gets out, right? I know that everyone here is busy, but you still need to pay more attention to the corners under your control. Hearing Yifan's heartfelt words, Jiang Jianming immediately understood what his director meant. He bowed again and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I was incompetent and negligent. I will definitely deal with this matter seriously, investigate the previous injustices in the company, and fire the relevant personnel. Especially you. Nie Zhang. Go to the HR department right now to get your resignation letter. You've been fired. Nie Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He originally wanted to use this meeting to move to a higher level. How come I can't even keep my job now? I was wrong, Mr. Yi. Please give me another chance. Nie Zhang was about to go over and pull up Yifan's trouser legs to beg for mercy, but the next second he was dragged out by the security guard called by Jiang Jianming. The noise in the conference room had already spread outside, and colleagues at their workstations looked at Nie Zhang, who was being dragged away crying, with confused faces. But at the same time, they were extremely happy about this matter. The entire company had been suffering from this bastard Nie Zhang for a long time. I just don't know which executive was so kind today to help them solve this cancer. Everyone looked at the movements in the conference room curiously. After a while, representatives from other companies came out, surrounding Yifan. Isn't that our former colleague, the young intern Yifan? Yes, it's him. But why do the bosses seem to be so polite to him? Colleagues looked at the executives walking towards them in confusion. Jiang Jianming quickly asked his colleagues at their workstations to stop what they were doing. Everyone stopped for a moment. This is Yifan, the chairman of our Ichuan company. The chairman has come to visit you specially. Let's applaud and welcome him. Wah! What? All the colleagues looked at each other, and everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Several executives have already led the applause. It took a while for the colleagues to react before they followed the rhythm and clapped vigorously. This is too magical. The chairman is actually by my side? Really? At Mr. Ye's age, who could have imagined that his true identity is so awesome? That's right. Back then, Mr. Yi and I were both interns who entered the company at the same time, but before I was even hired as a full-time employee, he was already the chairman of the company. Is this the gap between people? Tot. After people from various departments of the company came to greet Yifan, the executives gathered around to see Yifan out of the company. Xiaomei at the front desk saw the executives coming out and was about to say hello and goodbye when she heard the executives respectfully addressing Yifan as Mr. Yi. At the same time, my computer received a mass email from the chairman of the board of directors. Xiaomei covered her mouth in disbelief. And she just called Mr. Yi Xiaofan. Isn't this too disrespectful? However, after seeing Yi Fan's high-spirited appearance among the senior executives, she felt a little more admiration for him than ever before. After leaving the company, Yi Fan got into the Koenigsegg. All the accounts that needed to be settled have been settled. The next days would be ones of pure enjoyment. Yi Fan planned to first take inventory of what he owned and then make arrangements for the future. Chapter 23. After Yi Fan drove the car back to the school parking lot and parked it, he counted his current assets in his mind as he walked. 60% of the shares of Jinjiang Group with a market value of 50 billion, Yunhai Villa with a market value of 1 billion, 55% of the shares of Ichuan Company with a market value of 10 billion, and Mr. 13 Bar with a market value of 100 million. There is also over 1.4 billion in bank cash. There is no need to calculate Koenigsegg, more than 20 million is just a small amount. Yi Fan converted the above assets and found out that his current net worth was only about 40 billion, not even 50 billion. This won't work. The progress is still a bit too slow. Yi Fan couldn't help but shout inwardly. Oh God, please send me a real gold digger. Yi Fan was walking along the school road with a slightly distressed look on his face when he heard the voices of several boys having a heated discussion. If you were to choose a girlfriend from the most beautiful girls in our school, who would you choose? Compared to the school beauties, I think the graduate student from the international department is the most attractive. Are you talking about Yukor, the gold digger who was famous for having many backups? You know what, her natural sexiness is really unforgettable. Also, I heard that although she has a lot of backup men and is very clear about spending money and accepting gifts, many men are willing to be kept hanging. It is said that up to now, no man has actually been able to ask her out. Not only that, let alone asking them out, there are only a few people who even added me on WeChat. Damn it, if I had money, I would really like to try to seduce such a difficult woman. Several boys smacked their lips regretfully as they spoke, but of course they were just thinking about it. None of those who spent money to seduce Yukor in the past had a good ending. Yi Fan listened to the conversation between several people and suddenly became energetic. Isn't what they are talking about the gold digger who is only interested in making money what they need most right now? As long as Yi Fan can spend money to get rewards, he doesn't care about things like character. If her character is really bad, then we can just give it to her for free after we both get what we want. Anyway, Yi Fan will not lose out no matter how we calculate it. Yi Fan quickly stopped a few boys. Hey buddy, how can we find this money-digging senior you guys are talking about? When several boys heard Yi Fan's question, they looked at each other. One of them quickly put his hand on Yi Fan's shoulder and said, "It's for your own good. Brother, I advise you not to wade into this muddy water. Many boys before were just like you and didn't believe in evil. In the end, they were all sucked dry by Yukor and ended up with nothing in the end. This woman only loves herself. We must not follow in their footsteps." Yi Fan smiled faintly. If it comes to sucking blood, then he has a systematic way of sucking the blood of gold diggers. It's okay, just tell me, I'll just listen. Well, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. At this time, their international department should be having an equestrian class at the school's horse farm. The boy wanted to persuade Yi Fan, but he found that after Yi Fan got the answer, he waved goodbye to them and walked towards the horse farm. Several boys looked at Yi Fan's receding back and couldn't help but sigh. Another promising young man is about to embark on a path of no return in life. Yi Fan arrived near the horse farm, where a group of men and women dressed in equestrian clothing were standing in the inner circle, waiting for the class to begin. Yi Fan saw at a glance that one of them had an extremely graceful figure. Even wrapped in layers of equestrian clothing, the woman's curvaceous figure was still outlined to the fullest. The extreme waist-to-hip ratio, which is significantly better than that of ordinary people, perfectly highlights her sexy femininity. Her thick wavy hair is draped over her shoulders, and her bright red lips show off her intense beauty. It is really a bright and beautiful flower in the world. No wonder so many men are willing to follow suit. In what should have been a serious class, Yukor was now surrounded by boys who were concerned about her. But all they asked was whether she was thirsty or hungry. Yukor frowned impatiently as she looked at the drinks and bread in their hands. She doesn't need these few bites of food and drinks. It's too cheap to try to get close to her by using these things. Yi Fan walked closer to the crowd and checked Yukor's appearance score. 94 points. This is much higher than Yi Fan had imagined. This means that there are a large number of valuable rewards waiting for you ahead. Yifan quickened his pace with a little excitement and came directly in front of Yukir. Hello, beautiful lady, how much does it cost to add you on WeChat? Just tell me the amount. Every profession has its own expertise. For a prey with such a clear target, Yifan doesn't need to use any tricks. He can just use the right medicine directly. Yukir was a little surprised by Yifan's directness. This was the first time she met a man who was so straightforward. However, she was not a person who would hide her materialistic nature. Instead, she showed a hint of joy on her face at Yifan's directness. Moreover, as she was familiar with all kinds of luxury goods, she could immediately tell that the man in front of her was wearing Versace clothes, so he must have some wealth. Not to mention that face, which is much more handsome than those who pursued me in the past. Yukura brushed her hair with her hands, and the fragrance that came out instantly captivated everyone. Since you are so interesting and handsome, I can give you a friendly price. A bag worth around 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. I will give you my WeChat ID. After hearing this number, the other boys who were originally surrounding Yukor all silently took a few steps back. However, Yifan's reaction at this moment was, "That's it." Those boys just now were so earnest in their advice to him, but he still thought this woman had a big appetite. In the end, all you need is a bag worth 40,000 or 50,000 yuan? How can she be called a gold digger? She is clearly a good woman who is diligent and frugal in managing the household. At this time, Yukor had no idea that an ordinary college student could spend tens of thousands of yuan on living expenses for 1 or 2 years, but for the man in front of her, that was just the price of a meal. Yifan couldn't help but shook his head. He had previously given several girls less than 100,000 yuan each for their spending. He really couldn't afford just 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. Yukor saw Yifan shaking his head and thought it was too expensive, so she turned around and wanted to leave. At this time, Yifan suddenly pointed at the 3 foreign horses that were released from the stable for class and said, "How about this, I'll just buy all 3 horses and give them to you as a gift." Yifan had some knowledge of the price of horses. These 3 foreign horses were of very good quality. One should cost at least over 100,000. After buying 3 horses, this price would be considered a decent gift. However, when Yifan said this, everyone around him burst into laughter, and several boys who were pursuing Yukor laughed out loud with sarcasm on their faces. Chapter 24. Yang Zhua, who was the most attentive to Yukor, was the first to speak in front of everyone. "Student, the horses we use in class are all loaned out by the school's sponsors. Moreover, these horses are not just the Chinese horses worth a few $1,000s as you think, but foreign horses worth at least $100,000. Not to mention that one of the horses is priced at 200,000. At this price, you just mentioned that you want to buy them all? That's really too much." Yukor also felt that Yifan's tone was a bit too arrogant. Although she is materialistic, she is not completely brainless. First of all, is it possible for a man to spend so much money on her the first time he meets her? Secondly, the combined price of these 3 horses is hundreds of thousands. Even if you are a wealthy second generation, you have to consider the expense, right? She speculated that Yifan might not be clear about the price of these horses, which was why he accidentally made such a bold statement. Yifan glanced at Yang Zhua, who looked like a righteous knight, and couldn't help but find it a little funny. He didn't respond to his words, but turned around and chatted with the administrator who was leading the horse. "Uncle, 600,000 is enough to buy these horses from you, right?" The administrator frowned when he heard this. This is just a joke. Can a student afford 600,000 to buy these horses? And 600,000 is more than enough, it's a lot more than enough. If the money is really enough, there will be no objection from the sponsors. But the problem now is that it is impossible for a student to have so much money. The uncle waved his hand to tell Yifan to stop making trouble. At this moment, Yifan suddenly thought that in order to trigger the highest possible reward, he should pay more. So he said, "How about this, I'll transfer the 2 million to you, and then you can just fill in the name of this beautiful lady as the owner of the horse." It's so funny. You're getting more and more ridiculous. You even want 2 million, you're just bragging without thinking, right? Yang Zhuo and several other boys began to laugh at Yifan more and more unscrupulously. At the end, Yang Zhuo even went out of his way to praise himself in front of Yukor. "Kor, look, what's the use of these good-looking idiots? A man like me who is devoted to you is the one you should entrust your life to." Yukir rolled her eyes at him. Even though the new guy was a bit boastful, at least he was handsome. He was pleasing to the eye. How can this short and ugly Yang Zhuo have the nerve to pull others down to elevate himself? Even if she is a gold digger, she is a gold digger who pursues good looks, okay. The administrator on the other side didn't want to delay the course any longer, so he advised Yi Fan. You are such a young man, so stop talking nonsense here and leave immediately. Hey uncle, why don't you just show me the payment code? Then you can know whether I have money or not. Yi Fan was a little annoyed. These days, if he wanted to spend some money, he had to ask for it himself. What kind of world is this? The people around who were watching the joke also started to make a noise. That's right, uncle. If he wants to humiliate himself so much, just let him show it. Let's see, this rich brother, how many cents or tens of dollars are you going to transfer next? There was laughter and mockery all around. The administrator had no choice but to show the payment code. Yi Fan took out his mobile phone and operated it. The smiles on everyone's faces, waiting to burst into laughter, became more and more obvious. The transfer was completed, and a mechanical female voice announced. Ji Fubao arrived, 2 million yuan. Ha! The laughter that was supposed to burst out suddenly stopped. Everyone opened their mouths wide, with expressions of shock on their faces as if their jaws were dislocated and couldn't close at all. Yang Zhuo snatched the administrator's phone with a look of disbelief on his face, and the others hurried over to take a look. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, million. It was actually exactly 2 million yuan. This is too scary. How rich does a person have to be to casually spend 2 million to buy 3 horses of not equal value? Everyone was instantly covered in cold sweat. As the recipient of the gift, Yukur was also surprised when she saw the number. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2 million yuan on a 94-point high-value woman, triggering a critical hit reward, and obtaining 75% of the shares of Bali real estate with a market value of 100 billion yuan and the equestrian skill mastery. Holy crap! The most profitable real estate industry is still the nationally famous Bali Group with a market value of hundreds of billions. Yi Fan was ecstatic. This time he was making a huge profit with a small investment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having accumulated hundreds of billions of assets. The system will soon be upgraded to an intermediate rebate system. Woohoo! It turns out that the system will be upgraded. This wave is double the joy. A blue progress bar flashed in front of Yi Fan's eyes, and soon it rushed from 0 to 100%. Congratulations to the host for completing the system upgrade. The host will be introduced to the new modules below. The intermediate rebate system will open the random task drop module. From now on, the system will drop tasks in specific scenarios. The host can choose to accept or reject them. Completing the task will get specific rewards. After listening to the system's broadcast, Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. This random task sounds really good. It gives me another way to get rewards. It seemed like a long time had passed in Yi Fan's mind while communicating with the system, but in reality only a few seconds had passed. The expressions on the faces of the people around were still filled with shock. Then, the boys who had originally laughed at Yi Fan no longer dared to say a word and quickly lowered their heads and retreated to the back, while the girls' eyes were full of admiration for Yi Fan. Yi Fan came directly in front of Yukir. Beauty, these 3 horses are all yours from now on. You can use them as you like. After hearing Yi Fan's confirmation, Yukur looked at him with a completely different look, from the original scrutiny and curiosity to full of appreciation and longing. The man in front of me is so outstanding. He was so generous to her when they met for the first time, he was just like the Prince Charming that ran out of her dream. Yukur took the phone from Yi Fan's hand, added her WeChat, kissed the screen, and then slowly put it back into Yi Fan's arms. Yang Zhuo was so angry when he saw Yukur looking at Yi Fan with a glare, he quickly thought of other ways, determined to make Yi Fan lose face. Chapter 25. At this time, 3 Arabian horses moving their hooves nearby caught Yang Zhuo's attention. Got it. His equestrian skills are among the best in the entire imperial capital. Isn't it the most appropriate way to use this to slap the face of this arrogant pretty boy? Yang Zhuo immediately stepped forward and stood between Yi Fan and Yukur and shouted. Humph, so what if I have a few bucks? Do you dare to challenge me to a horse showdown? Let's see who is the truly capable man. Yi Fan was amused by Yang Zhuo's magical train of thought. If he spends 2 million, he is not a real man. But if he just rides a horse a few times, he is a real man? Besides, with his current wealth, if any small thug comes to cause trouble, he will have to deal with him, and he will be busy to death every day. But before Yi Fan could speak, Yukor on the side came to his defense first. Yang Zhua, can you please stop embarrassing yourself by pestering me? Who is Mr. Yi? Are you worthy enough to compete with him? I advise you to pack up and get out of here quickly, and stop talking nonsense here. Cool. I'm doing this to let you see clearly who is the good man who is truly worthy of your trust. Believe me, in this world, no one else can love you as deeply as I do. Yang Zhua continued to express his feelings to Yukor wholeheartedly, while at the same time glaring at Yi Fan fiercely as if he wanted him to be punished. At this point, Yi Fan had already completely categorized this man as someone with a low IQ and was too lazy to even look at him. Just as he was about to leave, the system's announcement sounded. Ding! Mission drop, compete with Yang Zhuo in equestrianism, and win to get the Hand of the Holy Doctor reward. Yi Fan paused. Damn, this system is too bad. Just when he was thinking about not competing, a reward suddenly appeared to tempt him. Yi Fan checked the introduction of Hands of the Holy Doctor and found that with this skill, he could diagnose various diseases with just one hand, and make corresponding treatments at the same time, curing all diseases in the world. My god, doesn't he possessing this skill mean that he would be the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, a miraculous doctor? This reward is a must. I just happen to have acquired the horse riding skill mastery, so I might as well show off my skills to this low IQ guy. Yukor wanted to help Yi Fan teach Yang Zhuo a lesson, but Yi Fan slowly raised his hand and said, It's okay. I just happen to be free right now, so I might as well compete with this guy as a way to exercise my body. Yukor was a little surprised when she heard this, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Yi Fan. This man was actually willing to compete with Yang Zhuo, that idiot, for her. It seems that he really values himself. Yukor felt a sweet feeling in her heart and she quickly touched Yi Fan's cheek. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhuo was immediately furious again. The woman he had been pursuing actually kissed this pretty boy in public. He must use his superb equestrian skills to humiliate this man named Yi and make him never dare to appear in front of Yukir again. Yang Zhuo quickly seized the opportunity and rushed over to choose the best and most expensive of the 3 horses. Yang Zhuo, what do you mean by taking the best horse? Don't forget, these 3 horses have been bought by classmate Yi. Yukir quickly came out to seek justice. I see that Mr. Yi is so confident, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to use any horse, right? Yang Zhuo said shamelessly. I didn't expect that classmate Yang Zhuo is so good at judging people. My strength is indeed much better than yours. Since classmate Yang is not sure, I will lend you this good horse. It just so happens that I don't like places where others have sat. You don't have to thank me too much. Yi Fan responded to what Yang Zhuo said, but ended up making the latter suffer a great defeat. Yang Zhuo couldn't gain any advantage, so he had to go to the starting point of the stadium with a gloomy face to get ready. The sandy area used for equestrian lessons at Imperial Capital University was not particularly large, so the event they chose was a show jumping event that was just big enough for 2 people to compete on both sides of the sand at the same time. The rules of the show jumping race are that on a 90-meter long and 60-meter wide sand field, the riders must jump over all the obstacles set up on the field in the prescribed route and sequence. If the rider hits an obstacle during the race, exceeds the specified time, the horse refuses to jump, or falls off the horse, he will be penalized. Simply put, whoever completes the process most smoothly and makes fewer mistakes will score higher and become the winner. In order to increase the difficulty, Yang Zhuo proposed to directly merge the obstacles of line A and line B into one line, and the race would be considered completed only after completing the entire journey. Yi Fan was not afraid anyway, so he readily agreed. Suddenly, a circle of people gathered outside the sand. Who do you think will win between this rich guy and Yang Zhuo? I feel like Yang Zhuo will win. Hasn't he always been great at horse riding? I heard he even won an award in the city. Poor Yu Qian brother, he has already succeeded in pretending to be awesome, why does he still have to compete with Yang Zhuo? Everyone shook their heads with sighs as they discussed the issue. Upon hearing this, Yukor quickly rebuked the people who were discussing. What are you guys talking about here? My brother Yi Fan will never lose to that bullshit Yang Zhuo. Ever since Yi Fan showed his extraordinary financial resources, he is now like a top good man in Yukir's heart. How could a man like this lose? Even if he loses accidentally, it's not Yi Fan's fault. Anyway, Yukor has automatically put on Yi Fan's exclusive invincible filter and does not allow others to say anything bad about him. Everyone had no choice but to shut their mouths in disappointment. At this time, Yang Zhuo was riding his horse at the starting point of the race, and his confidence was swelled. When the classmate who served as the referee rang the bell to start the competition, Yang Zhuo immediately rushed over the marker pole impatiently. Yifan started slowly and gracefully. Yang Zhuo first crossed a 1.2-meter high obstacle, which was a piece of cake for him. He glanced towards Yifan and saw that Yifan had not yet reached the first obstacle. A smug smile immediately appeared on his face. Next, as long as he could control the number of mistakes to less than 3, he would definitely be able to crush Yifan into the dust with his superiority. Yang Zhuo continued to cross a 1.4-meter high guardrail obstacle, followed by a 1.4-meter high double obstacle. When crossing the double obstacle, parts of the second obstacle were accidentally kicked off by the horse's legs. Fortunately, this mistake was within my expectations. It was nothing at all. It's good enough that Yifan can cross the guardrail obstacle in front. There is no need to worry at all. Yang Zhuo thought about this and wanted to turn around and laugh at Yifan, who was still some distance away from his current achievements, but he saw the latter shaking his head at him inexplicably. Yifan saw Yang Zhuo make his first mistake at this time and was very disappointed with his level. I originally thought that he was a real rival who could be compared with me. I didn't expect the first mistake to happen so soon. In this case, there is no need for me to play with him anymore, let's just get this over with quickly. Chapter 26. TSK, you're still shaking your head? What are you pretending for? Yang Zhuo turned his head nonchalantly and prepared to continue his game. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried horse hoofbeats. Behind him on the right side of the track, a strong wind blew towards him, raising a lot of sand and dust in the air. What's going on? Yang Zhuo looked back and saw Yifan and the Arabian horse he was riding. The two were in such a tacit understanding that they seemed to have merged into one, and they crossed two obstacles in the blink of an eye. The arc and speed of the jump were so smooth as if walking on flat ground, without any hesitation or stagnation. After a while, Yifan rode his horse close to the obstacle at the same level as Yang Zhuo. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhuo was completely stunned with surprise. How could someone be able to control a horse so smoothly? This is absolutely no different from the level of international players. The people watching outside were also stunned by Yifan's superb equestrian skills. Oh my god! Brother Youqian's horsemanship is amazing. I think he's more than capable of competing against those Olympic athletes. How can it stop? Brother Youqian's level is enough to beat those contestants you mentioned. With his proficiency in horse riding and smoothness in passing obstacles, I dare say there is no one else like him in China. It seems like Yang Zhuo lost miserably this time. His skills are good, but compared to this kind of extremely talented player, he is not even as good as a finger of the other person. Yukor didn't expect Yifan to be so outstanding. Amidst the praises from the people around her, Yukir's fondness for Yifan soared to the sky. Yang Zhuo heard everyone's teasing. He didn't want to believe that he could lose to Yifan even in his equestrian skills, which he was most proud of. He quickly turned around and pulled the reins to hurry up and finish all the obstacles. However, at this moment, a horse neighed past his ears, and Yifan had already ridden his Fergana horse across the obstacle parallel to Yang Zhuo, leaving him only a swift and handsome back. Yang Zhuo pulled the reins too hastily, and the horse beneath him felt pain and lost control, throwing Yang Zhuo directly onto the sand, where he fell flat on his face. He hurriedly tried to climb onto the horse to catch up with Yifan, but before he could touch the reins, the victory bell rang, indicating that Yifan had successfully crossed the last 1.8-meter high obstacle. Moreover, during the entire obstacle race, Yifan did not make any mistakes that would result in point deductions, making him a well-deserved winner with full marks. No! Yang Zhuo knelt on the ground in disbelief and roared to the sky. His dignity as a man was completely defeated today by a man named Yifan. And defeated twice. Amid the spontaneous applause from the crowd, Yukor came to Yifan with joy and took the initiative to tidy up his clothes and wipe off the sand and dust on them. Student Yi, you are so amazing. Can you teach me horse riding next time? Yukor intentionally or unintentionally leaned against Yifan's arm and praised him coquettishly. Yifan was very pleased with this woman's kindness. As expected, she was a gold digger who could provide emotional value. For a moment, Yifan really felt a lot more majestic. Okay, I'll teach you personally next time I have the chance. Yifan deliberately said it very loudly, causing Yukor to hit him with her little fist and sigh hateful inwardly. The equestrian teacher who had just arrived saw Yifan's performance and hurried forward to shake hands with him. Sir, you have such great skills. I wonder if you are interested in teaching these students horse riding. The equestrian teacher knew that his level was far inferior to Yifan's. If Yifan could come, it would not be impossible for him to simply step down and let others take over. Teacher, you are flattering me. I am just a senior student in our school, and I am busy at ordinary times. I still have to rely on your expertise to teach students. What? The rich guy is just a senior student. Yifan's words instantly shocked the graduate students who were watching. Has the world outside evolved into this now? A student who hasn't even graduated yet can spend 2 million yuan at will, and if he shows off his equestrian skills, he can beat a bunch of international players. The equestrian teacher obviously didn't expect that Yifan, with such good skills, was just a student in school. He could only shake his head regretfully and left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the Hand of the Holy Doctor reward. As the system notification sounded, a force penetrated into Yifan's body from the ground, and soon the force was concentrated on the palm of Yifan's right hand. Yifan slowly opened his right hand, and the power surged violently in his palm, as if it had endless healing energy. At the same time, countless medical knowledge emerged and grew in Yifan's mind like mushrooms after rain. Now that he had received the reward, Yifan naturally would not waste any more time here. Okay, go to class. I won't bother you anymore. I'll contact you when I have time. Yukor wanted to know more about Yifan, but she saw him waiting at her and turning around to leave, which made her a little confused for a moment. This man has done so much for me, and now he is leaving without saying anything? Yifan turned around with a controlled smile on his face. I have already done enough on my own initiative. No matter how much Yifan wants to get the reward, he will no longer act like a bootlicker like before, even if it is suspected of being a bootlicker. Now that he had already spread the bait, it was necessary to play hard to get. In the future, any interaction between the two would just have to wait for Yukir to come to him on her own initiative. The course had not yet ended. Looking at Yifan's indifferent back as he left, Yukor had to quickly pin his WeChat to the top, thinking about taking the next step after this was over. Yifan came out of the sand field where he was taking equestrian lessons and was passing by the nearby school playground when he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the side. Looking over there, it seemed like someone had fainted and fallen to the ground. Yifan looked carefully and found that the person who fainted was Ruan Sile. He walked over in 2 or 3 steps. At this time, Ruan Sile was surrounded by classmates who were anxious and at a loss. Please make way. Yifan quickly walked through the crowd and squatted down to check Ruan Sile's condition. The moment he grabbed Ruan Sile's wrist with his right palm, the 4 big words myocardial ischemia emerged in Yifan's mind. It turned out that myocardial ischemia was caused by excessive fitness. Knowing the cause of the disease, Yifan also knew which treatment method to use. Yifan moved the palm of his right hand to Ruan Sile's heart, preparing to use the power of his palm to speed up the blood flow in her body to replenish the ischemic myocardium. It seems that this classmate knows first aid. I guess he should be performing CPR on Miss Ruan now. The classmates around him saw that Yifan was very confident and watched him operate with confidence. However, after Yifan placed his hand on the designated position, he did not perform the pressing technique that everyone thought he would use, but just kept his hand there quietly. The onlookers were stunned. Oh my god, this guy wouldn't he be taking advantage of this opportunity, right? Chapter 27. A righteous male student who was watching the scene immediately stopped Yifan's behavior loudly. How can you be like this? The school beauty is on the verge of death, why are you still taking advantage of her? After saying that, he was about to pull Yifan away so that he could provide first aid. However, at this moment, Ruan Sile, who was originally pale and unconscious, slowly opened his eyes, and the color on his face gradually returned. Wake up! School beauty Ruan is awake. Someone reminded. The righteous male student stepped back repeatedly with a look of surprise on his face. Wow, can this really cure diseases? So I should try this next time? When Ruan Sile opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Yifan's handsome face looking at him with concern. How come this man has become so much more handsome after just a few days of not seeing him? Ruan Sile's heart power had just recovered a lot, but Yifan's handsomeness made her heart beat faster again. The next second, she noticed that Yifan's hand had been placed on her heart. Ruan Sile's face quickly turned red. Yifan, what are you doing with your hands? Yifan replied calmly, oh, I'm treating you, it will be fine in a while. Yifan exerted force on his palms, and Ruan Sile felt the sensation more clearly. Waves of heat rose and fell, and his heart also became warm. It seems that Yifan is really treating himself, but this method of treatment is too shameful. After a while, Yifan slowly withdrew his right hand. How do you feel now? It feels pretty good. Ruan Sile was so embarrassed that she forgot to delve into the reason why Yifan could cure her illness in this way. She quickly stood up and tried to change the subject. Oh, right. Last time I asked you if you wanted to go running with me at night, why didn't you reply? Didn't I reply? Yifan took out his mobile phone and opened the interface, only to find that after he answered Yang Zhanghao's question about why Ruan Sile was looking for him last time, he really just glanced at the content of the message and forgot to reply. Moreover, there have been more beauties around him and more things to do recently, so he almost forgot about this athletic beauty. I accidentally missed it, but your body is in such a state, you should take good care of yourself for a while, and don't participate in these high-intensity sports. Otherwise, if something happened to Ruan Sile, wouldn't he lose another person to spend money on? Yifan will not allow such a thing. When Ruan Sile heard Yifan say this, she thought that he cared about her a lot, and her original slight anger towards him immediately disappeared without a trace. You seem a little weak now, let me take you to replenish your body. After Yifan finished speaking, he pulled Ruan Sile, who was looking puzzled, into the car and headed for the top luxury health hotel in the center of the imperial city Wenjina Hotel. Although the most famous main business of Bali real estate company, which Yifan had acquired before, is real estate investment and development, it actually has two major business clusters, Better Life Services and Industrial Finance. It covers various fields including construction, property, economy, commerce, hotel, education, cultural tourism and financial holding business, and is a veritable polygonal warrior. The Wenjina Hotel that Yifan wanted to take Ruan Sile to was the most famous hotel representative under his Bali real estate. He used the excuse of taking Ruan Sile out for some rest, but mainly he wanted to come and see his own property. The speed of Koenigsegg allowed the two to arrive at this healing hotel, which is known as the best in China, in just a few minutes. Not only can this place provide every guest with an unprecedented healing experience, but it is also most famous for its special health restaurant that is both nutritious and delicious. Many wealthy and prestigious people like to come here, and many business people and boss elites are keen to negotiate cooperation with clients here. When Ruan Sile saw Yifan bringing her to the hotel, she was suddenly surprised, and inexplicably felt a little expectant. This progress, isn't it too fast? But she did have a good impression of Yifan. Especially after he saved her life, her feelings towards him were completely different. The food in the specialty health restaurant on the second floor is very good. It is suitable for people with a physique like you to replenish their nutrition. Wait and see what you want to eat. Ruan Sile was still brainstorming frantically when he suddenly heard Yifan say this and realized that he had misunderstood. So you brought me here for dinner. Fortunately, I almost thought. Ruan Sile quickly covered his mouth. Yifan noticed the implication in time, you almost thought it? What did you think? Seeing Yifan looking at her with a deliberately wicked smile, Ruan Sile felt extremely embarrassed. Nothing. I didn't think anything. Yifan smiled and patted her head. What are you thinking about? With your current health, even if you really want to exercise with me, you have to wait until you have recovered for a while. When Ruan Sile heard the word sports that Yifan deliberately emphasized in his words, she immediately realized that what he said was clearly not what it meant literally. You bad guy. Logically speaking, Ruan Sile should hate boys talking to her in such an inappropriate way, but Yifan's naughty look made her more and more moved. The two came to the restaurant. After Yifan checked the items on the menu, various nutritious and healthy dishes were soon served to him. The table was filled with dendrobium pork ribs and abalone soup, imperial Buddha jumps over the wall, braised shark's fin, stir-fried phoenix tongue, coconut milk and rock sugar bird's nest, etc. In total, the dishes ordered amounted to nearly 200,000 yuan. Ding! Spending 198,000 yuan for a 93-point high-value woman will trigger a critical hit and get a 200-fold rebate. Congratulations on getting a rebate of 39.6 million yuan. Yifan was a little surprised. This was the second time that Ruan Sile had been used, and critical hits were triggered twice in a row. It seems that Ruan Sile is indeed a person worthy of special cultivation. Seeing Yifan's happy expression after paying the bill, Ruan Sile thought that the meal was very cost-effective, so he took the bill and looked at it. When I saw it, my jaw almost dropped. This meal costs nearly 200,000. Ruan Sile looked at Yifan in disbelief and asked. Yifan scooped up a piece of shark fin and put it into his mouth, saying calmly, yes, these ingredients plus the level of 5-star chefs are quite cost-effective. Is this a good deal? Is this how rich people define a good deal? Moreover, for someone who can eat 200,000 in one meal, how terrifying is Yifan's real wealth? Ruan Sile was numb and didn't dare to think about it anymore, but he still couldn't bring himself to pick up any of the dishes. If a piece of vegetable falls on the table, it would be equivalent to losing thousands of dollars. Yifan saw Ruan Sile's dilemma and moved the bird's nest in front of her. Don't worry about eating them. It's not expensive for me. And if you don't eat them, the waiter will throw them away, and that would be a real waste of money. After hearing this, Ruan Sile dared to pick up her chopsticks. Only then did she remember to ask Yifan how he had saved her from the hands of death. After all, the idea that you can cure diseases just by placing your hands sounds too incredible. Chapter 28. Hearing Ruan Sile's question, Yifan's brain turned and he quickly came up with a suitable answer. No, I can't cure you just by putting my hands there. In fact, I have been pressing the corresponding acupuncture points on your body to stimulate the blood in your body to flow back to your heart. Then your myocardial ischemia symptoms were relieved, and naturally you woke up so quickly. Yifan answered without changing his expression or heartbeat. This answer is so logical and reasonable. Even he himself believes it. Sure enough, Ruan Sile, who knew little about medicine, immediately believed Yifan's words. Wow! You are really amazing. Not only have you accumulated so much wealth on your own at such a young age, but you are also so good at healing and saving lives. Ruan Sile praised from the bottom of his heart and admired Yifan more and more. The man in front of her is thousands of times better than those boys who only knew how to throw money at her before. The reason why Ruan Sile has remained single all her life is because she has extremely high standards for her boyfriend. But now, she feels as if she has found an excellent man who perfectly meets her standards for a partner. By the way, your myocardial ischemia problem will not be completely cured in a short period of time. You still need long-term care and treatment. Yifan's reminder pulled Ruan Sile out of her beautiful fantasy, and she subconsciously asked. If you want to treat it, is there any way? The best way is of course to massage the acupuncture points near your heart like I did before. This is the method with the least side effects. You can think about it carefully. Yifan's treatment is done by directly using palm power. This kind of supernatural mysterious power is of course much more effective than taking primitive medicine. Yifan's words brought Ruan Sile back to the previous scene. A few blushes immediately appeared on Ruan Sile's cheeks. Yifan then added with a sly smile, by the way, if you directly contact the skin for treatment, the effect will be better. After hearing what Yifan said, Ruan Sile's face turned completely red. He immediately cursed Yifan as a hooligan and buried his head in eating. However, she really thought about this method seriously while eating. The two finished their meal and prepared to leave. Sister and I. Suddenly, Ruan Sile excitedly grabbed a woman who was passing by and was wearing a suit and hip skirt. An Ilangue stopped in her tracks when she heard that, and when she saw Ruan Sile, her expression suddenly changed from cold to warm and friendly. Sile? Why are you here? Sister and I, let me introduce you, this is my classmate at school, Yifan. Ruan Sile quickly pulled an Ilangue to introduce Yifan to her. It was only then that an Ilangue realized that the handsome man standing next to her was actually with Ruan Sile. Hello, I'm an Ilangue. When facing Yifan, an Ilangue's face was once again filled with a cold expression that kept strangers away, and her whole body exuded a cold and arrogant aura. Yifan saw that an Ilangue's appearance was no less than Ruan Sile's. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her appearance score 94 points. Hello, I'm Yifan. After the two of them introduced themselves, Ruan Sile immediately added to Yifan. Yifan, sister and I are best friends. She is also our senior sister at Imperial Capital University. Her grandfather is also one of the shareholders of Imperial Capital University. At the same time, she is also the president of the NI Group. NI Group? Previously at the wine tasting party, Yifan had been hearing the owners talking about several major families in the imperial capital, and it seemed that there was someone named Ni among them. It seems that this woman is quite famous. She is so young and has already become the president of the family business. It's a pity that the score is so high. This kind of woman is usually not short of money and has a broad vision. What good and expensive things have they not seen? It's not easy to spend money on them. The reward was too laborious, so Yifan had no interest in taking it for the time being. After figuring this out, he suddenly lost interest in Ni Lengyue. Moreover, he could see that Ni Lengyue's attitude towards him at this time also contained a bit of inexplicable scrutiny, which should be the legendary feeling that girls all dislike their best friend's boyfriend. Sure enough, the next second, an Ling Yue signaled to Yifan to wait for a moment, and then suddenly pulled Wan Sil into a private room across the aisle. Inside the gold box. "Sister and I, why did you suddenly pull me in?" Wan Sil asked in confusion. "Tell your sister honestly, is that man outside your boyfriend?" Ling Yue asked. When Wan Sil heard this, his ears turned red. "We haven't even started yet. We are just ordinary classmates for now." Looking at the shy look of the little girl, Ling Yue immediately realized that her best friend was moved. "Then tell me what his specific conditions are." "You are such a naive girl who has never been in a relationship before, don't be fooled by a handsome guy." To be honest, Ling Yue's first impression of Yifan was actually very ordinary. There is no other reason, it's just because this boy is so handsome. Ling Yue has dealt with many men in business, and generally speaking, none of the men who are a bit handsome are good people. In Ling Yue's opinion, a guy like this who is as handsome as an obscure celebrity is probably a terrible person. That's why she hurriedly pulled Wan Sil aside to ask about the situation, to help her check it, or to persuade her to be sober and not rush into it. "Oh no, sister and Yifan is a very nice person. The first time he met me, he spent 500,000 yuan to drive away a boy who had been pestering me. Not only is he handsome and rich, he's also proficient in medicine and a very gentlemanly man. I dare say there's no man as good as him in the entire imperial capital." Wan Sil praised Yifan with stars in his eyes. Ling Yue felt even more uneasy after hearing this. She knew a lot of rich young men, most of whom were second-generation rich men who spent their money profligately. He's not good at causing trouble, but he's also handsome and proficient in medicine? Not to mention that there is such a young man in the imperial capital. Even if you look at the entire China, it is impossible for such a man to exist. My best friend is completely trapped in this. Ling Yue's heart was filled with alarm, but Wan Sil began to persuade her. "Sister and you are still blaming me. You have been buried in work for so many years. Like me, you have never had a relationship. In fact, you should also think seriously about finding a partner." Ling Yue quickly interrupted Wan Sil and wanted her to face reality. However, before she could open her mouth, a man wearing a gold chain suddenly pushed open the door of their box and rushed in. The man threw down a few stacks of cash and gave the order directly. "All the private rooms outside are full. I want this one. You too, take the money and leave now." Chapter 29. The man who broke into the box was called Sun Dahai, the owner of a materials company in the capital. He had made an appointment with someone to discuss cooperation at the health restaurant of the Wenjina Hotel, but when he arrived he found that the private room was already fully booked. He also broke into other boxes, but seeing that there were men inside, he did not dare to do anything out of the ordinary. He finally found a private room with only girls, so he wanted to kick the two out and use the room to entertain the big boss he was going to meet later. Ling Yue looked at the man who broke in and tried to drive them away without saying a word, and her face suddenly changed and she became angry. "Who are you? Who allowed you to break into our box like this? And this box was originally reserved by me. If you tell us to leave, we have to leave." Sun Dahai frowned when he heard this and threw down a few $100 bills. "Miss, I'll give you some more money. This money is enough for you to book 2 private rooms. I advise you to stop while you're ahead and stop being so shameless. Take the money and leave immediately. I'm in a hurry here." Ling Yue was completely amused by Sun Dahai's behavior. "Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little money? Let me tell you, we don't need your money. If you don't get out, I'll ask the waiter to ask you to get out." After saying that, Ling Yue saw that Sun Dahai still looked indifferent, so she immediately pressed the service bell. The waiter came hurriedly. "Sir, may I have any instructions?" Ling Yue pointed at the arrogant and fearless Sun Dahai and said, "This man who came from nowhere disturbed our meal and wanted to occupy our private room. Please help us deal with him." After understanding the situation, the waiter asked Sun Dahai to leave. However, Sun Dahai not only did not move a step, but he snorted coldly and took a step forward to threaten the waiter. "Do you know who I'm going to host a banquet for?" "The person I'm going to host is the boss of your hotel, Mr. Zhao Tianrui, one of the directors of Bali Real Estate. If I fail to take good care of Mr. Zhao because of you, do you think you can shoulder this responsibility?" The waiter didn't expect that the vulgar man in front of him was going to host a banquet for the person who was in charge of the company that owned their hotel. Under Sun Dahai's coercion and inducement, she could only turn to persuade Nai Lengyue and Wan Sil to leave. Nai Lengyue had never encountered such an unreasonable situation before, and she was unwilling to give up her box no matter what. Humph. You're such a bitch that you don't even want to drink the wine. Since you won't leave, don't blame me for not being gentle with you. After saying that, Sun Dahai picked up a wine bottle on the table and smashed it hard on the table. Glass fragments instantly flew everywhere, and a larger piece of glass flew directly to Nai Lengyue's calf, cutting a huge gash. If you don't leave now, I can't guarantee that this broken bottle will fall on you. Sun Dahai threatened wildly, but his arrogant look didn't last long before a foot landed heavily on his back, kicking him to the side for a long distance. Who the hell dares to kick me? Sun Dahai turned around and saw Yifan appearing at the door of the box with an upright posture. Although he had a young face, he inexplicably exuded a mature aura that transcended his age. Yifan. Fortunately you came in time. Wan Sil was already scared when Sun Dahai started throwing wine bottles just now. When Yifan appeared, she couldn't help but rush into his arms and hug him. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yifan patted Wan Sil in his arms to comfort her. Just now he was wondering why the two girls didn't come out for a long time, and then he heard a loud noise coming from the double room, so he came over to check the situation despite the possibility of offending others. I didn't expect to see a man acting arrogantly when I arrived, so I couldn't help but kick him down. Nai Lengyue, who felt pain from the wound on her leg, looked at her best friend being caressed and comforted in Yifan's arms. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little envious. Is it really like Sil said, that I should find a relationship? After Yifan's kick, it took Sun Dahai a long time to get up. How dare you kick me? I'm telling you, you're dead now. Sun Dahai rubbed his waist and yelled at the waiter. Why don't you call your manager over here? Tell him that Sun Dahai was beaten up. The waiter was so scared that he was about to cry. He quickly nodded and went out to find the manager. Humph, you're still trying to be a hero here, aren't you? I'm telling you, Manager Goi Taiha here is my man. When he gets here, you'll be in big trouble. Yifan frowned when he heard this. How could this happen again where someone in power takes advantage of his position to make private transactions? Do you have to clean up the property you own and expel rats every time you visit it? But after a moment he understood the naturalness of it all. Isn't it true that wherever there is light in this world, there will always be infinite darkness growing in every corner? Wherever there are people in power, there will inevitably be things that are shady. Maybe this is human nature. There were hurried footsteps outside the box door. It was Gua Taiha who came with a few security guards. Manager Gua. This guy kicked me, arrest him. And these two women, kick them out quickly. Director Zhao will be here soon, you don't want to make a fool of yourself, do you? Gua Taiha nodded when he heard this. After Sun Dahai reached a cooperation agreement with his own director, he had given him a lot of benefits. Naturally, he would help Sun Dahai with this small favor. Ladies, please leave with us immediately. And sir, we are going to hold you responsible for causing trouble in our hotel, please cooperate with us. Otherwise, it will be bad if we call the police. Gua Taiha warned sternly. Nai Lengyue wanted to argue, but Sa Yifan suddenly laughed in front of everyone. Sir, what are you laughing at? I've already warned you once. Do you really want to go to our hotel and call the police? Yifan stopped laughing, but a sneer remained on the corner of his mouth. I'm laughing. The way you behaved here is exactly what I imagined. You've destroyed the reputation of our bully. Gui Taiha looked at Yifan in confusion, obviously not understanding the meaning of his words. At this moment, Sun Dahai's originally domineering face suddenly changed. Looking at the figure coming towards the side outside the box, he immediately went out to greet him in a flattering manner. Boss Zhao, you're here. Sorry to make you laugh, there's a little misunderstanding in our room. After Manager Gui handles it, we can have dinner and discuss the details of the cooperation. Sun Dahai respectfully stretched out his hands to shake Zhao Tianrui's hand. Zhao Tianrui looked in his direction, and his originally indifferent expression suddenly became full of surprise and respect. He also stretched out his hands to make a gesture for shaking hands. Sun Dahai was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Zhao Tianrui looked up to him so much today. However, just as he was about to shake hands with Zhao Tianrui walked straight past him and ran towards Yifan, who was standing calmly on the side. Chapter 30. Boss Yi. Seeing is believing. What a coincidence that I see you here today. Zhao Tianrui's old, wrinkled face was filled with a respectful smile. He held Yifan's hand tightly and greeted him warmly. Everyone present was a little surprised to see that Bali's directors were so respectful and polite to Yifan. Seeing everyone's obviously confused expressions, Zhao Tianrui quickly introduced Sun Dahai and Gui Taiya. Manager Gua, boss Sun, since Mr. Yi just acquired shares of our real estate, you probably haven't heard the news yet. The person in front of you is Chairman Yifanya, who just acquired 75% of the shares of our Bali real estate. Now he is the undisputed largest shareholder of our Bali real estate and the top leader of our entire board of directors. Zhao Tianrui couldn't stop clapping as he introduced. And Ai Lengyue and Ruan Xiao were obviously surprised by this information. The former had a hint of curiosity towards Yifan, while Ruan Xiao admired Yifan even more. However, after learning Yifan's true identity, Sun Dahai and Gui Taiya's faces suddenly turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. The person they were clamoring to settle accounts with turned out to be the new owner of Bali real estate. He was so young and handsome, which made them not think of Yifan as someone with high status at all. It turns out that he not only has status and position, but is also a big boss above them who can crush them. Sun Dahai's butt was soaked with cold sweat, and Gui Taiya's hands and feet couldn't help but start to tremble. This time they are finished. They have offended such a big shot. It will be enough for them to die hundreds of times. Zhao Tianrui frowned slightly as he looked at the obviously unreasonable behavior of Sun Dahai and Gui Taiya. These two people usually look quite eye-catching, but how come they don't even know the most basic courtesy and compliments when they meet their own chairman? What's wrong with you two? I introduced Chairman Ye's identity, but you two are standing there without saying hello. What do you want to do? Sun Dahai and Gui Taiya, who were scolded, finally came back to their senses and asked Yifan how he was doing with trembling voices. Hello, Chairman Yi. Yifan lowered his eyes and looked at their greetings. His usual calm demeanor seemed to contain a terrifying majesty. Sun Dahai and Gui Taiya shuddered again when they saw Yifan's expression. Zhao Tianrui was very dissatisfied with the two's attitude and was about to scold them when Ruan Xiao stood up. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Actually, this is what happened. My friend and I were just chatting in this private room, and this guy named Sun Dahai rushed in and tried to drive us away and occupy our private room. When we refused, he smashed the glass bottle and threatened to punish us. Fortunately, Chairman Yi came in to help us out, but Manager Guo and Sun Dahai colluded with each other and continued to pressure us, saying that they would hold Chairman Yi responsible. What? After Zhao Tianrui understood the whole process, his face changed drastically and he slammed the table in disbelief. Sun Dahai! Gui Taiya! You two are so brave. How dare you do such a thing to our supreme and honorable chairman? Zhao Tianrui's sudden rage frightened Sun Dahai and Gui Taiya so much that their legs went weak and they knelt down. Director Zhao, this was all Sun Dahai's idea. I was just worried about offending you. If I knew Chairman Ye's identity, I would never dare to do this. Gui Taiya quickly put all the blame on Sun Dahai. Sun Dahai didn't expect Gui Taiya to be such a villain, but he was indeed the one who started the trouble. He couldn't refute it for the time being, so he could only kowtow to Yifan frantically and beg for his forgiveness. Chairman Yi, I am guilty of my own ignorance and have offended you. Please forgive me this time, considering that our company has been cooperating with yours for so long. Yifan was too lazy to listen to these two people talking nonsense. Anyway, when he is in this position, his subordinates will naturally know how to deal with those who offend him. Yifan glanced at Zhao Tianrui indifferently. Zhao Tianrui immediately stepped forward and kicked away Sun Dahai's hand that was trying to grab Yifan's trouser leg. You want to touch our Chairman Yi with your dirty hands? And you dare to mention cooperation? Our company cooperates with you because we are kind enough to share some soup with you. Since you have the guts to offend our Chairman Yi, from today on, the cooperation between our Bali real estate and your company is officially terminated. And because of the losses you have incurred, we at Bali will continue to hold your company accountable. With a single order from Zhao Tianrui, Sun Dahai was sentenced to death for his cooperation, which he had been eager to do. Sun Dahai collapsed to the ground helplessly, crying like a 200-pound child. After Sun Dahai dealt with it, it was naturally the turn of Gui Taiya, who neglected his duties and could not distinguish right from wrong. Gui Taiya. Do I need to say more from now on? Go to the HR department and get your resignation contract. From now on, no company in the entire hotel industry will dare to accept you. Gui Taiya didn't expect that he would lose such a good job and be banned by the entire industry just for the benefits he got through the back door. Feeling grief-stricken and regretful, he became so angry when he saw Sun Dahai standing beside him that he immediately crawled over and started wrestling with him. Chairman Yi, are you satisfied with this handling? Zhao Tianrui reported to Yifan carefully and asked. Mr. Zhao, you have your own reasons and experience in doing things. I am naturally satisfied and trust your way of handling things. Yifan secretly affirmed Zhao Tianrui's approach with words that were neither revealing nor revealing. Zhao Tianrui felt relieved after hearing this. He and several security guards took Sun Dahai and Guo Taihao away from the box, leaving the space for Yifan and the other two. Yifan, I didn't expect that you are actually the chairman of Bali Real Estate? This is too amazing. Ruan Sile was completely unable to conceal his inner admiration. He clenched his fists and supported his chin, looking at Yifan with starry eyes. And Leng Yue also changed her previous cold attitude and took the initiative to speak. Thank you. If it weren't for you, our trouble today probably wouldn't have been solved so quickly. Yifan nodded lightly to indicate that he didn't need to worry about it. The three were about to leave the box when Ruan Sile realized from the way Leng Yue walked that she was injured. Sister and were you scratched by glass fragments just now? Your leg is still bleeding. It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. I'll find a small clinic to take care of it myself after I get out. Ruan Sile quickly stopped her from walking and said, No, your wound is too big. It will be very dangerous if you don't treat it. Oh, right. Yifan is a very good doctor. Ruan Sile quickly turned to Yifan and asked, Yifan, could you please help Sister Ni check first? Chapter 31. When Leng Yue thought about asking Yifan to check her calves, she suddenly felt shy and nervous, and quickly waved her hand to indicate that it was not necessary. Yifan looked at the place where Leng Yue was scratched. The wound was at least 7 or 8 centimeters long. If it was not treated in time, there would be a great risk of infection. Yifan nodded to Ruan Sile to indicate his approval, and without letting Leng Yue refuse, he went straight to her and started to check her. Leng Yue had no choice but to let Yifan manipulate her calves and check them. Sometimes she had to press Yifan's shoulders with her slender fingers to barely keep her balance. The wound is quite exposed and needs to be treated immediately. In order to avoid exposing the unusualness of the Saint Doctor's hands, Yifan stood up and whispered a few words to the waitress, asking her to bring some gauze and ordinary ointment. After all, Leng Yue is a knowledgeable female president, and she is definitely not as easy to fool as a naive female college student like Ruan Sile. The waiter brought gauze and ointment. Yifan applied the ointment on the wound and covered it with gauze. He pressed the gauze with his right hand and secretly used his palm power to treat Leng Yue. Hiss. Yifan's palm power can make wounds heal quickly, so the pain caused by the growth of flesh and blood near the wound made Leng Yue couldn't help but scream out. After a while, Yifan lifted the gauze and wiped off the ointment, leaving only a faint healing mark at the original wound site. This was the result of Yifan deliberately holding back, otherwise Leng Yue's calves would have been smooth as if they had never been injured. Leng Yue looked at the wound and couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. In just a short while, Yifan was able to heal the wound to this extent. With this superb medical skill and his identity as the chairman of Bali Real Estate, Leng Yue realized at this time that everything her best friend said was true. The man in front of me is so good that he is a little too scary. Leng Yue's attitude towards Yifan unconsciously showed appreciation and admiration that she herself was not aware of. Mr. Yifan, how did you manage to treat the wound to this extent in such a short time? Leng Yue couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Oh, this is not difficult. The ointment I applied to you just now is actually one I specially made. It is very effective in healing wounds. Yifan replied calmly using the words he had prepared long ago. I see. I never thought that Mr. Yifan is so young and so outstanding in every aspect. I hope I can have the opportunity to cooperate with you in the future. Leng Yue took the initiative to extend her hand to shake hands with Yifan and thank him. Yifan reached out and held Leng Yue's 5 jade fingers. Looking at her gentle expression, which had obviously let down her guard, a smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. It seems that there is still a chance of getting the reward. Yifan secretly included Leng Yue in the list of his consumers. Ruan Sile was very happy to see that Leng Yue had changed her opinion of Yifan. The three of them left the Wenjina Hotel talking and laughing. After Yifan and Leng Yue added each other on WeChat, Leng Yue returned to her company to work, while Yifan drove Ruan Sile back to school. Today is Friday, and Ruan Sile has classes in the afternoon. After she got off the car and left, Yifan was casually browsing his phone when Yukur, whom he had just dealt with in the morning, sent him a message. Junior brother Yifan, where are you now? My classes have all ended. Do you have any plans for the future? There is also a cute cat expression below, which is a must-have for girls to act coquettishly and cutely. Yifan raised his lips and said, then come to the school gate now and I'll take you out to play. Yukur, who had been staring at her phone screen in the dormitory, was so excited when she saw Yifan's message pop up. Okay, then I'll get ready and be there soon. After saying that, Yukur immediately found her top-quality one-shoulder lace little red dress and put it on, stepped on pointed high heels, sprayed on some sweet fruity expensive perfume, picked up her small branded bag, and walked out the door. On the school road, Yukur's beautiful figure attracted a lot of attention. Isn't this the famous money-worshipping senior sister? She is dressed so grandly, where is she going? Yeah, isn't it said that she basically never goes out with boys? Why don't you go over and see what's going on? In an instant, a large number of passers-by and classmates gathered around Yukur, ready to find out the gossip. Yukur had long been accustomed to this kind of environment where everyone was paying attention to her, so she just kept walking towards the school gate where Yifan was. At the school gate, Yifan sat in his Koenigsegg, tapping the steering wheel with his fingers out of boredom while waiting. Suddenly, he saw from afar a large group of people gathering towards the school gate. Looking closely, he saw that the person standing in the front and center of the crowd was Yukur, who had said she was coming to see him. No wonder so many people pursue her despite her materialistic attitude. At this moment, Yukur put on a makeup that suited her, and she looked dozens of times more beautiful and attractive than when she was wrapped in professional equestrian clothes in the morning. It's like a vivid and beautiful picture of a walking beauty. Yukur looked around at the school gate and saw Yifan waving at her in the Koenigsegg. She was immediately filled with joy. He is indeed a real rich man, even the car he drives is so luxurious and cool. Yukur quickly quickened her pace and got into the car. The crowd watching Yukur step onto the Koenigsegg without hesitation, their mouths suddenly opened so wide as if they could swallow a whole egg. Oh my god! Senior sister Yukur really got into someone else's car. Oh, this is Brother Shinhao's Koenigsegg. Brother Shinhao is really awesome. He even managed to get a gold digger like Yukur so easily. Everyone couldn't stop eating and discussing. The boys who had pointed out Yukur's location to Yifan in the morning also happened to pass by at this time. Seeing Yukur happily sitting in the sports car, they couldn't help but rub their eyes. This is the gold digger sister Yukur we were talking about this morning. It's only been a short morning, and she's already in a man's car. Who on earth is the owner of this car? How could this gold digger who no one else can get is swayed by him? No, I must see clearly who that man is. Several boys stretched their necks to look towards the driver's seat, and the window of the Koenigsegg slowly lowered. When they saw the car owner's appearance clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 32. Oh my god! Isn't this man the one who asked them about Yukur this morning? It turns out that he is the owner of the Koenigsegg that has been widely discussed on campus recently. Now he even brought the beautiful, money-loving senior sister who they all had their eyes on, but no one could ever impress her into the car. Damn, now that I think about it, their persuasion of Yifan this morning was pure clownish behavior. The few people were very embarrassed, and just at that moment Yifan also saw them. What a coincidence, brothers! Thanks for what happened this morning. In response to Yifan's thanks, several boys had to forcefully open their mouths, revealing expressions uglier than crying to express their thanks. Then they looked at the back of Yifan's car, which was carrying their beloved senior sister away, and sped away. In the car, Yukur asked excitedly, holding up her two little index fingers. Junior brother Yifan, where are we going? Of course, go to your favorite place. Yifan raised his eyebrows and replied. Yukur was a little confused, but couldn't help but look forward to it. Not long after, Yifan drove the car to the bottom of the building of the most famous department store in the capital, the SKP Mall in the capital. Yukur looked at the buildings outside the car, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god! How could there be such a good man who understands her so well in this world? The first time he took her out, he took her to the best department store in the entire capital. You know, SKP in the capital city is a legendary place that once achieved daily sales of over 1 billion. On a certain social platform, it is even classified as a top department store that even people with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan would not dare to visit. She felt like she was really going to love the man in front of her. Yifan first took Yukur to the Chanel store in SKP. Here, you can take whatever bags or clothes you like, and don't save money for me. Yifan directly took out the diamond card of Saya Bank and waved it in front of Yukir and the shopping guide in the store. They naturally understood the value of this card. Yukir was extremely happy, and the shopping guides also worked hard to sell things to her and diligently brought clothes and bags for her to try out. Ding! Spend 1.015 million yuan for a 94-point high-value woman, trigger a critical hit reward. Congratulations on winning the Imperial Capital SKP department store worth 20 billion yuan. Woohoo! Yifan showed a satisfied look on his face. This store king with sales per square foot ranking first in Asia and second in the world is now yours. Yukor looked at the bags around her face filled with happiness. Yifan asked her to pack up and then move on to the next store. Yukor quickly recovered a little from her excitement and pretended to refuse. Junior brother Yifan, you have spent so much money on me today. I am actually very satisfied. Yifan groaned in dissatisfaction. Senior sister Kur, please don't pretend in front of me. Do you know what I admire most about you? Yuko shook her head in confusion. I don't know. What I like and appreciate most is that you know how to spend money and dare to spend money. This fully proves that you are different from those ordinary women out there. I just don't like those women who are always thinking about saving money for me. They seem too polite and distant to me. They don't treat me as their own at all. Seeing that Yuko was a little confused by Yifan's new theory and didn't dare to believe it, Yifan continued to add. And you know, someone once told me that a beautiful lady like you who spends more of my money will bring me better fortunes. Oh. So that's how it is. Yukor finally understood and nodded. She had heard that wealthy bosses were more or less superstitious. So she could understand why Yifan kept asking her to spend money. Well, let's continue shopping and increase your fortune for you, junior brother Yifan. After reaching a consensus, Yifan took Yukir to the Hermes store, which was more upscale and more expensive than Chanel. Yifan let Yukir walk through the luxury goods by herself, while he sat on the leather sofa chair in the center of the store, leisurely looking at his phone. Anyway, just leave the hard work and spending money to Yukir, and he can just wait for the rebates and rewards. Yifan was sitting leisurely over here, while Yukir was fighting passionately on the battlefield of shopping over there. A group of shopping guides were busy greeting her and she was overwhelmed. At this time, a man and a woman walked in from outside the store. Seeing that no one greeted them, they frowned and got angry. What's going on in your store? Why don't you send someone to entertain customers when they come? A dissatisfied female voice sounded. Yifan felt that the voice sounded vaguely familiar. After putting down his phone, the person who appeared in his sight was actually his first love, Yi Xiaoxiao, who dumped him after the college entrance examination because she despised Yifan for having no money and no future. Yifan? Why are you here? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at her ex-boyfriend, who was obviously several times more handsome than before, with a tone full of surprise. And this is the Hermes store in SKP. How can Yifan, a poor guy, have the money to come here and spend money? The man Yi Xiaoxiao was holding was called Gu Zhangyu, her current boyfriend. Seeing Yifan sitting alone on the sofa, Gu Zhangyu, who liked to be domineering, directly took Yi Xiaoxiao's arm and walked up to him. You are Xiaoxiao's first love who had no money, right? It's really thanks to you that I can be with Xiaoxiao. Brother, to express my gratitude, why don't you pick out something you want from Hermes later? I'll pay you and it will be considered a thank you gift to you. Gu Zhangyu said this with a proud look on his face, which was obviously intended to mock Yifan's words. Yi Xiaoxiao stopped him immediately after hearing this. Brother Zhangyu, why are you so kind? There is no need for you to spend money on such a poor loser. After saying this, the two of them immediately started to be affectionate with each other. Yifan almost vomited because of the two of them. You can take these broken shoes if you want, but why do you wear them to fumigate me? Don't you notice that the air here has become turbid since you two came over? Yifan fanned his nose with his hands, trying to blow away the bad air brought by the two idiots. Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Zhangyu, who were originally arrogant, were instantly embarrassed and broken by Yifan's words and actions. Humph, what's the point of just talking? I saw that you came to this mall alone and felt helpless, so I thought of taking pity on you for Xiaoxiao's sake. Since you are jealous of Xiaoxiao and I being a couple to the point of saying bad things, I don't think this kind of high-end place welcomes people like you. Gu Zhangyu became more and more angry and embarrassed as he spoke, and he simply wanted to ask the staff to come out and drive Yifan away. Just as he was looking around for free staff, Yukor came out trotting with a few classic bags in her hands and sat happily next to Yifan. Gu Zhangyu's eyes suddenly opened wide. Isn't this the white moonlight lady, Yukor, whom he has been pursuing in vain? Chapter 33. Yukor excitedly raised her bag and asked Yifan. Junior brother Yifan, which of these bags do you think is the most suitable for me? I also want to hear your advice. Our senior sister Kor is so beautiful and generous, of course she can handle every bag. Listen to me, get all of these. Junior brother Yifan, you are so kind to me. Just as Yukor was hugging Yifan's arm and thanking him coquettishly, Gu Zhongyu's voice came with a hint of disbelief. Kor, you're here shopping today too? Gu Zhongyu's voice was filled with cautious flattery, and his tone and attitude all proved how important Yukor was in his heart. Yukor listened to the familiar voice, turned around, and found that it was Gu Zhongyu who had been giving her gifts in order to pursue her. She frowned in displeasure. Gu Zhongyu? Why are you here too? Didn't I return the bag you gave me 2 days ago? Are you here just to chase me? Yukor and Gu Zhongyu are classmates in junior high school. Gu Zhongyu has liked Yukor since junior high school and regards her as the only true love in his life. Unfortunately, Yukor just inexplicably disliked Gu Zhongyu, especially his persistent way, so even though she was materialistic, she never bothered to even look at the things Gu Zhongyu gave her. Even after being with each of his girlfriends, Gu Zhongyu would still find various opportunities to inquire about Yukor's current situation and find various ways to give her gifts, just to leave some impression on Yukor. Even after being with Yi Xiaoxiao and the two of them seemed to be in a very stable relationship, Gu Zhongyu still enjoyed giving gifts to Yukir to show his goodwill. When Yi Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, heard what Yukir said, her face suddenly became stinkier than a cesspool. However, because Gu Zhongyu was her most important son-in-law, she did not dare to turn hostile to him directly, so she pulled Gu Zhongyu's sleeve and tried to pull him away. However, Gu Zhongyu no longer had her in his eyes at this moment. He simply raised his hand and shook off Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, then questioned Yukor with heartache. Kor, what is your relationship with this man on the sofa? Yifan was immediately happy when he saw Gu Zhongyu's infatuated look. It turns out that my first love is just someone else's backup. And this materialistic female senior sister next to him is the true love that this idiot has been longing for. This is interesting. Yifan crossed his legs complacently and simply pulled Yukor into his arms, wanting to see how this good show would develop. When Yukor was embraced by Yifan, her heart was beating fast. Just when she was feeling happy and shy, Yukor immediately stopped when she saw Gu Zhongyu looking sad and angry. It's not Gu Zhongyu, are you mentally ill? What's my relationship with someone or something else is none of your business. And what right do you have to call my junior brother Yifan this man? My junior brother Yifan is the best man in the world. Who do you think you are? Just because you are a prodigal son raised by your parents, do you have the right to yell and scream here? Gu Zhongyu was scolded so badly by Yukor in front of him that he looked at Yukor with a hurt expression on his face, and then his expression suddenly turned vicious and he stared at Yifan angrily. Kor, have you been deceived by him? My girlfriend dumped him because of his poor conditions. My conditions are much better than his, right? If you have anything you like here, I can buy it for you. Gu Zhongyu's remarks completely overwhelmed Yi Xiaoxiao, his official girlfriend. Brother Zhongyu, you are trying to please another wild woman in front of me like this, isn't that too much for me? Yi Xiaoxiao held Gu Zhongyu's hand and accused him with tears in her eyes. However, Gu Zhongyu just looked back at her, and then pulled hard the hand that Yi Xiaoxiao was holding, not even caring that Yi Xiaoxiao lost her balance and fell to the ground. How dare you compare yourself to Kor? I don't have time to play with you right now. If you're smart, just wait for me over here. Otherwise, don't blame me for spanking you later. The two people who were showing affection in front of Yifan just now turned into a pair of resentful lovers. All that is left is the man's disgust and impatience and the woman's grievance that she can only swallow in silence. Yifan couldn't help but want to applaud. This is probably what they call, showing off your affection will lead to death sooner. Especially when evil people show affection to each other, it will come as fast as retribution in this life. After listening to Gu Zhongyu's words, Yukor realized that Gu Zhongyu and his current girlfriend had such a grudge with Yifan. That woman has such a short sight. He actually hurt someone as good as junior brother Yifan. Yukor couldn't tolerate such a thing. After thinking about it, she decided that she must help Yifan vent his anger. Gu Zhongyu, you just said that you can buy me anything I want here, right? Yukor suddenly asked. A glimmer of hope appeared in Gu Zhongyu's eyes, and he nodded repeatedly like pounding garlic. Of course. No matter which one you like, I can buy it for you. Upon hearing this, Yukur tapped her lips with her manicured index finger, pretending to be thinking. Then she stretched out her jade finger and pointed at the bags on the wall opposite. Then I want this whole wall of bags, is that okay with you? Gu Zhongyu looked in the direction Yukir pointed, and saw an entire wall filled with top-of-the-line Hermes bags. Although Gu Zhongyu was a rich second generation, he usually has to report his expenses to his family. According to his personal living expenses, it would be difficult for him to buy just one, let alone a whole wall of them. Gu Zhongyu showed an embarrassment. Kor, what I just said was just one thing, you suddenly pointed at a wall, Yukor snorted immediately after hearing this. I knew you couldn't do it, so I didn't plan to count on you. After saying that, she leaned on Yifan's shoulder and acted coquettishly, acting like a little bird. Junior brother Yifan, these bags are just pocket money for you, right? Yifan saw Yukor's little thoughts and scratched her small and delicate nose lovingly. Of course, as long as senior sister Kor likes it, money is nothing to me. After saying that, Yifan was about to call the shopping guide to come over for checkout. When Gu Zhongyu saw Yifan's actions, he immediately laughed sarcastically. No, you've never bought luxury goods, so you have no idea about the price of Hermes bags? Do you know how much this whole wall of bags costs? And you're brazen enough to say you want to pay for them? Yi Xiaoxiao obviously didn't believe that Yifan could be so capable. She stood next to Gu Zhongyu with her hands crossed, wanting to see Yifan make a fool of himself. Chapter 34. Several shopping guides came over hurriedly to calculate the price of the bag. Then he took the diamond card that Yifan handed over. Just as Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiaoxiao raised their chins and prepared to laugh at the announcement of insufficient balance, the POS machine in the shopping guide successfully read the diamond card and the payment receipt paper slowly spit out from the machine. Ding! Spend 13.8 million yuan on a 94-point high-value woman, trigger a critical hit reward. Congratulations on winning 100% of the shares of Yaowu Entertainment Media Company worth 2 billion yuan. The third critical strike was successful. Yukor is simply a great blessing to herself. This gold digger really made the right choice. Yifan looked at the beautiful Yukor beside him and found her more and more pleasing to the eye. Sir, your payment has been successful. We will now pack these paid items for you and Miss. Wah! What? When Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiaoxiao heard the shopping guide's confirmation that the payment was successful, their expression suddenly changed more exaggeratedly than a chameleon. How is this possible? How can Yifan come up with so much money at once? The two of them hurriedly ran to the shopping guide, snatched the receipt paper from the POS machine and started to check it. 13.8 million. This guy spent 13.8 million at one time. Gu Zhongyu's incredulous voice was so loud that it filled the entire store. Yi Xiaoxiao covered her mouth in horror, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Yifan became completely different. It was obvious that I left Yifan before because his family conditions were poor. As a result, he has now become a big shot who spends more than 10 million at a time without blinking an eye. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao felt so unwilling that there was a hint of desire in her eyes when she looked at Yifan. Yifan was in a good mood because he got a new reward, and he casually pointed to a row of luxury goods and asked the clerk to pack them for Yukir. Ding! Spend 1.2 million yuan, trigger 8 times rebate, get rebate of 9.6 million yuan. Oh my dear! You are so good to me. Yukor was completely impressed by Yifan's generosity. Her heart and eyes are now filled with Yifan, and she firmly believes that she will never meet a better man than him. Thinking of this, Yukor completely threw away the previous reserved ideas that were necessary for flirting with men, and immediately leaned over and kissed Yifan on the cheek. I like you, junior brother Yifan, the most. Seeing Yukor being so flattering and loving towards Yifan, Gu Zhongyu felt like his heart was bleeding. But Yifan in front of him was able to make such a big move, and he was no longer someone he could provoke at will. Therefore, apart from impotent rage, Gu Zhongyu had no other way to stop Yukor from running into Yifan's arms. Feeling the touch of Yukor's soft lips on his face, Yifan pinched her waist with a wicked smile. Looking up, he saw 2 annoying flies still in front of him. Yifan frowned and called a few shop assistants. These 2 people here are too much of an eyesore, affecting my mood. Okay sir, we'll take care of it for you right away. The clerk can still distinguish between a big customer who spends more than 10 million at one time and a customer who comes in and complains for a long time but doesn't spend a penny. Several shop assistants immediately gestured to Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiaoxiao, asking them to leave. Humph. The staff in this store listen to you. I don't believe that every store here will listen to you and drive us away. Gu Zhengyu didn't dare to confront Yifan face to face, so he could only vent a few harsh words. Then, at the urging of the shop assistant, he pulled Yi Xiaoxiao, who was staring at Yifan lingeringly, away. Yifan stroked Yukor's smooth little hands, with the corner of his mouth slightly tilted. If this person hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten that SKP has become my own property. Since he is so stubborn, let's just let him be turned away in every store and see what happens. Yifan dialed the SKP manager's number on his mobile phone with one hand and gave instructions in a few words. At this moment, Yukir looked at the large and small bags at her feet, and quickly picked up the packaging bags of the bags that were on the wall. Junior brother Yifan, I just mentioned these bags to vent your anger. Now you can return them. Yukor now completely regards Yifan as the man she wants to serve sincerely. In front of the man she truly loves, she is still very considerate of him. Yifan was obviously a little surprised by Yukor's behavior, and he unconsciously softened a little for her. But he definitely couldn't give up. Yifan didn't want to let the entertainment media company he had just acquired slip away. Senior sister Kor, I've said that once you spend money, there's no reason to get it back. If you really care about me, you can keep these bags peacefully and stop saying stupid things like this. Do you hear me? Yifan's slightly overbearing words not only did not make Yukor feel resistant and impatient, but instead she was completely conquered by the masculine aura he revealed. Yukor had no choice but to nod obediently, thinking that she would definitely repay Yifan's kindness to her in other ways within her ability in the future. After Gu Zhengyu and Yi Xiaoxiao were kicked out of the Hermes store, they each had their own thoughts, but they still pretended to be a loving couple and walked into other stores to stroll around as if nothing had happened. However, as soon as they entered a Nike store, the clerk inside put up a plastic sign refusing entry for the two. What's wrong? Aren't there a lot of customers inside right now? Why are they not letting us in as soon as we come over? Gu Zhengyu muttered to himself, and took Yi Xiaoxiao's arm to go into another Dior store. This time, before they even stepped into the store, the clerk inside came over with a broom to sweep the floor under their feet and kicked the two out directly. No! What's the meaning of your store? How can you point a broom at customers like this? Believe it or not, I will complain to you. Gu Zhengyu was puzzled and started to curse at several shop assistants. Yi Xiaoxiao glared at the shop assistants unconvincedly, that's right. Believe it or not, I will file a complaint against you. Several shop assistants immediately laughed when they heard this. Go ahead if you have the guts. To tell you the truth, you two have offended our SKP's head, Chairman Yifan. Now no store in the entire SKP will welcome you. If you know what's best for you, leave now. Stop polluting our air and increasing our workload. After saying that, several shop assistants glared at the two men with disdain and went back to their own shops to get busy. Only then did Gu Zhengyu and Yi Xiaoxiao understand what had happened to them since they left Hermes. Yi Xiaoxiao, your ex-boyfriend is actually the chairman of SKP. If you hadn't deliberately lied to me, would I have made such a fool of myself today? Gu Zhengyu pulled Yi Xiaoxiao's arm and started scolding her. Yi Xiaoxiao was feeling puzzled and regretful at this moment. If she had known this earlier, how could she have given up Yifan and looked for this useless Gu Zhengyu in front of her? The two were feeling depressed and walked around for a few rounds in a seemingly harmonious manner. They happened to meet Yukir and Yifan, who had just come out of the Hermes store. Behind them, there was a group of staff helping to carry bags. Chapter 35. Yukor saw Gu Zhengyu and Yi Xiaoxiao standing in the middle of the road in a daze, and immediately reminded them impatiently. Please make way, don't block the way. Then, she took Yifan's arm and gracefully walked past the two people whose faces stink worse than a cesspool. The staff who were rushing to catch up behind accidentally bumped into Gu Zhengyu and Yi Xiaoxiao, making them dizzy. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yukor's arrogant attitude next to Yifan, and she was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. All of this should have belonged to her. After thinking for a while, Yi Xiaoxiao shook off Gu Zhengyu, who was about to come over and hold her hand, and said seriously, Gu Zhengyu, let's break up. I find that I still can't let go of Yifan in my heart. Let's end it here. Gu Zhengyu never expected that his white moonlight and current girlfriend would be taken away by the same man on the same day. He looked at Yi Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Are you serious? Of course. Compared to Yifan, you are far inferior. Not to mention how you treated me in Hermes just now. Let's stop here and don't contact me again. Yi Xiaoxiao's face was full of determination. At this moment, she has made up her mind. No matter what method she uses, she must return to Yifan again. It is said that the love during school days is the most unforgettable. She doesn't believe that Yifan really has no feelings for her at all. After formally breaking up with Gu Zhangyu, Yi Xiaoxiao left without looking back. Gu Zhangyu was left alone in the middle of the huge shopping mall, kneeling on the ground with his hands covering his head, crying helplessly. Yukor looked at the trunk of the Koenigsegg filled with luxury bags, secretly took out a small gift bag, and then sat in the passenger seat with joy. Yi Fan was driving, and soon he noticed that the woman next to him seemed to be making some noises on purpose. With a glance, Yi Fan's breathing suddenly stagnated. At this time, Yukir had taken out a pair of black stockings from the small gift bag she had specially brought out. After throwing her high heels under the seat, she began to decorate her beautiful legs. The delicate calf skin, set off by the high-grade black stockings from Balenciaga, becomes even more enchanting and alluring, conveying a sense of beauty that is both appealing and seductive. How about it, junior brother Yi Fan, does it look good on me? Yukor crossed her legs and rubbed the black silk to show the smooth touch. Do you want to feel how smooth it is? The anger in Yi Fan's body was rising rapidly. This woman is really a witch. There was no other way. Under Yukor's constant nagging, Yi Fan could only free up one hand and feel the extraordinary touch of warmth under the guidance of her slender fingers. It's as smooth as dove. You can't touch other places on purpose. Yukor warned in a pretending fierce tone. Yi Fan pretended to be stupid and asked, somewhere else, what place do you mean, senior sister? You bad guy. You ask questions even though you already know the answer. Yukor punched Yi Fan in the chest with her little pink fist. The atmosphere in the car was just right when a voice suddenly came from the system. Ding! Mission drop, take Yukor on a bicycle to visit Imperial Capital University. If you complete the task, you will get a bottle of intermediate gene upgrade solution. Biking around campus? What kind of weird mission is this? However, the last time I used the primary upgrade liquid, it helped Yi Fan improve his appearance and physique in all aspects, so he was still looking forward to the effect of the intermediate upgrade liquid. There is no other way, everything is for the reward. Sister Kor, when we get to school, I'll take you around the campus on my bike. What do you think? Upon hearing Yi Fan's proposal, Yukor immediately showed a look of joy on her face. Really? Then wouldn't we be like the sweet campus couple in idol dramas? Okay. As long as it's what junior brother Yi Fan wants to do, we are happy to cooperate. Otherwise, why do people say that gold diggers have high emotional value? Which man cannot love such an obedient and sensible woman who does whatever she is told? When they arrived at the entrance of Imperial Capital University, Yi Fan put Yukor down first. Let her wait here until I park the car, and then I will ride my bike to pick her up. Yukor nodded obediently, and then stood quietly on the road waiting for Yi Fan to come. However, Yukor is an eye-catching presence wherever she goes. At this moment, she is wearing an eye-catching little red lace dress and textured black stockings. After a while, she has attracted the attention of classmates passing by on the way home from school. A Mercedes-Benz G worth more than 2 million yuan drove slowly over and stopped next to Yukir the next second. Sitting in the driver's seat was Ji Lingchang, a sophomore who had also pursued Yukor before. Senior sister Kor, where are you going after dressing up so beautifully? How about getting in my car and I'll take you for a ride? Yukor glanced at the person who came over indifferently, then raised her chin and looked away without saying a word. It was not the first or second time that Ji Lingchang was not looked at straight in the eye by Yukor, so at this moment he not only did not feel discouraged, but he wanted to try harder and more. Senior sister Kor, please give me some face this time. I promise to take you to fun places. I can also buy you anything you want depending on the situation. Yukor was a little annoyed by Ji Lingchang's self-promotion. Just as she was about to ask him to go away, she saw Yi Fan appear on a bicycle. The impatient expression instantly turned into an ecstatic look, and Yukor immediately ran towards Yi Fan excitedly. When he saw Yukor running to a man riding a bicycle and happily sitting on the back seat of the bicycle, Ji Lingchang felt that his entire spiritual world had collapsed. Why would Yukor, a notorious gold digger, sit on the back of a man's bicycle instead of riding in his luxury car? And he was so happy that he couldn't even pretend. Not only Ji Lingchang, but also the students passing by were shocked beyond words. How come they are collectively dreaming before it gets dark? Is the money-loving gold digger now also playing pure love? Without exception, everyone had their mouths wide open, and their lips couldn't close for most of the day. Ji Lingchang couldn't hold it in any longer. He stuck his head out of the car window and immediately asked Yukor, Senior sister Kor. That's a bicycle. And it's a fucking shared bike. Why would you rather choose a man on a bicycle than me? Yukor was now sitting steadily on the back seat of Yifan's bicycle, her 10 slender fingers grasping the corner of Yifan's clothes, her face filled with a happy smile. No reason, probably because you are not Yifan's junior brother. As long as he is junior brother Yifan, I don't care whether he drives a car with several wheels to pick me up. As long as I can stay with him, I will be happy. This statement once again struck Ji Lingchang and the students watching from the scene as if struck by lightning. In the midst of a worldview that was completely bombarded with shock, everyone could only watch as Yifan used a shared bicycle to take the beautiful Yukor farther and farther away. Chapter 36. The talented man and beautiful woman, even when riding bicycles, are a beautiful sight on the school road. Especially after the other students found out that the person sitting on the back seat of the bicycle was the notoriously materialistic senior sister Yukor, they couldn't help but take pictures with their mobile phones. For a time, the entry gold digger Yukor would rather cry on the back of a bicycle quickly topped the list of the Imperial Capital University Campus Forum. The entire campus was suddenly plunged into a heated discussion about whether the gold digger should become a good woman. Many rich second generations in the school who wanted Yukor's love but couldn't get her cried bitterly, not understanding why they lost. Some people even took the lead in forming a sad alliance of the heartbroken, to commemorate their completely lost possibility of catching up with Yukor. Here, Yifan and Yukor were just immersed in the beautiful evening scenery of the campus. Yukor's arms were completely wrapped around Yifan's waist and hugged him tightly. She had never thought that her heart could be so close to a man. When the bicycle arrived at the foot of Yukir's dormitory, he braked suddenly and threw himself directly on Yifan's back. After hearing the triumphant laughter, Yukir could only pinch Yifan's waist a little and said coquettishly, "Hateful. I have just hired a reliable classmate to deliver the bag and luxury goods I bought for you to your dormitory, so you don't have to make an extra trip." Hearing Yifan's words, Yukor's heart softened again. This man is always so sweet. I really don't have any way to resist him. Yes, thank you, junior brother Yifan. Today is the happiest day I have had in all these years. Just a verbal thank you? Yifan asked deliberately teasingly. Yukir liked Yifan's sometimes frivolous look. She curved her eyebrows and immediately hugged Yifan's arms and kissed him on the face. Then he ran up to the dormitory building in a shy manner that he didn't expect. She had to hold back her pounding heartbeat while running. This man was really too much for her to handle. Yifan, who was downstairs, looked at Yukor's back as she ran away and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It was Luo Hanji calling. After pressing the answer button, Luo Hanji's distressed and slightly frightened voice came out from the phone. "Hello, is this brother Yifan? I was planning to go out for dinner at this time, but now there is a strange person at the door of my dormitory building who keeps shouting my name and asking me to get out." The crying sound that passed by for a moment was suppressed by Luo Hanji with all his strength. "Can you come and pick me up? I'm a little scared." Yifan frowned immediately after hearing this, and quickly spoke to comfort him. "Sister Hanji, don't be afraid, I'll be there soon, just wait for me." "Yeah, thank you, brother Yifan." After getting Yifan's response, Luo Hanji's original fear was finally suppressed a lot. She leaned her head out of the dormitory building and saw that the leading boy was still calling her name through a loudspeaker, and there was a circle of classmates standing nearby watching the fun. She could only pray secretly that Yifan would come here quickly to rescue her. Here, Yifan arrived at the dormitory building where Luo Hanji was in a short while. From a distance, it seemed that there were many candles arranged in the shape of a heart on the ground in front of the dormitory building where a group of people gathered. Luo Hanji was looking around inside, and as soon as he saw Yifan appear, he immediately ran to his side in small steps. Yifan quickly reached out to protect the man. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The boy who was shouting Luo Hanji's name through the loudspeaker saw Luo Hanji rushing out, and hurriedly brought a few brothers to the direction where she was running. "Hanji, don't run. As long as you listen to my confession, you will understand how sincere I am to you." Yifan listened to this somewhat familiar voice and slowly raised his head. The boy holding the loudspeaker was also stunned when he saw Yifan's face. Yifan held his forehead helplessly. "Why is it you again? Are you a fucking confession expert? Or did you set up some kind of confession club to catch beautiful women to meet your KPI?" The one who wanted to confess to Luo Hanji was none other than Lu Gaoyuan, who had previously stopped Ruansile from leaving and insisted on expressing his feelings. Lu Gaoyuan didn't expect that he would meet Yifan again when confessing his love to him. Yifan's teasing made him feel a little embarrassed, so he quickly picked up the loudspeaker to amplify his voice. "What nonsense are you talking about? Every time I confessed, I was sincere. Don't destroy my reputation in front of Hanji. And don't think you're great just because you're rich. For my confession this time, I specially invited a capable brother to help me. Lu Gaoyuan proudly pointed to the confession venue set up nearby. Soon he will come to help me complete this unprecedented confession. No matter how much money you can offer this time, my confession will not be ruined by you. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Lu Gaoyuan imitated the villain on TV and laughed. After laughing a few times, he felt that this was a bit too vulgar, so he quickly stopped. Boring idiot. Yi Fan was speechless. He felt it was a waste of air to say any more words to such a self-centered fool. Yi Fan held Luo Hanji in his arms and wanted to take her away directly. At this time, Lu Gaoyuan looked in the direction behind Yi Fan, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly went to meet him. Brother! You're finally here. I haven't even started to confess my feelings yet and the girl is about to be taken away by a bully. Who? How dare you take away the girl you want to confess your love to? I want to see what he looks like. Listening to the stupid conversation between the two people, Yi Fan didn't see anyone, but for some reason he felt a little familiar with the voice of the new man. Look back. Wow. It's another acquaintance. What's up? Last time you said you went to the hospital to see a doctor for your brain, but the doctor thought you were hopeless and didn't want to admit you, right? Do you have time to go for a walk again today? Yi Fan asked a few questions. Feng Likun, who was walking arm in arm with Lu Gaoyuan, froze the obscene smile on his face the moment he saw Yi Fan's clear face. Oh my god. Why is it this rich guy again? Could it be that Lu Gaoyuan is going to confess this time? Feng Likun looked at the girl in Yi Fan's arms with fear. Damn it, last time I failed to flirt with the innocent schoolgirl of the boss and ended up offending him. Lu Gaoyuan, this stupid bastard. Something as trivial as confessing love could cause him so much trouble. He keeps asking him to deal with the rich guy, which means he is asking me to die with him. Feng Likun thought about it and it seemed that there was only one way to solve the current situation. Chapter 37. Brother, I have already set up the venue. Help me chase this guy away, and I will officially start confessing my love to you. Lu Gaoyuan was happily talking about his plans, and was getting close to Feng Likun. The next second, Feng Likun suddenly turned around and gave him a loud slap in the face. The crisp sound of the slap startled everyone, and Lu Gaoyuan covered his face with his hands in grievance, not knowing why he was treated like this. Brother! Who is your brother? Feng Likun immediately removed himself from the matter. Anyone who can drive a sports car worth tens of millions must have a net worth of more than a dozen small goals. If I make Brother Shenhao angry this time, forget about dealing with him in the future. One day I might get killed and I wouldn't even know how. Feng Likun has always considered himself a man who knows how to adapt to changing times. The most correct choice at this time is to flatter the boss as much as possible, only then can you make up for the mistakes made by that kid Lu Gaoyuan. Do you know who is standing in front of you? This is our Imperial University's famous Koenigsegg owner, Brother Shenhao. Can a little fug like you covet my woman? Don't even mention calling me brother today. Even if you call me dad, I won't help you do such a shameful thing. Feng Likun put all his strength into rebuking Lu Gaoyuan, instantly turning himself into the embodiment of justice, and then he praised Yi Fan in various ways to show his respect for him. Lu Gaoyuan was completely confused after being scolded, and was stunned for a moment when he saw that the elder brother he had always relied on was so afraid of Yi Fan. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you bow down and apologize to that rich man? Feng Likun gave Yi Fan a flattering smile, then swung his hand and patted Lu Gaoyuan on the head. Lu Gaoyuan finally reacted foolishly at this time, and quickly apologized to Yi Fan. I'm sorry, Brother Shenhao. It's all my fault for disturbing you and classmate Hanji. Please forgive me this time. Lu Gaoyuan apologized, his tone was completely devoid of his previous ignorance and arrogance, instead it was filled with fear and trembling. Yi Fan glanced at Feng Likun, who was looking fawning, and snorted coldly. You're quite sensible. Take your little brother aside and teach him a lesson. If you offend me again next time, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yes. Thank you very much, Brother Shenhao. I will teach this bastard a lesson later. Feng Likun quickly led the brothers who followed behind him and lined up in 2 rows to make way for Yi Fan and Luo Hanji. They watched them leave with great respect, and the expressions on their faces were extremely pious. After Yi Fan and the other person walked away, Feng Likun realized what was going on and turned around to beat up the troublemaker Lu Gaoyuan. His wailing echoed throughout the campus. After the farce was resolved, there was not much food left in the school cafeteria, so Yifan simply took Luo Hanji to Su Xian Restaurant, a mid to high-end specialty restaurant in the imperial capital, for dinner. When Luo Hanji went to the bathroom, Yifan took out the intermediate gene upgrade liquid he obtained after completing the task in the afternoon and drank it in one gulp. A fiery breath suddenly surged in Yifan's body, and it seemed that countless hot air came out of every pore on his body. After 30 seconds, the body's abnormalities returned to normal. Through the reflection of the mirrored tableware on the dining table, Yifan saw that the skin on his face had become tighter, and each of his facial features had become noticeably more delicate and brighter. If he had a school idol level appearance before, then Yifan now has a true school idol level appearance, and can even be a small internet celebrity who makes a living by his looks. Yifan clearly felt that the function of his eyes had also improved a lot. At this moment, his vision was wider and clearer than before, and his brain had reached an unprecedented state of clarity. Needless to say, Yifan felt that he could easily knock out a group of people with one punch. He even had to control the strength in his hands to barely avoid bending the stainless steel spoon. Ha! It turns out that the intermediate upgrade liquid can achieve such an extraordinary effect. If I drink the advanced upgrade liquid in the future, won't I be completely transformed into a magical being like an alien? Thinking about how he might become infinitely powerful in the future, Yifan couldn't help but feel slightly excited. But why did Sister Hanji take so long to go to the bathroom? Yifan was wondering when he suddenly heard a cry for help coming from the corridor leading to the bathroom. Brother Yifan! Save me! They are going to take me away. Not good. Yifan moved and immediately came to the aisle. Then she saw a well-dressed man pulling Luo Hanji and trying to take her away. Luo Hanji was so anxious that tears were streaming down her face. With a neat flying kick, Yifan kicked the man away, then pulled Luo Hanji over with one hand and protected him in his arms. You dare to rob people here in broad daylight? Wendaying fell heavily to the ground after being kicked away. He looked back with difficulty and found that it was a pretty boy who ruined his good fortune. Damn it, anyone dares to get close to me now, right? What are you guys still standing there for? You're just here to eat. Wendaying roared to the side, and several burly men dressed as bodyguards quickly surrounded Yifan. Yifan sneered, looking for death. He still protected Luo Hanji steadily with one hand, and punched anyone who came his way with the other hand. After a while, 7 or 8 burly men collapsed to the ground, some spitting blood from their mouths, some looking for teeth. When Wendaying saw this scene, his originally arrogant expression couldn't help but show a bit of fear. His bodyguards were specially selected from a bodyguard company, and each of them is an excellent fighter with many battles under his belt. How did this pretty boy manage to knock a man down with just one punch? This is totally unscientific. However, looking at Luo Hanji who was right in front of him, Wendaying said he didn't want to let this girl slip away again. How dare you beat me and my men like this? Do you know who I am? Facing Wendaying's incompetent clamor, Yifan smiled. I don't care who you are. I see you still have the strength to speak. It must be because the beating you received just now was not severe enough. Let me see, which hand did you pull just now? Yifan recalled for a moment, then came to the lying Wendaying, put his toes on the 5 fingers of his right hand, and pressed down hard. Ah! The screams of a pig being slaughtered instantly filled the entire restaurant, and other guests couldn't help but stretch their necks to watch the fun. You are absolutely fucked. I am the only son of the Wen family, one of the 7 great families in the imperial capital, and the only heir to the Wen group in the future. If you dare to do this to me, my father will never let you go. When Luo Hanji heard Wendaying's threat, she hurriedly grabbed Yifan. Fear and guilt made her face full of tears. Seeing Yifan take a few steps back, Wendaying thought Yifan was scared, and yelled at the waiter to call the boss over. Chapter 38. The waiter nearby was already terrified by the tragic situation, and hurriedly followed Wendaying's instructions to call the boss. After a while, Wei Shida, the owner of Su Xianguan, hurried over. Seeing Wendaying lying on the ground in a mess and his bodyguards badly injured, Wei Shida suddenly panicked. How come the prince of the Wen family got beaten like this in their restaurant? If we settle the accounts, my Su Xian pavilion will not be implicated as well, right? Master 1. Are you okay? Wei Shida hurried over to help Wendaying up, but Wendaying tried for a long time but failed to sit up successfully. There was no other way. Wendaying could only half lean on Wei Shida and ordered him fiercely. Boss Wei, if you don't want my Wen's group to cause trouble for your Shu Xian pavilion, bring your men and capture this pretty boy right now. When Wei Shida heard this, he felt angry. My goodness, you brought so many professional thugs with you, but you were beaten like this. How can you, the ordinary waiters and security guards in this hotel, do anything to them? Wei Shida looked at Wendang, then at the tall Yifan who was standing there, his face full of helplessness and indescribable pain. Boss Wei, you are deaf, right? I asked you to take action, didn't you hear me? Yifan shook his head when he heard that. It was not easy to be a boss and meet such arrogant and mentally retarded people these days. He actually had a good idea. Boss, I have a deal I want to make with you. If you name a price, I will buy your hotel right now. You can continue to do business. If others want to cause trouble, they will be blamed on me. What do you think? Yifan had already made up his mind to buy the restaurant and register Luo Hanji as the owner. It can be regarded as an act of spending money on her, and the first time, it must be a critical hit. When Wei Shida heard this, he thought it was a good idea. He was already tired of flattering and currying favor with these young masters from aristocratic families, so this way he could concentrate on his own career. However, when Wendang heard what Yifan said, she immediately laughed. What on earth are you dreaming about, you pretty boy? Even a young master like me from an aristocratic family would have a hard time paying the money to buy Su Xian Pavilion all at once. How could you? You want to buy it right away? Wendang has always looked down on these pretty boys who only have good looks. A man like this, who usually lives on the backs of rich women, actually has the guts to save the beauty here and act like a righteous person. He's really good at pretending. As for buying a restaurant, that is even more impossible. He didn't believe that the pretty boy would have a large amount of cash flow to use at his age. However, in order to humiliate Yifan, Wendang began to urge Wei Shida. Boss Wei, since this pretty boy wants to buy Su Xian Pavilion, then you should give him an offer. Let him see what kind of wishful thinking he has said. 12 million. If you can pay the full amount right now, Su Xian Pavilion will be yours. Wei Shida also felt that there was little hope for this matter, so he just gave a dry quote of the price and conditions. 12 million is too little. Let me round it up to 20 million. I'll pay you right now, and your future boss will be the lady next to me. After Yifan finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and asked Wei Shida to show him the payment method. Wendang laughed even louder when she heard Yifan's words. It's so funny, and you're raising the price by 8 million? Have you ever taken a business course? And you're trying to imitate others by buying a store as a gift. Can't you pretend to be a bit more convincing? Spend 20 million to buy a store as a gift to a woman? Any truly wealthy boss would not do such a loss-making business. Wendang became even more convinced that Yifan was talking nonsense. Wei Shida reluctantly showed the payment method. Next second, Ji Fubao arrived, 20 million yuan. The whole place was silent. The sound of the announcement filled the entire restaurant, and the sounds of other guests talking and eating disappeared instantly, as if the mute button had been pressed. Did I hear correctly? That young man really spent 20 million to buy this Shushin Pavilion. Oh my god. The voice in that announcement is absolutely true. But the man who paid for it is a little too handsome and too young. The eyes around him immediately focused on Yifan, who calmly paid the money. Wendang and Wei Shida were completely stunned. Wendang looked at the man in front of him with disbelief. This man was so handsome that he hated him. Fucking 20 million, they actually paid it right on the spot. How is this possible? Wei Shida realized later that he was now out of trouble. He stood up with a start. Wendang, who was originally leaning on him, fell to the ground again without support. His chest was hit and he spit out blood again. Damn you, Wei Shida. Cough. Hello, boss. Please tell me what I can do for you. Wei Shida hurriedly came to Yifan to ask for instructions, and then he remembered that Yifan had just said that the store was a gift to the girl next to him, so he bowed to Luo Hanji again. We still have business to do in our store. Let's throw these guys out who have been lying on the ground and making trouble for a long time. Don't let the customers feel upset. Yifan pointed at the people on the ground with a faint look. Wei Shida immediately nodded and accepted the order. The people in their store couldn't deal with the new boss's skills, but now there were several of them lying on the ground, so it was still easy to deal with. Several waiters and security guards worked together to lift Wendang and several bodyguards and threw them out of Su Xian Pavilion. Goodbye. Wei Shida sent the people away with a cheerful look on his face, then immediately printed out the contract and handed it to Yifan for signature. Yi Fan pushed the contract to Luo Hanji's hand. Hanji, you will be the boss of Su Xian Pavilion from now on. Yi Fan's action quickly made the waitresses and female guests around him burst into love bubbles in their eyes. I didn't expect that what this handsome guy just said was actually true. He actually wanted to give this restaurant to that beautiful girl. Such a man is too good. Luo Hanji was so surprised that he was about to refuse. Yi Fan could only whisper to her and lie to her that he only let her take over the restaurant temporarily due to some special reasons, and he would take it back when needed in the future. Only after hearing this did Luo Hanji dare to sign his name on the contract. After all, brother Yi Fan has helped her so much and has always protected her, he will definitely not harm her. Ding! Spend 20 million yuan for a 93-point beauty. Trigger a critical hit reward. Congratulations on winning 65% of the shares of Imperial Capital University and a Dixin private hospital with a market value of 50 billion yuan. Chapter 39. Yi Fan never thought that he now even owns shares in a school and a private hospital. His industry is becoming more and more complete. During the subsequent meal and chat with Luo Hanji, Yi Fan learned that the reason she had delayed her enrollment was related to Wen Dang, who had just caused trouble. During a cultural performance after the college entrance examination, that person happened to come and watch the performance. Then he said he fell in love with me and asked around for information about me and asked me to be his girlfriend. In order to avoid him and not let him know which university I would go to, my parents had to take me back to my hometown for a while, and then I found another opportunity to register at Imperial Capital University. When he recalled those days of hiding from place to place, Luo Hanji couldn't help but sob as he spoke. Don't worry, Sister Hanji. I'm here with you. No matter whether you come from an aristocratic family or not, no one in the capital can touch you. Just live your college life happily. Under Yi Fan's manly comfort, Luo Hanji's grievances that she had carefully concealed finally broke out completely, and she couldn't help but throw herself into Yi Fan and burst into tears. The next morning, Yi Fan got up early. Today is his first weekend after getting the system. The first thing he has to do, of course, is to fulfill his plan to take Song Jiro out to buy clothes. When Song Jiro came down from the dormitory building, she was still wearing the same patched sweatshirt she wore last time. Yi Fan was a little puzzled. After you were promoted to the manager of Jean Taiyuan's restaurant, shouldn't your salary be much higher than before? Why can't you afford to buy yourself some new clothes? Song Jiro glanced to the side unnaturally, stuck out her tongue and said embarrassedly. I don't have a strong desire for these things. As for clothes, as long as they can be worn, that's enough. Yi Fan couldn't help but shook his head when he heard this. If it weren't for Song Jiro's good looks, she would have been invisible in the crowd if she were an ordinary person with such plain outfit. Song Jiro still wanted to refuse to go shopping for clothes, but Yi Fan immediately put on a sad face, and the little girl was tricked into getting into the car again. If Yi Fan had known that pretending to be pitiful would be effective, he would have made full use of it on his little junior sister from the beginning. After all, Song Jiro has the highest appearance score among all the girls who can get the critical hit reward. This naturally also means that behind her, there are endless and valuable reward treasures. The two came to the commercial street near Imperial Capital University. Every time he entered a brand clothing store, Yi Fan would ask the shopping guy to pack up the entire row of clothes that contained the piece of clothing that Song Jiro liked, then collect the clothes from several stores together and pay for them, and finally let the stores divide the money among themselves. Although this method was very strange, the shop assistants readily agreed to it when they saw the Koenigsegg supercar he drove. Ding! Spending 360,000 yuan for a 95-point high-value woman triggers a critical hit reward. Congratulations on winning 70% of Guangfa Securities shares with a market value of 120 billion yuan. 360,000 in exchange for assets worth 120 billion. It turns out that spending money on junior sister Song is incredibly cost-effective. Isn't this a direct profit for me? Yi Fan was excited here, but Song Jiro on the other side couldn't help but frowning when she heard the amount of the payment. How come senior brother Yi Fan can spend so much money on himself just to buy clothes? Hundreds of thousands were spent in one go, and the speed at which money was spent made her wonder if Yi Fan's family printed money. Brother Yi Fan, can I return some of these clothes? As soon as Song Jiro asked cautiously, she was stopped seriously by Yi Fan. Of course not. Clothes are bought for you to wear. And if you want to save money, these stores will not accept full refunds. It will only be a waste if you return it. Yi Fan advised. Song Jiro frowned even deeper when she heard this. By the way, didn't you say last time that you were short of money? Just tell me the amount and I'll write you a check right now. Although Yifan was not sure whether direct transfer of money could be considered as spending money on girls, it would be a shame not to give it a try. What's more, Song Jiro helped him to offer so many rewards, so it would be no big deal if he just gave it as a thank you gift. Song Jiro quickly shook her head and pretended to be stupid, saying that she had never said that she was short of money. At this moment, a call suddenly came into her mobile phone. Hey, Mom? What's wrong? Oh my dear, this is bad. You just used your advance salary to buy a special care ward for your dad, and your dad was transferred in less than a day ago. Suddenly today, a director came and said that your dad can no longer live in this room. He said that the house is now being given to someone else and that we must move out within 2 hours. But you know that your dad's condition doesn't allow us to move around all the time. What should we do now, Nan? After Song Jiro heard the whole story from her mother, she suddenly became anxious. Mom, don't let Dad move. I'm going to go over right now to see what's going on. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Yifan saw how anxious Song Jiro was when she was on the phone. After she hung up the phone, she was about to ask Yifan to give her a ride, but she was already pulled into the car by Yifan. Where are you going? Yifan asked. Dishin Private Hospital on the 3rd Street of the Imperial Capital. Please help me, senior brother Yifan. What a coincidence. It was exactly the hospital he had just taken over last night? From the conversation on Song Jiro's phone, Yifan roughly knew what had happened. This is interesting. He wants to see who dares to do whatever they want on his own territory. With a bang of the accelerator, Yifan drove Song Jiro straight to Dishin Private Hospital. The main entrance of Dishin Private Hospital. Yifan randomly found a temporary parking space and parked his car. Song Jiro was just about to thank Yifan for sending her here when she saw Yifan also got out of the car. I am familiar with this hospital. I can help you if you have any problems that you cannot solve. As we are senior and junior brothers, you are not going to refuse me such a small matter, right? Yifan teased in a relaxed tone. Hearing Yifan's words, Song Jiro felt an infinite warmth in her heart. Thank you, brother Yi. Yifan touched Song Jiro's head to comfort her, and the two of them quickly rushed to the floor where Song's father was in the ward. Before they reached the door of the ward, they heard a man's commanding voice coming from inside the room. Anyway, you can't live in this house now. No matter if you've paid or not, you have to move out immediately. After that, the sound of heavy objects being moved was heard from inside again. Song Jiro hurried to the ward to protect her father's bed. Yifan spoke up in time and scolded the people who were moving things. What are you guys doing? I paid the money to be hospitalized, and you want to kick me out? The financial director Zhu Yida, who had just been yelling at the Song couple rudely, turned around and looked at the person who came. He found that it was just a young man, and his expression and arrogance immediately became even more arrogant. Chapter 40. Young man, don't act like a hero here. I am also following the rules and regulations of our hospital. Even if I didn't follow the rules and regulations, is it your business? After Zhu Yida made these shameless remarks, he turned around and directed several staff members to move the Song couple's belongings and luggage away. Hurry up, or I'll punish you if you can't check in time when the big client comes. Upon hearing this, several staff members could only speed up their work to clean up the ward, ignoring the pleas of Song's mother and Song Jiro. Yifan frowned, looking at the title of financial director hanging on Zhu Yida, and was about to lose his temper. Suddenly, a familiar voice full of impatience came into Yifan's ears as the man entered the ward. Director Zhu, my ward, you've been busy for so long, is it healed yet? Wendang had her fingers wrapped in thick gauze and was pushed in on a wheelchair. Yifan turned around and almost laughed out loud. Is this what they call enemies meeting on a narrow road? Looking at the wounds on his body, they must be from the lesson I taught him yesterday. When Wendang saw Yifan appear in the ward, she became excited. You thug! I was just thinking about how to find you and settle the score with you for beating me up like this, but I didn't expect you to come to my door today. Wendang immediately called several of his bodyguards to come out and capture Yifan. When he looked back and found that there was no one behind him except the nurse, he remembered that his bodyguards were still lying in the ward. After realizing this, Wendang's original arrogance was extinguished a lot, and he could only urge Zhu Yida to quickly clear out the outsiders from the ward. Then, he still didn't give up and said something cruel in front of Yifan. As for you, just wait. I will settle accounts with you sooner or later. Seeing the helpless looks of Song Jiro and the other two, Yifan was too lazy to play the cat and mouse game with Wendang and Zhu Yida anymore. Zhu Yida, right? As the boss of Dashin Hospital, I now order you to stop driving away the Song couple immediately. In my hospital, you still want to open a back door for others in front of me. I think you don't want to do this job anymore, right? Yifan's oppressive aura shocked Zhu Yida. He did hear about the change of ownership of the hospital yesterday, but it couldn't be this young man in front of him, right? Just as Zhu Yida was hesitating, Wen Daying laughed sarcastically again. I said, you don't think that just because you spent 20 million to buy a restaurant yesterday, you can also buy this hospital, right? I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you this. A private hospital of Dashin's level is not something you can handle with your few dollars. There are at least 100 small goals to start with. Do you really think you can make this hospital yours by talking nonsense like you did last night? Wen Daying shook his head confidently and contemptuously. It seems that the man in front of him is just a country bumpkin with a little money. If Wen's group wants to deal with him, they can probably beat him half to death with just a little trick. I didn't expect that a prodigal like you would understand the market. The market value of my hospital is indeed quite high, only about 50 billion. But you are wrong about one thing. I don't want to buy it now. I have already bought it a long time ago. After Yifan finished speaking, he directly dialed the number of the director of Dashin Hospital. Director Su, right? I'm in room 005 of our inpatient department's VIP special care ward. Please come over here right now. Looking at Yifan's attitude, which seemed to be real, Wen Daying still tilted his mouth and made a disdainful sound. Come on. This is 50 billion. Even their Wen's group cannot maintain this stable market value every year, and this pretty boy directly said that he is the boss of Dashin? Who would believe it if I told them? Could it be possible that a young man in his early 20s could be as big as the entire Wen's group? This is simply impossible. Wen Daying firmly believed in his judgment, so he quickly asked the nurse to push him to the bedside. My body is precious, I don't have the time to waste on these inferior people. Yifan naturally would not let Wen Daying get even a step closer to the bed. He just stretched out one foot and easily stuck Wen Daying's wheelchair so that it could not move at all. Wen Daying was furious. Director Zhu, why don't you come over and help drive this person out? Zhu Yida relied on currying favor with Wen Daying to make some money privately, so he immediately stepped forward and asked Yifan to leave. At this time, hurried footsteps were heard outside the ward. A middle-aged man's powerful voice suddenly rang out, Boss Yi. I didn't expect you to come to our Dashin hospital for an inspection today. You've worked so hard. Dean Su Runping immediately rushed in with his hands outstretched to shake hands with Yifan. Only then did he realize that the ward, which should have been quiet and comfortable, was actually crowded with more than 10 people. Director Zhu. How come there is already a patient in the bed, and here comes another patient in a wheelchair? Su Runping immediately stopped Zhu Yida to find out what happened. At this time, Zhu Yida was also a little confused. Just now this person called and asked the dean to come over, and now the dean is here. Is this a coincidence, or was the dean really called by this young man? And the dean seemed to be calling someone Boss Yi just now. Could he really be the boss of his own hospital? President Su. Can I ask you something first? Who is the Boss Yi you just called? And which company is he the boss of? When Su Runping saw that Zhu Yida not only did not answer his question but asked himself instead, his face turned a little ugly. But he still nodded respectfully to Yifan and introduced him to everyone in the ward. Director Zhu, and all the employees, this news was supposed to be officially announced to everyone in a few days, but since Boss Yi is here today, it's time for you to get to know our new boss. As Su Runping spoke, he gestured solemnly to Yifan. The gentleman standing in front of you is the new owner of our Dashin private hospital, Mr. Yifan. Everyone, give him a warm welcome. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire VIP special care ward became quiet in an instant. All the staff stopped their work in shock and dared not touch anything belonging to the Song couple. The only sound in the entire room was the ticking sound of the medical equipment. Upon hearing this, cold sweat quickly flowed down Zhu Yida's forehead. When he looked at Yifan, his eyes were full of fear that he was doomed. At this moment, Wen Daying was so frightened that he almost fell off his wheelchair. Chapter 41. This pretty boy is actually the boss of Dashin Hospital. How is this possible? At this moment, Wen Daying's face showed the most shocked expression in his life. This also means that this person named Yifan has the same size as the entire Wen group. Everyone here is still absorbing this astonishing fact. Yifan on the other side spoke meaningfully. President Su, it turns out that this introduction about my identity still needs you to do it in person to be effective. Just now, I asked Director Zhu to drive away the relatives he had inserted into the company, but he still didn't want to listen. After hearing what Yifan said, Su Runping finally understood what had happened in the ward. He immediately instructed the nurse behind Wen Daying. You must remove this wheelchair-bound gentleman from the ward immediately. Since he didn't make an appointment in advance, there's no reason for him to just drop in and take away the ward for our other patients. Upon hearing this, the nurse immediately wanted to take Wen Daying out of the ward. Wen Daying had never expected that he would end up in a situation where he couldn't even get a ward. Accustomed to the young master's behavior, he immediately protested loudly. President Su. After all, I am the only prince of our Wen group. How dare you not even give me this little face? Mr. Wan, don't tell me which family you are from. Here, I only listen to our boss Yi. Besides, we at Dashin always value reputation. As for giving you a backdoor and cutting in line, you should look for another company. After Su Runping finished speaking, he immediately waved his hand and asked the nurse to transfer Wen Daying out of the ward. Wen Daying was sitting in a wheelchair. He could only twist his body and turn half of his head to curse, but at this time no one cared about what he said. Zhu Yida wiped the cold sweat from his clothes and was about to sneak away to avoid being caught in the crossfire again, but he was stopped by Su Runping's loud shout. You are such a good fellow, Zhu Yida. If Boss Yi hadn't come to our hospital today, wouldn't the good reputation of our Dashin be ruined by you alone today? They were admitted to the special needs ward according to regulations, but you completely ignored the hospital discipline and wanted to kick the patients out of the ward to make profits for yourself. Is this what you, as the financial director of Dashin, do? If Boss Yi hadn't discovered your behavior, I can't imagine how much trouble you would have used your position to cause for our Dashin. Su Runping cursed so excitedly that he couldn't help coughing. And I now seriously suspect that you have done something dirty to enrich yourself when you were in charge of Dashin's financial affairs. Next, I will ask the relevant departments of the hospital to investigate you. Come out with me immediately. You will not be able to escape the account that should be settled with you. Since his boss was insulted by Zhu Yida as soon as he arrived, Su Runping naturally wanted to give him a good beating. At the same time, he also established the authority of the new boss throughout Dashin, so that the people below would not dare to offend Yifan in the future. Zhu Yida knew that he was in great danger and it was useless to argue. He could only leave with Su Runping and confess his crime in exchange for leniency. The other staff members also quickly bowed and said goodbye to Yifan, and then left the special care ward one by one. The ward was noisy and chaotic just now, but after Yifan took action, the only people left in the ward were Song's father Song Jichang, who was lying peacefully on the hospital bed, and Song's mother Lin Peichin and Song Jiro, who had finally relaxed. Sir, it's all thanks to you that my wife was able to avoid a lot of trouble today. Lin Peichin was about to come over to thank Yifan with a grateful look on her face. Song Jiro supported her, and as they talked, they were about to bow deeply to Yifan. Yifan had no choice but to quickly reach out and hold their arms to stop them. Auntie, you can't do that. This hospital is originally mine, and it is my responsibility to manage my subordinates. At least my uncle is not disturbed. You don't have to take it too seriously. After hearing Yifan's appropriate response, Lin Peichin wiped away tears of gratitude, and her eyes full of gratitude showed a little more appreciation for Yifan. After saying that, Yifan went to the side to help arrange the ward layout that had just been disrupted. At this time, Lin Peichin quickly pulled Song Jiro aside and asked, Nan, where did you get to know such a nice man? How can such a young man be the boss of Dashin? Song Jiro herself did not expect that Yifan was the boss of Dashin. Although Yifan already had a huge industry like Jinjiang Group, it was a completely unrelated field to the medical industry like Dashin. She also didn't expect that the business that senior brother Yifan was involved in would become so widespread. Mom, the gentleman you're talking about is actually my senior in school. I didn't know he was the boss of Dashin before I came here. But the Jintayuan hotel where I've been working is also under his group. It's also because of him that I was able to be directly promoted to the position of hotel manager. Lin Peichin was even more shocked when she heard that Yifan was actually Song Jiro's senior brother. A young man who hasn't even graduated from university already owns so many remarkable industries, and he is so thoughtful and graceful in his interpersonal relationships. He is really too young to have achieved so much. After Lin Peichin admired inwardly, she looked at her daughter and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Nan, usually mommy sees you are alone with no boys. Today you are here with this classmate Yi. Tell mom honestly, do you like him? When Song Jiro was asked this by her mother, she was stunned. Then his ears and neck turned red. Mom! What nonsense are you talking about? I am only grateful to see your brother Yi. I won't think about anything else. And I've made up my mind. I will stay with you and Dad for the rest of my life and won't go anywhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Peichin immediately jokingly pushed Song Jiro on the head with her finger. You girl, you are talking nonsense here again. What girl won't get married in the future? Actually, what I want to say is that you have always known that your father and I are not your biological parents. If you really fall in love with someone from a good family, you should stop worrying about us and pursue them bravely. You have been working everywhere and saving money for your dad's illness these years. Mom is very distressed to see you. I just hope you can live a happy life in the future. Lin Peichin patted Song Jiro's hands and spoke from the bottom of her heart. Song Jiro couldn't help but tear up as she listened. No, I will stay with you all my life. I won't let you and Dad chase me away. While the two were talking in private, Song Jichang suddenly started coughing violently on the hospital bed, and the equipment that had been running stably also emitted a warning buzzing sound. Chapter 42. The kid's father. Dad. Song Jichang's sudden change in condition frightened Lin Peichin and Song Jiro, and they hurried to the bedside to check on him. When the instrument issued a warning sound, Yi Fan had already come to Song Jichang to check him. As soon as Yi Fan's holy doctor's hand touched Song Jichang's wrist, the condition of cerebral arteriovenous malformation clearly emerged in Yi Fan's mind. Generally speaking, cerebral aneurysm is not a difficult disease to cure, but because Song's father's aneurysm is located in a hidden location and is closely connected to nearby brain nerves, the risk and difficulty of surgery are extremely high. This is also the reason why the attending physician has only used conservative treatment for Mr. Song. However, with Yi Fan's current medical skills, curing Song's father is a piece of cake for him. Yi Fan first gave Song's father some palm power to temporarily relieve his condition, and then turned around and made his own suggestions to the Song mother and daughter. Auntie Jiro, if you trust me, I want to perform the surgery on Uncle Song myself. I can also guarantee that after the surgery, I will be able to give you a completely healthy husband and father. After hearing Yi Fan's suggestion, Lin Peichin and Song Jiro were both somewhat surprised. So, senior brother Yi, you are also proficient in medicine? Song Jiro asked curiously. After all, I am the boss of Dashin. If I didn't understand healthcare, I wouldn't have bought Dashin. Lin Peichin and Song Jiro nodded as if they understood what was said. After a moment, Lin Peichin solemnly asked Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, my wife's condition is getting more and more unstable. If you really have a solution, we are willing to believe you and give it a try. After hearing her mother's words, Song Jiro nodded firmly to Yi Fan. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll keep my word. Without further ado, Yi Fan quickly called several staff members to help prepare the operating room and some equipment. This step of preparation was mainly to reassure Lin Peichin and Song Jiro. In fact, Yi Fan only needs a few sterilized silver needles to treat Song's father. Just as the staff were making preparations, Song Jichang's attending physician Hua Zhiyong hurried into the ward. What are you doing? Why do you suddenly want to operate on this patient? His body can't bear such a risky operation right now. Hua Zhiyong quickly stopped a staff member to ask about the situation. Only then did he realize that all this was the idea of his own hospital boss, and this boss now said that he would perform the surgery himself. He hurried to Yi Fan's side. Boss, you just got here, so you may not know enough about Song Jichang's condition. His condition can only be treated conservatively now. I have thought about surgery, but there is no doctor in the whole of China who can perform such high-precision surgery. Hua Zhiyong persuaded earnestly. Hua Zhiyong himself is already the best oncologist in China. He couldn't imagine that there were other experts who could solve Song Jichang's problem since even he was not sure about the operation. Apart from anything else, he had never heard of his boss's name in the industry. Generally speaking, a medical expert who can perform surgery of this level must be well known in the entire medical community and at least middle-aged. It is impossible for him to be such a handsome young man. All in all, judging from all aspects of the situation at the scene, this operation was too unreliable. Even if you are the boss of our Dashin, as a doctor, I still have to be responsible for my patients. Seeing that the others didn't listen to the preparations in their hands, Hua Zhiyong had no choice but to raise his voice and block Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at him helplessly. He's a good doctor who is dedicated and responsible, but it's a waste of time to keep blocking people like this. There was no other way, so Yi Fan had to suggest. I have obtained Mr. Song's family's consent for the surgery. If you are really worried, you can come to the operating room with me. That should make you feel more at ease, right? Hua Jiang thought for a while, thinking that if he could see in advance that any step was wrong, he would be able to stop it in time, so he nodded in agreement. A group of people, Yi Fan, Hua Ziyang, and several medical staff entered the operating room together, while Lin Peiqin and Song Jiro supported each other outside the operating room and prayed that the operation would go smoothly. The operation officially began, and Hua Ziyang was about to see what kind of scalpel Yi Fan was going to use to see if he had any surgical skills. The next second, he saw Yi Fan actually picked up a few silver needles on the plate next to him. What is the boss going to do? Could it be that instead of using a scalpel, he would use acupuncture to treat Song Jichang directly in this operating room? This is a bit outrageous. In fact, when Hua Ziyang first started studying medicine in his youth, he first came into contact with traditional Chinese medicine. However, because he was not very talented in understanding traditional Chinese medicine, he later specialized in Western medical treatments. Yi Fan's actions made him curious for a moment. He stared at Yi Fan's every move intently. Then he saw that Yi Fan had placed silver needles on the Yintang point, Shinting point, and Shangxing point on Song Jichang's forehead and top of the head respectively. Then silver needles of the same depth were placed on several other acupuncture points on both ears. Hua Jiang looked at the line formed by the silver needles corresponding to the acupuncture points, and a familiar memory came to his mind. Wait. Could this be the long-lost 7 stars 100 solutions method that can dissolve any stagnant nodules? Hua Ziyang had seen similar acupuncture methods in ancient books before, but he could only see a small, incomplete part, because according to his master, this was a secret Chinese medicine technique that had been lost for nearly 1,000 years. Where did Boss Yi learn this secret technique? The most important thing is, can his current acupuncture method really cure Song Jichang's illness? Hua Ziyang continued to observe with great curiosity, completely forgetting that he originally wanted to stop Yi Fan. Yi Fan naturally would not be distracted to observe Hua Ziyang's reaction. At this moment, he was concentrating on gathering all his palm power in the palm of his right hand, and then injecting it through the silver needles along his fingers into the corresponding acupuncture points on Song Jichang's head. The tip of the silver needle that Yi Fan touched ignited with a faint blue flame. This scene once again shocked Hua Ziyang so much that he was speechless. When the 7 stars connect, blue light will appear. Could this really be the complete 7 stars 100 solutions method? Chapter 43. Hua Ziyang opened his eyes wide and followed Yi Fan's movements closely, afraid that he would miss any details by accident. Yi Fan continued to give acupuncture to Song Jichang at his own pace. Not long after, balls of black gas were released from the tail end of the silver needle. These were the forms of matter that were expelled after the hemangioma in Song Jichang's brain was dissolved. Hua Ziyang was still holding his glasses and carefully observing the black air that was floating out. He saw that Yi Fan had already started to withdraw the needles and said in a relaxed tone, "Okay, I have completely dissolved and discharged Mr. Song's cerebral arteriovenous tumor. Let him rest for a while, and he will be able to resume normal activities." What? The treatment has been completed already. Hua Ziyang's face was full of disbelief. If you don't believe it, why don't you take an MRI and find out? Yi Fan said helplessly. As a well-known representative of private cancer hospitals in the imperial capital, Daxin has advanced and complete medical equipment. Therefore, the intraoperative magnetic resonance imaging technology and related instruments that are not available in general hospitals are also available here, so Hua Ziyang immediately asked several medical staff to perform an imaging examination on Song Jichang's brain. The result was that Song Jichang's brain imaging information showed that there was no trace of his original cerebral arteriovenous malformation at this moment, and his entire brain was so healthy that it seemed as if he had never been sick at all. This is too amazing. Hua Ziyang couldn't help but exclaimed. Yi Fan began to direct several staff members to move the irradiation equipment away and push Song Jichang out of the operating room, so as not to make the Song mother and daughter who were waiting outside wait for a long time and get anxious. As soon as the door of the operating room opened, Lin Peiqin and Song Jiro rushed over. "Don't worry, the operation was successful and Uncle Song will wake up in a while," Yi Fan explained. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. You are our Song family's great benefactor." Lin Peiqin's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude, and she was about to kneel down to Yi Fan as she spoke. Yi Fan hurried to stop him. At this moment, a white figure suddenly jumped out of the operating room and knelt in front of Yi Fan at a speed faster than Lin Peiqin. When everyone reacted and looked carefully, they found that the person kneeling was Hua Ziyang, who had always wanted to stop Yi Fan from having the operation. Hua Ziyang knelt down and made a fist gesture and said, "Boss Yi, your medical skills are beyond my reach. Please accept me as your apprentice." The scene of Hua Ziyang becoming a disciple in public instantly shocked everyone present. Several patients passing by also looked at the scene in disbelief. A professor-level medical expert in his 50s is now kneeling down to a young man in his early 20s? And he said he wanted to be his disciple. Dr. Hua Ziyang is already one of the top medical experts in the country, so how terrifying is the strength and level of this young man who made him lower himself to become his disciple in public? Lin Peiqin was also confused by Hua Ziyang's sudden action, and could only step aside with Song Jiro to make room for Hua Ziyang. At this moment, Hua Ziyang didn't care what other people said or commented on him. He still maintained his original pious and respectful posture, his face full of earnest requests. Seeing that more and more people were watching, Yifan could not overcome Hua Ziyang's stubborn temper, so he had to agree to be his verbal master first. This finally made the small apprenticeship crisis pass. Although it didn't take Yifan much time to remove the cerebral arteriovenous malformation in Song Jichang's body, he did use a lot of palm power, which took a considerable toll on his physical strength. Therefore, in the next few days, Yifan thought that his assets had accumulated to a certain level, so he put aside the task of spending money to earn rewards and chose to go back to his Yunhai villa to take a look. Yifan entered his fingerprint and entered the villa. Looking at the villa he hadn't been to since the first day of his visit, he suddenly felt emotional. It turns out that besides making money, people still have to learn to enjoy it. Otherwise, what's the point of earning this money? Yifan is determined to let loose as much as he can next time. However, where is his villa manager now? Yifan was searching for Qiao Shiting, and the next second he saw her rushing out with a golf club. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the person coming was Yifan. "Mr. Yi, it's you. I was so scared, I thought it was some bad guy who broke in." Qiao Shiting said this fearfully while patting her chest, and then hurriedly came to Yifan with a bit of anger to help him take off his coat. "Mr. Yi, have you been busy recently? I thought I was banished to the cold palace while I was guarding the villa these days. It seems that what you said before that we have plenty of time was all a lie." She hadn't seen Yifan for a long time since the last time they spent a night together. But at the same time, she also knew that a smart woman should not disturb a man when he doesn't need her. So no matter how much Qiao Shiting missed Yifan, she didn't dare to send him a message to say anything nonsense. Fortunately, her silent waiting finally paid off. Yifan had not forgotten her, so she dared to say these half-jokingly at this moment. Yifan chuckled and pinched her waist lightly. Qiao Shiting couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. "I've been a bit busy lately, so I came to see you as soon as I had some free time. Don't worry, I promised you that I would spend a lot of time with you, and I will take care of you every minute of it." After Yifan finished speaking, he picked up Qiao Shiting by the waist and walked towards his own large bedroom. After a fierce battle, Yifan was surprised to find that his physical strength could be restored through exercise. Yifan became more energetic and carried Qiao Shiting around in every corner of the villa. 10 fingerprints are clearly visible on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa made of fully transparent glass. If someone passed by the villa at this time, they would be able to see the two of them playing clearly. As Yifan's physical strength was infinitely recovering, Qiao Shiting could only shyly turn her head away from the outside of the villa and beg for mercy under Yifan's increasingly fierce attack. Afterwards, Yifan sat leisurely on the leather sofa, lit a cigarette, and watched the movie playing on the 120-inch large projector in the living room. Qiao Shiting put on an apron and endured the pain in her waist as she prepared her signature home-cooked dinner for Yifan. How can Mr. Yi be so powerful? At this moment, Qiao Shiting was still savoring Yifan's power. Although she had no other experience to refer to, according to her sisters, Yifan was obviously hundreds of times better than their men. As she thought about it, Qiao Shiting began to feel grateful for her luck. Mr. Yifan was so rich and elegant, and even had such strong strength. This is a good man that is hard to find even with a lantern. No matter what, she will only focus on Mr. Yifan from now on. Qiao Shiting was feeling very happy here, and Yifan had already come behind her and put his arms around her waist. "I'm hungry," Yifan said. Upon hearing this, Qiao Shiting immediately comforted him. "The food will be ready soon, you can eat after a while." "Since the food is not ready yet, I will eat you first." Suddenly, the kitchen started to be busy again. Chapter 44. The next morning, Yifan was awakened by the sunlight that came in after the smart curtains were opened. His arms were filled with something, and when he looked down, he saw Qiao Shiting curled up in his arms, sleeping peacefully. Yifan decided to wake Qiao Shiting up in an unusual way. After a while, Xiao Shiding woke up from her dream with a flushed face and screaming. Mr. Yi, you are so bad. Do you like it? Yi Fan asked deliberately. I like Mr. Yi the most. What should have been a warm morning became inexplicably heated because of the interaction between the two. After finishing the morning exercise, Yi Fan picked out a shirt and trousers to wear in the closet. His well-defined abdominal muscles and mermaid line made Xiao Shiding almost drool. How come this man is so perfect in every way? Xiao Shiding's heart was beating wildly, but a text message interrupted her excitement at the right time. Mr. Yi, our car dealership sent an invitation letter saying that there will be a small auction on yacht number 8 tonight. It is said that there will be a very valuable license plate auction. Are you interested in participating? Auction? That's something to do with spending money? Yi Fan doesn't love anything else but spending money. So of course he must go to this kind of event. I'm very interested. You can dress up tonight and come with me. Xiao Shiding was so happy to receive Yi Fan's invitation that she immediately jumped up and kissed Yi Fan on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Yi, you are so nice to me, I like you the most. Xiao Shiding got up in a hurry and completely forgot that she was naked. Yi Fan looked at the beautiful scenery that suddenly appeared in front of him, and simply threw the shirt in his hand back into the closet. He picked up Xiao Shiding and started a new round of the game. In the evening, the two dressed again and set out from the villa, boarding the Koenigsegg to the Red Man's Wharf where the number 8 yacht was located. At the shore of Hongrun Wharf, a high-end red carpet has been laid on the wooden bridge deck. Men and women in gorgeous clothes linked arms and, under the guidance of the staff, boarded yacht number 8 in an orderly manner after their identities were verified. Xiao Shiding, wearing a high-end dress worth $1 million, came to the staff with her arm around Yi Fan, who was wearing a custom-made suit. Several of the staff members were car salesmen who worked in the same job and at the same level as Xiao Shiding. When they saw Xiao Shiding's glamorous appearance, they instantly became envious and jealous. Several people looked at Yi Fan, who was standing beside her with a majestic look, and their expressions were full of regret. How come such a good bachelor is not theirs? After checking Yi Fan's invitation letter, the staff could only watch helplessly as the two of them entered the yacht. After Yi Fan and Xiao Shiding entered the venue, they were guided by the assistants to their VIP seats. Not long after the two of them sat down, Yi Fan saw a familiar figure walking in with a cane, following a man dressed like a dandy. It's that bastard Wen Daing again? Yi Fan looked at the newcomer somewhat helplessly. Wen Daing was looking around the field excitedly, but the moment he saw Yi Fan's face, his face instantly fell. Mr. Yi, are you acquainted with Master Wen of the Wen Group? Xiao Shiding followed Yi Fan's gaze and immediately matched the two people who had arrived with the people she had heard of in her memory. I can barely say we know each other. We didn't know each other until we fought, Yi Fan chuckled as he recalled Wen Daing's cowardly look, and asked, do you know them well? I don't know much about them, but after all, these two are sons of the 7 great families in the imperial capital, so I have heard some colleagues talk about them. I always hear about these aristocratic families in the imperial capital. Who are they exactly? Just tell me directly. After all, Yi Fan was a newly rising upstart and knew very little about the composition of the upper class in the imperial capital, so it was necessary for him to get some information from people like Xiao Shiding, who specialized in doing business with the wealthy. It is actually like this, Mr. Yi. The 7 great families of the imperial capital are the 7 families with the longest seniority, the widest network of contacts, the most say in their own huge family groups in the entire imperial capital area. And these 7 great families are divided into 3 small families and 4 large families due to differences in qualifications and revenue. The top 4 families, from strongest to weakest, are the Shangguan family, the Luo family, the Yanai family, and the Gu family. The 3 small families ranked last are the Tang family, the Gao family, and the Wen family. For example, the one that young Master Wen has been following closely is Gao Zixing, the second son of the Gao family. After Xiao Shiding's explanation, Yi Fan finally understood these 7 families. Boy, that is complicated. Judging from the fact that Wen Daing didn't dare to say a word even after being beaten by him, I guess these aristocratic families are not so indestructible in front of him, Yi Fan, right? Yi Fan suddenly had an interesting idea. If he continued to accumulate assets like this, the 7 great families might even respect him as the leader. After hearing the origins of the 7 great families, Yi Fan was no longer interested in glaring at Wen Daing. He sat in his seat, holding the soft and fragrant Xiao Shiding in his arms, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. On the other side, Wen Daing was instantly furious when she saw that Yi Fan didn't take her seriously at all. I don't have the financial resources to confront that guy named Yi, but today he came with my eldest brother. No matter what, I have to let my elder brother get rid of this anger for me. Wendang quickly came to Gao Zixing to complain and act pitiful. Brother Zixing. The bastard who beat me into this state is in this auction house right now. He's the one hugging the woman in the blue dress. Wendang pointed at Yifan and Xiao Shiting and continued to say aggrievely. Brother Zixing, you have no idea how arrogant that guy is. He doesn't take us, the noble families, seriously at all. He even said that he would use money to crush us every time he sees us. You must give him a good slap in the face today and avenge me, brother. Chapter 45. Gao Zixing frowned when he heard this and looked in the direction Wendang pointed. He immediately noticed that Mark was sitting like a big boss, and instantly became even more annoyed with this guy. Not to mention, the woman that guy was hugging was actually quite attractive. He looked at the female companion next to him again. Comparing the two, he suddenly felt that the one next to him was really boring. Is it the guy with a pretty face? Gao Zixing asked. That's right, it's him. Brother Zixing, you must help me vent my anger. Don't worry. Today I will show this guy what we, the sons of noble families, look like. Let's see if this upstart who came out of nowhere dares to show off in front of us again. Gao Zixing snorted coldly, then took the woman beside him and Wendang to sit in the same row of seats not far from Yifan. The auction began, and the first item was the very valuable license plate that Xiao Shiting had mentioned before. When the auctioneer displayed the license plate, all the guests present couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It turned out to be a leopard license plate with the Beijing A license plate. You know, the starting price of an ordinary Beijing A license plate is 15.2 million, not to mention this leopard license plate. Dear guests, what we are showing you now is our number one auction item today, license plate number Beijing A 11111. The starting price for this lot is 25 million, and the bid increment is 250,000 yuan each time. This round of auction is now officially started. As soon as the auctioneer gave the start signal, the guests in the audience began to discuss, making quite a bit of noise. Obviously, many people like the Beijing A 11111 license plate very much. After all, this special license plate has great market value, not to mention that it is also a reflection of a person's noble status. Yifan was the first to raise the sign, 30 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the other guests immediately turned their eyes to Yifan. Are all young people nowadays so fierce? As soon as he arrived, he raised the price by 5 million. How can the rest of them play? The auctioneer was visibly excited. Okay, we already have our first gentleman raising his placard, Mr. 006, 30 million for the first time. Some guests who originally wanted to raise their signs put their signs down in disappointment. They cursed the young people of today for spending money so lavishly, but at the same time they couldn't help but feel envious and regretful. Brother Zixing. The one who's bidding now is that pretty boy. Hurry up and deal with him. Wendang quickly reminded Gao Zixing. Gao Zixing also noticed Yifan's unusual behavior. It seems that this guy is really capable. How dare you raise the price so high right after you arrived? Don't worry, I'm just about to take action to deal with him. Gao Zixing immediately raised the sign after he finished speaking, 35 million. When this bid was made, everyone present was shocked again. What's going on today? How come these two are making such a big deal just at the beginning? The new bidder seems to be the son of the Gao family? It seems that he is going to compete with the first young man? Then this license plate should be in the possession of Master Gao later. After all, he is one of the 7 great families. Anyone with a little bit of sense will do him a favor, right? That's not necessarily true. Look at the young man in front of you. He's so aggressive at the beginning. He might be a tough guy. No matter how tough he is, can he be tougher than those from the aristocratic families with rich experience? I still guess he will have to shut down soon. The mixed discussions quickly spread throughout the auction hall, and everyone was watching the drama of the struggle between the new and old forces with curiosity. When Gao Zixing heard that most people were on his side and would take down the license plate, the smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. The 35 million he added was already a big premium over the market value of Beijing A 11111. He didn't believe that the pretty boy could add more. In this war without the smoke of gunpowder, the victorious ones will only be the representatives of these aristocratic families. Gao Zixing was feeling smug, while Wendang was excitedly celebrating his victory in advance by massaging his good brother's back and shoulders, and even deliberately put on a disgusting face to provoke Yifan. Yifan looked at Wendang and Gao Zixing, who looked like they were smug villains, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then Yifan raised the sign again and shouted out a number that almost scared everyone in the audience to death. 70 million. Wah! What? The auctioneer, who had always seen a lot of things, subconsciously blurted out his shock, and then quickly moved the hammer and shouted. Mr. 006, 70 million, first time. Gao Zixing's price doubled in one go. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment, their eyes filled with disbelief. This is too crazy. Gao Zixing was caught off guard by Yifan's move. He immediately stood up from his seat with an angry look on his face and pointed at Yifan and started scolding him. Sir, this is an auction. All the numbers you shout out will be paid for with real money. Are you treating this as some kind of house game? Gao Zixing didn't believe that such an unknown person who was younger than him could afford so much money just to buy a license plate. Although the license plate Beijing A11111 is indeed valuable, it is not valuable enough to be sold at such a premium price as 70 million. No matter how rich a person is, he cannot do a business that will result in a complete loss. Faced with Gao Zixing's obviously emotional questioning, Yifan just smiled faintly. It's just a small matter, so there's no need for you to be so desperate. Anyway, I can afford the price I bid. Mr. Gao, don't you like this license plate too? Stop wasting everyone's time with your words. If you have money, just increase the price. I'm still waiting to follow you. Yifan's nonchalant attitude almost pissed Gao Zixing off to death. Especially the one who shouted at him to pay more money, it was clear that she didn't take him seriously at all. Gao Zixing was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring, but he really didn't have the ability to offer a price higher than 70 million for a license plate. The money of Gao Group does not belong to him alone, and his family would never let him spend so much money on such a recreational auction. Mr. 006, 70 million for the second time. As the auctioneer hammered again, everyone's eyes were fixed on Gao Zixing, wanting to see if he could win back some face for his family. However, when the third hammer was about to fall, Gao Zixing still kept his head down and did not react at all. Everyone had a conclusion in their minds. In this round, Gao Zixing suffered a terrible defeat. At the same time, everyone in the auction hall became more curious and appreciative of Yifan, who had won a great victory. Chapter 46. On Yifan's side, the system prompt sound in his mind seemed to be still echoing in his mind. Originally, he disliked this license plate in a general way, because for this kind of asset-type product that cannot return a rebate, Yifan is actually unwilling to spend too much premium to consume it. However, just after he shouted out 30 million, the system promptly reminded him that if the asset products he purchased were purchased at a high premium, the premium part could be used as a rebate for consumption. With this clue, he will definitely get the license plate. Coupled with the mindless provocations from Wen Daiying and Gao Zixing, Yifan became even more excited. Since they wanted to be slapped in the face so much, he would of course fulfill their wish. As the auctioneer's hammer came down, he announced in his most enthusiastic and full voice. Congratulations to Mr. 006 for successfully bidding for this Beijing A11111 Leopard license plate at a price of 70 million. Warm applause broke out at the scene, and each applause sounded like a slap hitting Gao Zixing's face. His face looked extremely ugly, and even Wen Daiying, who was sitting next to him, didn't dare to say a word. After the explosive start, the rest of the auction proceeded in an orderly and smooth manner. Yifan looked around at the items on the booth. They were all ordinary antiques and the like. Their collection value was not high for him, so Yifan did not raise his bid. The guests off the stage finally had a chance to perform. One after another raised their bids, and they had a lot of fun with the bids increasing by tens of thousands. Seeing that Yifan had stopped making any moves, Gao Zixing's confidence gradually returned, and he also bought an antique teacup worth hundreds of thousands of yuan as a temporary trophy. Soon, it was time for the finale of the auction to be presented. The auctioneer showed the crowd the pure white, sparkling pearl necklace displayed in a glass cabinet. Hello, distinguished guests. What I have in my hand is the finale of this auction, the purest Baroda double row natural pearl necklace. The starting price of this lot is 31 million yuan, and the bid increment is 500,000 yuan each time. Now the auction of the finale lot officially begins. As soon as this item was released, the guests sitting in their seats instantly became excited. Those who come here are people with a certain vision and status. Naturally, they can see the jewelry of this price level is a true treasure of value. Several people have already started to get excited and are ready to hold up signs. Gao Zixing's female companion Linda also started to flirt with him. Zai Xingappa, this necklace is so beautiful. Do you want to take a picture of it? Linda grabbed Gao Zixing's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Her meaning was very clear. She hoped Gao Zixing could take a picture of the necklace and give it to her. Gao Zixing felt his heart pounding when he saw the woman trying to please him. In fact, he also wanted to buy this pearl necklace, but of course he wanted to keep it for himself to increase its value. With the wealth he has now at his disposal, buying a necklace worth tens of millions to give to a woman is no joke. At most, I'll take a picture of the necklace and let the woman touch it a few times. Besides, that pretty boy had already spent 70 million on the license plate, so it is impossible for him to have any remaining money to snatch the necklace from him. Gao Zixing has already decided to seize the opportunity of this finale item and make a comeback for himself. On the other side, Xiao Shiting was feeding Yifan some sweet and refreshing green grapes. However, when she saw the Baroda necklace appear, Xiao Shiting's eyes were subconsciously stunned. What a beautiful and special pearl necklace! Xiao Shiting sighed in her heart, then calmly withdrew her gaze and handed another green grape to Yifan's mouth. This time, Yifan directly bit her finger. Xiao Shiting came back to her senses and her face quickly turned red with embarrassment. Mr. Yi, there are so many people here. Do you want the necklace on the stage? Yifan asked. Xiao Shiting didn't expect Yifan's eyes to be so sharp that he even caught her gaze that lasted for a few seconds just now. No, I just happened to look at her a few more times. Xiao Shiting covered up a little guiltily. Yifan pinched her waist deliberately. Your body is quite soft, but your mouth is quite hard. If you like it, I'll take a picture of it and give it to you. The last thing you need to be sensible about when you're my woman is spending money. Yifan's domineering and heroic words immediately made Xiao Shiting's heart beat again. She didn't care that there were people around, and she hugged Yifan and gave him a kiss on the neck. Gao Zixing happened to catch a glimpse of this scene, and his anger and jealousy flared up again, making him more determined to suppress Yifan. So he immediately took the lead in raising the sign and shouted, 36 million. Another direct increase of 5 million. The guests looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the person who was bidding was Gao Zixing. They immediately understood his intention to turn the tables. Wendang immediately helped Gao Zixing to build momentum upon seeing this, and provoked Yifan with a smug look on his face. How's it going, Yifan? Weren't you so heroic just now? In this round, let me, Brother Zixing, teach you the demeanor of a young master from an aristocratic family. Gao Zixing was praised by Wendang with words, and he felt extremely happy and cheerful. He deliberately put on a look of contempt of a superior and flew towards Yifan. However, Yifan looked at the two people's ecstatic expressions and just curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Then Yifan also raised his card, 37 million. When Wendang heard that Yifan only added 1 million, he was so happy that he quickly came to Gao Zixing's ear and told him his analysis. Brother Zixing, this guy is clearly bluffing because he has no money now. You will definitely defeat him badly in this round and restore the reputation of our Wan and Gao families. Seeing this, Linda continued to act coquettishly. That's right, Appa, if you put in a little more effort, this necklace will be ours. After listening to the two's analysis and encouragement, Gao Zixing also felt that victory was just around the corner. He simply made up his mind, raised the sign high again, and shouted out his final number. 42 million. Everyone present was in an uproar again. It seemed that today was still a battle of dignity. All in all, Gao Zixing alone had raised the price of 10 million for the finale item. Putting aside the special situation that Yifan spent nearly 3 times the price to bid for the license plate, Gao Zixing's bidding method was also a big loss. Everyone has already determined that this necklace belongs to Gao Zixing. After all, Yifan has already spent 70 million on it. If he wants to get this necklace, the total price he has to spend today will be more than 100 million. No matter how they inferred, they didn't think that anyone would be willing to spend a small amount of money at such a small private auction. Chapter 47. 42 million for the second time. The auctioneer hammered down again. 42 million third. Just as the auctioneer was about to shout out the last word second, Yifan raised the sign in his hand again in full view of everyone. 84 million. As soon as Yifan finished speaking, the whole audience went wild. Another inhumane double jump. Is it necessary to fight so hard for a pearl necklace with a starting price of 31 million? The corners of Gao Zixing's mouth, which were originally wide open, suddenly drooped. 84 million, damn. Adding the previous 70 million, the total is more than 150 million. Who has the money to spend it so recklessly? Gao Zixing was still digesting the number Yifan shouted out, when Dang over there didn't dare to speak, and Linda still looked like she couldn't understand the situation clearly. She grabbed Gao Zixing's hand and tried to act coquettishly to get him to increase the bet. Gao Zixing was already shocked by Yifan's behavior, and when he heard Linda holding onto him and crying, he suddenly lost control of his emotions and slapped the woman. "Why are you yelling? How can there be a woman as greedy as you in this world? I'm a grown man making the decision, how dare you keep urging me on?" Everyone present saw clearly how Gao Zixing beat the woman, and the guests pointed at Gao Zixing and started talking about him. "This Gao family master's behavior is too low. He can't beat the other person with money, so he starts to vent his anger on a woman? That's right. And that slap was quite powerful. I think the woman's face was swollen. If Mr. Gao hadn't insisted on trying to show off his wealth and compete with that upstart young man, he wouldn't have ended up in such a shameful situation. It seems that the young man's surname Ji is much more graceful. Moreover, he called out such a high price in this round. How rich must he be?" The situation on the scene turned around instantly after Yifan launched a double counterattack. Gao Zixing's beating due to losing control of his emotions made his image plummet to the bottom. Not only did he fail to regain the limelight that was stolen from him by Yifan, but he completely ruined his own reputation. Gao Zixing slumped weakly in his seat, his face full of a look of despair. However, he still had a little hope in his heart at this moment, that is, Yifan only shouted out a sky-high price on the surface, and when the settlement came, his true face would be revealed that he did not have that much money. Although this type of auction is linked to personal reputation, it is rare for someone to bid but not buy. But for now Gao Zixing can only hope for this, otherwise it would be really hard for him to accept that he, who has always been a favored child of heaven, would be beaten completely by a kid who came from nowhere. The auctioneer on the stage adhered to his professional ethics, and after regaining control of the scene to a relatively quiet level, he dropped the final hammer on the finale item. 84 million, the third time. Congratulations to Mr. 006 for successfully bidding for a Baroda double row natural pearl necklace for 84 million. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Because the small auction adopted the form of issuing relevant certificates and prizes on the spot after immediate payment, after the applause continued for a while, staff members began to walk around the guest seats to register buyers' payment methods. Yifan handed over the diamond card, and the staff members' eyes suddenly lit up and took the diamond card with both hands. Ding! Consumption of 45 million yuan, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10-fold rebate, and receiving a rebate of 450 million yuan. Ding! Consumption of 84 million yuan, congratulations to the host for triggering 21 times rebate, and receiving rebate of 1.764 billion yuan. The corners of Yifan's mouth curved slightly. This world is nothing more than Yifan's playground for making money. No matter how rich a person is, he will be doomed to failure. On the other side, Gao Zixing was waiting anxiously in his seat. He prayed with all his heart that the auctioneer on the stage would read out the fact that Yifan was disqualified from owning the item due to insufficient balance and was included in the Auction Association's blacklist. However, it was completely contrary to what he had imagined. The auctioneer returned to the stage with a big smile on his face and excitedly began to announce the great results of the auction. Hello, distinguished guests. The statistical results of this auction are now in my hands. This auction raised a total of 210 million yuan. Congratulations to number 006 Mr. Yifan for becoming the bidder with the highest payment in this auction. Mr. Yi alone paid a huge sum of 154 million yuan. In order to thank Mr. Yi for his support, this auction will also set up a special prize for Mr. Yi. The prize is a private yacht worth 8 million. Upon hearing this, all the guests applauded to congratulate Yifan, and then continued to discuss and praise the matter. This is the first time I've heard of special prizes for bidders in all the auctions I've attended. However, at an auction of this size, a single person is willing to bid over 100 million. Mr. Yi really deserves this honor. Yes. He can come up with more than 100 million in one go. I guess the industry behind this Mr. Yi must be huge and unfathomable. The young people nowadays are really formidable. Several wealthy girls were so jealous when they saw Yifan personally put the Baroda necklace he had just bought on Xiaoshitting. How come my parents don't know such a good man? Those ugly guys they introduced me to blind dates are totally incomparable to this handsome and rich Mr. Yi. That's right. I really envy the woman next to Mr. Yi. He is so rich and yet he still dotes on her so much. Oh. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. At this moment, everyone's attention and discussion focused on Yifan, and no one paid attention to Gao Zixing and Wen Daing who were also sitting near Yifan. Gao Zixing was very upset today and wanted to leave the scene immediately. When the door of the yacht finally opened again, he quickly stood up and wanted to leave this humiliating place. As soon as he stood up, he saw Wendang also got up from his seat and wanted to leave with him. At this moment, he felt more and more displeased with this best friend who usually treated him as a brother. If I hadn't done this to vent my anger on you, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed today. For the next period of time, don't show up in front of me. Gao Zixing could only vent his anger on Wendang. He simply pushed him away and strode out of the auction hall. Wendang was scolded like a bastard, but he didn't dare to refute and could only endure it silently. Then, seeing how successful Yifan was, he was very angry, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only leave in shame. On Yifan's side, Xiao Shiting was posing to show him the pearl necklace on her collarbone. "Mr. Yi, I'm wearing this necklace. Does it look good?" "It looks good, but if it moves, it will look even better." Xiao Shiting realized what Yifan meant from his slightly frivolous expression. She couldn't help but punch him with her little pink fist, but she began to look forward to it in her heart. Chapter 48. The private yacht that Yifan obtained is now parked next to yacht number 8. Yifan gently embraced Xiao Shiting as they got off yacht number 8. Xiao Shiting's colleagues who were seeing off the VIP guests looked at the pearl necklace on her neck when she came out again, and their eyes turned red with jealousy. When other guests were leaving the Red Man Wharf one after another, Yifan had already taken Xiao Shiting on board his private yacht. Except for 2 or 3 staff members who manage basic operations at the driving seat, the rest of the space on the yacht is completely exclusive to Yifan and Xiao Shiting. The interior of the yacht is decorated with high-end handmade interiors, refrigerators for various drinks and meals, a home theater with high-quality audio equipment, and luxurious sofa beds. The two of them ate and drank, and then played around in the cabin. Amid the sounds of laughter and waves, the two spent an extremely happy day and night on the yacht. After returning from the yacht with Xiao Shiting, Yifan recalled the properties he owned. He discovered that he had not yet inspected the entertainment company that he had acquired a long time ago. Moreover, such media and entertainment companies are usually the places with the largest number of beauties. Maybe if you go and take a look, you can find a few girls who have scored above 90 points and can get rewards. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately drove to the closer branch of Yawu Entertainment Media Company. This branch of Yawu Company is located in an office building that houses several media companies. Yifan took the elevator to the 21st floor. After getting out of the elevator, he was following the signs to find Yawu Entertainment when he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the corridor next to him. After being transformed by the intermediate gene upgrade fluid, Yifan's hearing function has actually become much stronger. Therefore, even though he was blocked by several doors, Yifan could still hear the content of the conversation clearly. "How is it? Did the medicine take effect?" "Don't worry, boss. It's already in the tea she was drinking. When I came out, I saw her drink it." "Well done. When I succeed, you will definitely get the benefits." Yifan listened to the obscene and giggling voice and felt that the voice was too familiar. It must be some blind person who had been taught a lesson by him before. As Yifan was thinking, the escape door at the corridor entrance was pushed open and 2 men came in one after another. The leader was indeed Guan Mingzi, who had one of his legs broken by Yifan last time because he teased Song Jiro. At this time, he was still using a crutch. When he stepped into the floor, there was an ambiguous smile on his face. However, the moment he saw Yifan, his smile completely froze. "Yi, Mr. Yi, what a coincidence." Guan Mingzi's eyes moved left and right guiltily. What he and his men were discussing just now should not have been heard, right? Yifan looked at Guan Mingzi, who didn't dare to look him in the face, and sneered coldly. "Guan Mingzi, you are really amazing. How come I have broken one of your legs, and you still have the nerve to think of those evil ideas?" "Mr. Yi, what do you mean? I don't understand what you are saying." Guan Mingzi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. How could anyone hear it from such a long distance? This can't be possible. Are you still trying to make excuses? I heard every word you said in the hallway just now. As soon as Yifan's intimidating voice came out, Guan Mingzi's inner fear could no longer be suppressed. He lost his grip on the crutches and knelt down in front of Yifan. Guan Mingzi simply took the opportunity to beg for mercy and confess his guilt to Yifan. After all, he had become enemies with Yifan last time because he wanted to make a move on that female etiquette lady, so maybe he could be let off if he slid down and knelt first this time. "Mr. Yi, I was just bewildered for a moment. Ever since you taught me a lesson last time, I have the will but not the courage to do it. Please, since I haven't done anything this time, let me go this time." As he spoke, Guan Mingzi began to kowtow to Yifan and use his self-torture tactics. Yifan narrowed his eyes and was just thinking about how to punish him when he heard the elevator reminder sound next to him. As soon as the elevator door opened, a short-haired beauty rushed out with a baseball bat. "Xianxian, I'm here to save you." "Guan Mingzi, you wretched man, you are definitely dead now." Tang Xiao rushed out of the elevator cursing, and saw Guan Mingzi, whom she was going to deal with, kowtowing and crying for mercy to a man. What is going on? Could it be that some righteous people have helped rescue her bestie? Just now, Tang Xiao was happily shopping outside when she suddenly received a text message from her best friend Imo Qianxian asking for help. She said that when she came for the job interview, the tea she drank seemed to be drugged, and she could only stay conscious and send a message to Tang Xiao asking her to come and save her. Tang Xiao immediately asked a friend to check who the boss of Sweetheart Entertainment Media, the company that Imo Qianxian was interviewing, was. It turned out that the man was a repeat offender with many previous criminal records, a sleazy upstart named Guan Mingzi. How could she tolerate this? She immediately bought a baseball bat on the road and came here. After all, with her status, no one in the imperial capital dared to touch her. Tang Xiao looked in the direction where Guan Mingzi was begging for mercy. This man is quite tall and seems to be in good shape. Tang Xiao looked at Yifan's face curiously again, and the next second, her face looked as if she was knocked down by something. So handsome. Moreover, unlike those ordinary handsome guys with a bit of feminine looks, this man not only has delicate and three-dimensional facial features, but also exudes a strong and imposing aura. Not to mention that the way he looked down at the wretched man at this moment, he was extremely manly. Yifan couldn't help laughing when he saw Tang Xiao coming over with the look of a righteous female knight. He knew this girl. She was one of the foremost beautiful girls in Imperial Capital University, along with Song Jiro and Wan Sil Tang Xiao. Last name Tang? And Yifan had heard in school that she came from a wealthy family. Could she be from the Tang family, one of the 7 great families that Xiao Shiding mentioned? Chapter 49. After thinking for a moment, Yifan withdrew his gaze and walked forward to pinch Guan Mingzi's shoulders. Guan Mingzi clearly felt an invisible force that seemed to crush his shoulder bone, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. Mr. Yi, I really know I was wrong. Please let me go this time." Tang Xiao, who was standing by, was looking at this scene, and all she could think of was how handsome this man was. She felt like she fell in love with him at first sight. Yifan's palm power flowed through Guan Mingzi's body, destroying his key functions silently. "Since you can't take care of yourself, I will mercifully help you." Yifan sneered and said, "Okay, you can get out now." Yifan withdrew his hand and said this to Guan Mingzi. Guan Mingzi felt confused after hearing this, but when he saw Yifan gave him a chance to leave, he immediately grabbed his rehabilitation crutches and asked his men to help him run. Yifan turned around and found that Tang Xiao was staring at him in a trance. "Ahem, miss, have you forgotten what you have to do?" Only then did Tang Xiao come back to her senses from her infatuated state. "Oh right. My Qianxian." After saying that, Tang Xiao was about to rush towards Sweetheart Entertainment Company, but after running 2 steps, she quickly retreated and came in front of Yifan. "Is there something?" Yifan asked calmly. Tang Xiao has always been at true face control. At this moment, seeing Yifan's enlarged handsome face appear in front of her again, her heart was instantly moved again. Can you give me your WeChat?" Tang Xiao asked directly and casually. Yifan looked at her appearance score of 93 and naturally gave her his contact information happily. Tang Xiao contentedly added Yifan's WeChat and wanted to ask him some personal information, but then she saw Yifan waved and walked away with his back to her. Just left a sentence, "We will see each other again soon." Tang Xiao was a little confused, but was again struck by Yifan's handsomeness, looking so calm and composed. This man was so special, much more handsome and righteous than any other young man from aristocratic families she had ever met. It just so happens that her parents have been urging her to find a boyfriend, so next time she must successfully lure him to her home. Tang Xiao instantly started to fantasize endlessly, and after a while she realized that she had forgotten her best friend again. She then quickly ran into Sweetheart Entertainment, helped Mo Qianxian out, and brought her back to school. On the other side, Guan Mingzi returned to his little house where he hid his beautiful mistress. When his lover Ah Hong saw the fear and terror on his face, she immediately turned into a close friend and went forward to comfort him. Guan Mingzi was already feeling angry, and thought that since he couldn't eat outside, he must satisfy himself at home. The two of them started working in a hurry, but at this time, Guan Mingzi found that he seemed unable to stand up. He quickly called his trusted family doctor. After examining him, the family doctor sighed, shook his head silently, and could only say vaguely, "Mr. Guan, your condition, I'm afraid it's beyond redemption." "Wah! What did you say? This is impossible." "You mean I can't be a man anymore?" Guan Mingze asked in disbelief. The family doctor sighed again and nodded regretfully. "No." In the residential building, which should have been quiet in the afternoon, the miserable wails of a man resounded through the sky. After Yifan gave Tang Xiao his contact information, he went to his own Yawu entertainment branch and took a look around. Unfortunately, although there are still many beautiful women in the company who look exquisitely made up to the naked eye, their appearance scores do not reach the basic line of 90 points. Fortunately, I just caught Tang Xiao at the door, so today is not a complete loss. Yifan sighed. It was really hard to find a real beauty these days. Yifan took the elevator downstairs and saw a familiar face after walking a few steps. It was his good brother and roommate in high school, Fong Wenlin. At this time, Fong Wenlin was hugging a woman who looked like a host, and it seemed that he was sending her to work. Yifan looked at the back of the woman who was leaving in a gorgeous manner in Fong Wenlin's obviously embarrassing outfit, and couldn't help but frown. Then he took the initiative to greet Fong Wenlin. "You kid! Are you sending your girlfriend to work?" When Fong Wenlin saw Yifan appear in front of him, his expression suddenly became overjoyed. "Brother Fan! What a coincidence!" "Yes, my girlfriend is a broadcaster here, so I just send her over here every day. It's not a big deal anyway." Fong Wenlin explained naively, his eyes full of affection as he looked at his girlfriend's departing back. "But I haven't heard much about you recently. Are you very busy lately?" The two walked out of the office building while chatting, and Yifan asked, thinking about each other's recent situation. Fong Wenlin scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "It's true. I have to make money to support my girlfriend. There's nothing I can do about it." Yifan recalled the contrast between Fong Wenlin and his girlfriend's outward mental appearance, and his brows frowned even deeper. However, this was the first time in a long time that the two of them had the chance to meet each other, and Yifan didn't want to rashly say anything to interfere with his brother's life, so he had to suppress some of his words silently. "By the way, Brother Fan, are you going to the class reunion that the high school group has been discussing recently? I'd actually like to go and see how everyone has changed. But this party was organized by Liao Chang, who used to target us. I saw that he was showing off in his circle of friends. I wonder if he just wanted to take this opportunity to show off." After listening to Fong Wenlin's words, Yifan learned that the high school class was going to have a party. When he opened his phone, he found that he had blocked these class group chats long ago. When he clicked on it, he saw that Liao Chang had actually added him out and joined several classmates in persuading Yifan to attend. Yifan was not interested in wasting time on these people now. Just as he was about to answer Fong Wenlin that he would not go, he heard the system notification sound. Ding! Mission drop: attend the entire class reunion and complete the mission to get a building in Building 5 of Jinyu Huafu. Wow, what a great system! You're just going against me, right? Yifan was speechless. But he was really tempted by this reward. Jinyu Huafu is one of the most luxurious residential communities in the entire imperial capital. Most importantly, it is the aristocratic community closest to Imperial Capital University. If this really became Yifan's, it would be very convenient for him. Yifan finally succumbed to the tyranny of the system as he wanted to take advantage of the reward. Yifan swallowed the "I won't go" that he was about to blurt out, and said to Fong Wenlin, "Since they are shouting so enthusiastically in the group, let's just go and have a meal." Seeing that Yifan was going, Fong Wenlin happily took the lead in the information registered in the group. "By the way, Lin Zi, where are you going later?" "I'll just give you a ride." Fong Wenlin was immediately surprised when he heard this. "Brother Fan, have you already bought a car?" "Well, it's convenient to have a car for transportation." "That's awesome, Brother Fan. So what car did you buy? Baojun? Reina? Or Volkswagen or Honda?" Seeing Fong Wenlin's curious look, Yifan didn't know how to answer, so he could only say that he would know after he drove the car out. Chapter 50. Fong Wenlin nodded and said yes, then stood at the door of the office building waiting for Yifan to drive over. After a while, an extremely cool silver-gray sports car slowly appeared in Fong Wenlin's sight. Wow! This is indeed a place where rich people gather. A supercar can be found here at random. Fong Wenlin silently picked up his phone and prepared to take a handsome photo of the sports car as a souvenir. As soon as he pointed his phone at the sports car, he saw a very familiar face appear in the camera, and the man even waved at him. Fan, brother Fan. Fong Wenlin quickly rubbed his eyes, and then he saw clearly the person in the driver's seat of the supercar. It was indeed his brother Yifan who was chatting and laughing with him just now. Could this supercar, which looks extremely expensive, be the commuter car that brother Fan mentioned? Fong Wenlin restrained his slow steps and trotted over to the Koenigsegg. He was not in a hurry to get in the car, but still asked in an unbelievable tone. Brother Fan, this car, isn't it the one you bought? Yifan nodded. Yes, hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you back now. After receiving Yifan's affirmative answer, Fong Wenlin was so shocked that he almost exploded. He quickly sat in the passenger seat, his face full of excitement for his brother. Brother Fan, you are so amazing. You did such a big thing without making any noise. This car must be very expensive, right? Fong Wenlin couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Although it may sound a bit Versailles, Yifan still chose to show his true thoughts in front of his brothers. It's not bad actually. The full amount is about 20 million. How much? 20 million. Fong Wenlin opened his mouth in shock. How rich must my brother have made? A $20 million car is only in good condition. This clearly couldn't be better. That's great. Since you are doing so well now, brother Fan, it's right for us to go to this party. We'll see if Liao Chang can put on airs in front of you again. The two chatted along the way and became familiar with each other. After sending Fong Wenlin back to his school, Yifan drove back to the Imperial Capital University, where he had not been for some time. Just as Yifan was about to park his car in the school parking lot, he received a message from Yukor on his phone. Junior brother Yifan, I miss you a little bit. A smile appeared on Yifan's lips. This beautiful senior sister seemed to be in tune with him. Come out if you miss me. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate. Remember to tie your little black ribbon back. Yukor, who was waiting intently for Yifan's reply, blushed when she saw the new content. Junior brother is really a bad guy. After Yukor sent a cute expression of right there soon in reply, she immediately put on her battle robe and her delicate and smooth black stockings, and then hurried to the school gate, twisting her way. After Yukor got in the car, Yifan drove her directly to a drive-in cinema located in a scenic area on the outskirts of the imperial capital. The wide grassland was already full of parked cars, but Yifan's car still brought an unusual touch of brightness to the scene. As the movie started, Yukir took the initiative to get closer and closer to Yifan. After a moment, the black stockings that Yukor had been wearing neatly were torn and scattered in some corner of the car. The two people in Koenigsegg also began to perform an emotional scene similar to the atmosphere in the big screen movie. After the movie was over, Yukor shyly retrieved the black stockings that were scattered at the bottom of the driver's seat and showed them to Yifan with some anger. Look at what you have done to my stockings. There are so many of these things available. Next time, I'll have someone pack a truckload and send it to you. That way, every time you see me, you'll be wearing a new pair. How about that? Yifan teased in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Yukor recalled the intense fight just now. She gave Yifan a small punch and then fell into Yifan's arms with laughter. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening, and Yifan thought about taking Yukor to a Western restaurant for dinner. Yukor, contrary to her usual behavior, said that she didn't want to go to these high-end places, and instead suggested going to a roadside barbecue restaurant. Why don't we go have some barbecue? I know a really good one, and I can ask the boss to grill some kidneys for you, too. Yukor said with a deliberately wicked smile. Yifan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It seemed that he was looked down upon by this junior sister. Yifan stopped the car, lifted Yukor from the passenger seat with both hands and placed her on his lap. It sounds like you're not satisfied, senior sister? Looks like I have to punish you now. After a while, Koenigsegg made another loud noise. Yukir could only beg for mercy and say that she was just joking on purpose. Senior sister is joking, but I am serious. After a long time, Yifan finally drove the Koenigsegg out of the grassland where the cinema was located. Yukor was so exhausted at this time that she could only complain quietly. I was just joking, you are so mean. And the reason why I wanted to go to that barbecue stall is actually because when I was living in poverty, the owner of that stall often secretly gave me food to support me, so she wanted to bring you over to show her. Yifan was surprised to hear Yukor tell the real reason. I didn't expect that a materialistic girl like Yukor would actually be so grateful. Even when her conditions improved, she would not forget to go back and visit her old friends. Yifan's liking for Yukor increased a little bit. The two soon arrived at the street where Yukir mentioned the barbecue stall was located. Although it is just a small roadside stall, the dining area that it has spawned is almost full at this time. As soon as she got off the car, Yukor immediately ran towards the proprietress who was busy grilling meat and vegetables. Yifan had no choice but to follow her with a smile. "Aunt Rome, I'm here to see you." Yukir gave Aunt Rome a bear hug. When Aunt Rome saw Yukir, she was immediately very happy. Chapter 51. Oh, isn't this Xiao Kor? She has become much prettier recently. Aunt Rome kept working on her skills, but her eyes were always looking at Yukor with a kind and relieved smile. "Aunt Rome, I came here today because I wanted to introduce a friend of mine to you." Yukor showed a shy expression that was rarely seen on other days, and said, "Aunt Rome, this is the friend I want to introduce to you, his name is Yifan." Only then did Aunt Rome turn her gaze to Yifan, who was standing next to Yukor, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Yifan nodded politely and said, "Hello, Aunt Rome." "Oh, good. What a handsome and spirited young man." Aunt Rome looked at Yifan, whose appearance and temperament were obviously better than those of ordinary people, with admiration in her eyes. She quietly pulled Yukor over and joked, "Tell me the truth, are you dating this handsome guy now? I know that our Kor is so beautiful and outstanding, and the man she finds must be the best." Aunt Rome's teasing made Yukor blush again. She really wanted to confirm her relationship with Yifan, but for a man of this wealth, she would never dare to expect Yifan to be the only woman with her. Today, I was able to use the excuse of having dinner to bring Yifan to Aunt Rome to see her, which was already the fulfillment of one of her biggest wishes. Okay, it's so late now, you must be hungry, go find a place to sit down, and I'll bake some delicious food for you." After saying that, Aunt Rome immediately got busy bringing various signature skewers to the two of them and started grilling them. "Thank you, Aunt Rome." Yukor thanked her sweetly. Then, the two of them found an empty small table and sat down. After a while, the baked food was served and filled the entire table. During the meal, Yukor would feed Yifan a bite first, and then take a bite herself. The two looked like a couple in love. The diners around were extremely envious of Yifan as he was being served by such a beautiful woman. The barbecue that originally tasted delicious suddenly tasted bitter and unpalatable. After eating and drinking her fill, Yukir prepared to pay the bill and say goodbye to Aunt Rome. When she said goodbye and was about to come back and leave with Yifan, a few gangsters who came in groups for supper happened to come towards them. Several people looked at Yukor's graceful figure with interest, and the leader of the gang, Jiangzi, stepped forward and stopped Yukor. "Beauty, why are you alone so late? Why don't you stay and have a drink and dinner with us? I'll treat you." Jiangzi showed his mouth full of yellow teeth and gave Yukir a teasing wink as he spoke. Yukor almost vomited and quickly covered her nose with a look of disgust. "Excuse me, please move aside. I am not interested in what you are talking about." After saying that, Yukor was about to bypass the few people and leave, but Jiangzi moved to the side, blocking Yukor's way again, and his expression also had a hint of threat and cruelty. "Beautiful lady, don't refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment. I invited you because I'm giving you face. I advise you not to make the situation too embarrassing. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you I'm not going." Yukor was angry, and the noise of the quarrel finally reached the ears of the diners nearby. Everyone looked over to watch the fun. Jiangzi's expression suddenly became vicious, and he suddenly grabbed Yukor's arm and tried to pull her away. "Damn it, woman, you want to embarrass me, right? Just wait and see what I'm going to do to you." Before Jiangzi could finish his harsh words, a flying kick with huge force suddenly hit him. He flew in an arc in the air, then landed heavily on a diner's table, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn, you! You dare to kick me!" Here, Yifan had already firmly held Yukor's other hand, and the latter looked at him with an expression full of admiration and peace of mind. "Boss! Are you okay?" Several thugs quickly surrounded him and tried to help Jiangzi up. Seeing this, other diners stood up and moved away, fearing that the dispute would affect them. "You dare to hit our boss, we will fight you. Come on, brothers." Several thugs immediately picked up the wine bottle on the table and smashed it in two, then rushed towards Yifan and the others with the broken bottles. "It's over. So many people attacking one person, that handsome guy is in great danger now." As expected, it's better not to initiate a conflict when encountering this kind of situation. You still have to outsmart them. He saved the beauty, but now he's got himself into trouble. Some of the onlookers were worried, some spoke up and talked about moral principles after the fact, but no one dared to step forward to stop the thug's brutal behavior. Yifan stood there without any panic, and placed Yukura in a safe place behind him. With one hand, he grabbed the first thug who rushed towards him accurately, and with the other hand he grabbed another thug and knocked their heads together like eggs. The two thugs were dizzy from the collision, and the broken beer bottles in their hands stabbed the thugs who came from behind. Before Yifan could even use his moves, half of the 7 or 8 thugs were defeated instantly. The remaining few were knocked down by Yifan in the simplest way, with one punch each. Soon, the ground was filled with thugs who were beaten and screaming in pain, and Yifan dusted his clothes with his hands, looking as elegant as usual. The diners who were watching were dumbfounded at this moment. Oh my god! Just one person knocked down so many thugs with weapons. And it looks like it's totally effortless. Isn't this too damn powerful? Those spectators who had been loudly discussing Yifan's behavior as being too irrational and impulsive, now seemed to be choked by a fly and could no longer open their mouths. The female diners couldn't help but stare at Yifan's handsome appearance with admiration. Wow! So handsome and good at fighting. This man is so outstanding. Yeah. He's so manly when he protects his woman. A female customer rolled her eyes at her boyfriend right after she finished speaking. You were just talking nonsense about handsome guys. This is not smart or calm. If I had been teased today, you would have run away by yourself without knowing where to go. The female diner's boyfriend tried to explain hesitantly, but the more the girl looked at his cowardly look, the angrier she became. She simply said break up, you scumbag, and left angrily. On the other side, Xiangzi, who had finally struggled to stand up from the table, picked up a wine bottle and was about to join his brothers in besieging Yifan. When he turned around, he saw his brothers rolling on the ground, some spitting blood. And the guy he wanted to deal with was now standing there completely unharmed. Xiangzi was also shocked by Yifan's strength. Just when he was panicking and didn't know what to do, a familiar figure walking over not far away instantly ignited his confidence to teach Yifan a lesson. Chapter 52. Brother Long. You came just in time. Look at what our brothers have been beaten into by this bastard. When Xiangzi saw his boss appear, he immediately limped over to complain to him. Relying on the skills of his boss and the brothers who came with the boss, he didn't believe that he couldn't deal with that guy. When Aaron saw Xiangzi injured like this and several brothers lying on the ground, he became furious. Damn it! I want to see which bastard dares to touch our Filong gang members. I'll beat him half to death. After saying this, Aaron rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. After taking a few steps, he remembered to look up to find the figure of the culprit. Xiangzi also immediately pointed out to him that Yifan, who was standing calmly at this time, was the one who hurt his brothers like this. Aaron shot him a fierce look angrily. The next second, when he saw clearly that the man was Yifan, his pupils couldn't help but tremble. The originally firm steps forward also became a little shaky. Are you sure this guy is the one who hurt the brothers of the Flying Dragon Gang? Xiangzi was a little confused by Along's suddenly weak tone, and also wondered why his boss suddenly called this bastard brother, but he still nodded firmly and said, That's right, it's him. Boss, let's go up and kill him right now to avenge our brothers. Xiangzi said this angrily and was about to rush forward. However, at this moment, Along suddenly stopped, turned around and slapped Xiangzi hard. Xiangzi was beaten so hard that he was disoriented. He covered his face and looked at Along in shock and confusion. Brother Long, why are you hitting me? Aren't we supposed to go beat up that bastard? The diners present were confused when they saw the gangsters suddenly fighting among themselves. I'm hitting you. How dare you call Mr. Yi a bastard so rebelliously? Do you want to die? Along shouted at Xiangzi seriously, fearing that his tone might have been too gentle. He never imagined that the person he had offended was actually the big boss named Yi, who had made his boss Guan Mingzi voluntarily cut off one of his legs with just one sentence last time. Damn it, he is so unlucky. How could a small follower like Along possibly provoke such a powerful figure? Aaron could only increase his strength and slap Xiangzi a few more times. You were just talking nonsense here, saying you wanted to teach Mr. Yi a lesson? It's obvious that our brothers did something wrong just now, so Mr. Yi is kind enough to teach you some principles of life. Not only do you brats not thank me, but you're also calling for war and killing. Is that right? At this time, Xiangzi's face was swollen on both sides, and his whole body was in pain and his head was swollen. Listening to Aaron's words of instruction, he was completely dumbfounded. His own brother was beaten like this, and the boss wanted him to thank others? Looking at his boss looking at Yifan with a scared look on his face, even if he was slow, Xiangzi began to react. It seems that the boss not only knows this person, but he is also probably very sure of his background and identity, and knows that he is not someone he can afford to mess with. Xiangzi's face was burning with pain at this moment, and his whole heart was filled with anxiety and fear. On the other side, Yifan saw Long starting to teach Xiangzi a lesson and just snorted coldly. Fortunately, this yellow-haired guy has a good memory, so he doesn't have to waste energy exercising. Aaron carefully observed Yifan's expression, and when the situation eased a little, he quickly pushed Xiangzi and a few younger brothers and shouted, "Why don't you go and apologize to Mr. Yi? Then quickly clean up the damage you have caused and restore it to its original state for the boss." After Long finished speaking, he brought Xiangzi and a few younger brothers to Yifan and asked them to kneel down and apologize to Yifan. A few thugs who were originally knocked down by Yifan were strictly ordered by Long to crawl over and apologize immediately. The scene of Aaron's scolding of his brothers and the gangsters kneeling down to Yifan completely shocked the diners present. They all looked at Yifan in disbelief. The guy with yellow hair and the azure dragon on his left and the white tiger on his right just now looked like a street urchin, saying that he wanted to avenge his gangster brothers. Why is he now as timid as a street rat in front of this young man with such great skills? What's more, he even made the thugs who caused the trouble kneel down and apologize on the spot. How powerful a force must be to make them slide down to their knees so willingly? Oh my God! Is this how you conquer the enemy without fighting? That handsome little brother is really capable. That's right, he's so handsome. And this thug keeps calling him Mr. Yi, which clearly means he's not ordinary. The diners were all either amazed or in admiration at this moment, and everyone's face showed curiosity and admiration for Yifan. Seeing these thugs kowtow and admit their mistakes, they inexplicably felt a little more relieved. Xiangzi had fully realized how powerful Yifan was, and he quickly apologized to Yifan. "Mr. Yi, we were blind and disturbed you and this lady just now. We really know we were wrong, please forgive us just this once." Yifan lowered his eyes and glanced at a few people. The ones who had caused trouble were almost beaten up by him. "Since you know you are wrong, you should be more careful in the future. And if you do something as dirty as harassing others again, you know the consequences." There was no ups and downs in Yifan's tone, but it was inexplicably majestic and extremely intimidating. Especially this righteous speech, which made Yukur and the female diners nearby completely fascinated. This is so manly and heroic. Yukur couldn't help but hug Yifan's arm and kissed him on the face. This scene directly made the female diners who longed for it but could not get it feel jealous and sad. The male compatriots had completely lost their sense of existence in comparison with Yifan. After hearing Yifan's warning, Long and Xiangzi promised that they would never do it again. Immediately, a dozen thugs began to split into several groups and clean up the broken glass bottles and scattered tableware and food on the ground. Occasionally, passers-by saw the scene, and they were surprised and took out their mobile phones to take pictures and send them to social networks. Diners who knew the inside story also joined the discussion of the online posts. That night, a Weibo post titled "After being taught a lesson by a young man, more than a dozen thugs voluntarily slid down on their knees and cleaned the place for the barbecue restaurant owner" quickly topped the homepage's hot search list. Chapter 53. Long and Xiangzi took their younger brothers to clean up the scene. After each of them collected some money to return to Aunt Rome, they bowed solemnly to Yifan several times and said goodbye. Only after they promised that they would not appear in this area again did they finally dare to leave the scene. Aunt Rome looked at the dining area, which was now 100 times cleaner than when they set up their own stall, and her face was filled with joy. "It's all thanks to you today, Xiaofan. Usually when these hooligans come to my place, they scare my customers. Now that they won't come anymore, I can finally do business more comfortably." "You're welcome, Auntie," Yifan replied calmly. Yukor couldn't suppress her inner excitement when she saw how Yifan had easily helped her vent her anger and solved a big problem for Aunt Rome. After the two said goodbye to Aunt Rome, Yifan was about to start the car when Yukor said coquettishly in a shy tone, "I don't really want to go back to the dormitory tonight." Yifan's mouth curled up. "It just so happens that I didn't want to take you back to school." The accelerator roared, and Yifan took Yukor directly to the destination he had originally planned. Royal Capital Mohila Hotel. It is still a hotel under Bali Real Estate. As a big boss who owns 75% of the shares of Bali Real Estate, Yifan will definitely enjoy the best services no matter which business hotel he visits. Yifan drove the car to the entrance of the hotel and stopped. The doorman who was welcoming the guest came over quickly and was about to ask if he wanted to stay at the hotel when he saw the face that every employee was required to remember clearly in their hearts. "Hello, Chairman. Just give me the car keys and we will park the car properly for you." The doorman took Yifan's car keys and quickly called a parking employee. He then reported Yifan's arrival to the hotel staff on the intercom, and then bowed 90 degrees to Yifan and Yukor, inviting them in. Yifan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that after the last incident at the Wenjina Hotel, Zhao Tianrui has done a good job in training his employees so that his subordinates will not be so careless as to make such mistakes again. When Yukor heard the doorman address Yifan, she was a little shocked and curious. Although she always knew that Yifan was very rich, she didn't know what specific industries he had or what kind of remarkable identity he had. But now the doorman asked him to be the chairman. Could it be that this hotel has been bought by junior brother Yifan? With doubts in her heart, Yukor was embraced by Yifan and walked into the hotel. As soon as he entered the hotel, all the staff on both sides of the aisle stopped their work and bowed to Yifan to greet him. Yifan nodded slightly in response, and the staff turned back to their work. Arriving at the front desk, before Yifan could even speak, the lady at the front desk handed over a golden room card for the top-floor Supreme Suite and said, "Good evening, Chairman. We have opened a top-floor suite exclusively for you. There is only one room on the top floor, and the entire floor is open to you alone. If you have any needs, you can contact us at any time through the internal line." "Okay, thank you." Yifan took the card and took Yukor to the top floor in the exclusive elevator. Yukor could no longer conceal her inner curiosity and asked, "Junior brother Yifan, those staff members call you like this, could this hotel be yours?" Yifan thought about it after hearing this. "Strictly speaking, not really. What I own is actually the shares of Bali Real Estate Group, which owns this hotel. My position is chairman, which is why those staff members called me that just now." When Yukor heard the words Bali Real Estate Group in Yifan's words, she was stunned. That is the country's leading real estate group. Junior brother Yifan can become the chairman of such a group, so wouldn't he have the largest proportion of shares in the entire board of directors? Oh my god. Junior brother, you are so awesome. Yukor had thought that Yifan was powerful, but she had never thought that he was so powerful. You know, the market value of this kind of real estate group is at least close to 100 billion. Yukor looked at Yifan with admiration, not knowing at all that the Bali real estate owned by Yifan was just one of his many industries. "Junior brother, let's have some fun tonight." For such a good man, Yukor would naturally do everything she could to please him. Yukor pulled down the zipper of her skirt in front of Yifan. Then she tiptoed to the large bathtub next to the floor-to-ceiling window, stepped in with one leg, quickly wet her whole body with bubbles, and then struck various seductive poses. "Junior brother, are you sure you don't want to come over now?" Yifan looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, and his veins quickly became hot. She took 2 or 3 steps and reached the bathtub. Soon, splashes of water rose up and ambiguous sounds echoed throughout the suite. They were having so much fun that they even came to the elevator door on the top floor corridor. Yukor was a little shy. What if the staff comes up later? "Don't worry, no one dares to come up without my permission." You, on the other hand, seem a little distracted. It seems that you forgot about your punishment this afternoon, right? Yifan's mischief brought back some intense memories for Yukor. Just as she was about to say that she was not distracted, Yifan severely punished her again. This battle lasted until dawn without us noticing. The next day at noon, Yukor was about to get out of bed because of back pain, but Yifan pulled her back in. "Junior brother, I'll play with you next time. I have to go back to school for classes in the afternoon." Yukor protested softly. In fact, attending class was only a small reason. The main reason was that junior brother Yifan was too strong. If this continued, her small body would not be able to bear it. "Be good, and I'll let you go after you finish your morning exercises." After Yifan finished speaking, the 3-meter-wide bed began to shake irregularly again. Half an hour later, Yukir finally had the chance to step on the ground. When she was looking for her slippers, her legs were shaking a little. "I really don't know what you grew up eating to be able to torment others like this." Yukor complained shyly, and seeing Yifan's smiling face as he looked at her, she was completely overwhelmed by his handsomeness, but at the same time she was thinking about leaving quickly. From this expression, she felt that junior brother Yifan was going to do something bad again. Yukora picked up the skirt on the ground and put it on. After blowing a kiss to Yifan, she slowly walked to the elevator and went downstairs. Yifan directly called the internal line and told the staff to bring up some meals. Although more exercise can enhance his physical fitness, the energy consumed still requires nutritional supplements. After Yifan finished eating the 20,000 yuan craft Wagyu ribeye steak that the kitchen specially prepared for him, he took a few sips of the 80,000 yuan per bottle of Lihua red wine to clear his mouth and ended this simple brunch. After eating and drinking, Yifan wanted to vent his energy again. He took the elevator down to the outdoor swimming pool on the 3rd floor. Just when he was about to move around, he saw Nai Lengyue, who was wearing a suit and walking while anxiously talking on the phone. He fell into the cold swimming pool without noticing. Chapter 54. Yifan raised his eyebrows, jumped into the swimming pool in just 3 or 2 steps, picked up Nai Lengyue by the waist and pulled her out. After reaching the shore, Nai Lengyue couldn't stop coughing because he choked on the water. When she recovered and wanted to thank the person who rescued her, she found out that the person who rescued her was Yifan, who helped her solve the trouble in Wenji's box last time. Mr. Yi? Thank you for rescuing me. It was Yifan who healed her leg injury before, and she didn't expect that when they met this time, she would be saved by him again. A strange feeling spread in Nai Lengyue's heart. Yifan nodded in response to Nai Lengyue's gratitude, and his eyes happened to look at the other person. The woman's graceful figure was fully revealed through the thin and transparent shirt soaked by water. Miss Nai, your clothes. Yifan reminded. Nai Lengyue followed the line of sight and her face immediately turned red. She quickly hugged herself with her hands to cover her face. Yifan took the coat he had just brought with him and put it on Nai Lengyue. This gentlemanly action unconsciously tilted the cold scale in Nai Lengyue's heart towards Yifan. However, the next second, Yifan picked up Nai Lengyue by the waist and carried her in a princess hug. Mr. Yi! You, what are you doing? Miss Nai, there are people coming and going here. Are you sure you want to go out with wet clothes? And you should know that this is Boli's hotel, which is my territory. It's not too late to go to my place and change into clean clothes before leaving. After listening to Yifan's words, Nai Lengyue realized that in her current situation, she could only do as Yifan said. But why do we have to carry us like a princess? She had never been hugged like this by any man in her life. However, Nai Lengyue also felt that if she raised any more objections, it would be a bit too pretentious, so she could only hide her shy face in Yifan's arms. Yifan smiled as he watched the woman's shy little behavior. It seems that female CEOs aren't also strong and invulnerable. The open-air swimming pool is a little distance away from Yifan's personal elevator. While walking with Nai Lengyue in his arms, Yifan's handsome looks and amazing temperament fascinated the female guests passing by. Especially the muscle lines revealed under the thin shirt made them excited. The staff members who knew Yifan's identity were all extremely envious of the woman in his arms. Although they all knew that the woman at this time was not the same woman who was with Yifan yesterday, they still dreamed in their hearts that they would soon become Yifan's next woman. After all, which woman wouldn't love such a rich and handsome man? After entering the exclusive elevator, Nai Lengyue couldn't wait any longer and asked to get down from Yifan's arms. Yifan put Nai Lengyue down at this time. However, as soon as Nai Lengyue reached the ground, her high-heeled feet could not stand firmly, and her wet body fell straight into Yifan's arms. A soft touch came, and the woman's pleasant body fragrance kept drifting into Yifan's nose. Yifan couldn't help but sigh. As expected, these women who scored above 90 points are all very hot-tempered fairies. Oh, sorry. Nai Lengyue quickly lowered her head and left Yifan's arms, her face completely burned into the color of a red tomato. The elevator reached the top floor, and as soon as the door opened, Nai Lengyue rushed out immediately. If she stayed in such a confined space any longer, she felt her face would explode with heat. At this time, Nai Lengyue was surprised to find that there was only one suite on this floor. Mr. Yi, where is this? Yifan walked out of the elevator slowly. Oh, this is my exclusive suite. Just wait here for a while. I'll ask the staff to bring you a set of clean clothes. Thank you, Mr. Yi. That's right. After all, Yifan is the largest shareholder of Bali Real Estate. It's not strange that he owns his own penthouse suite. Nai Lengyue thought of Yifan's identity, and her curiosity about him couldn't help but emerge. She has met many men in her business over the years, but none of them can be as charming as Yifan at such a young age. What is the family background of such a mysterious person? Nai Lengyue suddenly realized that she seemed to care too much about Yifan. Reason quickly reminded her that this man was the object of her best friend's affection. That's right, my curiosity about Yifan must be just to test whether he and Sile are a good match. She herself had no interest in exploring Yifan's affairs, it was all just because of Sile. After Ni Lengyue brainwashed herself, she turned her gaze to Yifan, who had gone into the inner room and came out again. Yifan had changed into a clean new shirt at this time. Different from the hormonal temperament revealed by his muscles just now, he now looked more handsome and delicate. Ni Lengyue's heart suddenly felt inexplicably beating again. By the way, Miss Ni, you were talking on the phone anxiously just now, looking absent-minded, which is not like your usual calm and composed self. Yifan recalled the scene by the swimming pool and asked casually. According to Ni Lengyue's usual personality of being used to handling things on her own, she should have just laughed off this ordinary concern. However, at this moment, she subconsciously revealed the difficulties she encountered. In fact, it's because Ni's company needs a new securities company to endorse the company's strategic investment. Unfortunately, I have almost no connections in the industry. Even the company I had worked so hard to negotiate with suddenly said they would not cooperate. Ni Lengyue herself didn't realize how much she had said. As one of the 7 great families, the Ni family naturally has considerable operating pressure. Unfortunately, there is a cousin in the family who has been eyeing her position as CEO. If she is not careful, she may fall from her position. The cooperation company that she had originally agreed to cooperate with suddenly went back on its word. In fact, she had more or less guessed that it was her cousin's doing. But what can she do? As a female CEO, she has almost gotten used to being disliked in the business world. In Ni Lengyue's words, Yifan heard a somewhat familiar term. Securities company? I do have one. Miss Ni from Guangfa Securities, do you think we can cooperate? When Ni Lengyue heard Yifan say the words Guangfa Securities in a casual tone, she was shocked and stunned on the spot. Chapter 55. You mean, that securities firm with a total asset size of between 300 billion and 500 billion, a long history and absolute national fame, only issues securities? Ni Lengyue was now completely shocked, and wanted to confirm it further. Yifan took out his mobile phone and casually flipped through the headquarters information that Guangfa Securities had sent him before. After taking a few glances, he replied, yes, that's right, it's this one. Listening to Yifan's calm tone as if he was talking about cabbage at $1 a kilogram, Ni Lengyue took a deep breath and calmed down. But in fact, some group bosses have always been making various investments. Yifan probably just meant that he owns a small number of shares in Guangfa Securities, right? Thinking of this, Ni Lengyue finally calmed down a little. Mr. Yi, although I really need such a brokerage partner right now, I would be sorry if I had to trouble you to consult with the shareholders and make suggestions. Trouble? It's not a trouble. I can just tell their general manager directly. I have absolute controlling rights in Guangfa Securities. This little thing is very easy to do. Yifan still spoke in a normal tone as if he was talking about what to eat for lunch. Ni Lengyue lost all her composure after hearing this. Absolute controlling rights. You know, for a limited liability company, even if the shareholding exceeds 50%, it is only a relative control, and only when the shareholding exceeds 67% can it be an absolute control. This means that Yifan now holds more than 67% of Guangfa Securities shares. Oh my god. What kind of horrible existence is this? Even someone as knowledgeable as Ni Lengyue had never heard of a young talent of this age who could own one of the best real estate companies and also a well-established securities firm that was not derived from his own industry at all. To have this level of configuration, other elites generally have to rely on their family's years of accumulation to achieve this level. The power behind this man is definitely much more unfathomable than she had imagined. Compared to her previous curiosity about Yifan, Ni Lengyue now felt a little more admiration for Yifan. As a veteran in the business world, it was hard for her not to admire such a talented young man. She paused and sincerely put forward her request to Yifan. Mr. Yi, if I can really establish a cooperative relationship with Guangfa Securities thanks to you, I will definitely remember this favor for the rest of my life. If you need me in any way in the future, I will definitely do my best. Although Ni Lengyue knew that what she had was completely inadequate compared to Yifan. But at this moment, she could only give everything she had in exchange for this opportunity for cooperation. Yifan narrowed his eyes. He didn't care about favors from others. But with the favor of the beautiful woman with 90 points, he will be able to do a lot more in the future. No problem, I'll tell them now. After saying that, Yifan made a phone call and explained everything to his subordinates in just a few words. Okay, the staff from Guanfa Securities will contact you later this afternoon to discuss cooperation. Seeing that Yifan solved the problem that she had been running around for days but couldn't get done with just a phone call that took less than a minute, and Eiling Yue's admiration for Yifan unknowingly rose to a height that she herself had not expected. Even the quiet love grows and spreads wildly unconsciously. Thank you so much, Mr. Yifan. And Eiling Yue took a step forward, but before she could finish her words, her unstable high heels caused her to trip over the fluffy carpet again. This time she threw herself firmly on Yifan, and in panic her hands subconsciously hugged Yifan's waist tightly. It looked like she was taking the initiative to throw herself into Yifan's arms. Yifan smiled teasingly from above her head. Miss Ni, do you want to repay me directly by giving yourself to me? And Eiling Yue's face turned red with laughter at these words. She hurriedly tried to leave Yifan's warm and broad chest, but as soon as she took a step back, her arm was pulled by Yifan again, and she fell into his arms again. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Yifan held the person tightly in his arms. The water in the swimming pool was so cold just now, and you accidentally fell into my arms, so just warm up in my arms. Unlike Eiling Yue's always cold appearance, her whole body is sweet and soft, very comfortable to hug. Yifan is no longer the silly guy who used to worry about being disliked by girls if he accidentally did something out of line. As his wealth skyrocketed and his skills in picking up girls gradually improved, he had come to understand that these slightly tough actions were a way of testing the relationship to escalate. And Eiling Yue was held in Yifan's arms, and the distance between them was so close that she could clearly hear his heartbeat. In fact, according to her usual code of conduct, she would definitely push Yifan away immediately. But when she felt the hot temperature coming from Yifan's chest, she inexplicably wanted to indulge herself once. She didn't think about anything and just let Yifan hold her. She had to admit one thing, that is, she had begun to be greedy for Yifan's embrace. After a while, a staff member brought a clean suit that fit Eiling Yue's size. Seeing someone coming, Eiling Yue suddenly woke up from a dream and quickly left Yifan's arms. Just think of it as a dream, just having it for a short moment is enough. Eiling Yue took the bag from the staff, and only then did she realize that there was a pair of brand new flat shoes inside. Yifan actually even considered this? A wave of softness surged in my heart again, touched by Yifan's thoughtfulness. But Eiling Yue was also very clear that this man was first known and liked by her good friend Wansile. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I owe you a favor. After Eiling Yue quickly changed her clothes in the bathroom, she came out and left these words to Yifan, then left quickly as if she was avoiding something. Yifan looked at Eiling Yue's back, then picked up the red wine beside him and took a sip. His eyes flickered with the light of a hunter looking at his prey. In the next few days, Yukora traveled between the university and the hotel. Although Yifan always tormented her a lot, her body and mind were still thinking about him all the time. So whenever she had time, Yukora couldn't help but come to the hotel to be intimate with Yifan. Junior brother Yifan, do you think you have cast a spell on me? I am thinking about you even when I am in class and chatting with my sisters. Yukora lay in Yifan's arms and drew circles on his heart with her fingers, saying coquettishly, I don't care, you must promise her. No matter how many beautiful girls you meet in the future, you must not reject her. Chapter 56. After saying that, Yukora quickly took the initiative to hug Yifan's neck and gave him several kisses on the face. Don't worry, I've thought it through. Next, I'll allocate a house under my name and put it in your name for you to live in. You just need to be my mistress. Yifan spoke as he patted Yukora's soft buttocks. When Yukora heard that Yifan was going to give her a house, her eyes lit up. Really? Honey. Are you really going to give me a house? Then can I ask where the house is? Yukora acted coquettishly in front of Yifan, her hands busy with a series of movements. Yifan smiled. Sometimes, in his opinion, Yukora's straightforward gold-worshipping nature seemed inexplicably lovable and frank. This is probably because he is rich enough now, and knows that he will continue to become richer, which brings him confidence and fun. Yifan recalled the reward the system mentioned last time. Anyway, he would definitely complete the task successfully, so the reward would be rounded up sooner or later. It's the house in Jinyu Huafu next to Imperial Capital University. What? Really? A house in Golden Domain. Honey, I love you so much. Upon hearing this, Yukora immediately tried her best to make Yifan happy in order to express her happiness and her admiration and gratitude to Yifan. You know, Jinyu Huafu is one of the best luxury residential communities in the entire imperial capital. The price per square meter is nearly 200,000. Not to mention that the smallest starting area of houses there are large flats of over 100 square meters. In other words, even if Yifan gave her the smallest room, it would still cost 20 million. This man is so good to her. Where can you find such a generous man out there nowadays? Yukor's love for Yifan was so overwhelming that it was about to soar to the sky. In return, she naturally worked harder to make Yifan happy. After a night of physical strengthening activities, Yifan was full of energy. Nearing noon, he put Yukor, who was so tired that she had fallen asleep, aside and drove to the agreed reunion place with his high school classmates. Wangfujing Street in the imperial capital, Mandarin Oriental Restaurant. Yifan arrived a little later than the agreed time. After finding a place to park his car, he walked into the restaurant slowly. Yifan walked straight to the location of the private room sent out in the group. At this time, Tang Xiao, who came to the restaurant to eat and drink for free, was telling the employees the names of the dishes she wanted to eat. She glanced casually and saw the man who made her fall in love at first sight last time. What a coincidence! I actually met him at the restaurant at home. With just one glance, Tang Xiao instantly forgot the idea of having a feast, and followed Yifan closely to see which private room he was going to. Yifan arrived at the party box. Before he even entered the door, he heard a familiar voice boasting loudly, followed by the voices of others echoing the flattery. When he opened the door, it was indeed Liao Chang, who had been at odds with him in high school. After a casual glance around, Yifan found another disgusting person, his first love Xiao, who had just been slapped in the face by him at SKP last time. Damn, I forgot this guy was in the same class with me. However, at Yifan's current level, he can just ignore these people. There is no need to waste extra emotions on them. Yifan's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Is this Yifan? How come he is so much more handsome than when he was a student? He's so handsome. His temperament is completely different too. He looks like an elite. Several female classmates started talking in low voices, with a hint of shyness on their faces. When Liao Chang heard everyone praising Yifan, he felt unhappy and immediately started to speak in a sarcastic manner. Wow! I was wondering who was so late. It turns out that our classmate Yifan is a very busy man. He is so late even for a class reunion. Before, when he was in high school, Yifan was very popular because of his good grades and good looks. He even got together with Xiao, the class beauty that Liao Chang liked. Because of this incident, Liao Chang has always disliked Yifan. Recently, he and his friends started a small business and made some money. He specially took the lead in organizing this class reunion this time just to show off in front of his classmates, slap Yifan in the face, and chase Xiao on the spot. Liao Chang was feeling complacent about the overall plan he had come up with. Xiao, who was standing by, suddenly stepped forward and spoke for Yifan. In fact, we all just arrived not long ago, right? Yifan is here now, and the dishes are just served. It's just the right time to start the party. When Yifan appeared just now, Xiao's eyes were fixed on him. Ever since she met Yifan by chance at SKP last time, she had been wondering how she could get back to Yifan. Unexpectedly, she waited for the news that Yifan would attend this class reunion. She had originally had little interest in this kind of reunion with poor old friends, but when she heard that Yifan was coming, she naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to perform well. Hearing that Xiao actually took the initiative to speak for Yifan and looked at Yifan with affectionate eyes, Liao Chang suddenly felt puzzled and angry. Wasn't it said that the reason Xiao broke up with Yifan was because she disliked him for not having money? Why is she looking at Yifan with such an infatuated look now? This doesn't make sense. The more Liao Chang thought about it, the more confused he became. He simply gave up thinking about it and quickly became attentive in front of Xiao. What Xiao said makes sense, so let's take our seats now, classmates. Upon hearing this, all the students came to the dining table and sat down. Yifan was just about to ask Fang Wenlin to sit with him when he saw this guy being stupidly forced to sit between two occupied seats. There was no choice, Yifan had to sit down in the empty seat opposite Fang Wenlin. Xiao, come sit here. The view is good here. Liao Chang quickly pulled out the chair next to his seat and eagerly invited Xiao to come over. However, Xiao followed Yifan's eyes, and when she saw that there was a seat next to him, she immediately took 3 or 2 steps to sit next to Yifan. No need, I'll just sit next to Yifan. Xiao looked at Yifan with a little shyness and said. Seeing this, Liao Changren was stunned. He quickly looked down at the clothes he was wearing today, which had all the luxury brand logos visible on the surface, as well as the expensive jewelry watches around his neck and hands. That's fine. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he's very rich. Then why is Yi Xiaoxiao now only following Yi Fan with all her heart and eyes? Chapter 57. There was no other choice, so Liao Chang had to push the chair next to him back in awkwardly. Liao Chang immediately found a reasonable explanation for the current situation. That's because he was a little too low-key, so Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't tell who she should deal with now. Thinking of this, Liao Chang decided that he must take back the home court soon. Seeing that all the students were seated, he quickly took the lead and raised the glass in his hand. My dear old classmates, I'll take care of all the food and drinks for today. I hope you won't find the place I chose too shabby a bother. Upon hearing this, several classmates immediately raised their glasses and complimented him. Liao Chang, look at what you are saying. Everyone knows that this is a restaurant owned by the Tang family. You can't get a private room here without some financial resources and connections. That's right, Brother Chang. You're rich now, but you're still so humble. You're leaving no room for us all to survive. The compliments from several people made Liao Chang look much better. He immediately waved his hand as if it was no big deal. No, it's just that I happen to be an old acquaintance of Miss Tang's, so it's just a small matter to book a private room in the Mandarin Oriental. Brother Chang, you are awesome. I didn't expect that you not only make money, but also have connections with these noble families. All the students' eyes suddenly flashed with envy. Being able to deal with aristocratic families must prove that Liao Chang's financial background has reached a level that cannot be underestimated. At least their resources and connections are more than 100 times broader than those of ordinary people like them. A few students who were good at handling things immediately toasted Liao Chang with several glasses of wine. By the way, Brother Chang, this Miss Tang has never appeared in front of the media. Since you know her, is she pretty? Well. Liao Chang took a sip of the red wine in his hand and paused mysteriously. In fact, he didn't know any Miss Tang at all, but since it was a party, bragging and showing off were a must. Moreover, Liao Chang already thought that he was the most successful person in the box, so naturally he would not worry about his lies being exposed. Amid everyone's curious gazes, Liao Chang suddenly cast a burning gaze at Yi Xiaoxiao who was standing beside him. Actually, Miss Tang's looks are just so-so. I don't think she can compare to our class beauty Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started to make a noise for the good cause. Then at this time, Yi Xiaoxiao didn't even glance at Liao Chang, but continued to look at Yi Fan with all her heart and eyes. Yi Fan was concentrating on eating the food, looking so dignified that no one should get close to him. Yi Xiaoxiao's disregard for Liao Chang made him a little angry. Seeing that his previous bragging had no effect, he immediately pretended to take out his car keys and place them on the table accidentally. The sharp-eyed students immediately noticed this scene. Wow! Brother Chang, you're driving a Maybach now. What model is your car? This brand of car must be expensive. It's okay. I just bought a Maybach S480 recently. It's not too expensive. It's about 1.5 million. Liao Chang tried hard to appear calm and composed. This price really made all the students present envious. A 1.5 million car? Oh my god, this amount can buy a nice house in my hometown. Brother Chang is really awesome. He hasn't even graduated from college yet, but he bought a car with money that others may not be able to earn in their entire life. Brother Chang, I respect you. Several people at the table were vying to toast Liao Chang, hoping to take the opportunity to get closer to him. Liao Chang couldn't suppress the smile on his face. What are you saying? I'm actually not as great as you say. Maybe you will become much better than me in the future. As Liao Chang spoke, he turned the topic to Yi Fan. Isn't that right, Yi Fan? When you came in just now, everyone said that your temperament looked different. Why don't you share with us which company you plan to sign after graduation? Yi Fan smiled faintly. This idiot really started. I'm not planning on signing with any company yet. I'm just enjoying my last years in college and waiting to lay down my head after graduation. Yi Fan told the truth. Upon hearing this, Liao Chang immediately shook his head vigorously with a look of regret. Yi Fan, as a classmate, I have to say a few words to you. You are so young, how can you be so weak and lazy in your thinking? Men like us who are surviving in society today can't do this. Maybe you've seen too many people like me who have achieved success at a young age, and you've been shocked. You feel like you can't catch up no matter how hard you try, so you've lost confidence and want to just lie down. But if you really do nothing and live off your parents, becoming a social scum, how are you going to get married and raise children in the future? When Liao Chang mentioned wife and children, he deliberately emphasized the word towards Yi Xiaoxiao, fearing that Yi Xiaoxiao might not understand his hint. So we young people still have to keep working hard and making progress. If you really encounter difficulties, just tell Brother Chang and I will find you a cleaning job in the company or something. There is still a way. After Liao Chang finished speaking, he quickly sought agreement with his classmates. Everyone, tell me if I'm right. Although the students present more or less heard the sarcasm in Liao Chang's words, in order not to offend him, they all responded enthusiastically. Yes. Brother Chang is right. We young people should work harder and learn from Brother Chang. Liao Chang nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that Yi Xiaoxiao didn't respond, he immediately added. Xiaoxiao, you must agree with my idea. Since a while ago, Yi Xiaoxiao has been annoyed with Liao Chang always trying to show off his presence in front of her. At this moment, she rolled her eyes and replied perfunctorily, yes, yes, yes. Liao Chang was so happy to get Yi Xiaoxiao's affirmative response. He realized that now was the right time. Then, he immediately stood up from his seat, took out the diamond necklace he had prepared, and came in front of Yi Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao. Actually, I have liked you for many years. The main purpose of my gathering today is to confess my love to you. You have seen my conditions just now, so I want to ask you now, are you willing to be my girlfriend? The classmates immediately stood up and cheered, shouting together one after another along with the applause. Liao Chang has never been as proud as he is now. He finally did it. He stepped hard on Yi Fan, and his beloved girl would soon become his girlfriend. Yi Xiaoxiao listened to the crowd's booing, but shot an impatient look at Liao Chang, who was kneeling on one knee beside her. Then she slammed the jewelry box in Liao Chang's hand to the ground with disgust in her tone. Liao Chang, please have some self-awareness. I don't like you at all. I came to the class reunion today just to win back Yi Fan. Chapter 58. After Yi Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she pushed away Liao Chang, who was sandwiched between her and Yi Fan, and began to cry in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan, everything that happened was my fault. I shouldn't have been so greedy that I broke up with you just for the so-called money. In fact, I have thought about you every day in the past few years, and I have never really let you go. I have completely come to my senses now. You are the only one who treats me the best. I also understand that feelings are much more important than material things. We are each other's first love. Please, give me another chance to get back together with you. Yi Fan looked at Yi Xiaoxiao's absorbed performance and couldn't help but sneer. Damn, why didn't I realize this woman is such a good actress before? What's more, feelings are more important than material things? Is she doing that for feelings? Isn't it because he was jealous when he saw how much money he spent on Eucor last time? When Yi Fan thought that his first love was with such a snobbish girl, the few good memories he had left from the past were completely shattered into pieces at this moment. The students present were completely stunned when they saw Yi Xiaoxiao trying to win back Yi Fan without caring about her image at all. When did Yi Fan become so charming? How could Yi Xiaoxiao, who had had several boyfriends from the second generation of rich people, regret her decision like this? Liao Chang was so stunned by Yi Xiaoxiao's push that he searched on the ground for a long time before he found the necklace that she had thrown away. He quickly grabbed the necklace in his hand and came to Yi Xiaoxiao again, his face full of confusion. Xiaoxiao, why? Can't you see how much better my current situation is than Yi Fan's? What's so good about Yi Fan, a poor loser with no ambition? Hearing Liao Chang's obstruction, Yi Xiaoxiao cursed him thousands of times in her heart. Why is this short and ugly guy always here to stop her from being friendly with Yi Fan? With his little knowledge, how can he compare with Yi Fan? Liao Chang felt very distressed when he saw Yi Xiaoxiao ignoring him and crying in front of Yi Fan to try to win her back, but Yi Fan remained indifferent. Yi Fan! You made Xiaoxiao cry like this, don't you say something to comfort her? After hearing Liao Chang's words, Yi Fan didn't even bother to look at him. Another mentally retarded bootlicker. You can comfort me if you like. I'm not stopping you. You! Liao Chang was so angry that his face turned as dark as black. At this moment, the door of the box was suddenly opened and a crisp female voice was heard. Honey! Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to the store? Tang Xiao ran towards Yi Fan with excitement, then put her arms around his neck in a very intimate manner. Just now, after following Yi Fan out of the box, she lay dormant for a long time. Unexpectedly, the more he listened to the conversation inside, the more he felt something was wrong, so he thought about coming in to help Yi Fan out. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw the quirky Tang Xiao who suddenly appeared. It seems like this girl has come here specifically to perform the beauty saving the hero scene? This behavior was consistent with his impression of her the last time he saw her. When others saw Tang Xiao appear, they were all puzzled and surprised. The main thing is, the woman who is hugging Yifan and calling him dear is so beautiful. If Yi Xiaoxiao scored 80 points as the class belle, then in the eyes of these classmates, this woman is definitely a beauty with a score of over 95 points. Compared to her, Yi Xiaoxiao is nothing at all. Several male classmates showed envy of Yifan in their eyes, and Liao Chang even snorted coldly with some jealousy. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Tang Xiao, who suddenly appeared, and for a moment she forgot about her crying performance, and pointed at Tang Xiao and started questioning her. You? Who are you? Why are you hugging Yifan like this? Me? Of course I am Yifan's girlfriend. But you, who are you? Tang Xiao said this with her hands on her hips, looking directly at Yi Xiaoxiao's hostility towards her. Impossible. Yifan wouldn't like a girl like you. It's so funny. If you don't like girls like me, then does Yifan like an old lady like you? Tang Xiao's sharp response immediately made Yi Xiaoxiao so angry that she hesitated for a long time. Yifan looked at Tang Xiao's bold and fearless appearance, and his smile became even more intense. This girl is indeed much more energetic and lively than he imagined. At this time, the other students were envious of the scene where Tang Xiao and Yi Xiaoxiao were arguing with each other for Yifan. It turns out that being handsome is useful. Yifan actually let two beauties quarrel over him like this. When will I be treated like this? Liao Chang was extremely upset when he saw that Yifan had snatched away his limelight again. In order to show off again in front of Yi Xiaoxiao, and to attract his classmates' admiring gazes back to himself, he suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Tang Xiao. Miss, if I heard you correctly, you just said the store. Do you mean that this restaurant is yours? This is the Tang family store. Do you want to say that you are the daughter of the Tang family? Liao Chang asked the question with full confidence. The woman in front of him looked young, beautiful, and lively, and she didn't look like a young lady from a wealthy family at all. He seriously suspected that this person was just an extra hired by Yifan, otherwise how could such a coincidence be possible? Besides, Yifan is a poor boy with no money, how can he make a lady from a noble family become his girlfriend? That's right. Didn't Brother Chang just say that he and Miss Tang are old acquaintances? Then he must recognize Miss Tang. Does this mean that Yifan's girlfriend is lying? Everyone started to speculate, and the expressions on Tang Xiao and Yifan's faces suddenly became more sarcastic. Tang Xiao got angry and started cursing at Liao Chang, pointing at his nose. Come on, old man, I'm not Miss Tang, am I? And I don't even know you. Who is your old acquaintance? You. Who are you calling old uncle? Liao Chang was already bothered by the fact that he looked older than his peers, and now Tang Xiao's words hit him right in the heart, and he was instantly furious. Yifan couldn't help laughing when he saw how Tang Xiao had made Yi Xiaoxiao and Liao Chang very angry. This woman is really interesting. On the other side, Liao Chang was angry and thinking about ways to expose the woman's identity. Suddenly, he remembered an auctioneer friend he had just met downstairs. Got it. This auctioneer friend of mine has seen all kinds of noble families. If it is the real Miss Tang, he will definitely remember her appearance. In a flash, Liao Chang quickly told everyone that he wanted to invite an amazing friend of his to come up. Chapter 59. After a while, Zhang Chang, the auctioneer friend mentioned by Liao Chang, came to the door of the box. Liao Chang's eyes lit up and he immediately introduced them to everyone. Let me introduce you all. This friend of mine is a well-known figure in the entire Imperial Capital Auction House. He has hosted public and private auctions of all sizes, and there is almost no dignitary who he doesn't know. After this introduction, all the students looked at Zhang Chang with a little admiration. Zhang Cheng quickly waved his hands to indicate that Liao Chang was exaggerating. Although he is an auctioneer, to be honest, he is just a senior waiter. At most, he just met those powerful bosses, which can't be considered as an acquaintance. Otherwise, why would he bother to associate with people of Liao Chang's level? But Liao Chang didn't care about all that. Praising Zhang Chang was actually praising himself in disguise. It was enough as long as he could prove to everyone that he had connections. Liao Chang was just about to explain to Zhang Chang why he asked him to come up, when everyone saw Zhang Chang's eyes suddenly light up, and he walked straight towards Tang Xiao, who was standing there with his hands outstretched. Ms. Tang. It's really you. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you in your store today. Although you may not know me, I have had the honor of seeing your stunning appearance and generous spending at several auctions. Tang Xiao raised her eyebrows. Zhang Cheng's compliment made her feel good, so she gave him a fairly friendly nod in return. Liao Chang and other classmates couldn't hold back when they saw Zhang Cheng obviously trying to flatter Tang Xiao. Did you all hear that? Brother Chang's auctioneer friend not only called this beautiful lady Miss Tang, but also said that this is her store. So, this beautiful lady who claims to be Yi Fan's girlfriend must be the daughter of the Tang family, one of the 7 great families. Liao Chang didn't expect that this beautiful but somewhat noisy woman was actually the daughter of the Tang family. He looked at Tang Xiao's disgusted eyes as she looked at him, and he was shocked and scared, not to mention feeling guilty. It seems that Miss Tang is hundreds of times more beautiful than Yi Xiao. Then what Liao Chang said just now, Miss Tang is just okay, not as good as Yi Xiao, wasn't it just in trying to flatter Yi Xiao? That's right. Anyone who is not blind can see that Miss Tang is clearly much better than Yi Xiao, and yet Liao Chang is still talking nonsense here without thinking. Several female classmates who had always been unhappy with Yi Xiao's behavior took the opportunity to mock her. Others also realized the loophole in Liao Chang's words later. In that case, Liao Chang's suspicion of Miss Tang's identity just now proves that he doesn't even know Miss Tang. Oh my god, this is too hypocritical. He obviously doesn't know Miss Tang, but he still uses her precious identity to promote himself. I even suspect that the things Liao Chang boasted about himself just now might all be false. The revelation of Tang Xiao's true identity immediately changed the atmosphere at the scene. Many classmates couldn't help but look at Liao Chang with scrutiny. Yi Fan, who had always been calm and showed extraordinary demeanor, won the favor of his classmates without doing anything. It seems that no matter how Liao Chang targets Yi Fan, he still can't beat him. This young lady from a noble family is so beautiful, and she was taken down by Yi Fan without any words. Doesn't this mean that Yi Fan has successfully crossed the class? Of course not. This is the Tang family, one of the 7 great families. The wealth and connections behind them are so rich that ordinary people like us can't even imagine. Several male compatriots couldn't help but shed tears of envy. How come they are students from the same class but don't have as good luck as Yi Fan? They also want to hug the rich woman's thighs and shout, "I'm hungry, I want food." Nowadays, being able to afford this kind of gigolo requires a huge skill. Yi Xiao couldn't help feeling a little angry when she saw that after everyone learned of Tang Xiao's identity, they all started praising Tang Xiao and envying Yi Fan. She immediately grabbed Liao Chang, who was sweating profusely, and started asking him, "Liao Chang, please tell me what aristocratic families are. Are they really that powerful? Why are the classmates so one-sided now?" Liao Chang had no choice but to wipe the cold sweat that kept oozing out of his body and explain to Yi Xiao. Each of the 7 great families in the imperial capital owns a family group with a market value of at least tens of billions, and direct heirs like Miss Tang have personal wealth of at least tens of billions. Wah! What? Upon hearing that Tang Xiao had such a powerful background, Yi Xiao's face turned pale instantly. The hope of getting back together with Yi Fan was instantly shattered. How could she possibly compete with such a gifted girl? With a cry, Yi Xiao couldn't hold back and burst into tears. The scene suddenly became a mess. Yi Fan felt the envious glances from other male classmates and was suddenly speechless. "I'm rich myself, okay? With his wealth, does he really need to rely on the Tang family for support?" At this time, after Zhang Cheng greeted Tang Xiao, he thought about turning around and leaving. His vision happened to turn, and he suddenly saw a big man who he didn't have time to recognize because he was blocked by Tang Xiao. "Oh my god. Mr. Yi. So you are here too. It's really my fault that I was not able to see you in time." Zhang Ben's steps towards leaving paused for a moment, his eyes brightened several times more than when he saw Tang Xiao just now, and he hurriedly came to Yi Fan. He stretched out his hands to shake hands with Yi Fan, and his hands were trembling obviously due to excitement. "The more than 150 million you spent at the last private auction was an amount that I have rarely seen in all my years in the industry. It was because of your generosity that our Imperial Capital Auction House has set a new record. I am honored to see you here today. Please allow me to express my highest gratitude to you again on behalf of our industry." After Zhang Cheng finished speaking excitedly, he bowed deeply to Yi Fan at 90 degrees. Seeing that Zhang Cheng looked sincere, Yi Fan politely extended his hand and shook hands with him. Zhang Cheng was so happy after receiving Yi Fan's handshake. "By the way, Mr. Yi, I also participated in the discussion and negotiation of the 8 million private yacht that was awarded to you as a special prize last time. I wonder how you feel about it after experiencing it." You can feel free to point out any areas you are dissatisfied with, and I will immediately go back and give feedback to the relevant staff. Not bad, the experience is okay, there is nothing that needs to be improved. Yifan recalled the time he spent playing on the yacht with Xiao Shiting. It was indeed a wonderful memory. They will continue next time. Zhang Chang looked at Yifan's good-tempered and easygoing appearance, and his respect for Yifan increased a little more. The other people present, listening to the conversation between the two, and looking at Zhang Chang's extreme piety and Yifan's boss-like demeanor, all of them had extreme shock written on their faces. Chapter 60. A classmate quickly swallowed his saliva to calm himself down. Did you hear what I just heard? The auctioneer said. Yifan bid a huge sum of over 150 million yuan at the auction alone. Oh my god. A student who was not good at math quickly counted on his fingers, 7 digits. 8 digits. Holy shit, it's actually 9 digits. How rich does one have to be able to pay such a high price in a small auction? There were gasps coming from the audience one after another. The students looked at Yifan with admiration and a hint of fear. If it was just a few 100,000 or a few million, they would definitely be extremely envious. But now, the amount Yifan spends casually is already hundreds of millions. This also means that the current Yifan is completely different from ordinary people like them. Faced with an existence that was hundreds of times more powerful than them, the students couldn't help but become a little cautious. When Liao Chang learned of Yifan's heroic feat, his entire face lost color in an instant. My legs couldn't stop shaking wildly. How come Yifan has grown into such a big shot in just a few years? How dared he get carried away in front of Yifan with the little money he had earned through hard work and entrepreneurship? At this moment, Liao Chang's heart was full of regret. He quickly shrank behind other classmates, trying to make himself the most invisible. After a while, seeing that Yifan did not act like a rich man, the other students dared to discuss the matter a little. Our previous inference is really too stupid. We even said that Yifan hooked up with a rich woman, but he is obviously the one who is truly rich. That's right. Although these families are well known, not many can come up with 100 million at a time in a private auction. At least the Tang family among these 3 families can't do it. Indeed. If Yifan himself wasn't strong enough, how could he have known these young ladies from aristocratic families and successfully won over Miss Tang? It seems that a good blacksmith must be strong himself. Brother Fan is awesome. That's right. Brother Fan is the best. The students found out the truth of the matter, and they all had endless admiration and worship for Yifan. As someone who also came from the same class, Yifan not only has accumulated such a terrifying wealth at such a young age, but also has a girlfriend, a lady from a wealthy family, whose heart and eyes are completely devoted to him. If this isn't a role model for life, then what is? Shouts of Brother Fan is awesome rang out throughout the box. Fan Wenlin, who was sitting opposite Yifan, immediately followed the crowd in shouting and frantically made the 666 gesture to Yifan. Yifan held his forehead helplessly. This silly boy was joining in the fun. Yi Xiaoxiao, who had been crying since a while ago, was so heartbroken after hearing the figure of 150 million that she almost fainted from crying. She cast a reluctant look at Yifan and saw Tang Xiao acting intimately beside him. Thinking that she had no chance at all, Yi Xiaoxiao let out a final howl and ran out of the door. Tang Xiao was almost knocked away by Yi Xiaoxiao, who rushed out like a bull. She dodged quickly and accidentally sat in Yifan's arms. Looking at the handsome face of the man in front of her, Tang Xiao's heart started beating again. As expected, Yifan's handsome looks have an amazing killer effect on her, who was obsessed with appearance. However, after a moment, Tang Xiao remembered Yifan's wealthy wealth that Zhang Chang had just revealed, and her mood suddenly became complicated again. She never expected that the handsome guy she fell in love with at first sight was actually so rich. By comparison, my wealth may not even be worthy of his. Tang Xiao, who was originally full of confidence in defeating Yifan, couldn't help but start to hesitate. Zhang Chang exchanged a few respectful greetings with Yifan and then left. Everyone, stop standing there and keep eating. Yifan called out to the students, and they quickly moved their chairs back to the dining table and slowly picked up their chopsticks. Liao Fan returned to his seat with his head lowered in shame. He didn't dare to raise his head again and quickly picked up the chopsticks and pretended to concentrate on eating. Here, Tang Xiao had taken the initiative and sat in Yifan's arms, picking up food for him one bite at a time and feeding him. Yifan narrowed his eyes and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This woman is quite good at knowing when to say something. The other male classmates couldn't help but cast envious glances towards Yifan. How wonderful it would be if they were fed food on the spot by such a beautiful young lady from a noble family. Before everyone started eating, a waiter suddenly ran into the box in a hurry. "Excuse me, is there any Koenigsegg Gemera owner parked at the door? The traffic situation at the hotel entrance is a bit complicated now. I need to trouble this gentleman to move his seat." When a male classmate who loves cars heard about this car, his eyes immediately lit up and he started to explain it to everyone. The Mandarin Oriental is indeed a place where rich people gather. The Koenigsegg the waiter was talking about is a car worth nearly 20 million. Fuck, isn't that the equivalent of driving out of the city with a house? That's too awesome. Several male classmates were talking excitedly. At this time, Yifan took a long time to take the Koenigsegg car key out of his pocket and handed it to the waiter. "I am the owner of the Koenigsegg. You can just take the car key and ask your staff to help me move it." Okay. Thank you, sir, for your cooperation." After the waiter finished speaking, he immediately walked out of the box with the Koenigsegg key. The students who were discussing the matter with great interest just now opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene, and the food in their chopsticks fell directly into the bowl. The female classmates looked at Yifan with love in their eyes. Liao Chang still kept his head down and ate the food in the bowl, but his hand silently wrapped around the car key of his 1.5 million Maybach on the table, and then quickly put it back into his pocket and stuffed it tightly. After the meal, the party was over. Liao Chang took the lead and left in a hurry, saying that he had something else to do. The classmates were too lazy to look at him again. They stood up and said goodbye to Yifan before leaving one by one. Fang Wenlin looked at the intimacy between Tang Xiao and Yifan, said goodbye to him, and left the space in the box to the two of them. Tang Xiao sat on Yifan's lap with no intention of getting down, and scooped another bowl of soup to feed Yifan. "Everyone has left, Miss Tang, are you going to continue acting?" Yifan asked with a chuckle. Tang Xiao pouted, with a slightly cunning expression, and slowly moved closer to Yifan. "I'm not acting. I just want to be your girlfriend. Is that not okay?" Chapter 61. Seeing Tang Xiao boldly saying flirtatious words, Yifan smiled faintly. The next second, he suddenly grabbed Tang Xiao's neck and pulled her lips to just a few inches away from his own. "Miss Tang, are you serious?" Tang Xiao's brain suddenly shut down after seeing Yifan's action, and her originally cunning expression instantly turned into shyness and helplessness. The curve of Yifan's mouth widened in smile. It turns out that he is just a paper tiger who loves to talk big. "Miss Tang, you don't seem as strong as you thought." Listening to Yifan's slightly teasing words, she felt his breath so close to her. Tang Xiao's heart was beating so violently that it seemed like it was about to explode. She quickly took a few steps back, pretending to look strong and fearless. However, her ears, which were red as if dripping blood, had already betrayed her. I was just suddenly frightened by you. And we were talking just fine, why did you suddenly, what are you doing?" Tang Xiao quickly used the settlement of accounts to cover up her guilty and shy panic. Before she eats a man, she must not show that she has been successfully seduced by him. Otherwise, she will lose. Tang Xiao quickly recited to herself the love tips she had heard from her friends over and over again, trying to calm herself down. Yifan now looks at Tang Xiao as if he is looking at a transparent person. This girl is obviously a love novice who gets shy and blushes easily. Why is she pretending to be a seductive sea king? Yifan couldn't help but let his chuckle grow louder. "Miss Tang, you just came in without my consent, put your arms around my neck and called yourself my girlfriend, and even sat on my lap and took advantage of me. It's normal for me to come back now, right?" After Yifan finished speaking, he crossed his legs and shook Tang Xiao, who was sitting on his lap, a few times like teasing a child. Because Tang Xiao's center of gravity was unstable, she subconsciously put her arms around Yifan's neck. It looked like she took the initiative to hug Yifan tightly. "Look for yourself, Miss Tang, you're taking advantage of me again." Yifan's combination of actions and words left Tang Xiao completely unable to resist. She was so shy that she felt dizzy. Oh my god. She was so careless. The man in front of her was so skilled that she was no match for him. But you know what, his embrace is so comfortable. And looking at his profile from this angle, he is so handsome. Tang Xiao couldn't help being infatuated for a while, and after a moment she quickly pretended to be serious and jumped off Yifan's legs. "Ahem, just now, what happened just now was all an accident." Yifan smiled and looked at Tang Xiao's expression as she tried to cover up her mistake. In fact, he quite likes women like this. He appears to be smart and tough on the outside, but he is actually very transparent and easy to understand inside. She is indeed a young lady from an aristocratic family who has been spoiled since childhood. Having never been beaten by society, they are very innocent and can see through other people's thoughts at a glance. Yi-fan has accumulated so much wealth now that he is no longer interested in spending energy guessing women's riddles. A beautiful girl with a personality like Tang Xiao is exactly what he wants. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi-fan stood up and prepared to leave. Tang Xiao, who had just stood up and pretended not to be teased, couldn't help but subconsciously asked in a loud voice. I'm just asking casually. Can we meet again next time? Yi-fan chuckled and looked back at Tang Xiao. Don't worry, we will definitely meet again. After saying that, Yi-fan waved his hand and left, leaving behind only a back view that made Tang Xiao feel extremely handsome again. Although Tang Xiao was a little puzzled as to why Yi-fan was so sure that they would meet again, she inexplicably began to feel sweetly looking forward to it. Yi-fan drove back to Imperial Capital University. On the way, he received the reward for completing the party mission of building in Building 5 of Jinyu Huafu. Building number 5 that Yi-fan obtained happened to be the one with the best view in Jinyu Huafu. The building has a total height of 45 floors, with 3 elevators per household, and the standard floor area is 597 square meters. It is only 50 meters away from the river, so you can enjoy a 270-degree real first-line river view at home. On the top floor of Building 5, there are 4 high-rise duplex apartments with an area ranging from 876 square meters to 986 square meters. Yi-fan had already made plans to keep the largest duplex apartment as his permanent residence. It just so happens that Jinyu Huafu is right next to the Imperial Capital University, which will make everything more convenient in the future. Then I can give you Kira duplex house, so that I can get a profit back, or if I'm luckier, I can get a critical hit reward. As for other standard-sized houses, just find an agency to rent them out. A house can be rented out for about 100,000 to 200,000 yuan a month, so the total profit would be at least 4 million yuan a month. Every little bit counts. Okay. That's settled. After Yi-fan finished his calculations, he drove to the parking lot of Imperial Capital University. He juggled the car keys in his hand and walked quickly towards the dormitory. After gathering with that group of high school classmates, with whom he no longer had much affection, in the afternoon, Yi-fan felt unwell all over. He suddenly missed the 3 guys in the dormitory. And just in time for the whole department to attend a senior class tomorrow, Yi-fan decided to go back to school. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother. I'm back. As soon as Yi-fan entered the dormitory, he found that the dormitory was still the same as before. The second oldest, Yang Zhanghao, was happily scrolling through his phone, the eldest, Meng Guanghua, came over to watch the fun, and the fourth, Huang Yu, was still wearing headphones and typing away on the computer. Third brother. Why haven't you come back for a while? We all missed you so much. Meng Guanghua rushed over and gave Yi-fan a bear hug, and Yang Zhanghao immediately followed suit. After the 3 of them exchanged greetings, Meng Guanghua started to arrange a hot pot meal in the dormitory tonight. I quietly took out the electric cooking pot so that it wouldn't be discovered by the dormitory manager, and put the fresh vegetables, meat and meatballs bought from the school supermarket into the base. After eating the meat dishes and a few cans of beer, the 4 of them were full and satisfied. Oh, right. Isn't there a senior class in our department tomorrow? Then won't I be able to see the school beauty Shang from our department again? Yang Zhanghao brought up the topic happily, and Meng Guanghua quickly joined in. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Since I had no classes in my senior year, I haven't seen campus beauty Shang for a long time. It has to be said that the school beauty Shang is really amazing. Not only is she pretty, but she's also so fucking outstanding. She is the host of all the evening parties in the school, and she is also a good student who wins national scholarships every year. She even has the energy to serve as the vice president of the student union. Of course not. I also heard that her family background is extremely excellent. It turns out that children raised in elite families are extraordinary. Chapter 62. Yang Zhanghao and Meng Guanghua started discussing with each other. Yi-fan listened to the conversation between the 2 and then he remembered that there was indeed another one among the 4 school beauties. Moreover, Shang Qing, whom he has not met yet, is also the school belle. In fact, if you count it, she is the one who has the closest contact with him. They are in the same grade in major. Yi-fan has met so many beautiful girls recently that he accidentally forgot the one he is most familiar with. That's perfect. Let us go check out this campus beauty tomorrow to see if she has a chance to win the reward. Because the big class for the grade was an early class, several roommates got up early the next morning to get ready. Boss, what do you think of my hairstyle? Not bad, right? Not bad, not bad. So handsome. What about me? How about my shirt? Yang Zhenghao and Meng Wanghua checked each other's clothes and appearance, thinking that they must leave a good impression in front of the school bell. The dormitories next door, which were usually dead silent in the morning, were now filled with the sounds of various busy activities. Yifan hasn't gotten up so early for a long time. He got out of bed sleepily, washed up quickly, and prepared to go out with his roommate. Before leaving the house, he felt that his hands were empty, so he took out the Patek Philippe Grand Sonnerie watch that he had bought but never worn and put it on. The four of them chatted and laughed as they came to the large classroom used for grade-specific classes. At this time, almost all the people in the classroom had arrived. Yifan walked into the classroom and was about to go to his class with his three roommates. The classroom, which was originally noisy, suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on Yifan. Who is this guy? Is there someone so handsome in our grade? Why haven't I noticed him before? He looks like Yifanya from class 3. I haven't seen him for just half a semester. How come he has become so handsome all of a sudden? Several girls couldn't help but grab their best friend's hands and scream silently. Encouraged by their classmates, some of them stood up and were eager to ask Yifan for his WeChat account. When the boys saw that Yifan had attracted all the girls' attention, they couldn't help but look at him with some jealousy. However, the next second, after seeing someone appear at the classroom door, the gloomy mood of the boys in the class was instantly swept away, and everyone became excited immediately. Oh my god! Is the person standing at the door now Songjiro, a sophomore? Why is she here? Fuck, how come School Beauty Song is so much prettier than the photos on the forum? Damn, I really wanna pick her up. Those long legs look so good. The eyes of the male students in the classroom were instantly focused on Songjiro. They were too lazy to hate Yifan anymore because he was being stared at by the crazy girls in the class. After all, this kind of beauty is not on the same level as those ordinary girls in the class. Several boys sitting in the front row looked at Songjiro looking around and couldn't help but sit up straight to make themselves more conspicuous. At this time, Yifan and his roommates had agreed on where they would sit. Just as I was about to go over, I heard a small mosquito-like voice calling Senior Brother Yi. Yifan turned around and looked towards the source of the voice, and immediately saw Songjiro calling him softly. When his roommates saw Yifan turn around, they also turned around to look. Fuck! School Beauty Song. Third brother, the look in School Beauty Song's eyes, is she coming to see you? Damn, you are too awesome. Yang Zhenghao remembered the time when Songjiro got off Yifan's car, and couldn't help but ask excitedly. Yifan nodded back at him, then took 3 or 2 steps to stand in front of Songjiro. The male students in the class frowned as they watched Yifan walk towards Songjiro. They were just about to mock Yifan's self-righteousness. However, the next second, Songjiro handed a bag of milk bread to Yifan in front of everyone. Brother Yi, I heard that you had a class today, so you probably didn't have time to eat breakfast. This is for you. Songjiro's voice was not loud, but in the completely quiet classroom, her voice was still clearly heard by everyone. School Beauty Song is here to bring breakfast to Yifan. The male students all looked in disbelief, and their fragile hearts were instantly broken into pieces. Yifan took the breakfast handed to him by Songjiro and looked at her with a little doubt. This girl doesn't look like the type who would come specially to deliver breakfast, right? With her socially anxious personality, shouldn't she wish she didn't appear in front of others? Not to mention that they came all the way to this grade classroom that can accommodate 200 or 300 people. Junior sister Song, you are here to do more than just bring me breakfast, right? Yifan deliberately moved closer and asked. Songjiro's face turned red, and she knew that she couldn't hide anything from Senior Brother Yi. Actually, Brother Yi, you saved my dad last time, and my whole family has been wanting to find an opportunity to thank you, so my mother told me to invite you no matter what. In fact, Songjiro had a reason that she didn't say out loud. During this period, not only did she not meet Yifan in the restaurant, she also didn't see him in school. She inexplicably felt that she seemed to miss this senior brother. So she thought that she might run into Senior Brother Yi during this morning class to deliver breakfast, so she didn't seem to be so afraid of appearing in front of so many people. Oh, so that's how it is. Then you can go back and report back without worry. I will definitely go. And thank you for breakfast. Yifan smiled and touched Songjiro's head and replied. Seeing Songjiro lowering her head shyly after Yifan touched her head, the male students in the classroom were instantly excited again. Ah! Old dog Yi, put your dirty hands down. Give me back my goddess. Several sworn enemies of Yifan's dormitory who had arrived late outside the classroom rubbed their eyes in disbelief when they saw this scene. Oh my god, the guy who touched school beauty Song's head in front of her, couldn't that be that poor bastard Yifan? It's really him. How could such a good girl like Miss Song be seduced by him? Boss, he's showing off so much, we have to go up and teach him a lesson. Mao Zijuan, a younger brother in the dormitory, suggested to Shi Kai. However, Shi Kai, who was always regarded as the leader by the others, took a few steps back, which was uncharacteristic of him after seeing Yifan. He suddenly acted like a peacemaker in a timid tone. Hey, we're all classmates. Why do we have to be so confrontational all day long? It's not necessary. After saying that, Shi Kai took another step back, slowing down his pace, as if he was afraid to meet Yifan. Boss, you. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what happened to their boss, but they had no choice but to follow Shi Kai and wait for Yifan to go in first. Chapter 63. After Yifan said goodbye to Songjiro, he turned around and was about to go back to the classroom. With a casual glance, he saw several people from Shi Kai's dormitory standing not far from the door. When Shi Kai saw the look Yifan accidentally shot at him, he subconsciously shuddered all over. He still remembered clearly the last time Yifan taught him a lesson in the bar. Shi Kai was already scared enough just by the fact that Yifan was the owner of Mr. 13 Bar. At this moment, he naturally hoped that he would be as inconspicuous as possible in front of Yifan, otherwise he would be seeking death in every minute. Thinking of this, Shi Kai silently took a few steps back and hid behind a few roommates. Several roommates were even more confused. Yifan looked at Shi Kai, who was acting like a rat crossing the street, snorted coldly, and strode into the classroom. Seeing Yifan go in, Shi Kai and others in the dormitory also followed him into the classroom. Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who was known as the top student in the class, were preparing to cast contemptuous glances at the people in Yifan's dormitory as usual. However, today, when they cast a provocative look over there, they discovered that the expressions of the people in Yifan's dormitory were obviously different. He had completely lost his usual cowardice of preferring to keep out of trouble, and he no longer dodged my gaze. Instead, he dared to glare back. He looks quite motivated. Why do I feel that Yifan and his roommates in the dormitory don't seem so easy to bully? Mao Zijuan asked puzzledly. TSK, isn't it just because Yifan just talked to school Belsong that these people think they are so awesome? Sun Jiajing looked unconcerned. Do these poor bastards really think they can raise their own value by talking to beautiful women? Although he was a little jealous that Yifan could talk to school beauty Song, the most important thing in society is of course a wealthy family. Just based on his family situation, it is enough to crush Yifan's entire dormitory. These people will always be oppressed and beaten by themselves, and even the children they will give birth to in the future will continue to be oppressed and beaten by their own children. This is the fate of these poor people. Sun Jiajing was so happy that he almost laughed out loud as he thought about it. Besides, didn't Yifan just say a few words to a school beauty named Song? What does that mean? Among the 4 beauties in our school, Song is the youngest and naturally has the purest heart. Maybe Yifan used some despicable trick to trick her into bringing him breakfast. If you put Yifan in front of the other 3 school beauties, they would probably call him a poor loser. Sun Jiajing's inference immediately made Mao Zijuan applaud. That's right. This must be just a little coincidence. A bunch of idiots are still sitting there smugly, ha. The 2 of them laughed and glared at Yifan and the others before sitting down in their seats. On the other side, Yifan returned to his seat and picked up the book without taking a closer look. A rustling sound came from the classroom door. It was a few students from other departments who came to help the teacher deliver some information. A youthful figure with a high ponytail followed the students in and walked to the podium to help arrange the materials assigned by the teacher. Fuck! What good day is today? Another campus beauty is here. Who is it? Let me see. Oh my god. It's Ruan Sile. Her figure is so amazing. She really is someone who works out all day long. This is so sexy. It's curvy and looks really good in the hand. A few obscene male classmates started gesticulating in the air. Everyone's attention was focused again, and everyone wanted to take a good look at the sports goddess. Yifan heard a familiar name in the discussion and looked up at the podium. He just happened to make eye contact with Ruan Sile, who stood up after arranging the desktop information. The moment Ruan Sile saw Yifan, his eyes lit up. It's him. It turns out Yifan is this professional. I haven't seen him for a long time. Why do I miss him a little bit? Maybe if I agree to his last proposal, I will have more time and opportunities to meet him? Ruan Sile made up his mind and his face turned red instantly. Wait. The way Miss Ruan is looking at me, right? Get out of the way. They're obviously looking at me. And she's blushing. She's definitely into me. Several male classmates who met Ruan Sile's gaze were suddenly aroused by her shy expression and felt a surge of heat all over their bodies. Everyone was eager to try and confirm that they were the person Ruan Sile was looking for. When Yifan saw Ruan Sile appear in the classroom, his first reaction was surprise. The next second he saw this girl, who suddenly walked towards him in full view of everyone. At this time, Sun Jiajing, who was a few seats away from Yifan, saw Ruan Sile running over and could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Brother Jiajing. Judging from the look in school beauty Ruan's eyes and the direction she's walking, she must be here to find you. Mao Zijuan said excitedly. You really deserve the title of the top-class girl. You even attracted the school beauty Ruan. Sun Jiajing listened to Mao Zijuan's flattery and quickly pressed down the corners of his mouth, which even AK could hardly suppress. Alas, sometimes I feel a little distressed because I am too handsome and always attract attention. But since it's the school beauty Ruan, I'll reluctantly walk a few more steps to greet her so that she doesn't get too tired. With the encouragement of several younger brothers, Sun Jiajing immediately stood up with full confidence. Looking at Ruan Sile's beautiful face and plump figure, he was actually extremely excited. But he still forced himself to put on a pretentious expression and walked quickly towards Ruan Sile. When passing by Yifan's seat, he deliberately stopped and gave Yifan a contemptuous look. TSK, isn't it just a school beauty? I have one too. And it's obvious that this school beauty Ruan came here just for me. This is not a treatment that any random person can get. Sun Jiajing snorted coldly and quickly took a few steps forward to block Ruan Sile. Ruan Sile found that he was blocked by someone, frowned and took a step to the side to avoid it. But every time she took a step, the other side would block her. Sun Jiajing was already extremely proud at this moment. It turns out that these beautiful schoolgirls are still easily shy. He even came to her in person, but she still played hard to get with him. But he still likes it. Ruan Sile was annoyed by being blocked. Is this guy sick? Why does he always block her? Classmate, could you please move aside? Why are you always blocking my way? Upon hearing this, the smug expression on Sun Jiajing's face froze instantly. School beauty Ruan, you are here to see me, aren't you? I don't even know you, why should I look for you? Please stop blocking me. Ruan Sile answered Sun Jiajing with a hint of disgust. Then, he immediately took advantage of Sun Jiajing's stunned moment to walk past him and trotted to Yifan with excitement. Chapter 64. Those classmates who were originally planning to laugh at Sun Jiajing's self-conceit, after seeing Ruan Sile happily coming to Yifan and chatting with him, all of them were stunned. Another one coming to see Yifan? Didn't he poke the school beauty in the mouth? Is this fucking reasonable? Sun Jiajing turned around slowly with his body stiff. When he saw Ruan Sile looking at Yifan with a bright smile on his face, he was completely shocked and dazed. Why? Why the hell did this school beauty come to see Yifan? Mao Zijuan and several of his younger brothers, who were closely watching the situation in the rear, were all extremely confused at this moment. Ruan Sile looked at the handsome face in front of her that she had been thinking about day and night, and the little girl's excitement was written all over her face. Yifan smiled and said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Ruan Sile's ears were burning as he thought about the decision he had made in his mind. This matter is relatively private after all, and there are so many people here. Ruan Sile thought about it and chose to lean over and whisper in Yifan's ear. However, it was this doubly intimate action that instantly caused the entire classroom to burst into wailing. Why on earth is this happening? Why are these two school beauties looking for Yifan, and one is more proactive than the other? Damn it, I also want to hear the school beauty whispering to me. The boys stared at Yifan with gnashing teeth, wishing they could possess Yifan right there and then. Sun Jiajing was so angry that he almost broke his fist. Yifan could already feel the hot air blowing towards his ears, and words with a hint of shyness slowly came out of Ruan Sile's mouth. Yifan. Actually, I came down to see you because I want to try the treatment method you mentioned last time. Since I fainted last time, I've been feeling tired and uncomfortable from time to time. If that method is really effective, can I trouble you to treat me? As Ruan-sil finished speaking, the imagined scene of the treatment quickly jumped into her mind. Her face immediately turned red as if blood was about to drip out. A wicked smile appeared on Yifan's lips, and his tone became nonsensical. If Miss Ruan thinks there's no problem, I'd be happy to help you with the treatment. Hearing Yifan deliberately emphasize the word treatment, Ruan-sil felt that Yifan was really bad. She couldn't help but punched him with her little fist. You just know how to tease others. Ruan-sil's innocent and naive side after being teased was immediately revealed to everyone, and everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Ah, the shy look on campus beauty Ruan's face is so heartwarming. Why am I not the one flirting with her right now? Old dog Yi. I will never forgive you for stealing my wife. I suddenly feel that Yifan and school beauty Ruan are so sweet. Why am I a little touched? Indeed, the innocent beauty and the handsome guy, they are really a perfect match. Voices of criticism and envy rang out in the classroom, and all kinds of noises mixed together. Seeing that his classmates were about to leave after presenting their materials, Ruan-sil quickly stuffed a piece of chocolate into Yifan's hand. Then he also walked away quickly. The boy's eyes watched Ruan-sil leave, and then fell on the chocolate in Yifan's hand with envy. Sun Jiajing remained standing there in a daze throughout the whole process. It was not until he saw Ruan-sil leave that he slowly recovered from his shock and jealousy. Why do I remember someone just saying that this school beauty Ruan came to see him? I wonder if that person's face is swollen now? More than his face was swollen, you see, he was slapped so hard that he was stunned for a long time. Yang Zhanghao and Meng Guanhua felt so happy when they saw Sun Jiajing's miserable look at this moment. He immediately returned the words he had just said to mock Yifan. You guys. Sun Jiajing pointed at several people in the dormitory fiercely, and finally could only throw a word scumbag to Yifan and quickly walked back to his seat. Too funny. Our third brother is simply attacking from a lower dimension. Exactly, that last line of Sun Jiajing's scumbag made people who didn't know think that our third brother did something to him, ha. Several people in Yifan's dormitory were laughing and giggling, and their cheerful backs made Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who were sitting behind him, very angry. Brother Jiajing, these guys in Yifan's dormitory are now completely bullying us. In the past, in our department, you had the most and best girls, and you were the one that everyone envied the most. This limelight originally belongs to you, we can't just let Yifan snatch it away like this. Sun Jiajing certainly knew this truth. He racked his brains to think of a solution. However, at this moment, the surrounding environment became inexplicably quiet. There were sounds of inhaling one after another. Shang Qingye, wearing an elegant lace dress and with waist-length black hair, walked into the classroom slowly, holding a book. This was different from the previous scene where blatant praises rang out one after another towards the other two school beauties. After Shang Qing entered the classroom, the whole classroom immediately fell into a tacit silence. In terms of appearance, in the eyes of everyone, there is not much difference between the four school beauties. However, Shang Qing's excellent performance in all aspects of school has given her a unique and gentle temperament. The classmates liked her looks very much, but because of Shang Qingye's outstanding aura, they didn't dare to approach her and insult her easily. Yifan followed the crowd's gaze. Shang Qing was indeed the same as he remembered, exuding a restrained and distant aura. In the past, Yifan would definitely not dare to approach a girl like this. But now, looking at the 95-point appearance score appearing above her head, Yifan had to go up and meet her no matter what. In the quiet atmosphere of the whole place, the sound of a chair being moved suddenly rang out. It immediately attracted the attention of the students who were concentrating on glancing at Shang Qing. Yifan slowly stood up under the gazes of everyone, and then walked straight towards Shang Qingye. Why is it Yifan again? Could it be that he and school beauty Shang are also old lovers? That's definitely not the case. School beauty Shang is famous for being a top student who only focuses on her studies at school. And she has always had high standards. She can't just be with Yifan because he's so handsome. Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who were sitting in the back, saw Yifan's actions and couldn't help but observe him quickly. I want to see what he is going to do. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Yifan came directly in front of Shang Qingye and blocked her way. Shang Qing was also forced to stop and looked at Yifan with some confusion. Chapter 65. Under everyone's gaze, Yifan directly told Shang Qingye his purpose. Mr. Shang, can I add you on WeChat? After hearing Yifan's request, the students who were watching breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so scared. If Yifan also knew and won over the school beauty Shang, then my heart would be completely broken. But Yifan has suddenly become too bold. He actually dared to stop school beauty Shang and ask for her WeChat in public. Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who were sitting in their seats, couldn't help but burst out laughing when they heard Yifan's words. Brother Jiajing, I am dying of laughter. Did you hear that just now? Yifan actually told school beauty Shang that he wanted to add her WeChat, haha. I heard it. It's obvious that this guy thought that since he was able to talk to two school beauties, he thought Shang Qing was also someone he could get his hands on. Come on. That's Shang Qingye, who was so arrogant. I asked her for her WeChat number so many times but failed to get it. How can an ordinary person like him, with no family background and mediocre academic performance, want to get the WeChat number of the school beauty Shang? Sun Jiajing laughed and said harshly, if Yifan can get the WeChat of school beauty Shang, I will just take his last name. Sun Jiajing's ridicule of Yifan reached the ears of the students present. Everyone also wanted to see Yifan, who had just been in the spotlight, suffer a complete defeat in front of school beauty Shang. However, the next second, when everyone was closely watching Shang Qingye and Yifan in front of the podium, Shang Chang also took out his cell phone from his bag in full view of everyone. Okay, then I'll sweep you? What? The students who witnessed the scene all had their eyes wide open as if they were about to fall out, and they all took a deep breath and pinched their Rinzhong points. Mao Zijuan opened his mouth wide as if he had been slapped in the face. Sun Jiajing was so shocked that he fell off his chair. School beauty Shang actually agreed to let Yifan add her on WeChat. This is too unreasonable. Yifan's three roommates were also stunned for a moment, and then they immediately stood up and shouted excitedly to Yifan. Brother Fan is awesome. Everyone in the classroom was in shock, with their heads full of question marks. Yifan looked at Shang Qing and agreed to his adding her WeChat without saying anything, and he became a little confused for a moment. Could it be that my charm has increased recently? However, Yifan would not delve into the reasons in Shang Qingye's mind. He would just add him on WeChat if he could. We'll talk about the future later. Shang Qing on the other side also looked at Yifan's appearance, which was obviously better than that of ordinary people. With a quick glance, her eyes were focused on the large Patek Philippe sonnery watch in his hand. With the taste she had acquired through so many years of family experience, she could tell at a glance that the Patek Philippe on Yifan's hand was truly authentic. And it is a large self-sounding watch that costs nearly 10 million. A watch of this value is worn on the hand of an ordinary male college student. Generally, there are only two possibilities. One is that Yifan himself is an extremely wealthy man. Otherwise, he is a rich second generation. And she must be from a family with a high status and considerable assets, otherwise it would be impossible for her to wear the watch as a casual ornament. Shang Qing was taught by her family since she was a child that school was a place for her to gild her academic record. She doesn't have to do anything except studying and doing things that help increase her self-worth. Moreover, for the future development of the family business, she can only make friends with those who are truly valuable. So no matter which of the above two situations Yifan belongs to, in Shang Qingye's eyes, he is a person worth making friends with. This is also the reason why Shang Qing agreed to add Yifan on WeChat so easily. The two of them successfully added each other on WeChat, but Sun Jiajing on the other side could no longer sit still. He and Mao Zijuan immediately rushed down with a few of their younger brothers. School beauty Shang. Don't be fooled by this pretty boy. You can't keep his WeChat ID. Everyone in the classroom saw it just now. This guy was entangled with two other school beauties just now. He is a complete scumbag who is here to deceive your feelings. Sun Jiajing righteously accused Yifan in front of Shang Qingye, and his classmates also echoed him. Yes, school beauty Shang. We all saw with our own eyes how Yifan flirted with the other two school beauties just now. That's right. School belle Shang, please think twice. Yifan looked at the crowd who were collectively attacking him, and for some reason he felt like laughing. Didn't I just add a campus beauty on WeChat? How could this group of people be so defeated? Shang Chang also looked at Yifan, who was not angry but instead looked a little smiling, and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the emotional stability of these truly outstanding elites is simply not comparable to that of these ordinary excited male college students today. Besides, she just wanted to make a valuable connection and had no intention of doing anything else with him. What does it have to do with her if he flirts with more women? I don't care about that. No matter how many girls Mr. Yi is familiar with, I am willing to give him this WeChat. Hearing Shangqing's response as if he didn't mind at all, everyone was completely stunned with shock. What? The schoolgirl said she doesn't care about this. And no matter how many women Yifan was dating, she didn't mind at all and would definitely give him WeChat. No, why is this happening? Compared to Yifan, where did they lose? The male compatriots were all shocked by Shangqing's answer. Sun Jiajing couldn't even stand. Brother Jiajing. You hold on. Mao Zijuan and several of his younger brothers were still surprised while trying to support Sun Jiajing, who had collapsed like a pile of mud. Yifan and Shangcheng also returned to their seats. Yang Zhanghao, who was sitting next to Yifan, still remembered what Sun Jiajing had just said. Brother Fan. I just remember someone saying that if you add our school beauty Shang on WeChat, you have to use her last name. Hey, second brother, you are slandering our third brother. Yi is such a nice surname. If you give him the surname, it will be a disgrace to such a good surname. Listening to the tit-for-tat taunts from Yang Zhanghao and Meng Wanhua, Sun Jiajing was so angry that he felt a taste of blood welling up in his throat. Damn it! You guys! Just as Sun Jiajing and his friends were about to get angry, the teacher came in just as the bell rang. What are you guys standing up for? If you keep making noise during class, you will stand outside as punishment. There was no choice but for Sun Jiajing and his companions to sit down awkwardly. However, their eyes were fixed on the backs of Yifan and others, thinking that they must teach them a lesson after they get out of class. Chapter 66. The class was over quickly, and Shangcheng nodded goodbye to Yifan from a distance and left. Yang Zhanghao and Meng Wanhua were extremely envious when they saw Shangqing taking the initiative to say goodbye to Yifan. Third brother, how did you get the school beauty Shang to not only add you on WeChat, but also be so kind and friendly to you? Just now, when school beauty Shang nodded goodbye, that smile, oh my god, it was really killer. Yifan shrugged, I don't know either. Maybe she thinks I look kind? You kid. This is Versailles. Yifan was helpless again, he really didn't know. He couldn't possibly say that he won Shangqing's heart because he was so handsome, right? He is not a narcissistic idiot like Sun Jiajing. However, Yifan did have another guess in his heart. Just now, Shangqing seemed to have glanced at the watch on his hand a few times. But such an outstanding girl doesn't seem to be a materialistic person. Otherwise, with so many rich second generations in school before, why did she ignore any of them? Yifan thought about it and became too lazy to think about it anymore. I walked out of the classroom with my roommates, laughing and preparing to go to the cafeteria I hadn't seen for a long time to reminisce the campus atmosphere. However, before they had taken a few steps, an angry shout came from behind. Yifan! Stop right there, kid! Needless to say, the person who stopped Yifan was naturally Sun Jiajing, who had just suffered a crushing defeat. Just now, these people have been planning in the classroom to give Yifan a good beating after class. The poor families who have always been trampled under their feet should not think that anything can happen just by adding Shangqing's WeChat. Yifan had embarrassed Sun Jiajing just now. If he didn't save some face, how would people in the department look at him in the future? Seeing that persuasion was hopeless, Shirkai was too lazy to stop the people in the dormitory from seeking death. He quickly found an excuse and slipped away. When Yifan and his companions heard the shouting, they turned around with impatient looks on their faces. Sun Jiajing, who are you calling a brat? You think you didn't lose face in the classroom just now? You dare to dance in front of our brother Fan again. Yang Zhanghao now has the confidence given by Yifan, so of course he will not give Sun Jiajing any good words. You! Who the hell are you calling a grandson? Sun Jiajing had no idea how powerful Yang Zhanghao's mouth was. The reason why Yang Zhanghao didn't confront them head-on before was because he didn't want to cause trouble for the dormitory. Now that they have backup, Sun Jiajing and his men can forget about gaining the upper hand over Yang Zhanghao. I'm scolding you for what happened to you. If you're hard of hearing and can't hear clearly, I can also scold you a few more times, grandson, good grandson. Sun Jiajing was so angry that he was shaking. He never dreamed that the people from Yifan's dormitory, who had always been under their feet, would dare to be so arrogant. At this time, the students who were walking out of the classroom one after another couldn't help but watch the confrontation between the two dormitories. Some people wanted to see Yifan get taught a lesson because he had just been in the spotlight, and they also wanted to see him get humiliated. Most people just follow their gossipy nature and would rather watch the fun than not watch it. However, to their surprise, Sun Jiajing and his companions were now being unilaterally suppressed by the people in Yifan's dormitory. Sun Jiajing was furious. He had originally thought that in a place like this with so many people coming and going, he should just give Yifan a few words of warning for the time being. Then when I get back, I'll find a secluded place and teach these guys a lesson. But since they are so rampant now, he doesn't mind teaching Yifan and the others a lesson. Anyway, he has relatives in the school's upper echelons, and if the matter really gets out, it will be Yifan and his friends who will be expelled. Yifan, I just wanted to give you a warning. Campus beauties are simple-minded. If you know what's good for you, stay away from them. But now, since you guys are so good at talking, I have to make you suffer a little bit. When Yang Zhenghao, Meng Wanhua, and Huang Yu heard Sun Jiajing's obviously threatening words, they immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Yifan. Now that they have the confidence given by Yifan, they can fight back against those who bully them. So when something really happens, they must stand in front of Yifan first. This is the true brotherhood that they uphold in their dormitory. Yifan naturally saw that the three brothers wanted to protect him if a real fight broke out. But asking his brothers to step in for such a small matter is not his style. Yifan took a step forward and walked straight towards Sun Jiajing and the others. Sun Jiajing sneered immediately upon seeing this. Hey! Yifan, you are still pretending to be a loyal and righteous boss. You dare to come to us alone, you are really not afraid of us. As Sun Jiajing spoke, he punched Yifan in the face. Thinking of ruining Yifan's face, let us see which school beauty will pay attention to him again. However, before he could finish his words, his fist was caught by Yifan with one hand. And he was so strong that he couldn't break free at all. After all this time, I thought you were so capable. How dare you show off with such little strength? Yifan chuckled and exerted force with his 5 fingers. An earth-shattering scream immediately burst out of Sun Jiajing's mouth. Ah! My fingers! The sound of bones breaking rang out one after another from Yifan's hands, and then he gently let go of his hands. Sun Jiajing immediately fell to the ground due to the huge recoil force caused by his struggle. Brother Jiajing. Are you okay? Mao Zijuan hurriedly stepped forward to support Sun Jiajing, then glared at Yifan fiercely, and decided with a few of his brothers to rush forward together. However, at this moment, a surprised and cute female voice suddenly came from the side. Hey! Yifan! It's really you! Tang Xiao, who happened to pass by here with her best friend Imo Chanshan, was a little daunted when she saw Yifan's familiar profile. I didn't expect that when I got closer, I found that it was actually the man who told me that I would see him again next time. Oh. I see. In fact, you already knew that we were from the same school, right? No wonder you were so sure that we would meet again before. Tang Xiao didn't expect that she and Yifan had such a fate. She jumped directly to Yifan, hugged his arm and started to act coquettishly. Everyone present was completely unable to think at this point. The reason is simple, they all know the girl who acted coquettishly towards Yifan. Another fucking new one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, Tang Xiao. And he's here to look for Yifan again. In just one short morning, all the 4 campus beauties of Imperial Capital University were captured by Yifan alone. This caused the other boys' worldview to collapse in one word. It seemed that because she was so happy to see Yifan at school, Tang Xiao couldn't help but hug Yifan's arms to her chest and shook them left and right. Chapter 67. Everyone watched as Tang Xiao took the initiative to act coquettishly towards Yifan. Each and every expression was filled with shock and envy to the extreme. Sun Jiajing covered his fingers in disbelief as he watched the scene before him. Mao Zijuan and his companions, who originally wanted to rush over to settle accounts with Yifan, were now completely frozen in place. By the way, since we met by chance, why don't we go out for dinner together later? Tang Xiao looked at Yifan intently with her big, blinking eyes. The little head that was trying hard to lift up because of the height difference between him and Yifan looked quite cute. Yifan couldn't help but scratch Tang Xiao's small and delicate nose, and his voice was full of special doting. Okay, whatever you say. This conversation and interaction, like that of lovers in love, dealt a powerful blow to the male students present. How can these two have a pure and innocent relationship? It is obvious that Yifan has completely eaten the school beauty soup. Which ordinary friend can act like this and touch your face in public? The boys who watched Yifan's entire interaction with the 4 school beauties today now had their last glimmer of hope completely extinguished. It's gone, all gone. For school beauties, not one left. It's all in Yifan's bowl. Unlike the others who were in a trance, Yifan's three roommates were envious and had endless admiration for their buddy. They couldn't even help but applaud. Third brother. You are so awesome. The three of them waved the 666 in their hands at Yifan. Tang Xiao didn't know what they meant by this, she just thought it looked weird and interesting. Suddenly she recalled that when she walked over just now, she seemed to hear several people saying in a fierce tone that they wanted to deal with Yifan. Tang Xiao turned her gaze to the people facing Yifan. At this time, Mao Zijuan and several of his younger brothers reacted quickly and immediately put down their fists that were raised in the air. After all, they had all heard of Tang Xiao's reputation as the willful little princess. They would not offend such a being with a very powerful background without knowing the consequences. Students, why did I just hear you seem to have a lot of opinions about Yifan? There was a clear hint of anger in Tang Xiao's tone. Mao Zijuan, Sun Jiajing and others retreated back feeling guilty. No, School Bell Tang, we were just joking, we didn't do anything to Yifan. Not yet? Tang Xiao quickly grasped the key point of the words. Not yet, do you really want to cause trouble for Yifan? Tang Xiao's cheeks puffed up with anger. How dare these boys? What if Yifan's handsome face is accidentally hurt by them? She could never forgive such a thing. The next second, Tang Xiao started to cry loudly in front of everyone present. At this time, two bodyguards in black came out from nowhere and immediately came in front of Tang Xiao. Miss, what's wrong with you? Did anyone bully you? Tang Xiao pretended to cry and pointed at Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan opposite her. The two of them were just walking on the road and they bumped into me on purpose, as if I was blocking their way and they were going to punish me. I was so scared. Tang Xiao's acting skills are actually extremely poor. The students watching knew that she was lying, but who dared to expose her? And it looked like Tang Xiao immediately stood up for Yifan. I am so envious of them one by one. Damn, why don't they have this kind of treatment? Yifan looked at Tang Xiao's acting look and couldn't help but smile. This girl is really addicted to saving heroes by beauties. But now that someone is helping him to clean up these stupid things, he is happy to have some free time. Otherwise, if you reveal your identity too early, there will be no fun. How boring. In the end, campus life is so short, and Yifan really wants to play the game of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger for a little longer. Otherwise, when you graduate, you will have so many identities that you won't be able to hide them. At that time, no matter whether a person is good or bad, he will automatically become a good person when he comes to your side. Then how can he identify and slap those guys who take advantage of others for power? After listening to Tang Xiao's crying, the two bodyguards' faces turned extremely dark. How dare he be so disrespectful to their eldest daughter in public? Are these guys tired of living? The two bodyguards turned to look at Sun Jiajing, Mao Zijuan and others, their eyes filled with coldness. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan looked at the bodyguards' faces and were so scared that they stepped back repeatedly, their legs unable to help but tremble. No, big brother. Look at my hand, my fingers are all broken. No matter how you look at it, I am the victim. We really didn't do anything to School Beauty Tang. Sun Jiajing quickly raised his hands and began to act pitifully. The two bodyguards didn't stop at all when they heard that. They clenched their fists and were ready to go up and beat them up. No matter if you are injured or not, I only listen to our eldest lady. Whatever our eldest lady says is what it is. The two bodyguards immediately surrounded Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan who were in front. Then he took the two men to a hidden place, ready to give them a good beating. After a while, screams began to come one after another. The students who were watching couldn't help but shudder. After mocking Sun Jiajing and others for their failure to gain more than they gained, they quickly slipped away. Only then did Tang Xiao have time to express her guilt for putting love before friendship to her best friend Imo Chanshan. Just go and relax. It's rare to see you interested in a boy. I do have some understanding. As for food, I can just eat something by myself later. I knew you were the best, Chanshan. The two little girls started to cuddle intimately in front of the four people in Yifan's dormitory. You know what, this scene is very pleasing to the eye. Yifan exchanged glances with his three roommates, then was pulled away by Tang Xiao. Since he was having dinner alone with Tang Xiao, Yifan's first task must be to spend money on her to trigger the reward. So Yifan suggested taking Tang Xiao out to eat. Yifan drove his Koenigsegg out of the school parking lot. The cool silver-gray sports car slowly drove over, and Tang Xiao finally saw the Koenigsegg that had silenced everyone at the dinner table last time. Tang Xiao has been to various high-end occasions and has seen countless luxury cars of rich second generations. When I saw Koenigsegg, I couldn't help but be amazed by this car. Chapter 68. The price of this supercar may not be that expensive, but the appearance and the wonderful sound of its engine are amazing. All of them reflect the owner's superb aesthetic taste. This is much better than those rich second generations who only know how to spend money but have no taste. Tang Xiao looked at Yifan, who was sitting in the car like a noble prince. The excitement in my heart for him grew exponentially. After a while, a cool gray car sped past on the campus road of Imperial Capital University during the leisurely morning school dismissal period. Although the students passing by had more or less heard about the legend of the Koenigsegg rich man in the school. But when I actually saw this cool thing with my own eyes, I couldn't help but feel excited. The car window slowly lowered, and passers-by who were paying attention to Koenigsegg were subconsciously stunned by the beautiful face in the passenger seat. The one sitting on it was actually the school beauty Tang Xiao, who came from one of the 7 great families. In a short while, the campus forum of Imperial Capital University became a hot scene again because of the deeds of super-rich brother. Yifan drove Tang Xiao to a very famous independent Western restaurant on the 3rd Avenue of the Imperial Capital. Tang Xiao just kept staring at Yifan's profile all the way. At this moment, I didn't even know that I had reached my destination. Seeing that Tang Xiao was standing there motionless, Yifan jumped over and helped her unbuckle her seatbelt. The distance between the two was instantly shortened. As long as Tang Xiao moves forward a little, she will kiss Yifan on the face. Tang Xiao felt that her heartbeat was completely out of her control. Just with such a small action, she was so excited by Yifan. She quickly recalled the secrets to flirting with men that her friends had taught her. That is, once you are teased, you must not just give in, you must tease back. Only in this way can you firmly grasp the initiative. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao suddenly got excited. When Yifan pulled back, she leaned forward and kissed him on the face. This immediately confused both of them. Tang Xiao roared wildly in his heart. My mind is full of thoughts of traveling back quickly to sober myself up. Ah! I am teasing him. Why did you kiss him yourself? Doesn't this prove that I like him so much? The soft touch on Yifan's face still lingered, and his expression was a little amused. So this is how these girls from rich families pursue guys? Not to mention it's quite proactive. Yifan looked at Tang Xiao with some amusement, who was so embarrassed that she wanted to burrow underground. Miss Tang, are you addicted to taking advantage of me? Tang Xiao was in tears and wanted to refute but had no way to refute. Because she really kissed Yifan. Damn it! It turns out that beauty is misleading. No matter male or female, it's all. I'll forgive you this time, but don't forget that I'll take this advantage of you back at any time. Yifan smiled and got out of the car first. Tang Xiao was so embarrassed that she took a while to get out of the car. However, she had just entered the Western restaurant with Yifan. He just happened to run into Zhu Lili, a rich girl who was also there for dinner and who had always been at odds with him. Hey! Isn't this our eldest daughter from a noble family? She's free to come out for dinner today. Zhu Lili was holding the arm of her kept Jigaloahua, and when she saw Tang Xiao and herself in the same place, she instantly became sarcastic. The tall figure next to Tang Xiao caught her attention. Especially when she saw that Yifan looked so much better than Ahua who was beside her, she disliked Tang Xiao even more. Didn't this bitch Tang always act so self-righteous and say she looked down on men? Why are you getting together with this young hunk today? Looking at Yifan's outstanding appearance, Zhu Lili did not classify him as a rich second generation. Because she had seen many young masters, but none of them looked like this. It's a blessing to have a few decent-looking ones. It's absolutely impossible for someone with such a good appearance to have such a good appearance. Moreover, this man looks so young, it is even more impossible to classify him as one of those wealthy celebrities. So Zhu Lili quickly came to a conclusion. This must be because the bitch Tang learned from her and started to have fun for herself. But apart from anything else, this bitch Tang is so lucky. I caught such a good one in one scoop. Zhu Lili looked at Tang Xiao and Yifan, and thoughts came to her mind. Tang Xiao, you always acted like a saint in front of those noble young masters and rejected them. Now it seems that you are the same as me. I don't know if those young masters are blind to actually fancy someone like you. But your taste in men is pretty good, Zhu Lili said, and immediately set her eyes on Yifan. How about this, handsome boy? How much money Tang Xiao gives you, I will give you double, and you will come to accompany me in the future. How about that? Ah Hua, who was next to Zhu Lili, heard her openly flirting with another man and didn't dare to say a word to her. Instead, he glared at Yi Fan fiercely. Zhu Lili, please don't show off your dirty thoughts in front of me, okay? And who allowed you to speculate about my classmates like this? Tang Xiao heard Zhu Lili speaking rudely to Yi Fan. She, who had always ignored Zhu Lili's provocations in the past, immediately stood up and confronted Zhu Lili face to face. Only then did Yi Fan slowly look at the woman who was talking in front of him. A strong perfume and a set of Chanel suits with the logo displayed on the outside. The makeup on her face was very heavy, but the effect was still a bit disappointing. Not to mention the appearance score of just 80 points. Yi Fan pulled Tang Xiao to his side, then shook his head with a regretful tone. The price you mentioned is too low. Hearing Yi Fan's answer, Zhu Lili seemed to have heard something extraordinary. Although Tang Xiao is one of the 7 great families, it is just famous. And her Zhu family is always said to be a nouveau riche. But compared to the actual money of the Tang family, it seems that it is even more than that. This is also the reason why she dared to challenge Tang Xiao. After all, in this world, the one with money is the boss. Besides, I prefer beautiful women, people like you. Yi Fan looked at Zhu Lili, and halfway through his words, he looked at her, sighed, and shook his head heavily. He said nothing, yet he said everything. Tang Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhu Lili's defense was instantly broken by Yi Fan's words, and she was so angry that her chest heaved. Ah Hua realized that it was time for him to show off, so he immediately stepped forward, pointed his finger and started cursing at Yi Fan. He even acted as if he was going to teach Yi Fan a lesson, rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards him. Chapter 69. Yi Fan raised his eyes and looked at Ah Hua, who was rushing towards him. Her face was so pale with makeup and her body was so skinny that she didn't have any muscles at all. He is just a weak and helpless young boy. How dare you act like a hero saving the beauty in front of him? Yi Fan frowned and raised his hand to gently block Ah Hua, who was rushing towards him. Ah Hua was instantly flung half a meter away and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Yi Fan was full of MMP in his heart. He knew that this man was weak, but he didn't expect him to be this weak. If he had really done it just now. Considering how fragile this guy is, he will probably be shattered. Ah Hua fell to the ground and was in great pain. He simply used a self-torture tactic in front of Zhu Lili, and then started coughing on the ground like a green tea leaf. Zhu Lili looked at Ah Hua, who fell to the ground, and instantly became furious. In her opinion, Ah Hua was seriously injured by Yi Fan just because he protected her. How dare you do that in public? After hearing Zhu Lili's questioning, Tang Xiao refused to stand it. Zhu Lili, are you okay? Anyone with eyes can see that it was the man who rushed over first. You found such a weak man, and you still have the nerve to say that Yi Fan hurt him. Zhu Lili naturally saw the whole process. But now she is looking for an opportunity to show her power to Tang Xiao. Since the handsome boy next to her is so ignorant, she will of course put the blame on both of them. I don't care if you guys did anything or not. The fact is that my dear is injured. Manager. Manager. Zhu Lili shouted a few words towards the aisle, and the manager of the Western restaurant in a suit immediately ran out in a hurry. Miss Xu, do you have any instructions? This Miss Xu is a frequent customer of their Western restaurant, and she often behaves arrogantly and domineeringly in the restaurant. Today I got into an argument with a guest before I even entered the door. The manager was immediately very tired. But Zhu Lili happens to be one of the few platinum members of this Western restaurant. Therefore, no matter how much she behaves, the manager and restaurant staff often have no choice but to put up with it. Seeing the manager coming, Zhu Lili's face was full of arrogance. She raised her chin and pointed at Yi Fan and Tang Xiao opposite her. These two people just hurt my dear on purpose. I order you to kick them out right now. I don't want to see them ruin my mood again. Hearing this, the manager looked at the person opposite Zhu Lili in embarrassment. Only then did he discover that there was actually a young lady from the Tang family, one of the aristocratic families. I was instantly overwhelmed. Miss Tang, Miss Tang? Ms. Zhu, is there any misunderstanding between you and Ms. Tang? We can resolve any misunderstandings. The manager tried to play peacemaker. After all, one is a wealthy nouveau riche, and the other is a young lady from a well-known family with a long history. He doesn't want to offend anyone no matter what. Zhu Lili was furious when she heard this. What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Manager, now you don't even want to listen to me, right? Zhu Lili looked at the manager's fearful look as he looked between her and Tang Xiao, and naturally understood. I see. It seems that you are still afraid of the Tang family, right? Then listen carefully. Our family has just signed a project cooperation agreement with Boli Real Estate. Now our Zhu family is, after all, the honored guest of Boli Real Estate. If I remember correctly, you rented the land for this Western restaurant from Boli, right? Do you believe that if you make me unhappy, I just say a few words to my dad and Bali will take back your land? Ah. This. Miss Xu, please calm down. The manager didn't expect that the Xu family would actually discuss cooperation with Bali, and his inner balance seemed to be completely crushed by this threat. There was also a hint of surprise on Tang Xiao's face. She has always known that the Xu family is outspoken and daring, so their development momentum is very rapid. But she didn't expect that the Zhu family would start cooperating with Bayaladu so quickly. This is the partner that her Tang family has been trying various avenues but has yet to win over. Tang Xiao's face gradually became gloomy. I felt a deep sense of guilt towards Yifan. If it weren't for her, Yifan wouldn't have been targeted by a crazy woman like Zhu Lili. Even just having a good meal is impossible. Tang Xiao gritted her teeth and thought about going up to apologize to Zhu Lili in person. She might lose face, but she didn't want Yifan to lose face because of her. Tang Xiao took a deep breath and was about to take a step forward. Yifan reached out and grabbed her, and then held her fingers tightly. It was as if he was silently telling her that they would always be on the same front. Tang Xiao was confused for a moment, but her heart was moved by the sudden clasping of fingers. Yifan looked at the proud Zhu Lili and asked slowly with a cold voice. You said your company is in talks with Boli about cooperation. What's the name of your company? Hearing Yifan's question, Zhu Lili thought that Yifan regretted it and was afraid. She couldn't help but become even more arrogant, with her chin raised to the sky. Now you know how great our Zhu family is? It's too late. Who told you to choose the wrong person? Listen carefully, our Zhu family company will not change its name, Hongdan New Materials Company. It is now the leading material company in the entire imperial capital. These noble families, apart from having a false reputation, are far inferior to us in terms of their ability to make money. Just wait and see, Tang Xiao. From now on, your Tang family will be suppressed and beaten by our Zhu family for the rest of your life. Zhu Lili said this while laughing like a villain. Tang Xiao was very angry, but there was nothing she could do at this moment. After all, Bali Real Estate is too big. Being harassed by such a large corporate partner, she could only stand at attention and take the beating. Otherwise, if her family was implicated, Tang Xiao would not be able to bear the responsibility. Yifan, who had been standing calmly, heard the name that Zhu Lili answered confidently. He focused his eyes and took out his cell phone to dial a number. Although the Boli group was under the reorganization of Zhao Tianrui before, Yifan went to any hotel or business location under it. They will be recognized immediately. But this Western restaurant is not a direct business of Bali after all, so it is normal that the manager here did not recognize him. In that case, Yifan wouldn't mind letting Zhu Lili take a look in person. What will be her final fate as she is so arrogant in front of him? The call was connected, and Yifan slowly gave instructions with a righteous voice. Chapter 70. Director Zhao, right? Did Boli recently sign a cooperation agreement with a company called Hongdan New Materials? Yes, Chairman Yi, why are you asking this all of a sudden? In order to cooperate with us, this materials company has automatically lowered its price to the lowest among its peers. We didn't think highly of them at first, but seeing that they were sincere, we thought about cooperating with them first to conduct an investigation. Why? Does Chairman Yi have any instructions for this cooperation? On the other side, Zhao Tianrui suddenly heard Yifan concerned about the group's business. Naturally, he immediately perked up and explained the situation to Yifan seriously. At the Western restaurant, Zhu Lili heard what Yifan said after he made the call. Immediately, he and Ahua beside him burst into mocking laughter. Tang Xiao, isn't your boyfriend too funny? Does he think this is a film set and we are playing house? Give us back Boli. Is Boli Real Estate something he can just brag about? Tang Xiao, he has followed you, you should at least educate him on the structure of our upper-class society. Still making such a pretentious joke here. Zhu Lili and Ahua laughed so hard that they fell over. Tang Xiao had heard about Yifan's abilities at that class reunion before. When she saw Yifan making this call, she felt a glimmer of hope. Since the Zhu family can cooperate with Boli, according to Yifan's amazing financial resources, maybe he really knows someone inside Boli? Seeing that Zhu Lili was still mocking Yifan, Tang Xiao immediately took a step forward. Zhu Lili, that's enough. If you continue to go too far, I'll sacrifice myself for you and you won't have an easy life. Yifan glanced at Tang Xiao, who stood up for him, and Zhu Lili, who refused to change her bad behavior. Issue your own orders directly. Director Zhao, cancel all cooperation between Boli and Hongda immediately because the daughter of the Zhu family has ruined the image of Boli. Those who should be held accountable must be held accountable, and today, I want to see Hongda completely disappear from the top rankings of material companies in the imperial capital. Okay, Chairman Yi. I'll do it right away. After Yifan hung up the phone, Zhao Qianrui's work team immediately started working on Yifan's instructions. When Zhu Lili saw Yifan hang up the phone, the sarcastic expression on her face became even more exaggerated. Oh my, I am dying of laughter. Today I have finally opened my eyes. There is actually such a way to show off. Zhu Lili and Ahua were both laughing happily. Suddenly, Zhu Lili's cell phone rang sharply. Zhu Lili took out her cell phone and found that the caller was her father. It's strange. Normally, her father should be too busy to contact her at this time. Zhu Lili pressed the answer button doubtfully, before she could even call out daddy in a coquettish voice. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the other end of the phone. Zhu Lili. You are such an unfilial daughter. Who did you offend for no reason? Do you know that our Zhu family finally secured the cooperation with Bali Real Estate? Now they have unilaterally cancelled all cooperation with our company. And this was an order personally issued by Chairman Yi of Bali Real Estate. He said that all this was because you ruined Boli's reputation outside. I'm telling you. All your cards are frozen by me now. If you don't resolve this matter, go and apologize to Chairman Yi and ask him to take back his decision. You won't have to come back to the Zhu family anymore. After Mr. Zhu finished his scolding, he couldn't help but coughed violently a few times due to excitement. Without waiting for Zhu Lili to say anything else, he hung up the phone. Zhu Lili was so stunned by the scolding that the hand holding the phone slowly dropped down out of fear and weakness. My company's cooperation was cancelled. He also said that the order was given personally by Chairman Yi of Bali Real Estate. And the man named Ji who was next to Tang Xiao just now. Just like that, he sent the exact same instructions to the phone in front of them. So, the man in front of me is really the chairman of Bali Real Estate. Zhu Lili looked across with extreme fear. The few people who witnessed the whole process were all shocked. Tang Xiao covered her mouth in surprise. She knew that Yifan was rich, so she guessed that Yifan might really have connections in Boli. But she never expected it. It turns out that Yifan himself is the chairman of the famous Bali Real Estate. He can achieve such achievements at his age. This man is really amazing. The manager standing by was instantly covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not get involved in the struggle between the two sides just now. Otherwise, my life would be reduced to cannon fodder. Zhu Lili was completely shocked by Yifan's true identity. She thought back to the outrageous words she had just said. Every time she thought of it, her legs became weaker. He wanted to ask Yifan to forgive him, but his teeth couldn't help but tremble with fear. Chairman Yi. What I said just now was not sincere. I just haven't seen Miss Tang for a long time, so I wanted to joke with her. I definitely wouldn't dare to offend you. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I really know I was wrong, Chairman Yi. Our Zhu family cannot lose the opportunity to cooperate with Boli. Zhu Lili slapped herself as she spoke. He even knelt down to Yifan in the busy aisle. Zhu Lili knew that she had completely lost face. But if she didn't do this, her father would never unfreeze her bank card. How can she continue to spend money lavishly and play with handsome guys in the future? So even if it was embarrassing, Zhu Lili wanted to use this wave of moral blackmail to ask Yifan to take back his decision. Besides, she is a girl after all. Chairman Yi has seen me like this, he will at least show some sympathy to me. However, she was wrong. In Yifan's eyes, Zhu Lili was not only not a precious jade worth cherishing, but also a piece of trash with corrupt character. As long as it is trash, no matter whether it is male or female, Yifan will deal with it. Yifan glanced at Zhu Lili, who was kneeling on the ground, with annoyance. Manager, please quickly clear these two people who are blocking the way. With them here, they have stopped so many customers from coming in to spend money. The manager realized that Yifan was the boss now, so of course he had to listen to him. So he immediately called the 2 security guards at the door, lifted the man up and prepared to throw him out. Zhu Lili refused to leave and begged for mercy. At this moment, Tang Xiao suddenly spoke up and stopped the security guard who was about to throw the 2 people out. Chapter 71. Etc. As soon as Tang Xiao spoke, Zhu Lili, who was being escorted by the security guard, seemed to see hope. She immediately turned to Tang Xiao and acted as if she was crying bitterly. Xiao, I know you have the kindest heart. Have you forgiven me? Please help me to ask Chairman Yi for mercy. Zhu Lili's eyes were full of hope, but in her heart she was laughing at Tang Xiao for being a hypocritical fool. Now that she successfully evades this time, let us see how she deals with this bitch next time. Tang Xiao walked up to Zhu Lili and looked up at her hopeful eyes. A slapping sound was heard. Zhu Lili received a hard slap from Tang Xiao on the face. You bitch! What are you doing? Zhu Lili was stunned by the slap and started to curse at Tang Xiao. After she cursed, she realized it belatedly and tried to hold back her words. Your true colors are revealed now? I slapped you on behalf of Yifan. He's a gentleman and doesn't use force on women, so I'll do it for you. After saying that, Tang Xiao slapped Zhu Lili twice before letting the security guard throw the 2 out. After the farce was resolved, the manager immediately used the highest standards to entertain Yifan and the others. The 2 of them were finally able to sit down at a seat with a great view and enjoy their lunch. Tang Xiao was eating the delicious meal, but her mind was not on the food at all. Instead, he looked at Yifan with admiration. Yifan's identity as the chairman of Bali Real Estate still shocked her to this day. Yifan, I never thought that the Bali Real Estate that our Tang family has been thinking about cooperating with is actually yours. If my parents knew that I was having dinner with the largest shareholder of Bali Group, they would be so jealous of me. At this time, without being disturbed by others, Tang Xiao once again revealed the innocence and naivety of a rich lady. Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, in just a few words, completely destroyed her family's business intentions. If these words came from another woman's mouth, then Yifan might still suspect that this was a topic that the woman deliberately brought up in order to promote cooperation. But Tang Xiao, this silly girl, is just stupid. Exactly the same as Yifan expected. Now Tang Xiao's mind is filled with the thought of showing off to her parents when she gets home. The group director whom they couldn't even make an appointment with was easily sitting at the same table with them and having a meal. As Tang Xiao thought about it, she couldn't help but smile with a little pride on her face. Yifan smiled and said directly, if your Tang family wants to cooperate with Bali, then I can just call them and let them know. Tang Xiao just put a piece of tender steak into her mouth. Hearing Yifan say this, her round eyes whitened immediately. Really? Certainly. Yifan drank a sip of white wine slowly, his tone extremely relaxed. Tang Xiao once again admired Yifan very much. The love bubbles in his eyes were so full that they seemed about to overflow. Yifan took out his phone and called the same number. The cooperation with the Tang family was finalized in no time. He also specifically mentioned that if the Tang family asked, he would say that it was the credit of their young lady. Nailed it. Yifan turned off his phone, and Tang Xiao was still a little unresponsive when she saw the situation. That's it. There are so many elites in his company, and they spend day and night thinking about various plans that can catch Bali's eye. None of them can compare to Yifan's phone call, which lasted less than a minute. For the first time, Tang Xiao experienced the power and status outside of her own class. At this moment, in her eyes, Yifan was no longer just the man who made her fall in love at first sight. He is a truly successful man who excels in every aspect. Thinking of this, she immediately forgot all the love secrets that her friends had taught her. Such a powerful man, even the entire Tang family cannot be compared with him. What qualifications do I have to say that I want to control the other party? Of course, I can only worship you wholeheartedly. After figuring it out, Tang Xiao no longer cared about flirting. She looked at Yifan with starry eyes, like a little girl with utmost admiration. At this time, Tang Xiao's cell phone rang. It was her father who called. As soon as Tang Xiao picked up the phone, Tang's father's excited voice came out loudly. Yao Yao. Dad just received a cooperation invitation from Bali. They also specifically said that the reason why our Tang group has the opportunity to cooperate with Bali is all thanks to you. Tell Daddy how you did it. I really didn't expect that mom and dad have always kept you away from the group's affairs. They wanted you to live happily and find a capable son-in-law to help manage the group in the future. I didn't expect you to help Tang Corporation solve such a difficult problem in one go. It turns out that my daughter has inherited my business talent. Dad is proud of you." After Mr. Tang finished his long stream of flattery, Tang Xiao finally had the chance to speak again. "Dad, this isn't just my achievement. Bali is willing to cooperate with our Tang group because I have a noble person to help me." Tang Xiao answered her father's question, and her eyes full of affection couldn't help but look at Yifan. Tang Xiao was naturally very happy that she had helped her family business. But she was also very clear. If it weren't for Yifan, with his insignificant influence, there would be no way that Boli would look upon the Tang family with any respect. It was impossible for me to be praised by my father like this. "Thank you." After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Mr. Tang and hanging up the phone, Tang Xiao sincerely thanked Yifan. Yifan waved his hand, still looking like it was a trivial matter. After eating and drinking, the two of them prepared to leave. The manager refused to charge Yifan for this meal no matter what. Before leaving, he gave Yifan several bottles of good vintage wine. He naturally knew that with Yifan's status, he would not be short of these few bottles of wine. "But you have to make amends." Fortunately, Yifan is not an unreasonable person. Otherwise, if the incident just now happened to some petty-minded person, who knows how they would punish their Western restaurant. Therefore, Yifan could not trigger her first critical hit by using the meal he shared with Tang Xiao this time. But it's okay this way. After all, the meal we just had only cost a few tens of thousands of yuan at most. The things that come out of the critical hit are most likely not good enough. After thinking about it, Yifan decided to make a big one. The two of them got in the car at this time. Tang Xiao had just started fastening her seatbelt when she heard Yifan suddenly lean close to her and whisper, "Do you remember the favor you owed me just now?" Chapter 72. Although the Koenigsegg is a four-seater. But at this moment, there were only two people in the supercar space. The distance between breathing and getting along, in physical space, can still be said to be extremely close. I heard Yifan mention this topic in my ear. Tang Xiao immediately became nervous. An indescribable atmosphere permeated inside the supercar. What does Yifan mean by saying this to me now? Is he really going to do something to me? Tang Xiao guessed with some anticipation. If Yifan really wants to do something to me, should I push him away? After all, this is only their third meeting. If I don't push it away, wouldn't it seem too unrestrained? But for some reason, she didn't want to push it away. Tang Xiao knew that her idea was extremely dangerous. But faced with such an outstanding man, his appearance is still to her liking. She really doesn't want to miss it. Just as all kinds of thoughts were playing out in Tang Xiao's mind, Yifan whispered the next sentence in her ear. "If you want to return the bargain to me, then go with me to look at the car now." "I do." "What?" It was obvious that the question and the answer were completely out of sync, and both of them looked at each other in confusion. Tang Xiao immediately realized that she had completely misunderstood. The blush of shyness quickly spread to the entire neck. Looking at Tang Xiao's reaction, Yifan roughly guessed what the little girl was thinking just now. He couldn't help but teasing, "Miss Tang, you are willing, what do you mean?" Tang Xiao wants to hit herself again. There was no other way, she could only speak stubbornly. "No, I mean, I'm willing to accompany you to look at cars." After Tang Xiao got through this part. Only later did I realize and start to wonder. Isn't Yifan Koenigsegg pretty good now? Is it necessary to change the car? But think about the rich people I know who also like to play with cars and watches. It's not too strange that Yifan wants to buy another car. And it's probably because of my double standards. As for other rich young men changing their cars, Tang Xiao thinks they are just a bunch of prodigals who like to waste money. As for Yifan's behavior of changing cars, she felt that Yifan needed to add or replace some configurations from time to time because of his elegant taste. Yes, it is so unreasonable. Anyway, after all, Yifan is the best. Yifan was driving the car, so he naturally had no idea that Tang Xiao was already praising him to the sky in her little head. He pretended to chat and elicit information. "By the way, Miss Tang, which brand of car do you prefer?" "Me? Ferrari is pretty good, I think." Tang Xiao was a simple-minded person and answered immediately when Yifan asked her. Yifan nodded and had an idea in mind. The direction of the road that Koenigsegg was heading towards suddenly became clear. After a while, Yifan drove the car to the door of a Ferrari store near Wangfujing in the imperial capital. Ha! So you like Ferrari too? Tang Xiao looked at the Ferrari sign and turned around to ask Yifan. Yifan didn't answer and directly pulled Tang Xiao into the store. There were not many customers in the Ferrari store during this period of time. A couple was standing in front of a Ferrari F12, and the boy looked very dissatisfied. How much did you say the car cost? Hello, sir. According to the current configuration of this car, if you do not make any changes, the landing price is about 5.3 million. A sales lady explained to the couple in a gentle voice. The girl couldn't help but urge. Honey, I don't think the price is that expensive, why don't you just take it? After hearing the price of F12, the boy couldn't help but frown a little more. Don't worry, little sister. I know cars. Let me take a closer look at this car to see if it is worth so much money. After the boy finished speaking, he immediately pretended to be an old hand and touched the F12 here and there. The salesperson was a little tired as she had been introducing these two customers to them for almost 2 hours. But the boy did nothing else except asking the price repeatedly. She stepped aside somewhat helplessly, and saw Yifan and Tang Xiao, whose temperaments were obviously different from those of ordinary people, walking in side by side. There happened to be no other salespeople here, so the sales lady took the initiative to step forward and greet Yifan and the others. Hello, sir and madam, how can I help you? Yifan glanced at the cars in the store and at a glance, all he saw were relatively basic Ferrari models. The price of the basic model will naturally not be high. It does not meet Yifan's consumption needs this time. Therefore, Yifan didn't waste any more words. I want the most expensive car here, and I can pay for it in full. After Yifan finished speaking, he prepared to take out his bank card. Zhao Min, the couple who were admiring F12 in front, immediately turned around with a sarcastic look on his face when he heard this. After seeing Yifan and Tang Xiao beside him clearly, Zhao Min couldn't help but be surprised. Damn, such a pretty girl. How could these beauties be so short-sighted? Although he admitted that Yifan did look like a handsome guy. But from what he just said, Zhao Min immediately concluded that Yifan was a pretentious person. Sure enough, after turning around, he became more certain. Because Yifan looked a few years younger than him. If Zhao Min wants to buy a car worth more than 5 million yuan, he has to think carefully for a long time. I don't know where this male college student came from, but as soon as he came in he said he wanted to pay in full for the most expensive car. That's ridiculous. The most expensive Ferrari, the LaFerrari, costs at least over 20 million for the whole set. He absolutely did not believe that the man in front of him, who looked like a gigolo, could have such capital. Brother, you can pretend to be cool, but you are being too arrogant. You also want the most expensive Ferrari. Can you afford it? Zhao Min sneered, and when he saw that the person who greeted Yifan was the salesperson who had been answering their questions just now, his face immediately became dissatisfied. I say, you salespeople should at least screen your customers. Why are you ignoring us and approaching people who obviously have no purchasing power? Faced with Zhao Min's deliberate ridicule, the salesperson could only smile stiffly. But I couldn't help but complain in my heart. You say that the other person has no money. If you have money, why don't you pay for this F12 quickly? You've been here for a long time, just complaining and touching things without buying anything, and now you have the nerve to mock other customers? Tang Xiao didn't expect that when she arrived at a place like this, she would run into these idiots who look down on others. He cursed, "What are you talking about?" and wanted to go up and argue with Zhao Min. Chapter 73. Yifan reached out and grabbed Tang Xiao. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhao Min, who was shouting. There's no need to waste time talking to those who show off and mock strangers as soon as they meet them. Just tell them to shut up. Yifan looked at the Ferrari F12 behind Zhao Min and his girlfriend. He turned around and told the salesperson. Hello, is the car in front of them not paid for yet? The salesperson nodded heavily with an expression that he regretted not meeting each other earlier. But because Zhao Min was still beside her, she could only answer vaguely. Yes sir, these two gentlemen and ladies said that this car is still under inspection, so... Okay, then let's check out this car and the most expensive Ferrari LaFerrari I want together. After Yifan finished speaking, he immediately handed over his bank card. The salesperson took Yifan's bank card immediately with an expression of disbelief. Okay sir. I'll draw up a contract for you right now. After saying that, the salesperson immediately rushed in with Yifan's bank card. When Zhao Min saw the salesperson running away happily, the sarcasm on his face became even stronger. Brother, if you ask me, that's enough. You're counting both cars together. Do you know how much the two cars cost in total? That's over 28 million. If you can really pay successfully, I will eat shit live right here on the spot. Zhao Min burst into laughter after he finished speaking. His face was full of smug expression, as if he had predicted that Yi Fan would be embarrassed. At this time, the sales lady who had left not long ago came back quickly with Yi Fan's bank card, smiling happily. Sir, your Ferrari LaFerrari and F12 have been fully paid for. You and Miss, please come this way, just sign the contract and go through the formalities. The sales lady handed the bank card back to Yi Fan. Zhao Min and his girlfriend were completely stunned when they saw this scene. What? This guy actually paid in full for two cars. You are not kidding. Zhao Min grabbed the salesgirl in disbelief. Now that the salesgirl has a big client like Yi Fan, she naturally feels more confident. Of course, sir, do I need to joke here? After saying that, the sales lady immediately welcomed Yi Fan and Tang Xiao to the VIP room. Several guests who happened to be watching the whole process couldn't help but laugh at him. Brother, didn't you just say that if this young man can buy these two cars, you will eat shit live on the spot? That's right. A man's word is as good as his bond. Show us your skills. There was a lot of mocking noise at the scene, and some people even took out their phones to help Zhao Min live broadcast. You guys. Zhao Min was extremely embarrassed. After looking at Yi Fan with fear, he quickly pulled his girlfriend, who had been looking at Yi Fan with starry eyes, away. Yi Fan snorted coldly, then went to the signing room with Tang Xiao. In the signing room, Tang Xiao was pushed down by Yi Fan onto the signing chair without realizing it. His mind was filled with Yi Fan's domineering look, as he was ruthless and taciturn. By spending money, those provocative idiots were made to shut up, and she was also very happy. Xiao, please sign these two purchase contracts. Only when Yi Fan spoke did Tang Xiao come back to her senses from her inner admiration for Yi Fan. She glanced at the two car purchase contracts in front of her. Why are all the names of the car owners written on it my own? Tang Xiao was a little confused. Yi Fan, they must have made a mistake, please ask them to correct it. That's right, the two cars are bought for you. Huh? Why did you buy it for me? Tang Xiao was stunned when she heard Yi Fan's affirmative answer. This is the advantage I want to take back. Just sign it obediently. Yi Fan's answer again completely shocked Tang Xiao. No, is this the advantage he wants to take back? It's obvious that she has taken advantage of him again. Tang Xiao's understanding of Yi Fan was refreshed again. This man is so different. He does not have any of the pettiness that comes with being born into business families. On the contrary, he is extremely generous and selfless. She and Yi Fan have known each other until now, and today is only the third time they have met. He believed himself to this extent. It not only gave them the opportunity for the Tang family to cooperate with bully real estate. He was so generous that he gave himself two cars and said he was taking advantage. What a gentleman and graceful man he is. Although Tang Xiao has never lacked money since childhood. But apart from her family, this was the first time someone had given so selflessly to her. Tang Xiao felt like she was about to cry with emotion. But she couldn't accept such an expensive gift now. Yi Fan, I appreciate your kindness to me, but I really can't accept these two cars. Hearing Tang Xiao's refusal, Yi Fan immediately acted as if he would not force it. Is that so? But I've already bought it, so I can just call any girl and ask for it. I can't let it go to waste. When Tang Xiao heard Yi Fan's plan, she immediately became anxious. Of course not. Since Miss Tang doesn't want me to give it to another girl, then just accept it. Yi Fan teased with a wicked smile. Tang Xiao then realized that Yi Fan had deliberately said that the gift was for another girl. You bad guy. There was no other choice, Tang Xiao had to put her name on both contracts. However, the total value of these two Ferraris is almost 30 million. She will have to find an opportunity to give Yi Fan a gift of equal value in the future. Here, Tang Xiao began to think about what she would give to Yi Fan in the future. On the other side, the reward that Yi Fan gave to Tang Xiao for her spending also arrived on time. Ding! The host is detected as a 93-point high-value female who spent 28.2 million yuan, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% of the shares of Honghua Law Firm and the ownership of the Imperial Capital Palace Commercial Street. Law firms and commercial streets? This is a good combination. Fortunately, I brought Tang Xiao to buy a car, otherwise I might not have gotten such a good reward. Yi Fan was in a very happy mood at the moment. After Tang Xiao signed the contract, she turned around and saw Yi Fan with a happy look on his face. It was obviously Yi Fan who gave her the gift, but he was so happy as if he had received the gift himself. This man is really so good to her. If we say that Tang Xiao was simply attracted to Yi Fan at the beginning, but after spending these few times together, she has been completely conquered by Yi Fan's personal charm. The original simple liking began to transform into uncontrollable love. After signing the contract, Tang Xiao was still a little dazed. In order to spend more time with Yi Fan, she did not choose to drive a Ferrari away, but asked the staff to deliver it. He went back to school in Yi Fan's car. Soon, Yi Fan drove Tang Xiao back to Imperial Capital University and dropped her off at a school entrance near her dormitory. Everyone looked at Tang Xiao getting off the Koenigsegg with curious eyes. After Tang Xiao got out of the car and walked a few steps, she was suddenly in the spotlight again. She returned to Yi Fan's car window, put her arms around his neck, and left a kiss on his face. Chapter 74. Oh my God! Look over there! Miss Tang took the initiative to kiss the owner of the Koenigsegg. Why does the owner of that Koenigsegg look familiar? Wow! He's Yi Fan from our department. When we were in the senior class this morning, he was flirting with 3 other school beauties, and now he's even let School Beltang kiss him. What? You mean, the 4 school beauties are all related to Yi Fan? Damn, this is too unfair. I really don't know what it feels like to have School Beauty Tang's lips on my face. Ah, this guy is so lucky. And now this School Beauty Tang dares to take the initiative to kiss Yi Fan in public. Who knows what may have happened between them a long time ago. All the male classmates who saw Tang Xiao kiss Yi Fan actively were gritting their teeth. Emotions of envy, jealousy and hatred were mixed together, but they couldn't take their eyes off the two of them. Yi Fan was sitting in the car and felt Tang Xiao's sudden attack, and his eyebrows raised. He looked at Tang Xiao's blushing face with some amusement after she kissed him. If the incident where Tang Xiao kissed her in the car just now was because she suddenly got hot-headed and didn't react. Now that she has left, she has come back to do this. Obviously, she was telling everyone that she liked herself. This girl is really bold and straightforward. To be honest, Yi Fan was still secretly happy at this moment. Tang Xiao met Yi Fan's gaze. Only then did she realize what was happening and started to feel shy. He left a message "see you next time" to Yi Fan and ran away in the sight of the crowd. The students who were watching the show quickly posted the photo of Tang Xiao kissing the car owner through the car window on the campus forum. Someone left a message on the forum asking who the real identity of the Koenigsegg owner is. Some students who knew the inside story just sent out Yi Fan's name and major. The information displayed becomes garbled code specifically for shielding. This Yi Fan's message can't be sent out at all. Although I know that our school has a cyberbullying prevention mechanism, I have never seen a situation where it can't even be sent out. Really? Let me try it too. The result was the same. Yi Fan's personal information seemed to be naturally blocked by the Imperial Capital University network. It was immediately blocked as soon as it was sent out. Therefore, apart from the photos of Koenigsegg and Tang Xiao, there was only a blurry photo of the owner on the forum. On the other side, Yukir was watching drama and reading gossip in the dormitory. I immediately saw the familiar photo of Koenigsegg and Tang Xiao kissing Yi Fan on the forum. She quickly paused the TV series. After enlarging the photo and seeing the details, she instantly became jealous. Who is this little bitch? He actually took the initiative to harass junior brother Yi Fan in public. Yukir was anxious, thinking that Yi Fan had appeared on campus. She probably hasn't left yet, so she can't miss the opportunity to show off. Junior brother Yi Fan, I just saw a photo of a sister and you on the forum. Insert an aggrieved expression in the middle. Why didn't you tell me you came back to school? Cry. After sending the message, Yukir couldn't help but hold her phone tightly and stare at the reply nervously. Yi Fan, who had just driven the Koenigsegg into the school's underground garage, picked up his phone and looked at the message sent by Yukir. A wicked smile appeared on his lips, and he sent a voice message directly. Senior sister Kur, are you jealous? Seeing the message coming back, Yukir clicked it quickly. Yi Fan's magnetic voice made her legs go weak. How dare I? I'm just worried that there are so many beautiful girls out there. Will junior brother Yifan forget about me soon? After sending the voice message in a coquettish tone, Yukir quickly clicked on an expression of aggrieved crying. Yifan listened to the voice coming back and smiled faintly. I'm in the parking lot now. Senior sister is afraid that I've forgotten you, so why don't you just come over and reminisce about the past? As soon as Yifan's invitation came, Yukora knew that her little trick of retreating to advance had worked. She happily turned off the tablet that was playing the TV series. I put on a pretty and cool camisole and denim hot pants, sprayed some perfume, and hurried to the school's underground parking lot. Imperial University underground parking lot. The sound of high heels tapping on the ground rang out, and Yukora looked at the silhouette of the Koenigsegg with excitement on her face. Yifan turned on the car lights and signaled a few times. After Yukir found the target, she quickly walked into the car. Yukor, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was about to say a few witty remarks pretending to be angry when Yifan hugged her on his lap. Yukor looked surprised. Junior brother, this is in the school. On the way here, she always thought that Yifan would take her out. But looking at the situation now. Are you scared, senior sister? I thought you would like familiar places more. Yifan was still asking questions on the surface, but his hands had already begun to linger on Yukor's body. Yukor couldn't help but whimper and started to act irritable. Who's scared? Junior brother, please don't underestimate me. After Yukor finished speaking, she immediately turned the passive situation into active one and started to ignite the fire on Yifan. In the somewhat quiet parking lot, Koenigsegg's ambiguous enthusiasm quickly spread. The interaction between the two made the vehicle make quite a lot of noise. It was unknown how long it took before Yukor returned to her passenger seat. Only then did she finally have the chance to deliver the witty remark she had prepared. Junior brother, if I hadn't taken the initiative to look for you today, would you have forgotten me? Senior sister, you are wrongly accusing me. I just wanted to find you, but you sent me a message first. I went back to school today, thinking of taking you to see the house I said I would give you last time. When Yukir heard Yifan's words, her eyes lit up instantly. Really? You are so kind, junior brother. After Yukor finished speaking, she hugged Yifan's neck and gave him a big kiss. Junior brother, you are so kind to me. I must repay you. Chapter 75. Yukor served Yifan for a while. Koenigsegg slowly drove out of the underground parking lot and headed towards Jinhua Huafu, not far from Imperial Capital University. Yifan stopped the car, put his arm around Yukor's slender waist and walked into the sales office of Jinhua Huafu. A sales lady in the sales hall came over immediately. Hello sir, how can I help you? Just call your manager out and tell him that Yifan, the owner of Building 5, is here. When the saleswoman heard the word Yifan, her eyes widened immediately. What? You are Mr. Yifan, the owner of Building 5. Please wait a moment. I will call our manager out right now. After saying that, the saleswoman immediately trotted into the manager's office. The other salesmen who were busy working all looked at Yifan when they heard the voice. Everyone's expression was exactly the same, surprise. Is this young man the legendary owner of Building 5, Mr. Yifan? After learning this fact, they all couldn't help but have a gleam of envy and admiration in their eyes. However, after seeing Yukor beside Yifan, whose figure and appearance were as stunning as a female celebrity, they suddenly felt sad and regretful to the extreme. When Yukor heard Yifan's words, she was a little surprised for a moment. What junior brother Yifan meant just now, didn't he mean that he owns an entire building? As she thought, she glanced at the eyes of the women around her. I knew that my guess was almost right. She was really shocked after realizing it belatedly, and felt that it was so honorable for her to be standing next to Yifan. She couldn't help but started to get close to Yifan in public. Sometimes she hugged Yifan's arm and rubbed it in front of her body, and sometimes she bit his ear. Yifan patted Yukor's but in a corner where no one could see. If you continue to be naughty, I will punish you later. Yukor was eager to assert her sovereignty at this moment, and instead became even more aggressive in sticking to him. I am just naughty junior brother Yifan, don't you like it? The male passers-by who were coming in and out of the sales office saw Yukor taking the initiative to throw herself into Yifan's arms. I was so envious. Damn, such a pretty and active girl. Why don't they have one? At this time, the manager, who was informed of the situation by the salesperson, hurried out of the office. Hello, Mr. Yi. Our Golden Domain Palace is so prosperous because of your arrival. The manager quickly started to flatter Yifan. Although this sounded a bit exaggerated, Yifan still felt comfortable seeing the manager's respectful attitude. Yifan pinched the soft flesh on Yukor's waist, causing her to scream and then cling tightly to his arms. Then he told the manager the purpose of this trip. Manager, I came here today just to take a look at the interior of my suite in Building 5. Please lead the way. Okay. I'll take you there now, Mr. Yi. The manager nodded quickly and called on several employees to go together. Some employees who still had customers on duty had no choice but to apologize to the customers and hand the case over to other employees. Then he hurried to the manager to serve and introduce Yifan and the others. The guests who were left out had no complaints at this time. After all, from the information just now at the scene, they knew that Yifan owned the entire building. You know, Jinhua Huafu is a famous luxury residential community in the imperial capital. Building number 5 is the best equipped one, with a rough price of 200,000 renminbi per square meter. The entire building would cost at least 5.6 billion. This isn't too scary, okay? If they buy a house by themselves, it would cost about 100 million yuan. That is already a remarkable existence among ordinary people. And that young man actually bought an entire building. All the guests were thinking at this moment was how great it would be if they could establish a relationship with a successful person like Yifan. It is impossible for him to jump out and stop the employees who serve him from serving Yifan and others. Wouldn't he that be just a fool? On the other side, the manager brought a dozen employees and gave Yifan enough pomp and treatment. Take Yifan and Yukir to Building 5. When she arrived at the door of Building number 5, Yukir saw it immediately. The building owned by Yifan not only has the best overall decoration among all the 4 buildings, but also has the highest number of floors. And although no one was living in Building 5 at the moment, all the lights in the building had been turned on for Yifan and Yukir. The overall look is bright and magnificent. It looks like a giant palace castle, extremely beautiful. Please come in, sir and madam. Our professional staff will give you a detailed introduction to Building 5. A staff member quickly took over the manager's words and introduced Yifan and the other two. Mr. Yi, first of all, this is the reception lobby of our entire building. The interior walls and floors here are all made of imported marble. The elevators we use are world-class Yongda Hitachi high-speed elevators. Following the staff's introduction, Yifan and Yukor came to a duplex room on the high floor. All the houses in our golden domain are well decorated for the owners, so they can move in at any time. The kitchenware and electrical appliances you see now are from Germany's Boggenpol and Germany's Gaggenau brands. Because there are so many highlights in Golden Domain Washington, several staff members were replaced one after another. He talked until his mouth was dry before he finally finished introducing Yifan. Okay, I understand. Thank you for explaining it. Yifan didn't actually listen carefully, but seeing that the decoration and materials in front of him were indeed quite tasteful and high quality, he nodded to show his satisfaction. He turned and looked at Yukor. Senior Sister Kor, you have already seen all the houses, so why not choose from the 3 duplex rooms except the top floor? Whichever one you like, I'll transfer it to your name. After hearing Yifan's words, Yukor was so happy and moved that she almost cried. She originally thought that since Yifan was willing to give her a standard room, she would already be very satisfied. As a result, Yifan actually said that he would give her a duplex apartment directly. You know, the smallest duplex apartment is more than 300 square meters larger than a standard room. How could junior brother Yifan be so nice to her? How generous! Yukor felt that she was about to fall in love with the man in front of her. I was thinking that I must come up with some new ways to thank him later. Junior brother Yifan, you are so kind to me. Yukor quickly hugged Yifan's waist and kissed him on the lips. She was still holding him and rubbing against him, looking like she was unwilling to let go. Chapter 76. The managers and male staff who were watching around were quite envious of Yukir's proactive attitude. But what they envied more at this moment was that Yifan actually took out a duplex house to give to Yukir. Just by being pretty and good at making people happy, you can get a house worth nearly 200 million. If they were not restricted by gender and appearance, they would also like to take the initiative towards Yifan. Several female staff members looked at Yukor, who was posing in a very bold and coquettish manner. I wanted to despise him, but I couldn't help feeling jealous. If they could be favored by Yifan, they would be willing to do it even if it meant breaking their waists. Yukir chose a room that was neither too big nor too small among the 3 duplex rooms except the top floor. Yifan explained Yukor's thoughts and his decision. Manager, please help draw up the contract for the duplex this lady has chosen. Send it to us tomorrow morning so we can sign it directly. As for the other standard floors downstairs, I'll entrust you to rent them out for me. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately nodded to indicate that he would remember Yifan's instructions well. Okay, Mr. Yi. I promise to do everything for you properly. After the manager answered, he immediately left with the staff very tactfully. Yifan and Yukor stayed in the duplex room she chose. After closing the door, Yukir finally felt the reality that this house would soon become hers. She was so excited and happy that she started taking pictures with her mobile phone. I'm thinking about posting it on WeChat moments later to make my good sisters envious. The camera accidentally turned to Yifan. She couldn't help but secretly took a photo of him. Yifan's profile in the photo was so handsome and elegant that her heart was moved. But she also knew that Yifan's photos could not appear in her circle of friends. Although Yifan had given her many things that were completely priceless to her. However, Yifan has never directly defined the relationship between the two. As a qualified gold digger, Yukor naturally understands the tacit rules between adult men and women. So she could only secretly pat Yifan's hand again. In this way, it won't be considered a foul if it is sent out, right? Yukir happily edited the picture in text and posted it, which quickly received a lot of likes and envious comments. Her mood was therefore extremely good. Seeing Yukor's happy expression, Yifan smiled faintly. Do you like it here? Yukor nodded heavily, of course. I like it very much. So, do you like the house more, or do you like me more? Yifan pulled Yukor into his arms and asked with a wicked smile. Needless to say, my favorite is, of course, you, junior brother Yifan. As Yukor answered, her cherry lips quickly moved towards Yifan's lips. The smacking sounds of lips and tongues seemed particularly loud in the empty room. Yifan smiled and responded to her with actions. But in my heart, I didn't take Yukira's words seriously. Yifan is no longer the bootlicker who regards love as everything. The relationships with a few campus beauties were initially just for the sake of rewards. Most of the subsequent developments also happened naturally. Speaking of good feelings, Yifan is definitely willing to spend money with people, so he has some. But Yifan has no intention of rising to the level of love now. Yukura was concentrating on creating more extraordinary experiences for Yifan. The harmony of body, mind and soul brought her love for Yifan to a new level. She was very clear that her answers just now were all sincere. If it were in the past, she would definitely be a pure gold digger who only cares about money and not people. But since she met Yifan, he has brought her so many extraordinary experiences. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be able to enjoy the experience of walking into a luxury store and buying everything. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be able to experience the blissful feeling that comes from just riding the back of a bicycle around the campus. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have known what it felt like to have a house of her own at such a young age. However, after the experience, her original obsession with these things was alleviated a lot. At least in her eyes now, Yifan's importance to her has completely surpassed material things. The two of them briefly interacted on the leather sofa. Yukora glanced at the large bathroom not far away, and thought of the way to repay Yifan she had just thought of, so she quickly pulled Yifan up. Junior brother Yifan, why don't we go and try the water bath system here together? I just heard them introduce it, and it seems that there is also a hot spring massage mode. You must be tired running around outside all day. I'll give you a good massage later. Just enjoy yourself today. After saying that, Yukora rubbed against Yifan again, as obedient as a kitten. Yifan felt extremely hot as he looked at the woman's seductive look. He picked up Yukora and walked towards the place she said. In the bathroom that was as big as a living room, warm water slowly flowed out from the bottom of the large bathtub. Yifan picked up the red wine beside him and started drinking. The waterproof air speakers in the bathroom played atmospheric music, and the high-grade marble furniture reflected the two people in the bathtub. Yukora worked hard to massage Yifan in various ways, and asked Yifan about his experience. Junior brother, are you satisfied with this? Satisfied? Maybe it would be better if it were faster. Yifan hinted with a smirk. You just know how to tease others. After Yukir responded coquettishly, she immediately continued to act according to Yifan's feedback. The water splashed out, and Yifan was wrapped in the warm water. That was so comfortable. After a night, the smart electric curtains slowly opened. The vibrant sunlight poured in through the window, and Yifan slept very well. I felt refreshed when I woke up. On the other hand, Yukura beside her was so tired that even her butt was exposed to the sun, she was still sleeping soundly. The manager handed over the transfer contract, and Yukira struggled for a long time before finally coming to her senses. Ding! Spend 200 million yuan, trigger 15 times rebate, congratulations on getting 3 billion yuan in rebate. Although it was just a rebate, the amount of the rebate was barely within Yifan's satisfaction range. After having a quick breakfast, Yifan drove the Koenigsegg and took Yukira back to school. Yifan dropped Yukira off at the same place where Tang Xiao got off the car. Because this place is closest to the classroom where Yukira is going to later. The car door opened and Yukira stepped out. Koenigsegg's usual high-profile presence immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, after seeing clearly that the woman who got out of Yifan's car this time was Yukira, the onlookers were shocked again. Yukira got out of the Koenigsegg early in the morning before the morning class started. Do they need to guess what happened? Chapter 77. Watching Yukira get off the car and walk away twisting her body. The male students who were watching were drooling all over the floor. Then, looking at the group of female classmates around, after seeing Yukira leave, they all rushed to greet Yifan and get close to him. They hate it. Yifan finally managed to get rid of the girls who kept handing their contact information to his car. He picked up the phone and contacted Ruan Sile directly. School beauty Ruan, didn't you ask me to treat you last time? I'm at the entrance of the school road near the first teaching building now, just come over. Ruan Sile was so happy when he received the call he had been longing for. He still remembers the promise he made to him. Then wait for me, I'll be right there. Ruan Sile and Yifan are both seniors, so even though their majors are different, they don't have many classes on a regular basis. As she hurried on, she couldn't help but curse herself inwardly for losing her composure in front of Yifan. In order to see him more often, I actually took the initiative to ask for treatment. And the treatment method is so strange and private. But at this moment, her expectations still outweighed her regrets. After all, that was Yifan, an outstanding person who was unmatched by anyone. After a while, Ruan Sile arrived at the Koenigsegg and got in as if he was familiar with the way. The crowd around, who had not yet recovered from the shock, now opened their eyes even wider. Damn, is there any justice in this? This guy is too arrogant, stalking one school beauty after another. The crowd was filled with hatred, but they could only watch Koenigsegg's Ruan Sile getting farther and farther away from them. Yifan drove Ruan Sile directly to Jinhua Huafu and parked the car in the parking lot. Yifan took Ruan Sile and walked towards Building 5. It's a good opportunity to take a walk and take a look at the environment in the community. Just now when Ruan Sile asked Yifan where he was going on the road, Yifan only answered her that he was going to the clinic. She looked at the buildings around her and doubts came over her. Yifan, have you rented a house here? Ruan Sile had heard of the name of Jinhua Huafu. It was a mansion among mansions. However, based on what she knew about Yifan's identity, it was not strange that he rented a house in such a mansion. Yifan was about to answer when a man suddenly came over and greeted Ruan Sile. Senior sister Ruan. You are here too? Ji Lingchan's voice was obviously very excited. He just happened to come here today to sign for the house he bought, but unexpectedly he ran into the campus beauty who was in the same club as him. But, why is there a strange man beside senior sister now? Ji Lingchan cast an impatient look at Yifan standing aside. When he saw this, his dissatisfaction and anger immediately rose. Because he knew the man next to Ruan Sile. It was the last time when he drove a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to ask Yukira out, but she chose the other man riding a bicycle. Damn, why is it this guy again? Forget about the last time when he used a bicycle to trick senior sister Yukira away in front of him. Now he is actually attacking his senior sister who he has always had a good impression of. He can't tolerate this. Sister, isn't this a coincidence? I just happened to buy a house in Jinhua Huafu. It's not too expensive, about 100 million. I just signed the contract. You know what, the procedures for these luxury homes are very strict. It took me half a day to go through the formalities just now. Seeing Ji Lingchang showing the look as if he was ready to brag about himself whenever he got the chance, Ruan Sile showed impatience. As Ji Lingchang was talking, he suddenly changed the subject and started to concern about Yifan. By the way, classmate, you came here today, aren't you planning to rent a room here? If you need anything, you can just ask me. After all, senior sister Ruan's friends are my friends. But if you really want to rent a house, this place might still be a bit too financially stressful for you, my classmate. After all, not everyone has a family as well off as mine. In the end, Ji Lingchang stopped pretending. He might as well tell Ruansile directly that his conditions are much better than Yifan, who was beside her. Seeing that Ruansile still had no reaction, Ji Lingchang decided to show off his connections. By the way, the manager who just signed the contract with me should not have gone far. I'll call him now and ask him to come over, so that if this student has any questions, he can consult him directly. Ji Lingchang thought to himself that this was equivalent to directly putting Yifan on a pedestal. When the manager arrived, the man next to senior sister Ruan had no money to pay the rent. Then senior sister Ruan would definitely see through this guy's embarrassment and throw herself into her arms. While he was talking on the phone, he looked at Yifan confidently. It turned out that the man in front of me was actually quite calm. Humph, I'll let you know how to write the word shameful soon. Hello, is this Manager Lin? I'm Xiao Ji, who just signed a contract with you. Is it convenient for you to come over now? I have a big business to introduce to you. Ji Lingchang said with ill intention. Yifan looked at Ji Lingchang, who was smugly talking on the phone. I couldn't help but shook my head. Ji Lingchang saw Yifan shaking his head and thought he was finally scared. The expression on his face was so excited that he urged Manager Lin on the phone a few more times, asking him to come over quickly. Ruansile saw Ji Lingchang pestering her like this. It was obvious that he wanted to embarrass Yifan, and he was a little angry for a moment. Junior brother Ji, please move aside. We have things to do and don't have time to listen to you talking to yourself here. Yifan sneered and spoke at this time. Silu, since this junior fellow wants to introduce the manager to us so much, then we should accept his favor. Ji Lingchang didn't expect Yifan to be so confused. He really thought I was introducing some connections to him. Great, now he will definitely slap that guy's face. Senior sister Ruan, your friend may not be as rich as me, but he is still very sensible. The manager will be here soon. It won't take you more than a few minutes, senior sister Ruan. Ji Lingchang was already extremely proud in his heart. At this time, Manager Lin walked over from the direction facing Ji Lingchang. Manager Lin. We are here. Ji Lingchang greeted Manager Lin and walked over to him, trying to put his arm around his shoulder to talk to him. However, the next second, his hand that wanted to put on Manager Lin's shoulder fell into empty space. Manager Lin completely ignored him, but his eyes lit up when he saw Yifan's face. Then he immediately went over to Yifan, bowed and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Yi. What a coincidence to meet you again. Are you satisfied with the environment of our community? Chapter 78. It's okay. Yifan replied indifferently. Ji Lingchang was stunned when he saw Manager Lin being so servile to Yifan. Manager Lin, did you recognize the wrong person? I was the one who asked you to come, and I am Xiao Ji. Manager Lin saw Ji Lingchang frantically trying to make his presence felt in front of him. Only then did I react. It just so happened that the person who called him over was indeed an owner named Ji. By the way, he seemed to have mentioned a big deal. Could it be that you are talking about Mr. Yifan in front of us? But he has already bought the entire building number 5. Only then did Manager Lin turn his gaze back to Ji Lingchang. Mr. Ji, you just said you wanted to introduce me to a big business? Are you referring to the fact that Mr. Yifan is the owner of the entire building 5? Wah! What? Ji Lingchang thought there was something wrong with his ears and grabbed Manager Lin in disbelief. Manager Lin, what you just said is that the entire building number 5 belongs to this man. When Manager Lin heard Ji Lingchang's address to Yifan, his face suddenly turned unhappy. Mr. Ji, please watch your words. Mr. Yifan, as the owner of the entire building number 5, is naturally also a guest of honor of our entire Golden Domain Huafu. Mr. Ye's dignity cannot be trampled upon by anyone. Listening to the information revealed in Manager Lin's words, and his respect and protection for Yifan, Ji Lingchang was completely dumbfounded. He just boasted for a long time about buying a standard floor house. As a result, the man next to senior sister Ruan actually bought the entire building 5. Is this something a college student can do? This is too scary. So, is this the reason why senior sister Yukur was willing to sit on the back seat of his bicycle before? After knowing the truth, Ji Lingchang was filled with regret. Ruansile was also completely surprised when he learned that Yifan bought the entire building. The power of this man refreshes her understanding time and time again. Ruan Sile looked at Ji Lingchang, who was looking desperate and terrified, and immediately retorted. Junior brother Ji, you just talked for a long time here, but you only bought one room. Why don't you buy a few more units? Or buy a whole building like Yifan did? Don't you want to? Hearing Ruan Sile's deliberate questioning and teasing voice, Ji Lingchang felt extremely ashamed. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Goodbye, senior sister and brother. Ji Lingchang could only pretend to be a coward. He lowered his head, bowed and apologized while quickly slipping away. Seeing that he had nothing to do here, the manager said goodbye to Yifan and left. Oh my god, Yifan, you are so amazing, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ruan Sile looked at the tallest building, building number 5, not far away. When I thought that the whole building belonged to Yifan, I admired him to the extreme. Your junior brother likes to talk to himself a lot, so let him have a taste of what it feels like to be bitten by his own pretense. After hearing this, Ruan Sile liked Yifan even more. To seek revenge when there is revenge, to seek revenge when there is grievance, this is what manliness means. Those people came here to be humiliated and ask for a beating, so let them do as they wish. It seems that Yifan is much better than those hypocrites who talk about righteousness and morality. Yifan brought Ruan Sile to Building 5. As soon as Ruan Sile entered the reception hall, he was instantly dazzled by the gorgeous and high-end decoration. Even her aesthetic taste in buying a house is to her liking. Ruan Sile's affection for Yifan was almost skyrocketing. The little worry I had about the treatment method was now completely gone. Yifan, are every room in this building really yours? The standard floors haven't been rented out yet, so every room is available. What do you think? Have you chosen a room for treatment? As the two were walking into the elevator, Yifan deliberately leaned over and asked Ruan Sile ambiguously. Ruan Sile blushed instantly and became shy. I would rather go to the house where you live. Yifan smiled and pressed the button for the top floor. Arriving at Yifan's duplex apartment, Ruan Sile immediately ran to the large balcony with a 270-degree river view. With just a glance, you can take in the entire river view. It's so beautiful here. The wind is so comfortable. Yifan sat on the sofa and responded with a smirk. The treatment is much more comfortable than this Zheng Feng. Ruan Sile's face turned red. You rascal. Where do we get treatment? Anywhere is fine, Yifan answered, and patted the sofa next to him. Come over here. Ruan Sile walked over a little nervously and sat down next to Yifan. The treatment method, I told you last time, do you remember? Ruan Sile lowered his head due to shyness, and his originally lively and loud voice became much quieter. I remember. Then shall we start now? Yifan asked. Ruan Sile nodded slightly. Because she was shy, she chose to sit with her back to Yifan. She clearly felt that Yifan behind her was getting closer to her. The broad palm slowly covered the corresponding heart position. Yifan used his palm power, and Ruan Sile suddenly felt his heart warmed up. It seems that this method is indeed effective. But this is really embarrassing. Ruan Sile was just distracted when he felt Yifan breathing hot air into his ear. School beauty Ruan, do you want to make the treatment more effective? Ruan Sile suddenly remembered what Yifan said at the dinner table last time. For treatment to be more effective, direct contact is required. Ruan Sile felt very hot. Hearing Yifan's questioning voice, she nodded for some reason. Anyway, it's just for treatment. She took the initiative to remove her outer clothes and told Yifan. Absolutely no peeking. Yifan nodded. He is a righteous man. If the girl doesn't allow me, I certainly won't peek. But, by the way, massage can effectively stimulate acupuncture points. Yifan reminded. Ruan Sile thought that since things had come to this point, of course he would just do whatever was most effective. Okay, then you can do it yourself. Yifan continued to treat Ruan Sile with righteousness. But this feel. It turns out that those who exercise diligently are very good. The palm power continuously poured into Ruan Sile's heart. The warm feeling was so comfortable that she couldn't help but moan. Yifan felt hot all over. This woman is so foul. The therapeutic effects of symmetrical acupuncture points are all the same. I will give you some extra treatment. Ruan Sile hadn't yet reacted to the meaning of Yifan's words. Yifan's other hand covered the symmetrical position of the heart. Ruan Sile did not doubt Yifan's words. She just felt more comfortable and her face was hot. Chapter 79. After more than 10 minutes of treatment, Ruan Sile felt inexplicably reluctant to leave. She put on her clothes and turned around. Yifan, how many times do I need to be treated before my illness is cured? With Yifan's excellent medical skills, the disease could be cured. Next, what excuse can I have to see him? Ruan Sile thought about it and felt depressed unconsciously. Yifan slowly retracted his palm power. If you want to cure it completely, your myocardial ischemia problem will be almost 80% cured after this treatment. If you take care of yourself and don't need me to treat you anymore, it won't be a big problem. But even if it's not for the purpose of healing, my acupuncture point therapy is also very good as a daily maintenance method. It's just that you have to think clearly about what the purpose is. Yifan responded indifferently. Ruan Sile listened to the meaning of Yifan's words and vaguely felt that he seemed to understand something. She couldn't help but start thinking about her feelings for Yifan. What she can be sure of now is that she really likes Yifan. Does Yifan like her? She was a little unsure. Unexpectedly, she, who has always been pursued by men, now has the worry that men don't like her. Ruan Sile was thinking in distress, and Yifan suggested going for a stroll in Wangfujin Commercial Street. Ruan Sile thought about his current mood and couldn't figure out the reason, so he readily agreed to go. Yifan drove the Koenigsegg and took Ruan Sile straight to Wangfujin Commercial Street. He had just taken over this commercial street not long ago, so he had to come and inspect it. Koenigsegg drove to the parking lot near the commercial street, and Yifan and Ruan Sile walked around the commercial street on foot. The shops looked bustling and prosperous, which made Yifan feel very happy. It's quite like the sense of pride that ancient emperors felt when looking at the kingdom they built with their own hands. The two came to a nicely decorated restaurant to have dinner. Through the glass exterior wall, you can just see that there is exactly one table for two left in the restaurant. Yifan brought Ruan Sile to the door where the waiter was serving them. Hello, both of you. The waiter looked at Yifan, who was talking to him with an expression of indescribable impatience and contempt. There's no room left. Please wait in the back. No seats left? But we clearly saw an empty table inside. Ruan Sile asked in confusion. The waiter became even more impatient. If they say there's no room, then there's no room. Why are you asking? If you want to eat, go queue up at the back. Seeing the waiter's face that looked like he couldn't do anything to him, Yifan frowned and was about to speak up to resolve the situation. Another man cut in line with his arm around his girlfriend. In front of the two of them, the man stuffed a large bill into the waiter's pocket. I want a seat for two. The waiter took the money and glared at Yifan and the other man. Then she happily greeted the new man in. Ruan Sile was unhappy. What's the point of not being in your store? How can you accept bribes in front of customers? When the man heard Ruan Sile's protest, he chuckled. Beauty, this is the rule here. If you want to blame someone, blame your man for not knowing the rules and being incompetent. He can't even come up with this little money, and you bring a girl out to eat? As the man spoke, he deliberately showed off the big gold necklace on his neck and patted the buttocks of the woman next to him. Then he put on a preaching attitude and pretended to be rich in front of Yifan. Brother, if you don't have the ability, don't date such a good girl. I won't let my woman suffer such an injustice. The woman in the man's arms started to act coquettishly when she heard the words. I just know that you are the best, Appa. Not everyone can compare to you in terms of your generosity. The waiter also joined the mocking team and shouted loudly at Yifan and the others. Anyway, this is the rule I set here. If you don't have money, get out of the way and don't delay our wealthy guests from coming in to eat. Yifan sneered, does your boss know the rules you set? The waiter looked at Yifan and thought he was threatening him. The expression on his face became even more fearless. It's so funny, you're not going to complain to our boss, are you? I'm in charge of everything at the front desk. If I don't let you in, do you think you can still see my boss? If you know what's good for you, leave now, or I'll ask the security to kick you out. The waiter saw Yifan here for a long time but did not take out money to compete for this seat. They had already classified him as a poor bastard, so naturally they could say any unpleasant things to Yifan. Yifan was too lazy to waste words with this person, so he just took out his cell phone and made a call. Wangfujin Commercial Street Management Headquarters, right? Now ask the owner of Yumantang to come out to meet me at the door of their store. I'm here now. After hearing what Yifan said on the phone, the other three people burst into mocking laughter. The waiter got even crazier. I asked you to leave nicely, but you're still acting here, right? You don't even consider your status, and you still want to call our boss over? The man and the woman simply did not leave, and they all wanted to see with glee what kind of ending Yifan would have. Just when the waiter wanted to call the security guard to drive Yifan and Ruan Sile away, the boss of Yumantang ran out of the store in a hurry. The waiter was a little flustered when he saw his boss coming out. "Boss, why are you out?" "Oh, right. These two young men and women came a little late, and there is no room left in the store. They are now pestering here and won't leave. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter right away." The waiter complained first, and then gave Yifan a triumphant look. "If you want to fight with him, don't you see whose territory this is?" Just when the waiter was feeling smug about how brilliant his move was, the boss of Yumantang suddenly changed his expression and interrupted him very seriously. "Xiao Wang, who allowed you to be so disrespectful? This is Mr. Yi, the big boss of our Wangfu commercial street. You are so disrespectful to them. Is this outrageous?" After saying that, the boss of Yumantang came to Yifan in a hurry. He greeted him respectfully again, and quickly gave instructions to the store through the intercom to immediately prepare the vacant top-level box for Yifan. The waiter and the couple who wanted to watch the fun saw this scene. The expressions of each one were as if they were struck by lightning. Especially the waiters, their faces turned pale with fright after hearing that Yifan was the owner of the commercial street. Yifan glanced coldly at the three people, whose expressions contained shock and a hint of fear. He snorted lightly and played the recording he had made on his phone in front of the boss of Yumantang. Although his status was enough to make the boss of Yumantang punish the waiters who were disrespectful to him. But there still needs to be evidence for everything, right? He, Yifan, is not like those people who take advantage of their power to bully others. Chapter 80. The boss of Yumantang listened to the waiter's outrageous words to Yifan in the recording. His face turned red with fear and anger. "Wang Ruoji, how dare you say such things to Mr. Yi? And you were so bold as to collect the benefits right in front of the hotel. Are you really that brave?" Wang Ruoji was already panicking and at a loss at this time. He had no choice but to kneel down in front of Yifan and the boss of Yumantang and beg for mercy. "Mr. Yi, I was blind just now. Please forgive me. What I said just now was just a joke. I definitely didn't mean to embarrass you." Even when death was imminent, Wang Ruoji was still being stubborn. But before Yifan could say anything, the boss of Yumantang immediately scolded Wang Ruoji. "Wang Ruoji, do you think I'm deaf? You were so malicious in the recording. Not only do you not sincerely repent now, but you also have the guts to continue to make excuses here. Even if Mr. Yi is generous enough to not bother with you today, I, Yumantang, will never let a morally corrupt person like you go." After the boss of Yumantang finished speaking, he immediately picked up the intercom and started giving instructions to another staff member. "Immediately tell the HR manager to fire Wang Ruoji. Also, thoroughly investigate whether he has maliciously charged customers to cut in line before. If confirmed, contact a lawyer immediately to handle the matter." Wang Ruoji didn't expect that today he would just do some tricks as usual and provoke Yifan and end up like this. He recalled what he had just said to Yifan and the others, and wished he could travel back in time and slap himself in the face. He could only kneel down and try to pull Yifan's trouser legs to beg for forgiveness. The boss of Yumantang was quick-witted and immediately stepped forward and kicked away the hand that was about to grab Yifan. Then several security guards took Wang Ruoji to the office inside to await his fate. The man and woman who had just mocked Yifan swallowed nervously when they saw Wang Ruoji's ending. The man wearing the gold necklace no longer had any arrogance on his face. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yifan was filled with fear of the big shot. After listening to the recording, the boss of Yumantang naturally knew that the man and woman in front of him had also offended Yifan. The boss glanced at the two of them and immediately said sternly, "You two guests have maliciously cut in line and disregarded the rules. We at Yumantang do not welcome you. Please leave on your own accord. By the way, I'd like to inform you that I've already informed all the merchants in Wangfujian about this matter. You two should have been blacklisted on our pedestrian street now. You two should just do what you think is right." How could the man dare to say no at this time? He quickly nodded, said a few words of apology, and then pulled the woman away. The woman who had just mocked Yifan for not being as capable as her appa kept her eyes on Yifan unconsciously as she was being pulled away. After finally dealing with those who offended Yifan, the boss of Yumantang dared to come to Yifan again. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry for ruining your mood due to my negligence. You and the young lady please come over here quickly, so that we can entertain you two properly to make up for our mistake. Seeing that the boss handled the few people quickly, Yifan nodded and took Ron Sile into the store. After the meal, Yifan gave Ron Sile the money he spent. A critical hit gave a reward of top racing skill. Yifan didn't feel the use of this skill for the time being, so he just applied it to himself. After sending Ron Sile back to school, Yifan returned to the top floor of Jinyu Huafu. Just as I was counting the assets in my hands, Song Jiro called. Brother Yi, last time I told you, my parents wanted to treat you to a meal. Is it convenient for you to meet at the Splendid Hotel tomorrow at noon? Hearing Song Ji's soft and tender voice, Yifan couldn't help but answer in a much softer voice. Sure, just go ahead and make your decision. Okay then, let's meet at the school gate at 11 o'clock tomorrow. After Song Jiro hung up the phone, Yifan thought of another way to get rewards. When meeting a girl as parents, you have to prepare more gifts, right? Around 11 o'clock the next day, Song Jiro was already waiting at the school gate. Yifan drove over in his Koenigsegg and saw at a glance that Song Jiro was wearing the new clothes he had taken her to buy last time. A one-shoulder white top, paired with a light blue hip-hugging miniskirt and a pair of light brown flat shoes. It highlights the two long, straight and slender legs to the extreme. Therefore, Song Jiro, who always wore old sweatshirts so as not to be noticed by others, immediately became an overly eye-catching presence at the school gate this time. Several boys wanted to ask her for her WeChat, but Song Jiro fooled them by pretending to look up and down and not to see anyone. Why is school beauty Song still so aloof? That's right, but she's dressed so differently today. It looks like she's waiting for someone? She should just be hanging out with her girlfriends, right? I don't believe that such a pure school beauty like Song would be kidnapped by a man. Students passing by were making their own guesses, and some had even started making bets. At this time, Yifan drove the car closer, and Song Jiro looked up carefully. Just then she saw Yifan waving at her from the car. Phew! Great! Senior brother Yi is finally here. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stand being watched by so many people any longer. Song Jiro immediately took a long step and reached Koenigsegg in just 2 or 3 steps. The classmates who were betting around were all completely stunned when they saw the familiar Koenigsegg. After driving for a while, Yifan stopped in front of an orchard. Brother Yi, what are you doing here? Song Jiro didn't quite understand, so she saw Yifan get out of the car and start giving instructions to the clerk. This is a 10,000 yuan fruit gift box. Please help me pack it. The clerk was extremely happy to see that the handsome customer placed such a large order right away. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. I will definitely arrange all the best imported fruits from our store for you. When Song Jiro heard that Yifan bought 10,000 worth of fruits at once, she quickly got out of the car and asked, Brother Yi, are you buying a gift for my parents? Yifan nodded, yes, this is my first time to officially meet your parents, and I am very polite. Upon hearing this, Song Jiro hurried to stop him. Brother Yi, this meal is clearly for our family to thank you, how can we let you spend more money? If you really want to buy some, just buy some oranges. Song Jiro was so anxious watching the imported cherries, Thai durian, and black strawberries being moved into the back of the Koenigsegg one by one as if they were free that she didn't know what to do. Chapter 81. Before Song Jiro finished trying to stop them, Yifan ran to the dry goods store next door to buy supplements for Song's father and mother. Yes, pack up this box of bird's nests and the cordyceps over there for me. And these isinglass and deer antlers, pack them together and give me a total price. The owner of the dry goods store was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling, and quickly packed up the goods according to Yifan's instructions. Brother, that's enough. My parents won't be able to eat anymore even if you buy more. Song Jiro rushed over to stop him, preventing Yifan from emptying the entire store. Hello, sir. These are 200,300 in total. I'll round it off to 200,000. How do I pay? Swipe the card. Yifan handed over the card. Song Jiro watched Yifan spend another 200,000 yuan. If she had known that Yifan would have to spend so much money on gifts for a meal with her parents, she would definitely not have dared to ask him out. Here, Yifan successfully spent 210,000. Ding! The host is detected as a 95-point high-value female who spent 210,000 yuan, triggering a critical hit. Congratulations to the host for winning the Jinxiu Hotel worth 100 million. Wow, it turns out that every time I spend money on junior sister Song, I can get a reward. And this Jinxiu Hotel is exactly the hotel that Song's father and mother had arranged to stay at. This is perfect, he has heard of the name of Jinsho Hotel. Normally, you can't make a reservation without some money, so I can waive their bill later to save Mr. Song from spending money. Yifan made up his mind and pulled Song Jiro, who looked distressed that he spent money, into the car. Soon, Yifan drove Song Jiro to Jinsho Hotel. When the reception staff saw Yifan, his eyes immediately changed as he recognized him and wanted to greet him. Yifan gestured to him to signal him not to do so, so he quickly took back the word boss that he was about to say. Then he respectfully led the way to the private room Yifan was going to, and hurried to inform the manager of Yifan's arrival. Yifan entered the box with Song Jiro, carrying a few bags of convenient supplements. Song Jichang and Lin Peichin were already waiting inside. When they saw Yifan and Song Jiro appear, the couple's eyes suddenly lit up. Especially Song Jichang. Although he had heard from his wife and daughter early on that the lifesaver who successfully cured his disease through surgery was very young. But he didn't expect it to be such a young guy. Song Jichang quickly stood up and stretched out his hand to greet Yifan. Mr. Yi, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived and am alive and well now. As Song Jichang was talking, he pulled Lin Peichin to bow to Yifan to express his gratitude. Uncle, you are too polite. You are Jiro's father, so there is no reason for me not to save you. Yifan quickly helped the two elders up. These are some supplements I brought for you too. I'll have someone deliver the remaining supplements and fruits to your home when the time comes. Oh, Mr. Yi, we obviously want to thank you, and you brought so many gifts, how can we accept them? Lin Peichin quickly declined, and then immediately invited Yifan to take a seat. Song Jichang handed over the menu and asked Yifan to see what he wanted to eat. Yifan handed the menu to Song Jiro again. Junior sister, you order, I'm fine with anything, this way you can also take care of uncle and aunt's tastes. By the way, uncle and aunt, you can just call me Xiaoye, it will make us feel closer. After hearing Yifan's words, Song Jichang and Lin Peichin couldn't help but express their gratitude for Yifan's thoughtfulness. From all aspects, this young man is not only excellent, but also has good conduct and etiquette. He is really a rare good child. Song Jiro had no choice but to take on the responsibility of ordering the dishes. However, looking at the expensive prices on the menu, Song Jiro remembered that she had not yet clarified her doubts with her parents. She fully supported and felt that it was appropriate to invite Yifan to come to Jinsho Hotel. But in such large hotels, the reservation deposit for private rooms is usually quite high. And if you don't have some connections, you may not be able to get a date. Then why did my parents suddenly make an appointment to meet at the Jinsho Hotel? Song Jiro whispered to Lin Peichin, who was sitting next to her. Mom, how did you and Dad reserve a private room at the Jinsho Hotel? Speaking of this, we'll have to thank the Pan family when the time comes. Lin Peichin showed a relieved expression. This kid from the Pan family is not as bad as others say. He heard that our family wanted to find a good restaurant for a gathering, so he took the initiative to say that he could help reserve a private room at Jinsho. He even paid for the box room fee for us. Song Jiro frowned unconsciously as she listened. Pan Yueza, the boy from the Pan family as his mother called him, has always been a famous bully in their area. Before she left home to go to school, she had been blocked by him several times. Would such a person change his gender for no reason? Song Jiro thought about it and felt uneasy. After asking the price, I had to transfer the box fee to Pan Yueza through my mother's mobile phone. Before Song Jiro finished her operation, the door of the private room, which was tightly closed, was suddenly opened. The person who came was Pan Yueza, whom Lin Peichin had just mentioned. Pan Yu looked at the three familiar people in the box and was about to speak. Then he saw Yifan sitting between Song Jichang and Song Jiro again. Ha! He originally thought that this was just a gathering of the Song family. Why is there a pretty boy here? But looking at him, he is just a weakling and it would only take a few minutes for me to drive him away. Aunt Song Shulin. Do you like the private room I booked for you? Pan Yu stared at Song Jiro with lustful eyes and asked the Song couple with ill intentions. Song Jichang and Lin Peichin were both confused when they saw Pan Yueza suddenly appear. Very well, thank you, you say, but why are you here now? After Song Jichang asked the question, Pan Yu immediately showed a lewd smile. Of course I came here because I want to have a meal with Sister Jiro. Uncle Song and Aunt Lin, you don't really think there is a free lunch in the world, do you? Seeing the obscene expression on Pan Yueza's face as he lingered on Song Jiro, the Song couple finally understood Pan Yueza's purpose. They originally thought that someone outside had wrongly accused Pan Yueza. I didn't expect that he was really like this in his nature and had such bad intentions. Song Ji-chang became angry. Pan family boy, you booked the box for us, we would have paid you back. We will transfer the money to you now, please leave immediately and don't bother us anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Pei-chin immediately picked up her phone and started operating it. Pan Yu, however, went even further and pulled over a chair and sat down. Aunt Song Shu-lin, you two are being too formal. I've already paid for this box, so this is my territory now. Just let me, a junior, treat you to a meal. My request is not excessive. I just want Sister Jiro to drink a few glasses of wine with me, and then go out together to have fun in the evening. Chapter 82. Pan Yu made it clear that he was going to stick around here. Anyway, he has already paid the money, as long as he doesn't accept the money that Lin Pei-chin transferred to him. Wouldn't that give me an excuse to stay and control them? Moreover, the private room in the Jinsho Hotel is really not a cheap one. It cost him tens of thousands of dollars. If he hadn't been thinking about the pretty girl Song Jiro, he wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money. Song Ji-chan was so angry at Pan Yu's shamelessness that he pointed at him and was about to curse him, but he couldn't help coughing. Song Jiro and Lin Pei-chin quickly supported Song Ji-chang and helped him calm down. Yi-fan stood aside, listening to Pan Yu's talk for a long time. Finally, I figured out the cause and effect of the current situation. It seems that this guy is using the matter of booking the private room to threaten Song Jiro and the Song family in front of him? Pan Yu felt Yi-fan's gaze, sneered, stood up and walked in front of Yi-fan. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot about you. This private room is where Uncle Song and his family will dine together. You little white face who came from nowhere, get out of here right now, you hear me? As Pan Yu spoke, he pointed at Yi-fan. Yi-fan sneered, reached out his hand, grabbed Pan Yu's fingers, and broke them down with great force. Ah! The sound of people slaughtering pigs suddenly rang out from the entire box. Pan Yu quickly pulled his fingers out of Yi-fan's hand and stared at him in disbelief. Are you fucking crazy? How dare you attack me? If I don't get serious with you, do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Yi-fan glanced at Pan Yu. Oh? Then how do you decide to not be a vegetarian? Pan Yu didn't expect that Yi-fan not only fought with him, but also dared to provoke him again. Damn, how could this kid underestimate me, the little bully of South Village? In a flash, Pan Yu immediately raised his fist and was about to challenge Yi-fan. His ability to bully others over the years was not acquired in vain. When the Song couple and Song Jiro saw Pan Yu was about to fight with Yi-fan, they became extremely nervous. I was just about to persuade him to leave and find another place. Yi-fan kicked out with one foot at a high speed, directly kicking Pan Yu who was running towards him 3 meters away, and the whole person fell heavily on the door of the box. After Pan Yu landed, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood from his mouth. The Song couple were both shocked by Yi-fan's unexpected fighting power. Xiao yeah, you. I'm sorry, uncle and aunt. I didn't scare you, did I? No, you are really amazing. Seeing that Yi-fan relaxed and Pan Yu could no longer get close to him, Song Ji-chang and Lin Pei-chin admired Yi-fan even more. Pan Yu was extremely angry as he looked at the 4 people standing there who did not take him seriously at all. He has never suffered such a big loss in all these years. At this time, the manager of Jinsho Hotel heard the noise coming from the box and rushed over. He was originally instructing the kitchen to quickly send some good wine and food to Yi-fan's box to entertain his boss. It has only been a short while and there is such a loud noise coming from the box. He didn't dare to delay for a moment, for fear that something might offend Yi-fan. As soon as the manager opened the door of the box, he found a hideous man lying beside the door. When Pan Yu saw the manager coming, he immediately started to complain. You are the manager here, right? Ahem, quickly get the security guard to kick this pretty boy out. I reserved this room and paid for it. I won't allow him to be here. Pan Yu pointed at Yi-fan viciously, thinking that this pretty boy would have no other way to disturb his good deeds. Pan Yu stretched out his hand and asked the manager to help him up. However, after hearing what he said, the manager took a few steps away, as if he was afraid that Pan Yu would get close to him. Sir, do you know who you were pointing at just now? This is the honest boss of our Jinsho Hotel. You want us to drive away the boss of our Jinsho Hotel? Listen for yourself, is this possible? You, what did you say? Pan Yu looked up at Yi-fan in disbelief. The Song couple and Song Jiro were also shocked. The owner of this famous Jinsho Hotel is actually Yi-fan in front of him. The manager glanced at Pan Yu and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore. He quickly took 2 or 3 steps and came to Yifan. "Boss. I'm so sorry to bother you. You and the other guests please take a seat. I will provide you with a comfortable and normal dining environment as soon as possible." After the manager finished speaking, he immediately clapped his hands, and 3 or 4 well-trained security guards walked in. They picked up Pan Yueza and were about to take him away. Pan Yu was held up by security guards, with his legs hanging limply in the air. He was not convinced in his heart, but because of Yifan's identity, he didn't dare to say a word. After all, we are now on someone else's territory, and if I really make him angry, who knows how these security guards might beat me half to death. Pan Yueza had worked for wealthy people before, so he naturally knew their methods. If those rich people really get ruthless, it's no joke. So it's a good thing that Pan Yueza is now only thinking about leaving as soon as possible. Etc. When several security guards were carrying Pan Yueza and the manager away, Yifan stopped them again. The manager hurried back and asked, "Boss, do you have any other instructions? Tell them to bring this guy back to me first. He broke into the box and yelled at my uncle and aunt, but he hasn't apologized yet." Upon hearing this, the manager immediately asked the security guard to carry the man back and place him in front of the Song couple. Yifan's voice was intimidating without being angry. "Mr. Pan, what do you need to do? Do you want me to teach you step by step?" Yifan said this, motioning towards the ground. Pan Yu looked at Yifan cautiously, then knelt down in front of the Song couple and Song Jiro. "Uncle Song, Aunt Lin. I really know I was wrong. What I just said was all nonsense. The money I spent on booking this private room should be regarded as my honor to you 2 elders. You 2 adults are so generous, please forgive me this time." After all, the Song couple are kind-hearted and honest people. Seeing that Pan Yueza had said so, naturally he would not be embarrassed anymore. "Oh, and Miss Jiro. Miss Jiro, I promise that I will never appear in front of you again. If I come to bother you again, I will be worse than pigs and dogs, and I will never be reborn again." Pan Yu had bullied many people, so he was naturally very familiar with the process of admitting his mistakes. It's just that in the past he was the one who made others kneel down and apologize, but now he is the one kneeling. After apologizing to the Song family, Pan Yu moved his knees and knelt towards Yifan. The little eyes were filled with endless fear. Chapter 83. Yifan didn't even bother to look at him, he just raised his chin. The manager and several security guards carried Pan Yueza away. Calm returned to the box, and a row of waiters quickly brought in the restaurant's signature dishes. We haven't ordered the food yet. Did you send the wrong one?" Lin Peichin asked. "Ma'am, these are extra gifts our manager ordered for you, that's right." Only then did Lin Peichin realize that this was probably due to the help of Yifan, the restaurant owner. "Xiao Yi, we originally agreed to ask you to thank us, but look at this." Song Jichang looked at the table full of dishes and obviously didn't need to order any more. "It's inevitable that I feel a little guilty. Uncle Song, you don't have to be polite to me. We are all family. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat together in the future. This one meal won't make a difference." Hearing Yifan talking about their own people, the Song couple sighed at Yifan's generosity and looked at Song Jiro's expressions tacitly. Song Jiro saw her parents suddenly staring at her and thought of what Yifan said. A few blushes appeared on her plain face. It seems that the 2 children are attracted to each other. This made the couple feel relieved. After a few drinks, Song Jichang also started talking. "Xiao Yi, you are our Song family's great benefactor. Everyone here is one of us. I won't hide it from you. We found my daughter by the bridge. I originally thought that raising a child was at least a good deed. But I didn't expect that after so many years, my husband and I would become a burden to the child." As Song Jichang spoke, his eyes began to turn red. My heart and eyes are filled with sympathy for Song Jiro, who has to balance her studies and find part-time jobs everywhere over the years. He had already heard from his wife that his daughter was interested in this young man. Tell Song Jiro's life story in front of Yifan today. I also hope that Song Jiro will no longer have any worries. Otherwise, with her personality, even if she felt wronged and suppressed her feelings, she would not abandon the couple. But now that my illness has recovered, it is time to help my daughter and let her pursue her own happiness. Song Jiro was a little surprised when she saw her father suddenly talking about this matter while eating. He quickly spoke out to stop it. "Dad, why are you talking about this for no reason?" Yifan was a little surprised when he suddenly learned about Song Jiro's background. But it's not the incident itself that's surprising. Rather, he was surprised that Song Jiro knew early on that she was not her biological child, but she was still so devoted to her adoptive parents. How kind does one have to be to do this? A certain corner of Yifan's heart couldn't help but soften a little. The meal was quickly finished and the Song couple went home on their own. Yifan drove Song Jiro back to school. On the way, Yifan couldn't help but ask about Song Jiro. Junior sister Song, although this is your family affair, I shouldn't interfere. But after all these years, have you ever thought about looking for your biological parents? A moment of loneliness appeared on Song Jiro's face. My parents are so good to me, they are my biological parents. As for other blood relationships, I don't want to think about them. I only look at the good that I can see in front of me. This was the first time Yifan saw the socially anxious Song Jiro express her thoughts so firmly. It seems that her relationship with the Song couple is really deep. What a good girl who values love and friendship. Yifan couldn't help but feel a little more pity for Song Jiro. Okay, then don't think about it. After Yifan finished speaking, he looked at several supercars speeding in one direction. Suddenly I thought there seemed to be a racing highway nearby. Junior sister Song, now that you are here, how about I take you to experience the feeling of speeding? It's just right for you to release your unhappy emotions. Yifan turned his head and gave Song Jiro a wicked smile. Song Jiro still hasn't realized what's going on. Yifan stepped on the accelerator and began to use his top racing skills, driving towards the racing highway with several rushing sports cars. Looking from far away inside the car, there were some flags on both sides of the racing highway. There were 2 cars getting ready at the starting point. Looks like he just made it in time for the game? Why not compete with them to see how top-notch your top racing skills are? On the other side, at the starting point of the racing highway, Gu Xinghuai was shouting at Shang Cheng in another car through his car window. Ching Ya, we have a deal. As long as I win first place, you will be my girlfriend. Everyone heard this clearly just now. Don't deny your debt if you lose later. Gu Xinghuai was full of confidence at this time. The vehicle he was driving now was the one that he had secretly modified a long time ago. The power is dozens of times stronger than before, and he will definitely win the game. Shang Qingye, who was in another bright purple car, heard what Gu Xinghuai said. He just calmly lowered the visor of his racing helmet to express his agreement. The referee fired an air gun and 2 cars sped out from the starting point at the same time. Shang Cheng also started off normally, and just like before, he left Gu Xinghuai behind from the beginning. However, when passing the first bend, Gu Xinghuai's car drifted and overtook her vehicle. Shang Cheng also faced this situation and couldn't help but frown. But when Gu Xinghuai overtook her car, the 2 cars were parallel at that moment. She clearly heard an engine sound that didn't sound right. Shang Qingye's eyes immediately turned cold. She immediately stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. Gu Xinghuai, who was in front, took the first place thanks to the powerful power of his modified sports car. The smile of success on his face couldn't stop rising. Qingye, now you have to be my girlfriend. Shang Qing also quickly caught up with his excellent racing skills. However, no matter how she operated, there was always a distance between her car and Gu Xinghuai's car. This made her more confident in her judgment. Shang Qingye's expression became more and more disdainful. But she would not give up and continued to chase after him. However, at this moment, a completely different engine sound quickly broke into her ears. And the voice was getting closer and closer to her. A Koenigsegg entered the second turn parallel to her at an incredible speed. After performing a drift without slowing down at all, the front of the car quickly straightened out and entered the straight. In less than 2 seconds, he caught up with Gu Xinghuai, who was about to enter the third turn. He directly took his path and flew into the last straight first. It is not an exaggeration to describe the speed of the Koenigsegg as flying. Because at this moment, from the naked eye, its driving posture looks like the 4 tires are not touching the ground at all. Shang Chang also looked at the Koenigsegg going away, and couldn't help being shocked. What shocked her the most was that she knew the owner of the Koenigsegg. Chapter 84. At the moment when Shang Qingye's car and Koenigsegg were parallel to each other at the second turn, she saw the man's profile clearly. It was Yifan who asked her for her WeChat ID during the last class. From childhood to adulthood, Shang Qing has never encountered many things that could cause her emotions to fluctuate. Being overtaken by Yifan's car today was considered a good thing. She is good at racing and has a good understanding of the performance of various sports cars. As a 4-seater car, Koenigsegg's speed should be difficult to surpass the lighter two-seater supercar she is driving now. And she heard the sound of the Koenigsegg's engine clearly just now. No modifications have been made. Therefore, Yifan, who drives it, can drive Koenigsegg with such speed and cornering skills. The only possibility is that Yifan's racing skills are already top-notch and beyond reproach. Shangqing has also participated in many large and small racing competitions. She has also met some powerful people. But none of them could be as outstanding as Yifan just now. It has completely reached the ultimate state of unity between man and car. Guxinghui, who was in front, was just feeling happy, but in the blink of an eye he saw a silver-gray car shadow flying past his car. Where the hell is this car from? Is it going to be reincarnated so fast? Guxinghui finished speaking while cursing. The Koenigsegg in front had already crossed the finish line first, and then sped away. After Guxinghui finished cursing, he drove into the final straight and rushed to the finish line. Phew! Fortunately, I'm still faster than Kiyoya's car. As soon as Guxinghui got out of the car, several rich second-generation followers immediately surrounded him. Congratulations, Mr. Gu, you finally got the beauty. Guxinghui was also very happy, so he crossed his arms and waited for his future girlfriend's car to cross the finish line. Shangchang also rushed to the line and got off the car, but when she saw Guxinghui walking towards her, Shangqing didn't even bother to look at him, he just took off his helmet and prepared to leave. Qingya, do you still remember what we just agreed on? Guxinghui rubbed his hands and stopped Shangqing from leaving. Shangchang also looked up at him after hearing this, and the tone of his words was so cold that it seemed that they could freeze into ice. I remember, but didn't we say that you can only be my boyfriend if you get first place? Obviously, you're not the first. Guxing thought of the Koenigsegg that had just caused trouble and quickly started to argue. No, Qingya, how can you calculate like that? Even though that Koenigsegg crossed the finish line first, we didn't compete with him. I beat you, isn't that enough? Shangqing couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. You beat me? Your engine is so loud, can you say you didn't do anything wrong? Guxinghui's little trick was exposed, and he felt guilty and stuttered for a moment. And, in my case, the number one car in this race is that Koenigsegg. If anyone is going to be my boyfriend, it's him and not you. Shangqing finished speaking, and the scene of Yifan asking for his WeChat ID appeared in his mind again. I originally thought that he was just rich and well-known, and was a suitable person to make friends with. I didn't expect that he could beat me in racing, and his skills were so impeccable. Shangchang is also a person who admires the strong. She had to admit that Yifan did arouse her interest. Guxinghui was also scolded by Shangchang. It was so embarrassing to be surrounded by the gazes of the rich second-generation minions. Damn it! This is all because of that damn Koenigsegg. Don't let me catch him. Otherwise I will make him pay next time. On the other side, Yifan sped down the racing road and drove back to Imperial Capital University. Song Jiro was sitting in the passenger seat, completely stunned. How can someone drive so fast? Her little heart was so scared that it almost stopped beating. When Yifan stopped the car steadily on the school road, Song Jiro still had a frightened expression. Yifan couldn't help but smile evilly as if he had succeeded in his prank. Junior sister Song, we're at school. Song Jiro quickly nodded blankly. Seeing this, Yifan got out of the car first and came to the passenger seat to pick her up. Song Jiro came back to her senses and got out of the car. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she couldn't help but feel weak. The whole person looked like he was losing balance and about to fall. Yifan was quick to support her, and Song Jiro just fell into Yifan's arms. Just when the students passing by had no time to feel envious and jealous, they saw Yifan directly pick up Princess Song Jiro in his arms. What the hell? What did I see? Brother Shinhao carried School Beauty Song in public like a princess. Does that mean School Beauty Song is the wife? Several students who were fortunate enough to see Koenigsegg taking the campus beauties to various places in the past few days began to speculate with great interest. The campus forum quickly became lively again. I've never been so jealous before. Carrying the school beauty like a princess. I can't even imagine how good it would feel to hold the School Beauty Song. Coward, I just dare to think. The students watching watched Yifan leave with Song Jiro in his arms. Various emotions of envy, jealousy, and jealousy quickly spread in one post after another. Song Jiro was carried by Yifan for a while before she came to her senses. His whole face quickly turned red. Ah, Brother Yi, I can walk by myself, please put me down. Song Jiro felt like she had just managed to suppress her heartbeat that was pounding with adrenaline. At this moment, her little heart beat faster because of Yifan's actions. Besides, I'm very heavy. You must be very tired if you hold me like this. After Yifan's genetic modification, his strength is hundreds of blocks ahead of that of ordinary people. Now holding Song Jiro, I feel so relaxed. Besides, apart from her 2 long legs that take up some space, this girl has no extra fat anywhere else. What's heavier? It's not heavy at all. Just stay still. Yifan carried Song Jiro all the way to the downstairs of her dormitory. Along the way, the 2 people's dazzling looks amazed the students passing by. When they arrived at the dormitory building, Yifan finally put Song Jiro down. However, Song Jiro didn't stand firmly and subconsciously grabbed Yifan's arm. It seems that, junior sister Song, you still want me to hold you for a while longer? Yifan teased with a deliberate wicked smile. No. No way. Brother, please don't talk nonsense. Song Jiro quickly protested shyly. However, in the eyes of others, her protest looked more like coquetry. Yifan looked at Song Jiro, who blushed and didn't dare to look at him, and was a little touched by her cuteness. The arm that Song Jiro was supporting suddenly exerted force and pulled her into his arms. Chapter 85. There is something Yifan has wanted to do for a long time. This is a very common sight downstairs in college girls' dormitories. Looking at Song Jiro's blushing face, Yifan suddenly wanted to see her look even more helpless. Song Jiro fell into Yifan's arms and raised her head with some confusion. Then she saw Yifan's face slowly enlarged in front of her. Yifan's warm lips directly covered her soft and pink lips. Song Jiro was stunned by Yifan's action. My eyes were wide open and I even forgot to breathe. Her mind was completely blank at this moment, and her face, neck and ears were completely red. Relax. Yifan's voice suddenly sounded beside her lips. Song Jiro didn't know how to think at all at this moment, so she just did whatever Yifan said. Under Yifan's guidance, he felt Song Jiro's clumsy response. Yifan put his hands around Song Jiro's waist and rubbed it. The feeling of a pure campus romance with Song Jiro actually made him feel truly heart-pounding. The charm of his junior sister is greater than he imagined. And she is really stupid. She just does whatever she is told. If you don't keep an eye on a silly girl like this, you won't be kidnapped by someone in the future and not even know it, right? Yifan took advantage of the situation and moved his lips and tongue a little deeper. He clearly felt the woman's body in his arms soften all of a sudden. The temperature of the skin that can be touched also becomes hot instantly. Song Jiro felt that her head was a little dizzy from the kiss. Her legs began to feel weak again, and she subconsciously stretched out her arms to hug Yifan's waist. Yifan chuckled and his attack became more fierce. He didn't let go of Song Jiro until he felt that the woman in his arms was having difficulty breathing. When I brought Song Jiro back just now, the evening sky was getting darker. The place where the 2 people were standing was also blocked by the hanging leaves. Therefore, the 2 of them were not disturbed much and were fully engaged. At this time, the 2 of them were a little distance apart, and Yifan saw that there was a somewhat dazed look on Song Jiro's plump and rosy little face. There was a feeling as if my heart was being rubbed hard again. In a sense, this woman was indeed the most enchanting existence to him. Song Jiro gradually regained consciousness. When she realized what had just happened between her and Yifan, she felt her face burning with heat. Especially when she saw Yifan's particularly conspicuous lips, all the memories that made her legs weak came flooding back to her. You, me, we. Song Jiro wished there was a hole in the ground for her to crawl into. How come I kissed my senior brother? This is too shameful. And not only did she not refuse, she seemed to. I also particularly enjoy the way I put myself into it. Ah, what happened to me all of a sudden? Seeing that Song Jiro was just as he expected, he blushed and was so shy that he didn't know what to do. I turned around in circles several times, not knowing what to do next. Yifan chuckled and reached out to hug Song Jiro in his arms. The height difference between the 2 was just enough for Song Jiro to bury her head on Yifan's shoulder. If we say that when they were kissing just now, Song Jiro was a little overwhelmed to react for a moment. But now when Yifan hugged her, Song Jiro realized it very clearly. I didn't want to reject this embrace at all, but instead I felt inexplicably reluctant to leave. Seeing the little girl quietly letting him hold her, Yifan hugged Song Jiro even tighter. As if to rub it into my body. Song Jiro finally reached out her hand and gently wrapped her arms around Yifan's waist. The two looked like any other couple in love on campus. After a long time, Yifan let go of Songjiro and watched her go up the stairs. The two said nothing, yet it seemed as if they had said everything. Songjiro returned to the dormitory with a sweet smile. Several roommates immediately came over with their cell phones in hand. 0. Someone just posted a photo of you being carried like a princess by the rich man on the forum. Are you already with him? Songjiro listened to her roommate's questions and recalled what happened with Yifan. My face turned red again unconsciously. 0. You actually blushed. It seems that what everyone said is true. Jiro, you are so amazing. You usually keep quiet and don't interact with boys, but I didn't expect you to get such a big one in one go. And I heard that this rich guy is really handsome in real life. Can you tell us, is he really handsome? For example, which artist does he look like? Oh, just tell us. Several roommates quickly pestered Songjiro to dig out more details. Oh no, stop guessing. Songjiro shyly ran back to her little bed, and several roommates who were keen on gossip surrounded her again. There is only one female roommate who always paints her nails. Not only did he not participate in the gossip, he also shot Songjiro unfriendly and jealous looks from time to time. Yifan left Songjiro's dormitory building and was on his way back to the school road where the Koenigsegg was parked. Received an invitation to attend the shareholders' meeting of Imperial Capital University the next day. My goodness, he almost forgot that he also has shares in Imperial Capital University. How much is it? It seems to be a 65% stake? Yifan called up the system information and took a look, and it was indeed true. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well join in. Yifan pressed the button to confirm participation. Then he drove the Koenigsegg back to his penthouse duplex in Golden Mile Mansion to enjoy a private chef dinner and an exclusive single SPA. The next morning, Yifan set out from Jinyu Huafu. Go to Imperial Capital University to attend the shareholders' meeting. Just as the Koenigsegg was about to pass the zebra crossing on the street, Yifan saw an old lady who was halfway through the road and was so anxious that she didn't know what to do because the green light turned red. A black BMW happened to be blocked by the old lady, and the owner immediately honked the horn impatiently at the old lady. The car owner even stuck his head out of the window and yelled at the old lady. You old man, can't you walk faster? If your legs and feet are not in good condition, don't go out. Do you know how much money I will lose if you block my way? The old lady was already panicking, and after being scolded by the BMW owner, she became even more at a loss. Yifan couldn't stand it anymore when he saw the car owner's aggressive look. Drive the car directly in front of the BMW and block it. If the two car heads were any closer, a collision would occur. Yifan opened the door, got out of the car, walked to the old lady and helped her, then pointed at the BMW owner and started to teach him a lesson. What are you barking about? Can't an old man walk a little slower and show some understanding? Come on, bark one more time. Chapter 86. When the BMW owner saw the Koenigsegg that Yifan was driving, which was extremely expensive for him, he naturally didn't dare to say anything. I had no choice but to retract my head and wait obediently. After saying that, Yifan patiently went to support his grandmother. It's okay, Grandma. I'll help you over now. Don't worry. The most important thing is to get through safely. Thank you, kind young man. The old lady was so moved that her eyes turned red. With Yifan's help, she finally finished walking on this zebra crossing, which was unusually long for her. Seeing that the old lady had crossed the road safely, Yifan returned to his Koenigsegg. The BMW owner accidentally made eye contact with Yifan and immediately looked away in fear. Not far from the two cars, there was a Rolls-Royce. An old man saw the whole process of Yifan upholding justice and couldn't help but remember the face of this young man. These days, there aren't many young people with such a strong sense of justice. And he looks like he comes from a well-off family, unlike those rich second-generation rascals who only bully others by taking advantage of their power. He's a good kid. After the old man sighed, the green light that the Rolls-Royce was waiting for also lit up. It unexpectedly coincided with the direction Koenigsegg was heading. After Yifan parked his car in the school parking lot, he prepared to go to the first administrative building where the shareholders' meeting would be held. Yifan only took a few steps out of the parking lot and past the playground. Their way was blocked by Mao Zedong, Sun Jiajing, and a group of their followers. When Yifan took a look, he realized that these people were old acquaintances. What's the matter? You were just beaten up by the bodyguards last time, and now you're feeling the pain again? Yifan asked sarcastically. When Sun Jiajing heard Yifan's words, he immediately became excited. Yifan, you are a man who relies on women for protection, and you dare to act so arrogantly in front of us, right? If you hadn't happened to run into Miss Tang last time, do you think you would have been safe until today? Without the protection of school beauty Tang today, I wonder how long you can keep being stubborn. The students on the playground saw that there seemed to be something exciting to watch here. They gathered around. It turned out to be a duel between Mao Zijuan, Sun Jiajing and others and Yifan alone. This handsome guy is so pitiful. With so many people targeting him alone, isn't it obvious that they are bullying him? You don't know, this guy flirted with all 4 school beauties in our grade class before, he was so rampant. Is that so? He really should be taught a lesson. After all, taking away the school beauty is no different from taking away my wife. A few boys who knew something about the situation immediately gathered around to watch with a look of gloating. Who told Yifan to be so bold that he actually dared to make an enemy of all the boys in the school? Those are 4 school beauties. Not a single one was left. How could they accept this? Some relatively neutral students looked at Yifan being surrounded by so many people. Everyone couldn't help but worry about him in advance. There are so many people. Even if this handsome guy is good at fighting, he can't fight alone against so many people. Oh, that's right. What a pity. Looking at those people who are coming to beat him up, they are so fierce and they look like they won't stop until they kill him. This handsome guy is in great danger. Sun Jiajing listened to the speeches of his classmates and laughed wildly at Yifan. Let me tell you, Yifan. I received some inside information. At this time, the school's top management will focus on holding the shareholders' meeting. This is the perfect time for us to deal with you. You are here, and no one can help you. Sun Jiajing and his companions burst into laughter like brainless villains. Yifan asked with a serious look of doubt. Aren't you afraid that I'm just going to attend the shareholders' meeting? After Yifan said this, Sun Jiajing and others laughed even louder. You're attending the shareholders' meeting? We're here to duel with you, not to listen to your jokes, okay? Okay, stop wasting time with your nonsense. Anyway, you have to take the beating today. After Sun Jiajing finished speaking, he immediately walked up to his younger brothers. The last time Yifan damaged his fingers, some of their bones have not recovered yet. He has never been beaten in his life. How could he not hate Yifan, whom he looked down upon, for being treated like this? So this time he had already made an agreement with several brothers. Let a few younger brothers hold Yifan down first, and then I will break his 5 fingers. Xiao Wu, Xiao Si, DFA, the 3 of you go first and hold him down. Yes. Big brother. The 3 younger brothers who were called immediately walked towards Yifan aggressively. The students who were watching were afraid that they would be affected by the fight, so they quickly stepped aside to make room for Sun Jiajing and his companions. Yifan looked at the 3 boys of different heights, weights, and bodies walking towards him. I couldn't help but shook my head. Why bother? I'm going to be this grandson's scapegoat first. The 3 of them suddenly looked at each other, then rushed up together and tried to control Yifan by holding down his arms and legs respectively. However, in Yifan's eyes, the actions of the 3 people were as slow as a snail. Yifan took a step back and punched with his right fist. As soon as he turned his body, he punched Xiaohu and Xiaosi, who were trying to grab his arms, and knocked them away one by one. He used another sweeping kick, which knocked Dafa to the ground. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, and the 3 of them were beaten up by Yifan and couldn't get up. The faces of the students watching were all shocked. What happens? How come they didn't see anything? The 3 boys who were about to hit someone were all thrown away. They are all lying on the ground, looking like they are either dead or disabled. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan looked at this scene, with a moment of hesitation and fear in their eyes. This Yifan seemed to be much stronger than before when he was bullied by them. But then I remembered that they brought so many people this time. As long as you do it all together, there will be no problem. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan exchanged glances and no longer thought about removing Yifan's fingers first. He shouted directly, "Brothers, come together." The 2 of them, along with nearly 10 younger brothers behind them, immediately rushed towards Yifan. It's over, this handsome guy is really going to be finished. This side is too tasteless. More than 10 people fighting against 1 person, it would be a miracle if that handsome guy could win. Oh, let's just stand further away, or we might get hurt by mistake. The students watching expressed their sympathy for Yifan, who was isolated and helpless. He immediately pulled the students who were also watching the fun nearby and quickly took a few steps back. Yi Fan looked at the group of people rushing towards him and saw Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing at the front. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he had an idea. Chapter 87. It's too tiring to fight them one by one. Then I'll just treat you two as tools. Yi Fan sneered, and with his hands he easily grabbed Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who rushed over first. The two tried to break free, but found that Yi Fan was terrifyingly strong. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move an inch. Yi Fan. You. The two also wanted to make verbal threats. Before they could finish their words, Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing suddenly felt their feet leave the ground. The students watching were also horrified. Because Yi Fan had already held Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing's hands on the left and right, and lifted them up. What the hell? What kind of strongman is this? However, just when everyone thought about it, Yi Fan controlled Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan with his hands. There is no other way to resist the attacks from other brothers. The next second, Yi Fan directly let go of the two people he was holding with his left and right hands. Like a baseball bat, he knocked away the next few brothers who rushed up one by one. Every time someone was knocked away, Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing's bodies were under pressure. All my internal organs hurt. Before Yi Fan got tired of beating them, the two men were already in so much pain that they couldn't bear it anymore and begged for mercy. Ha! Are you going to stop now? You guys are not in good physical condition like this. Besides, since so many of you guys have been mobilized, I must give you all the benefits, right? That's only fair. So Yi Fan continued to swing the two men's bodies left and right, until they were used to defeat all the 10 younger brothers brought by the two men. At this time, Yi Fan threw the two of them to the open space next to him. Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing were already on the verge of vomiting blood from the impact, and their internal injuries were immediately aggravated by the collision. The students who were watching were just stunned with their mouths wide open. No one has any extra expressions anymore. Using people as bats, one person easily beat more than 10 people on the opposite side and made them unable to fight back. Oh my god, what kind of horrible existence is this? Yi Fan happened to look around, and the students who were watching immediately took a few steps back. If I retreated just now, it was because I was afraid of accidentally hurting them in a fight. If they retreat now, it means they are really too afraid of Yi Fan's strength. Yi Fan stood there and brushed off the dust on his body. Sun Jiajing didn't expect that even with so many people, he still couldn't deal with Yi Fan. He was afraid, but at the same time he couldn't swallow this. He immediately glanced at his younger brother who was mixed in the crowd and did not participate in the fight. When I received the signal, I immediately left the scene in a hurry to inform the dean. Yi Fan glanced at the person lying on the ground, and his expression became serious. Sun Jiajing, if you keep trying to cause trouble for me in our dormitory, I promise that you will experience the same ending as today, 1,000 times over. Besides being the big brother, what have you given these little brothers other than letting them get beaten up with you? Don't be so old and still be so short-sighted and only know how to bully your classmates. The classmates around him listened to Yi Fan's words and were inexplicably infected by his righteousness. I felt a little ashamed that I just did it for the sake of watching the fun. I think what this handsome guy said is right. We should get along harmoniously with each other. Why do we have to fight to the death like this? Yes, and more than 10 people came to duel with the handsome guy alone. This is really too much. If the handsome guy himself is not strong enough, if it were any other student, wouldn't he have been beaten half to death by now? Some students began to reflect on themselves. I thought that if I encountered a similar situation in the future, I could tell the teacher or try to mediate. At least don't be an indifferent bystander. When Sun Jiajing heard the criticism from people around him, his face turned very ugly. He didn't dare to look up because he was afraid that Yi Fan would hit him again. But his mind was still filled with the thought that when his uncle, the Dean of Studies, came, he would definitely kill Yi Fan. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Fan was too lazy to even glance at them anymore and prepared to leave. At this time, their grade's head teacher, Zhang Jin, ran over breathlessly with a boy. Blocked Yi Fan's way. Student Yi Fan. This classmate told me that you beat up a classmate here on the playground, right? After Zhang Jin finished speaking, he saw more than a dozen people lying on the ground. Especially after seeing Sun Jiajing, his face changed drastically. Director Zhan. You've come just in time, please come and administer justice. Look at what Yi Fan has done to us. Sun Jiajing quickly took advantage of the situation to play the victim. When Zhang Jin saw that Sun Jiajing was so injured that he couldn't even stand up, he immediately pointed at Yi Fan and yelled angrily. "You are such a jerk, Yi Fan. You are so arrogant in broad daylight at school. You beat up your classmates like this. Do you know how big a mistake you made?" The students who were watching watched Zhang Jin pointing at Yi Fan and cursing him. Everyone thinks this is a bit unfair. Some students began to speak out the truth they saw. "Teacher, we just watched the whole process. It was this student sitting on the ground who first brought a dozen classmates to duel with Yi. Student Yi hit them just to protect himself." "Yes, teacher. I can testify to that, too." Several classmates immediately stood up to speak for Yi Fan. "Teacher, I even took a video here. It's clear from the video that it was that student who deliberately wanted to bully student Yi first." A girl showed Zhang Jin the video footage she had taken with her mobile phone. However, Zhang Jin simply slapped her phone away. "How do I know if you guys are working together to help this violent guy lie and get away with it? Anyway, what I saw when I came here is that the classmates you said came to settle accounts with Yi Fan are now all lying here seriously injured. Yi Fan must bear the greatest responsibility. Now, Sun Jiajing, Mao Zijuan, and Yi Fan, you come with me to the grade office." After Zhang Jin finished speaking, he didn't listen to the speeches of other students who were watching, and walked towards the teaching building on his own. Sun Jiajing glared at Yi Fan fiercely, and then he and Mao Zijuan followed behind Zhang Jin, supporting each other like brothers. Yi Fan shrugged, knowing that he would not be the one to be taught a lesson anyway. Then let us see what crime the dean will accuse himself of in the end. The students who were watching couldn't help but worry as they watched Yi Fan leaving. This teacher is too indiscriminate. That's right. How can you wrongly accuse someone like this? I hope that handsome guy can get justice in the end. Yi Fan and the other two followed Zhang Jin to the grade office. Before Zhang Jin could speak, Yi Fan received a call. When I picked up the phone, I found out it was the principal calling. Chapter 88. When the call was connected, the respectful voice of the president of Imperial Capital University came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Director Yi Fan Yi? I am Xiaodong Ruichang, the president of Imperial Capital University. Mr. Yi, the other shareholders are almost all here. When will you be here?" Dong Ruichang's tone was extremely cautious. Although he already knew from the information that the largest shareholder who currently owns the most shares in Imperial Capital University is a senior male student in the school. But students are one thing. The identity of this director is honest and trustworthy. No matter how young the other person is, or even nominally his or her student. He, Dong Ruichang, also had to call himself Xiaodong in front of Yi Fan to show his respect to him. When Yi Fan heard the principal's question, he chose to answer honestly. "Oh, principal. I'm in the senior year teacher's office right now. I can't leave here. The dean won't let me go. He said I made a big mistake and he wants to punish me." When Dong Ruichang heard this, he was so frightened that he almost dropped his phone. "Mr. Yi, please wait for me for a moment. I'll be there right away. There must be a misunderstanding here." "Okay, then come on, I'll wait for you." Yi Fan answered casually and hung up the phone. Zhang Jin saw that Yi Fan was not afraid at all, but was making a phone call and saying some delusional words. Suddenly I was so angry again. "Yi Fan. You are so disrespectful now, aren't you? The teacher hasn't taught you yet, but you're already answering the phone here. You really don't take me seriously, right?" Yi Fan also wanted to respect Zhang Jin. But just now on the playground, he ignored the students around him who were trying to prove his innocence and insisted that it was his fault. Yi Fan knew that this Zhang Jin must be the school high-ranking relative that Sun Jiajing always used to bully his classmates. There is really no need for him to respect a teacher who provides his juniors with capital to do evil. "Teacher Zhang, just tell me how you want to punish me. After all, Sun Jiajing is one of your own, and everyone present knows that." Zhang Jin's true identity was exposed by Yi Fan at once, and his face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Seeing that Yi Fan knew about his relationship with the dean, Sun Jiajing naturally would not hide it anymore. "Yi Fan, you are not stupid. That's right. The dean of studies is my uncle. You don't really think that I can't deal with you just because you're stronger. My uncle is here, and you've hurt us like this, so you'll be fired." Seeing that he had someone to support him, Mao Zijuan immediately became more assertive. "That's right. You are only one semester away from graduation in your senior year, but you were expelled. Yifan, I'm afraid you have no future in your life. As Mao Zijuan spoke, he and Sun Jiajing burst into laughter. Zhang Jin coughed and told the two to stop being so ostentatious. The two of them stopped laughing, but looking at Yifan's expression, he looked like a smug villain. Yifan, stop trying to excuse yourself with sweet words and guesswork. You have seriously damaged the school spirit and discipline of our Imperial Capital University by beating up your classmates. As the teacher in charge of your school's style and discipline, it is only right for me to punish you. Your behavior is extremely bad, so I will inform your parents that you are being expelled from the Imperial Capital. I will report the details to the principal and the higher-ups. This matter cannot be undone. Zhang Jin recalled what Sun Jiajing had asked him to do before, that he would beat Yifan to death after catching him. Yifan was directly given the maximum punishment that a student could receive. Who asked him to mess with his own nephew? Of course he would help his relative instead of the nephew. After Zhang Jin finished speaking, a loud shout suddenly came from the office door. Wait! You are not allowed to fire me. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. Dong Ruichang rushed in with a look of panic on his face, and immediately pointed at Zhang Jin and started cursing. Zhang Jin! Are you really that bold? Who allowed you to expel students at will? When Zhang Jin saw the principal questioning him, a look of confusion appeared on his face. I have never seen such a big reaction from the principal in any of the punishments I have arranged at school before. Why was he so excited now, calling his own name and scolding himself in front of these students? Principal, Yifan. Just as Zhang Jin was about to report to Dong Ruichang what he had exaggerated about what Yifan had done, he saw the principal reaching out to tell him to shut up. And do you know the true identity of this classmate Yi whom you want to expel? Dong Ruichang's questioning made Zhang Jin even more confused. Real identity? He's just an ordinary senior student, what kind of real identity can he have? Just as Zhang Jin was about to answer, he was interrupted by Dong Ruichang with an angry face. Dong Ruichang came in front of Yifan and bowed deeply, then began to explain with a knife hand gesture. Zhang Jin, listen to me. The student Yi standing in front of you is not only an outstanding senior student at our Imperial Capital University. At the same time, he is also the shareholder who owns the most shares in our entire Imperial Capital University. In other words, he is the undisputed largest shareholder among our Imperial Capital University's top management. Dong Ruichang's sonorous and powerful voice came out. The other three people in the office were stunned for a moment. Then, the entire space fell into silence. Principal, are you serious? Zhang Jin asked in disbelief. Dong Ruichang was almost pissed off at Zhang Jin, and he started scolding him again. As a principal, when have I ever told a lie? At our shareholders meeting today, all shareholders are looking forward to Director Ye's participation the most. But because of you, the shareholders meeting has not even started yet. The deafening truth reached the ears of the three people. Zhang Jin looked at Yifan's calm smile and suddenly his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Sun Jiajing also showed the most frightened expression ever, and his body began to tremble. Not to mention Mao Zijuan, he was so scared that his adrenaline rushed. Even the place where I was originally injured no longer felt any pain. Only then did the two men react. Yifan just told them on the playground to go to attend the shareholders' meeting. It is the truth that couldn't be more true. Now they are completely dead. What Mao Zijuan just shouted was that Yifan's life no longer has a future. Soon it will become a true portrayal of their two lives. Dong Ruichang carefully observed Yifan's expression. At this moment, his mobile phone just received an anonymous video of a gang fight. He immediately turned towards the three people in anger, and made up his mind to punish them. Chapter 89. You are so good, Zhang Jin. I didn't expect that as the school's dean, you would be so confused about right and wrong. I have received the video sent by the students. I originally thought that there was some misunderstanding about you preventing Mr. Yi from attending the meeting. I didn't expect that you would frame Mr. Yi in order to protect your own children. Open your eyes and look carefully. In this video, who is bullying the minority with the majority, and who is blocking whom from leaving? Dong Ruichang slammed the image on his phone screen in front of Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin knew very well that he was the one who was intentionally trying to get Yifan. He quickly raised his eyes and glanced at his phone, then buried his head in fear. Seeing Zhang Jin was so scared, Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan were even more terrified. When Dong Ruichang saw Zhang Jin's guilty look, the truth of the matter became clear to him. Jean. Since you are so reckless about the heavy responsibility of the position given to you by the school, I now officially announce that you will be completely removed from the list of promotion candidates previously drawn up by the school. In addition, the school will officially notify you of your misconduct and abuse of power for personal gain and expel you, and the entire Imperial Capital's higher education community will be informed of this at the same time. As soon as Dong Ruichang finished speaking, Jean collapsed completely. After this operation, no school would dare to hire me anymore. The Imperial Capital has completely blocked all his escape routes. Jean regretted it to the extreme at this moment. I should have known that Yifan's identity was so extraordinary. Even if he had hundreds of courage, he would not do such a thing for that good-for-nothing nephew. After Dong Ruichang finished speaking, his gaze shifted to Sun Jiajing and the other man who were trembling beside them. Student Sun, Student Mao. You two openly gathered together to fight and bully your classmates on campus, which has caused extremely serious and negative impact on the image of our Imperial Capital University. As the principal, I am now expelling the two of you who initiated this incident. As for the other students who caused trouble with you, they will all be given serious warnings. After Dong Ruichang officially decided to expel them, Sun Jiajing and his companions felt as if the sky had fallen on them, and they cried and begged for mercy. Principal. We still have 1 semester left before graduation. If you really expel us, what will happen to our future? That's right, Principal. Please forgive us. We really know we were wrong. He was expelled from Imperial Capital University, a university with so many connections and influence, and he was expelled just when he was about to graduate. If this matter gets out, even if they still want to get into other universities to get their diplomas, other colleges and universities won't dare to accept them. Seeing that the principal was completely indifferent, Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan reacted. They quickly knelt down in front of Yifan and kowtowed to admit their mistakes, hoping that Yifan could speak up for them. In the past, they could never have imagined that there would be a day when they would kneel down to Yifan. Boss Yi. After all, we are classmates. Please forgive us this time. Yifan snorted coldly, save you this time? You have been doing evil for 4 years in the Imperial Capital. Bullying classmates, molesting girls, haven't you done enough of these things before? Now that the knife is stuck in your body, do you feel the pain? Only then did Dong Ruichang realize from Yifan's words that these two people were habitual school bullies. And this is definitely not the first or second time that Jean has acted as a protective umbrella. He was immediately furious again. I really didn't expect that there are so many dark corners in my Imperial Capital. It's really my fault as the principal. Sun Jiajing, Mao Zijuan. Not only will we expel you from the Imperial Capital, we will also set up a special team to thoroughly investigate your previous bad behavior. Including you, Jean. You have repeatedly shielded them from the damage they have caused to our Imperial Capital's image. I will also send the relevant legal team to investigate you to the end. The 3 people who were already slumped on the ground were now completely dumbfounded. Why did they end up in a worse situation after begging for mercy? Jean was so angry at Sun Jiajing's self-righteous behavior that he rushed over and slapped him twice. By the way, have you two ever wondered why Kai hasn't been playing with you guys lately? Sure enough, the brotherhood among villains is so fake and funny. Yifan pretended not to mention it. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan only realized it at this time. It is obvious that Kai already knew Yifan's power, and yet he watched them seek death. The two of them were so angry that their teeth were itching. After the principal officially announced the punishment results for the 3 people, they were also kicked out of the office. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan ignored the pain in their bodies and rushed straight back to the dormitory. The 2 men pulled Kai out of bed and beat him up. And because he was going to be fired anyway, they were extremely ruthless in their attack on Kai. On the other side, the students who were still worried about Yifan's situation near the playground were extremely excited when they heard the notice about the punishment of Sun Jiajing and the other 2. The female classmate who filmed the video was worried that Yifan would be treated unfairly. So he chose to post the video of the duel scene online. Now that justice has been served, she quickly wanted to delete the short video she had uploaded. However, when she clicked on her homepage, she found that the video she had just posted, Yifan easily fought back against a dozen people, had received 10,000 likes. Even the number of likes is still increasing at a terrifying rate. Netizens left messages in the comments section, saying that in this society where school bullying is rampant, this kind of positive energy of resistance is needed. Therefore, the female classmate did not delete the video. Later, the video exceeded 1 million views in just one day, achieving popularity in a small circle. In the senior year office. After all the punishment arrangements were made, Dong Ruichang dared to come over and personally greet Yifan to go to the meeting room of the shareholders' meeting. By the way, Mr. Yi, because of your special identity, we have shielded your name and personal information at the highest level on the campus network to avoid risks. Do you think this arrangement is okay? Or do you need to relax a bit? After hearing this, Yifan finally understood why his Koenigsegg had been discussed so many times on the campus website. His own name and class were rarely revealed. That's fine. Just keep it the same. After all, I'm still a student now, so I can live more comfortably on campus this way. After being praised by Yifan, Dong Ruichang finally relaxed a lot. Fortunately, there is one thing that makes Mr. Yi satisfied. As the two of them talked, they soon arrived at the door of the shareholders' meeting room. Chapter 90. Mr. Yi. Please come in. Yifan nodded and walked into the meeting room at Dong Ruichang's invitation. When the shareholders sitting in the conference room heard the noise, they all looked over. After seeing who was coming, everyone's face was filled with puzzlement. Principal Dong, didn't you say you were going to see Mr. Yi? Why did you bring a student with you? That's right. It's getting late. Principal Dong should hurry up and find Director Yi. Looking at the reactions of the shareholders, Dong Ruichang quickly cleared his throat and invited Yifan to the main seat and said, Dear shareholders, let me introduce this to you. This is our Imperial Capital University's new largest shareholder, Chairman Yifan Yi. He also happens to be a senior student at our Imperial Capital University. What? The shareholders were frightened by Dong Ruichang's introduction. Is this young man in front of me the boss who bought 65% of the shares of Imperial Capital University in one fell swoop? And he is actually a student, and happens to be studying at Imperial Capital University. This is too outrageous. All the shareholders immediately stood up and bowed to Yifan to greet him. Among them was a shareholder who was obviously older. After being shocked, he felt a little surprised and admired after seeing Yifan's appearance clearly. Isn't this young man the one he saw while sitting in the car this morning, the one who took the initiative to get out of the car to help the old lady cross the road? This shareholder was none other than the old man sitting in the Rolls-Royce that morning in Shangtian, the patriarch of the Ni family, one of the 7 great families in the imperial capital. After greeting each other, the shareholders sat down. Shangtian's eyes were still curiously fixed on Yifan. Unexpectedly, this young man was not the rich second generation as he thought, but a rising star in the industry who had made his own way. The admiration in his eyes became stronger and stronger. It would be great if such an outstanding young man could catch the eye of my granddaughter. In this way, Lang Yu wouldn't have to work so hard to manage the entire group alone. The main reason for this shareholders' meeting was that everyone wanted to meet this Mr. Yi, whom they had never met before. As for the rest of the meeting, it was about listening to Dong Ruichang and some senior executives report on the school's recent scientific research achievements and cooperation projects. During the meeting, Tang Xiao sent a message to Yifan. Yifan, the Ferrari you gave me has been delivered to school. It's just that my driving skills are not very good yet. Are you free recently? Can I ask you to teach me? Yifan looked at the message and smiled faintly. This little girl is quite good at making excuses. Okay, I'm in a meeting at the school's administration building right now, so just come and see me later. When Tang Xiao saw Yifan's approval, she was extremely happy. But when I saw him say that he was in a meeting in the administrative building, I felt a little confused. Do students in school also need to go to that kind of place for meetings? Forget it. As long as I can meet Yifan, it's fine. Tang Xiao smiled and sent back an emoticon of an obedient nod, then rushed to the administrative building on time. After the meeting, all the shareholders lined up to say goodbye to Yifan, hoping to make themselves known to the public. When most people had left, Shangtian slowly came to Yifan and handed him his business card. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Shangtian. Would it be convenient for us to get to know each other? Shangtian looks like he is about the same age as Yifan's grandfather. Yifan, who has always known how to respect the elderly and love the young, immediately showed more respect than when facing other shareholders. And if his surname is Ni, if he guessed correctly, then this person must be Ni Lang Yue's grandfather. Hello, Grandpa Ni. Shangtian was surprised by Yifan's address to him, and his heart instantly felt warm. Although he is the largest shareholder, he is not arrogant at all and is even willing to call him Grandpa Ni. The more Ni Shangtian looked at Yi Fan, the more he admired him. "Mr. Yi, you are too polite. I think you look kind and I have a good impression of you, so I dared to come here and make your acquaintance. I hope you don't mind." "No, I should have greeted you first." Yi Fan was very polite and looked neither humble nor arrogant. Ni Shangtian smiled with relief and was just about to exchange a few more words to find out more about Yi Fan's situation. Tang Xiao skipped to the door of the meeting room. "Yi Fan." Yi Fan and Ni Shangtian looked at her at the same time. Tang Xiao ran to Yi Fan excitedly, and then she saw Ni Shangtian next to him. "Grandpa Ni. You are here too?" Tang Xiao casually took Yi Fan's arm and greeted Ni Shangtian. Ni Shangtian looked at Tang Xiao, whose heart and eyes were filled with Yi Fan, and guessed about 80% of the situation in his mind. Yao, you and Mr. Yi, are you in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?" Tang Xiao didn't expect Ni Shangtian to ask her about her relationship with Yi Fan so directly, and her face turned red instantly. No, Grandpa and I, we haven't even started yet." Tang Xiao answered, but her eyes kept secretly glancing at Yi Fan. The fact that she liked Yi Fan should have been very obvious in front of him. But Yi Fan never seemed to show any interest in her in front of her. This is also the reason why she always finds excuses to come to Yi Fan from time to time. And her answer just now clearly showed that she hoped to take their relationship to the next level. She hoped that Yi Fan would admit or add something after she said this. But Yi Fan did not respond to the topic between her and Grandpa Ni. Tang Xiao couldn't help feeling a little depressed. When Ni Shangtian heard Tang Xiao's answer, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. From this perspective, my granddaughter still has a good chance. Okay, Mr. Yi, let's talk more next time if we have the chance. Ni Shangtian left, and as he walked, he began to think about what occasion could bring Yi Fan and Ni Lingyue together. Tang Xiao watched Ni Shangtian leave, then turned to ask Yi Fan in confusion. "Yi Fan, how come you suddenly got to know Grandpa Ni? And why did he call you Director Yi? Could it be that he also knows your identity as the director of Bali Real Estate?" "Oh, that's not it. We just happened to be here for the shareholders meeting of Imperial Capital University, so we bumped into each other and got to know each other." "Wait, you said you were here for a shareholders meeting?" Tang Xiao's face was full of surprise. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Yi Fan asked indifferently. "Oh my goodness, can I ask, approximately how many shares do you own?" "Not a lot, about 65%. Hearing this number, Tang Xiao's heart completely exploded. 65% of the shares of Imperial Capital University, Yi Fan actually said it was not much. This is the Imperial University. It has great value. Chapter 91. Imperial Capital University can be said to be the best university in the entire Imperial Capital. The students admitted every year are either from wealthy families with good backgrounds, or top students whose grades are far better than the admission line of other ordinary universities, or excellent special recruits with special talents. There are 4 people in Yi Fan's dormitory, and Yi Fan has the best grades now. But the other 3 roommates were also top students from their hometowns. It is also because several people in their dormitory were admitted based on their own hard work. That was why they had been bullied by Sher Kai's dormitory because of their family background. With such high standards for selecting admitted students, Imperial Capital University has cultivated countless outstanding talents from all walks of life. Their inclusion of students from existing backgrounds and identities successfully enriched the network of contacts at Imperial Capital University. This creates a positive cycle. Therefore, it can be said that the vast majority of the upper class in the Imperial Capital, whether outstanding newcomers or old bosses, have close ties with the Imperial Capital. This is also the reason why Tang Xiao was shocked that Yi Fan held so many shares in Imperial Capital University at such a young age. To acquire more than half of the shares of Imperial Capital University is definitely not something that can be accomplished simply by having money. It also requires the coordination of various personal connections in the Imperial Capital as celebrity circles. Looking at the 7 great families in the entire Imperial Capital, only the Shangguan family and the Luo family, which are ranked in the top 2, have such power. But if they really want to acquire the company, it will be a thankless task for them, as it will require too many family resources and manpower. And now, Yi Fan alone has accomplished what the top families would have to do with all their efforts. How could Tang Xiao not be shocked? Her admiration for Yi Fan became more and more intense. "By the way, didn't you ask me to teach you how to drive? Where's the car?" Yi Fan looked at the little girl staring at him in a daze, and simply reached out and tapped her little head. I don't know what this girl is thinking about. She looks at him with starry eyes all day long. But you know what, this kind of gaze sometimes makes him feel strangely comfortable. Only then did Tang Xiao come back to her senses. The staff who brought us here said that we are parked at the entrance to the school road leading out of the administration building. You promised to teach them, so you can't just teach them carelessly. Tang Xiao quickly took the opportunity to act coquettishly. Yifan smiled and stretched out his hand to scratch her nose bridge. Don't worry, I will definitely teach you step by step. Yifan deliberately emphasized the three words hand in hand, and Tang Xiao couldn't help blushing in anticipation. When they arrived at the school entrance, they saw the bright red Ferrari from afar. At this time, a large group of classmates had gathered around the Ferrari to admire the sports car. Wow! Another supercar worth just over 20 million. This model is so smooth and cool. Yeah. I know there are a lot of rich people in this school, but there are too many of them lately. I remember that the rich second generations in school used to drive cars that cost a little over $1 million, and usually 10 million was the most. How come nowadays, they can only drive cars that cost less than 20 million? What do you think? Could it be that the school has secretly recruited some new and powerful person? Everyone was talking about it. Tang Xiao took out the car key and pressed the button for the Ferrari in the crowd. Please make way. As soon as Tang Xiao spoke, everyone saw the car keys in her hand. Only then did she realize that this Ferrari was hers. I didn't expect this car to belong to School Beauty Tang. TSK, you're out of touch with the information. He was born into a rich family, so it's not surprising for him to buy a sports car. Who is this person next to her? Everyone noticed Yifan, who was obviously outstanding in appearance and temperament, beside Tang Xiao, and they couldn't help but become curious. Some sour remarks couldn't help but float out. I'm so envious. She's already on the list of rich women at such a young age. Isn't this the pinnacle of life? Of course, I can also get a taste of supercars. But if you ask me, School Belle Tang is just playing around. Although this man can ride in a supercar now, the car is not his. If School Belle Tang dumps him, it will all be for nothing. What you said makes sense. As expected, it is only reliable if you work hard for it yourself. Several boys looked at Yifan and laughed sarcastically. How could Tang Xiao tolerate these words? She immediately handed the car keys to Yifan and said delicately, "My dear, I saw that you seem to like this car very much, so I bought it secretly for you as a surprise gift. Take a look and see if you like it. If you do, go ahead and try it out. After you're done, we'll go and sign the contract. The dealership manager is urging us to do it." People around saw Tang Xiao trying to please Yifan like a dog. Suddenly everyone was stunned. And what did they just hear? School Beauty Tang actually said that this car was bought for this guy. The faces of the boys who had been mocking him just now were filled with dullness, envy and jealousy. Doesn't this make what they just said seem like pure clown talk? Yifan saw Tang Xiao's little intention, smiled and touched her head. Tang Xiao immediately leaned her head shyly in Yifan's arms in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked and jealous again. Damn, why don't they have a life like this? A Ferrari worth more than 20 million, and one of the foremost beautiful school beauties who is so beautiful that it makes your heart beat faster. They dare not even think of having any of them. And now the young man in front of me can actually have both of these things at the same time. How could they not be jealous? Yifan took Tang Xiao and got into the car. I don't know if it was to make the show more complete, or if Tang Xiao herself had some little thoughts in mind. After sitting in the passenger seat, Tang Xiao put her arms around Yifan's neck and kissed him on the face. This scene immediately shocked the onlookers. Not only in the car, but the school beauty also took the initiative to give him a kiss. The imagined scenes kept emerging, and the male compatriots looked at Yifan, gritting their teeth. Yifan smiled complacently. To be honest, he felt a little happy. Then Yifan started the car, and the sudden roar of the engine startled everyone. With a beautiful drift start, Yifan drove the Ferrari away amid the envious gazes of the crowd. On the road, Ferrari is in the middle of it. Tang Xiao recalled the scene just now and laughed continuously. That was so much fun. Let them gossip. If they knew that this car was actually given to me by you, they would probably be shocked again. Yifan looked at Tang Xiao's heartless smile and was in a very good mood. Then they drove the car to an open space, the two exchanged positions, and Yifan taught Tang Xiao how to drive. Tang Xiao couldn't help but look at Yifan's profile infatuatedly, and her little heart began to beat wildly again. Chapter 92. Yifan was amused by Tang Xiao's undisguised gaze. "Miss Tang, please pay attention." Oh. Tang Xiao was exposed, her face turned red and she immediately turned back to look forward anxiously. However, because her driving skills were poor, she always accelerated rapidly. The Ferrari had limited fuel to begin with, and a lot of it was consumed in a short while. So Yifan had no choice but to drive Tang Xiao to a nearby gas station to refuel. Tang Xiao sat in the passenger seat and recalled the way Yifan had put his hands on hers and held the steering wheel with her when he was instructing her how to drive. I couldn't help but feel a palpitation in my heart. While she was immersed in the sweetness of her heart, she suddenly saw a man following and harassing a female staff member not far away. How could she, who already had a strong sense of justice, tolerate such vile behavior in broad daylight? She immediately opened the car door and ran over. "You wretched man! What are you doing?" When Gu Xinghuai heard the voice, he turned around with an impatient look on his face. "Who the hell is this? He's ruining my good deeds." After seeing the person's face clearly, he immediately smiled cunningly. "Hey! Isn't this my old acquaintance, Miss Tang? Why do you have time to meddle in my affairs today?" Tang Xiao felt even more disgusted when she saw that the person harassing her was Gu Xinghuai, the son of the Gu family. Previously, Gu Xinghuai had bullied the other people in the 3 smaller families because the Gu family was the last of the 4 major families among the 7 major families. He is notorious for flattering the powerful and bullying the weak. I didn't expect that he would harass girls in the street today. At this moment, Tang Xiao was completely disgusted with Gu Xinghuai. "Gu Xinghuai, let go of that girl. Aren't you afraid that if this gets out, it will bring shame to your Gu family? Or is this the family tradition of your Gu family?" Hearing Tang Xiao's question, Gu Xinghuai laughed instead of being afraid. "Spread it out? Our Gu family is different from your 3 small families. With our Gu family's ability, this matter cannot be spread out. You want me to let her go? That's not impossible, then why don't you take her place? If you are willing to be my lover, this matter can be discussed." Gu Xinghuai's obscene eyes lingered all over Tang Xiao's body. In fact, he had been coveting Tang Xiao for a long time. "How about this, when I get Xingya, you will be my mistress. But don't worry, you will definitely be the biggest and most beloved one among the little ones. How about it, are you excited?" Tang Xiao was disgusted by Gu Xinghuai's self-righteous remarks. "You filthy rascal, if you want me to follow you, wait until next life. That can't be helped." After Gu Xinghuai answered, he hugged the woman beside him even tighter. The staff were so scared that tears streamed down their faces. Tang Xiao was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. At this time, Yifan saw that Tang Xiao had not come back yet, so he followed the sound and looked for her. "Yifan, you hurry up and save that girl." When Tang Xiao saw Yifan coming, she quickly asked him for help. Yifan looked in the direction Tang Xiao was pointing, and saw Gu Xinghuai forcing a staff member to take advantage of him. "Let her go, and I can consider letting you get beaten less later," Yifan warned coldly. Gu Xinghuai looked at Yifan with disdain. "Who the hell are you? How dare you come and shout in front of me, Gu Xinghuai? Beauty, you smell so good." Gu Xinghuai treated Yifan as nothing and chose to continue doing evil. Yifan snorted coldly, rushed to Gu Xinghuai and used a grappling technique to knock him down in one go. The staff member finally managed to break free from Gu Xinghuai and immediately ran to Tang Xiao for shelter. Gu Xinghuai was pressed to the ground by Yifan, grimacing in pain. "Let me go now. Do you know who I am? Even the Tang family has to look at my face. Are you really not afraid of death?" Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately grabbed Gu Xinghuai's head and slammed it hard to the ground. "You are so weak, but you are so tough?" Gu Xinghuai was hit so hard that he saw stars. He also didn't expect that after his warning, this man would be so bold as to continue to hurt him. You are dead now." Gu Xinghuai quickly blew the whistle hanging around his neck. Seeing that Gu Xinghuai had not come out for a long time, more than a dozen brothers in the convoy immediately ran over following the sound. Originally they avoided it because they didn't want to disturb Gu Xinghuai's good deeds. Unexpectedly, when I came over again, I saw Gu Xinghuai being severely beaten by a young man, with blood all over his face. "Boss! Are you okay? Where did you come from, you little brat? How dare you mess with our boss? Are you tired of living?" More than a dozen people quickly rushed up and surrounded Yifan. Gu Xinghuai became more confident and immediately started shouting at Yifan. "Aren't you a good fighter? I want to see if you can beat the dozen brothers in my team." Yifan glanced at Gu Xinghuai impatiently, then picked him up and slapped him twice. "You talk so much, you really deserve a beating." Gu Xinghuai's brothers saw Yifan beating their boss in front of them again. One or two of them were so angry that they immediately rushed up to beat Yifan. Yifan just glanced at him indifferently, then quickly stood up and avoided the first person who rushed over. The fat man in the lead rushed over very fast, and once Yifan dodged, he couldn't stop his car. He kicked Gu Xinghuai, who was lying on the ground, hard. Gu Xinghuai instantly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Fuck you." The younger brother who kicked him was now panicked. He turned around to seek revenge on Yifan, but accidentally stepped on Gu Xinghuai. "I'm sorry, boss. I really didn't mean it." Gu Xinghuai already had internal injuries, and now he was stepped on by a 200-pound weight. He started to roll his eyes and looked like he was about to faint. It's all your fault that I accidentally hurt our boss. Brothers, let's all attack together." The fat man quickly called on all his brothers to deal with Yifan, trying to make up for his mistake. Yifan calmly glanced at everyone and immediately jumped up. He used a sweeping kick and knocked to the ground one by one the dozen guys who were rushing towards him to die. The force of Yifan's sweeping kick was so strong that the person who was kicked fell to the ground and could not get up again. And Yifan himself, after dealing with this group of people. But she was so elegant and calm as if nothing had happened. There wasn't even a wrinkle on the clothes. When Tang Xiao saw this scene, she couldn't help but rush over and hug Yifan. Chapter 93. The way Yifan knocked down Gu Xinghuai and his brothers. It really made Tang Xiao's heart move to the extreme. This man was just like the legendary hero who had come to save her wearing a colorful cloud. If Yifan hadn't been here, the female staff member wouldn't have been rescued so quickly. I didn't know to what extent I would be insulted by the evil man Gu Xinghuai. When Tang Xiao thought of this, she belatedly realized her mistake and snuggled into Yifan's arms in fear. "Yifan, I'm glad you're by my side." Yifan touched Tang Xiao's hair to comfort her. The physical and mental distance between the two of them suddenly became closer. When Gu Xinghuai heard the sudden silence around him, he stood up with difficulty and saw his brothers lying around him with their teeth grimacing after being beaten. And the man he was shouting about dealing with was actually standing there unharmed. What the hell is this monster? If he hadn't brought enough people today, he would have continued to deal with him. There was no other choice, so Gu Xinghuai had to get up and limp away quietly along the path next to him. When he left, he glared at the back of Yifan's head. "I swear I will not let this kid off easily next time I see him." When the other brothers saw that their boss had slipped away, they could only support each other and leave in a hurry. Seeing Gu Xinghuai leave, the harassed staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurried over to express his gratitude to Yifan. Yifan just waved his hand to show that it was just a small favor. The two returned to the car. Tang Xiao was now completely certain that Yifan was the man of her life. He is handsome and generous, not to mention the masculinity he displayed in that heroic act just now. Every little thing about Yifan touched her heart deeply. Even if Yifan would not take the initiative to respond to their relationship, Tang Xiao didn't care. Seeing Tang Xiao, who had been in a daze since getting in the car and had not yet fastened her seatbelt, Yifan leaned over to help her operate it. The next second, Tang Xiao's soft lips were imprinted on the corner of his lips. Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Xiao with a smile. "Miss Tang, if you keep breaking the rules like this, I'm going to kiss you back." Listening to what Yifan said, the previous shyness in Tang Xiao's eyes was now replaced by obvious expectation. She looked away and spoke awkwardly. "Well, my parents just bought me a house recently. I just moved in not long ago. Do you want to come to my house and sit for a while?" Only a fool would fail to hear such an obvious hint. A smile appeared on Yifan's lips. Has this girl already decided on him? There's nothing wrong with just sitting down for a while. Okay, then Miss Tang will show you the way. When Tang Xiao saw Yifan agreed, her heart was suddenly moved. I immediately turned on the navigation, filled up the Ferrari with gas and set off. At the gas station, the harassed staff member welcomed his colleague who was taking over. She told her colleague what had happened. Her colleague was so angry that he immediately checked the surveillance footage at the gas station. This bastard, he really thinks that he can't do anything to him after the attempted harassment, right? Then let's post it online and let him feel the condemnation from netizens. You heard his name is Gu Xinghuai, right? He's a young master from a noble family. Let's see if the netizens will spit at you to death. And this handsome guy who bravely did something righteous must be praised by everyone for doing a good deed. After some operations, the relevant video of the whole incident was quickly posted on the short video platform. On the other side, Yifan walked along according to the navigation given by Tang Xiao. I just found out that Tang Xiao's new house is also in Jinhua Huafu. And it just happens to be the building next to Yifan's building 5. However, Yifan did not tell Tang Xiao about this matter for the time being. After Yifan parked the Ferrari in the parking space purchased by Tang Xiao, he and Tang Xiao went up to the large flat suite she had just moved into. Well, I don't have all the drinks ready at home right now. I only have some red wine given by a friend who moved. Do you mind drinking this? As soon as he entered the room, Yifan was invited by Tang Xiao to sit on the sofa. Then she ran to the kitchen and worked for a while before coming out with 2 glasses of red wine in high-heeled glasses. Looking at Tang Xiao's obvious trick, Yifan chuckled and took the goblet. No problem, congratulations on moving into your new home. Yifan raised his glass and clinked it with Tang Xiao's. Thank you. Tang Xiao took a sip of the red wine, then sat closer to Yifan without making a sound. The delicate white arm touched Yifan's arm, and Yifan clearly felt the woman's warmth and delicate touch of her skin. Tang Xiao had gotten so close to Yifan that they were almost touching. However, Yifan still didn't react. Tang Xiao couldn't help but feel a little angry. Hasn't my meaning been made very clear? Why is he still not moving? Does it really require others to take the initiative? After all, Tang Xiao had never done such a thing, so she was still a little shy inside. Moreover, the little love skills she had learned before were all about just teasing girls in moderation. If a guy is interested in you, he will take the initiative. But Tang Xiao didn't want to accept Yifan's inference that he was not interested in her. If it doesn't work, then just be more obvious. If you get rejected later, we'll talk about it later. When Tang Xiao thought of this, she immediately gave Yifan a quick kiss on the face. Including this time, she has kissed Yifan 3 times intentionally or unintentionally. I really didn't expect that the first time she took the initiative to pursue a man, she found someone so difficult to pursue. Just when Tang Xiao kissed Yifan and was thinking that if she failed this time, she would cry in front of Yifan on the spot. Yifan had already grabbed her neck and brought her lips to his own. He then turned his attack and pushed Tang Xiao down on the sofa. The aroma of wine filled the air between their lips and tongues. Tang Xiao was kissed until she was dazed and her whole body became hotter and hotter. This man, he is really good at it. Yifan felt the little girl's restless hands stroking his back, so he simply wrapped his big palm around her thin and soft waist and began to caress it. Then he moved from top to bottom to various parts of her body, and the kitten in her arms couldn't help but make humming sounds. Tang Xiao's clothes became a little messy, and her skin suddenly felt the cool breeze. However, when both of them were ready to focus on the next interaction, the doorbell of Tang Xiao's house suddenly rang. Outside the door, there were sounds of Mr. and Mrs. Tang knocking on the door and asking questions. Chapter 94. Yao Yao, are you home? Your father and I are here to see you. The sound of Tang's mother banging on the door and shouting could be heard. When Tang Xiao heard the sound, she was almost frightened to death. Why did my parents come to see me at this time? She quickly pushed Yifan to get up. Yifan, get up quickly. My parents are outside. Yifan thought the little girl's anxious look was particularly interesting. He deliberately stroked her waist and pinched it, then entangled his lips and tongue with her for a while. Weren't you very brave just now? Tang Xiao is now feeling both embarrassed and scared. Her parents have a backup code for the combination lock at home, and what if her parents see her and Yifan like this? Then I'm definitely doomed. Hey, can you please just get up for a moment? Please. Yifan looked at Tang Xiao's pitiful look of begging for mercy, and finally let her go so that she could sit up. The next second, Tang Xiao quickly stood up and pulled Yifan into her room. Brother Yifan, can you stay in my room for a while? Yifan deliberately didn't use much strength. It was obvious that Tang Xiao's physical strength was not enough to pull him, an adult man of normal size. My parents usually don't come to visit me for long, so just go in and hide for a while, otherwise I'll really die. Seeing that Yifan was still deliberately slow, Tang Xiao quickly stood on tiptoe to kiss him to please him. After they leave, we'll play until you're satisfied, okay? Look at Tang Xiao, she is acting so pitiful. Yi Fan reluctantly patted her buttocks, walked into her room in 3 or 2 steps, and closed the door. Strange, Yao Yao should be at home at this time. Tang's mother and father were outside knocking on the door and ringing the doorbell for a long time. Tang Xiao didn't come to open the door, and he became confused for a moment. Otherwise you can call Yao Yao and ask her, Father Tang suggested. Tang's mother was taking out her cell phone to make a call. Only then did Tang Xiao quickly tidied her clothes and opened the door. Dad, Mom. Why are you here? I didn't hear anything inside just now. Tang Xiao explained with a guilty look in her eyes. You kid, we called you for so long and you didn't hear me. I was a little worried that something had happened to you. Mother Tang couldn't help nagging a few words, so she went in with Father Tang, carrying big and small bags. But why is your face so red? Are you sick with a cold? Seeing the unusual blush on Tang Xiao's face, Tang's mother quickly reached out to touch her forehead. Tang Xiao's heart skipped a beat and she immediately turned her head to avoid it. No, it must be hot. Mom, don't worry about me anymore, you and Dad can sit down first. Tang Xiao quickly invited Mr. and Mrs. Tang to the sofa. As a result, he found 2 glasses of red wine left over from what he and Yi Fan had just drunk on the coffee table. Instantly, alarm bells started ringing in his mind again. Oh my god, how could I have forgotten this? Tang Xiao was still trying to find something to cover the 2 glasses of wine, but the wine was seen by Tang's father. Ha? Yao Yao, why are there 2 glasses of wine on your table? Did any friends come over? Tang Xiao nodded heavily immediately. That's right. My friend just sent me some moving gifts, but she had something else to do, so she left after we had only had a few sips. Fortunately, her father gave her inspiration, otherwise she wouldn't know how she would have made it through. Oh, I see. After listening to Tang Xiao's explanation, Tang's father nodded and sat on the sofa. Mrs. Tang quickly moved the expensive ingredients she had brought from the bag to the table one by one. It just so happens that your dad and I both have a rare day off today, so I thought of bringing some food over to have hot pot with you, to add some popularity to your new house, and it's also good for feng shui. Tang Xiao felt something was wrong when she heard this. It seems that her parents will not leave her house for a while. How coincidental it is that all these things happened at the same time today. Oh no, I have to go in and talk to Yi Fan. Tang Xiao turned on the TV and brought tea and snacks to Tang's father and mother. Mom and Dad, you guys watch TV for a while. I just remembered that I have an assignment that I haven't finished yet. I have to finish it and send it to the teacher. Mother Tang couldn't help nagging. Kid, you usually like to procrastinate, but now you are anxious. Forget it, you go, your father and I will watch TV here to kill some time. Okay, then you two just watch for now. I'll go back to my room first. After Tang Xiao apologized with a smile, she immediately slipped into her bedroom. However, as soon as the door was closed, Yi Fan blocked her against the back of the door. Yi Fan grabbed Tang Xiao's 2 slender wrists with one hand and pressed them against the door. The other hand started a fire. Tang Xiao's face immediately turned red again after being teased by Yi Fan. Yi Fan, what are you doing? I came in here to tell you. You may have to hide for a while. I will try my best to get my parents out first. Before Tang Xiao could finish her words, her plump and tender lips were covered by Yi Fan's lips. Yi Fan kept moving his hands and moved to Tang Xiao's ear to whisper. If you let me hide a little longer, I'll have to ask for some reward. Tang Xiao was so sensitive after being teased by Yi Fan that she quickly begged for mercy. Yi Fan. But my parents are still outside. It's okay. Didn't you just turn on the TV for them? As long as you hold back, they won't be able to hear the sound. Besides, Miss Tang, since you started the fire, you must be responsible for putting it out. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he immediately lifted Tang Xiao up, picked her up and walked towards the soft couch. Tang Xiao's center of gravity became higher, and she almost screamed out because of her instability. She was now nervous, scared and excited. My body couldn't help but soften a little. She felt that she was extremely bold. You know, in the eyes of her parents, she is a good girl who has never had a relationship. Now she and Yi Fan are only separated by a wall from their parents. Be prepared to do that kind of thing. Yi Fan put the girl down and took in the little girl's shy and slightly flushed expression with a wicked smile. You, stop looking at me like that. Tang Xiao felt that her face must be so red that blood could drip out. But Yi Fan's face was so handsome that it made her even more excited. Next, the two of them interacted passionately. However, Tang Xiao was still a little afraid that the situation would be discovered by her parents outside the door, so she always looked towards the door from time to time. Yifan discovered that the woman was multitasking and punished her harshly. "Miss Tang, please pay attention, otherwise." Tang Xiao screamed in surprise and quickly covered her mouth. Chapter 95. Yifan took Tang Xiao to play again and again. Every time when Tang Xiao thought it was coming to an end, Yifan would become energetic again. Tang Xiao was suddenly overwhelmed. Oh my god, how come Yifan never gets tired? But it must be said that she also enjoyed it very much. Later, I simply forgot that my parents were still out there. Take the initiative towards Yifan. Yifan picked up Tang Xiao and brought her to the mirror. Tang Xiao was immersed in it with hazy eyes when there was a knock on the door. "Yao Yao, why did this homework take you so long? Haven't you finished it yet?" Tang Xiao was so frightened that she almost fell off Yifan. She looked towards the door. Luckily she had been more careful and locked the door. Otherwise, she would be so scared that she would vomit her heart out. Immediately, Tang Xiao was about to respond that she would be out soon, but Yifan punished her harshly. "Miss Tang, please be more precise with your wording," Yifan reminded her in her ear. Tang Xiao blushed, knowing that Yifan would not give up easily. She had no choice but to clear her throat and reply loudly. "Mom, I still have a lot of homework, so it might, take a while." While Tang Xiao was replying, Yifan was deliberately teasing her. She was embarrassed and annoyed, and almost gave the secret away in her voice. "Kid, why are you dragging your feet? Well, hurry up." "Okay, Mom." Yifan seemed to find pleasure in teasing Tang Xiao, treating her as if he was deliberately trying to put her in trouble. After a while, Tang Xiao was completely exhausted. "Yifan, you are such a bad guy." She weakly scolded Yifan. Yifan's physical strength continued to increase. "I'm a bad guy, but don't you still like me?" Yifan asked mischievously. There was no way Tang Xiao could escape his teasing. It was dark and gloomy, and I didn't know how much time had passed. Tang Xiao almost died of exhaustion. But this experience was too new for her. And it should be said that she felt a little addicted. Yifan finally let her go. Tang Xiao slowly stood up with the help of the wall. "I found my legs were so weak that I had no strength at all." She sat back on the bed and rested for a long time, examining herself for a long time. Only then did I dare to come out of the room and walk into the living room. Mother Tang gave her a slightly reproachful look. "How come your efficiency in completing homework is getting lower as you get older?" Tang Xiao smiled awkwardly, not daring to meet the two elders' eyes. "But why is your face so red again after you finish your homework?" Mother Tang asked with concern. Tang Xiao quickly took the opportunity to make a fuss. "Mom, you really shouldn't say that. I really felt a little dizzy. Besides, actually, I haven't finished my homework yet. I deliberately had to finish it overnight." Tang Xiao glanced away guiltily. "How about leaving these ingredients here with me first, and we can eat together another day?" Mr. and Mrs. Tang looked at each other and looked like they couldn't do anything about Tang Xiao. "Well, since you are busy, let's wait until you are free to come over." "Okay, Mom." "Then you and Dad can walk slowly," Tang Xiao replied in a flattering manner. Mother Tang gave her a reproachful look. "But when you do your homework, you should also take care of your health. Don't stay up late, take a rest. You're so old and yet you still make us worry." "Okay, Mom, I know you are the best." Tang Xiao acted coquettishly and finally sent the two elders out of the house. After walking out of Tang Xiao's house, Tang's father and mother couldn't help muttering. "How come Yao Yao is already a senior, but still has so much homework? This Imperial University is really strict." Tang's mother exclaimed. Father Tang was somewhat relieved. Think about it. Last time, Yao Yao was able to get in touch with Bali to get us a chance to cooperate. Maybe she has grown up now and knows that she needs to work hard. Maybe she will think about doing more homework to train herself. What you said does make some sense. This child has made some progress. As parents, we should just support her silently. The two looked at each other and nodded, then left Jinyu Huafu with brisk steps. In Tang Xiao's house, she saw through the surveillance camera that her parents finally walked away. I finally felt relieved. Phew! Finally, I don't have to be so scared anymore. However, not long after she breathed a sigh of relief, Yifan picked her up again and pushed her against the door. Again? Tang Xiao's eyes were full of surprise. Didn't this just end? Why is Yifan completely different from the boyfriends of her sisters that she had heard about before? Yifan, what are you doing again? Tang Xiao shyly avoided Yifan's extremely aggressive gaze. Yifan looked at her and smiled. Miss Tang, I just heard you say that you have to work all night to finish your homework. Then I have to tutor you. I can't let you be a kid who lies in front of your parents, right? Tang Xiao punched him with her pink fist. You know clearly that what I meant by doing homework is totally different from what you meant. Before Tang Xiao could finish her words, Yifan blocked her lips. Well, you are so bad. Yifan would not give Tang Xiao a chance to escape. He carried the person directly to the sofa. Let's just pick up where we left off, okay? Yifan deliberately teased Tang Xiao. There was no chance for Tang Xiao to say no. The sofa, which is not very spacious, is just big enough for two people to sit close together. Next is the open kitchen island. The two of them visited all the places where they could stay and where they couldn't stay. Later, Tang Xiao begged for mercy. I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore. She began to regret why she had taken the initiative to provoke Yifan. The way of getting along with him is really unbearable for ordinary people. Yifan was in high spirits and completely immersed in the fun, so he naturally had no sympathy for women. He ate a full and satisfied meal that night. The two of them stayed awake all night. The next morning, Tang Xiao heard the alarm clock ringing. Struggling to get out of bed. It turned out that I had no strength at all. Moreover, Yifana's hands were still on her waist, preventing her from leaving. Tang Xiao could only say something nice to beg for mercy. Brother Yifan, I have classes in the morning. Please let me out. Yifan said with a little dissatisfaction. When did you love going to class so much? Be good and ask for leave. Well, actually Tang Xiao wanted to give herself some breathing time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to withstand Yifan. But since Yifan said so, Tang Xiao naturally had no excuse. I had no choice but to ask for leave from the teacher. As soon as she sent the message, she found herself completely surrounded by Yifan again. Started the morning exercise? Chapter 96. After a long time, Yifan finally went to the bathroom to take a shower. Tang Xiao was able to take a break and took out her cell phone to watch videos. However, before she had scrolled through a few posts, she saw a familiar scene. This scene, isn't it the scene when Brother Yifan dealt with Gu Xinghua and saved that staff sister? At this moment, Tang Xiao's mobile phone screen was playing the surveillance footage of the last time they were at the gas station. In the picture, Gu Xinghua and his little brothers were knocked to the ground one by one. It was extremely embarrassing. Yifan, on the other hand, dealt with this group of guys effortlessly. He still stood there without any stain on him, looking extremely handsome and elegant. Moreover, Gu Xinghua's name and identity were exposed. The entire comments section was filled with criticism of him and praise for Yifan. At this time, Yifan came out of the bathroom. Tang Xiao excitedly showed him the video. Yifan, watch this video. Does it look familiar to you? The footage of you being brave enough to help someone at the gas station last time has been released. Yifan leaned over to take a look, and indeed it was true. Moreover, this angle of view and the format of the video make it obvious that it was deliberately released by someone inside the gas station. Look at this comments section, it makes me die of laughter. Tang Xiao was extremely happy. That wretched fellow Gu Xinghua, now netizens know his identity and the good things he has done, and everyone is working hard to scold him. Letting this Gu Xinghua do something bad will bring shame to the Gu family. Seeing that the little girl was watching happily, Yifan smiled and rubbed Tang Xiao's head. Tang Xiao continued to flip through the pages, and suddenly came across a video collection. Moreover, she recognized the silhouettes of the people inside. It was Yifan. In the video, Yifan was affectionately named the Man of Justice. Tang Xiao found it strange and immediately showed the phone to Yifan. Brother Yifan, you are now famous. Yifan wondered what the little guy had discovered that made him so surprised. I took the phone and looked at it. I found that the video pieced together by the blogger was the video of my gas station this time, the video of me beating up Sun Jiajing and others on the school playground last time, and the photo taken a long time ago of me letting those thugs clean up the barbecue stall. With his excellent memory and vision, the blogger discovered that the person involved in these three incidents was actually the same person. He immediately made a video to publicize Yifan's righteous heroic deeds. Netizens followed the blogger and called Yifan the man of justice. Inspired by Yifan's deeds, they also launched a campaign to imitate the behavior of righteous heroes and strive to be good people and do good deeds. Yifan has completely set off a huge wave of positive energy on the internet. Wow, I didn't expect that brother Yifan has actually upheld justice so many times. You're so awesome. Tang Xiao felt extremely happy when she saw many netizens praising Yifan in the comments. Yifan just smiled. He didn't do these things to gain praise. So even though everyone is praising him now, he doesn't take it too seriously. Because although he is earning more and more money now, he always remembers the principles taught by his parents. That is, no matter where you go, no matter what level you have achieved, you must not forget your original intention and never become complacent. Once a person becomes distracted and starts to have too many thoughts, he will be close to self-destruction. Unlike Yifan, who was indifferent to fame and fortune, Tang Xiao became more and more excited as she read about the praise for Yifan on the internet. Unable to resist expanding her search, she began to marvel again as she found more things. Wow! Brother Yifan, look, there are now super topics about you on the internet, and there are also fan groups. I want to be your little fan too. Tang Xiao snuggled into Yifan's arms with an adoring look on her face. Yifan hugged her slender waist and smiled, really? Then I have to give you, my little fan, some benefits. Yifan picked up Tang Xiao and walked towards the bathroom. As a reward, I will help you, my little fan, to wash yourself well. Tang Xiao was shyly carried in by Yifan. After a while, the two started playing together again. It was a great pleasure. At the same time, on the other side, in the Gu family's house, Gu Xinghuai knelt on the ground and was beaten severely by his father with a thick whip. You good for nothing. I don't care if you want to play around, but at least handle it cleanly. He brought so many people with him, yet he was beaten like that by a brat. Someone even posted this story online. You really brought shame to our Gu family. After scolding, Ji's father whipped Gu Xinghuai out of anger. Gu Xinghuai screamed and fell down. Kneel down. No one is allowed to let the young master get up before he kneels for a whole day and night. After giving the order, Father Gu threw down the whip and left. Gu Xinghuai's back was aching from being whipped, and his knees were badly swollen from kneeling. Not to mention the last time Yifan hit him on the head, his head is still buzzing. When Gu Xinghuai thought of Yifan, the culprit, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. I've made a grudge against him. Next time I see him, I swear I'll kill that brat. Yifan and Tang Xiao played at her house for another day. So they all went back to school. Tang Xiao went to class. Yifan had just walked a few steps in the school when he was suddenly blocked by a group of reporters. Hello? Are you the Justice Knight? A reporter holding a microphone excitedly thrust the microphone towards Yifan. Yifan was a little surprised. Wow, he just showed a glimpse of his side face on the internet, and these reporters actually found him right away. They are really good at finding people. But Yifan now has many identities and he really doesn't want to be high profile except in necessary occasions. He had no choice but to put on the hood of his sweatshirt and shook his head again. No, sorry, you got the wrong person. After saying that, Yifan stepped back and ran away. Several reporters reacted, no. It must be him. I believe my eyes. After saying that, several people immediately chased in the direction Yifan left. Justice. Please wait. Yifan originally just walked quickly in small steps, thinking that the reporters would leave after hearing his denial. How come he caught up with us again? There was no other way, Yifan could only speed up his pace. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw a familiar figure coming out from the corner. There is no other way, I can only ask you for help. After Yifan made the decision, he immediately put his arm around the woman's waist. She and I disappeared into a narrow corridor as a couple. Chapter 97. Shangqing was also suddenly hugged by the man, and he subconsciously raised his hands to resist. When she looked up, she found that the person hugging her was Yifan. Yifan whispered apologetically. Excuse me, school beauty Shang, please help me. Shangqing was also wondering when he heard footsteps coming from behind. Several reporters happened to stop at the entrance. Looking into the dim corridor, I saw a man and a woman hugging each other tightly, and they looked like they were kissing. A reporter looked at it a few more times and couldn't help but said with envy. Wow, today's college students are really bold. Don't tell me, I kind of miss my college days. Other reporters nearby scolded him. Don't look at it anymore, keep looking for the hero of justice. I just saw him running in this direction, he must not have gone far, let's keep chasing him. After reaching a consensus, they immediately ran forward again. The crisis of being caught interviewing was resolved. Yifan let go of Shang Qingye in his arms. However, in the narrow aisle, even if they let go, the two bodies were almost pressed against each other face to face. The faint scent of the woman wafted into his nose. The two people's breathing blended together. Shang Qing was just being hugged by Yifan, and for some reason his heartbeat suddenly became much faster. It feels weird. Yifan thanked her and they walked out into the aisle. Shang Qing just nodded to indicate that everything was fine. In fact, if it weren't for the amazing racing skills I saw last time. If another boy treated her like this, she would definitely fight back. Thinking of racing, Shang Qing suddenly felt like talking to Yifan more. However, just as he was about to speak, he heard Tang Xiao's voice. Yifan. So you are here. Tang Xiao shouted from afar and immediately ran over. Shang Qing also had no intention of revealing his identity in front of Yifan. He immediately found an excuse and left. Tang Xiao ran to Yifan panting. Looking at the back of the girl leaving in the opposite direction, I felt inexplicably familiar. But now that Yifan was in front of her, she was in no mood to care about anyone else. I finally found you. I missed you so much after class that I ran out to look for you. Tang Xiao rubbed against Yifan's arms like a spoiled child, and her big eyes, which were filled with little thoughts, couldn't help but blink. Yifan raised his eyebrows. Looking at you like this, why do I feel like you are holding back something bad? In the morning, Tang Xiao was so tortured by him that she kept begging for mercy and looked like she didn't dare to provoke him again. It's a bit strange that he's suddenly so attentive and fawning. Tang Xiao saw that Yifan could not hide anything, so she pouted and curled her lips. Okay, I do have a little thing to trouble you with. That's right. There's a celebrity gathering in the capital in a couple of days that I need to attend. There's nothing special about gatherings. I've attended them many times before. But this time my parents insisted that they had recently found a few promising young men and wanted to introduce them to me at the party. I don't want to deal with those people. So, Brother Yifan, can you accompany me to the party? At least you can help me block them. Tang Xiao pointed her two index fingers together and looked at Yifan expectantly with her big eyes. And last time you asked Bali to cooperate with our Tang family, my parents were very curious about this benefactor of mine. Tang Xiao picked up Yifan's arm again and shook it in front of her body, acting coquettishly. He looked like he would not give up until Yifan agreed. Yifan thought about it and realized that generally people who attend such upper-class gatherings are not the kind of people who talk nonsense everywhere. It's not a big deal to reveal your identity a little in such occasions. Just as he was about to say yes, Tang Xiao immediately added. And I can also pay you. Just agree to it. Yifan narrowed his eyes. Well, I'll have to see if your reward is sincere enough before considering whether to agree or not. Sure enough, after being trained for a day or two, this girl is now very smart. Yifan was very satisfied with Tang Xiao's proactive and flattering attitude. Decided to take her to a special place to play. He brought Tang Xiao to his office in the administrative building. After attending the last shareholders meeting, Principal Dong gave me a key as if he was presenting a treasure. He said that the school had prepared a huge office specifically for him, the distinguished largest shareholder, which was available at any time. Then today he must carefully inspect his own office. The office door was locked. Tang Xiao was lifted up by Yifan. The two of them were immersed in it. From time to time, the sound of other teachers and students talking and laughing could be heard outside the door as they passed by. Yifan felt more motivated. Tang Xiao was completely shy and nervous. Why does Yifan always take me to play something so unusual every time? She felt like she was really going to become a bad kid. But Tang Xiao was quickly led by Yifan to fully engage in it. Yifan was kissing Tang Xiao when suddenly his eyes caught sight of the window remote control placed beside him. He curled up the corners of his mouth and gave a wicked smile, then picked up the remote and pressed the power button. The glass window, which was originally hazy white, suddenly became transparent. Yifan carried Tang Xiao to the window and let her look at the scenery outside. Tang Xiao was shocked. How come this glass window became transparent? Brother Yifan, please stop making trouble. Yifan smiled and said, don't be afraid. The glass of this window is one way. Only people inside can see outside, but people outside cannot see inside. Look, Aren't these people passing by completely unresponsive? Tang Xiao looked out the window carefully and found that no one noticed the situation here. You are so bad. Tang Xiao's voice was like a kitten, and Yifan felt warm in his heart. Inside the window, the scene was very hot. Occasionally, a few passers-by would cast their eyes over here, but would turn away after a while. He had no idea that two people were having fun in the office. A few hours later, Tang Xiao tidied her clothes and walked out of the office with Yifan. Both of them seemed to be in very good condition. Yifan suddenly remembered that he hadn't received a reward for a long time. As expected, having money can easily make people lose their ambition. If you stop making money for too long, God will take away your talent. Yifan stopped and said to Tang Xiao, Miss Tang, you may need to pay more. Tang Xiao paused. Why is brother Yifan still? Her face turned red again, it just ended. Yifan couldn't help laughing. What are you thinking about? I'm talking about other rewards. Tang Xiao saw Yifan laughing at her and the teasing in his eyes that could not be hidden. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to bury my head in the ground. I didn't think anything of it. Then she raised her head with a red face and asked Yifan. Then what reward do you want, brother Yifan? Chapter 98. Take you shopping. Yifan replied. Tang Xiao was confused again. Buying something for yourself again? Brother Yifan's quirk is quite expensive. But he just bought himself 2 cars last time, and buying things again is not a good idea. Tang Xiao wanted to refuse. Yifan added, after I buy it for you, I promise to accompany you to the party. Tang Xiao quickly swallowed the no thanks that was about to come out of her mouth. He took Yifan's arm and got into the car. On the way, Yifan asked Tang Xiao if there was anything she wanted in particular. Tang Xiao thought about it carefully and said, I don't want anything in particular, but I am quite interested in fashion. Is that so? Fine then, let's go to 3rd Avenue and buy you a high-end buyer's store. Yifan spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he was picking cabbages. Tang Xiao couldn't help swallowing when she heard this. Why do I have to buy her a store right away? Even though Tang Xiao is a wealthy man, he is often frightened by Yifan's generosity. Brother Yifan, there's no need to spend so much money. This is not a waste, this is making money. Yifan flew over with a smile and a mysterious look in his eyes. Tang Xiao really couldn't understand how these two words could be connected. She could only follow Yifan to the largest and most luxurious fashion buyer's store on 3rd Avenue. As soon as the two walked into the store, their outstanding appearance immediately attracted the attention of a group of clothing shopping guides. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, they are a perfect match. And judging from their aura and temperament, they are definitely from a wealthy or noble family. A clothing salesperson immediately came forward to entertain him. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Merci Fashion Buyer Store. Excuse me, is there anything I can do to help you too? Yifan scanned the exhibits in the buyer's store. It's not bad. I invested a lot of money in it, so the price shouldn't be too cheap. Hello, I'm interested in buying your store. Could you please call your boss out? The clothing shopping guide was stunned when she heard this. Buy a store? Is there still such an operation? Okay, please wait a moment. I'll call our boss out right away. The clothing salesperson hurried to the office inside. After a while, a woman dressed in avant-garde style came out. I heard the clothing shopping guide say that someone wanted to buy directly from the store. Her expression showed a hint of impatience and her eyebrows were furrowed. But still maintained basic courtesy. Hello sir, I am the owner of this store. You just said that you want to buy my shop? Yifan nodded and took Tang Xiao into his arms. Yes, just name a price and I can give you the credit right now. The buyer's shop owner curled his lips. Why are all the rich people like this now? She put a lot of effort and aesthetic taste into building this store. It cannot be measured by an amount of money. She threw her hair back in a pretentious manner and pointed at the clothing on display in her store. Sir, you don't know that a professional fashion buyer's shop must carry the owner's strong aesthetic soul. The new fashions you see now are all specially picked out from abroad by me using my unique aesthetic taste. Look at this Baroque style of decoration, it is where my artistic soul lies. I am really sorry, I can't just give up something that is so dear to my heart. The female boss explained affectionately. Yifan really couldn't stand the pretentiousness of these artists. He quickly interrupted the female boss and said, Just tell me the total price first. The clothes in the entire store, plus the decoration and my hard work. It's almost 50 million. After the female boss finished speaking, she immediately added, no matter how much money you can offer, I won't give it to you. 10 times, one price. The female boss words suddenly stopped, and her expression was obviously stunned. He blurted out, is it true? Why would I lie to you? I'll transfer you now. Yi Fan took out his cell phone and added, by the way, the owner has changed. Please fill in the name of the girl next to me later. Yi Fan used Sayabank's exclusive online banking to transfer 500 million yuan to the female boss. Looking at the 500 million yuan deposited into her account on her mobile phone, the ecstatic expression on the female boss's face was too obvious. She changed her previous pretentious attitude and immediately said to Yi Fan respectfully, okay sir, this store is now yours. Watching the female boss's face change instantly, Yi Fan has a deeper understanding of the saying that money makes the world go round. If it doesn't work, it must be because there isn't enough money. Hearing what the female boss said, he immediately corrected her, it's not mine, it's the lady next to me. Hurry up and prepare the contract. Yi Fan was now thinking about whether the 500 million yuan could bring about any result, so he hurriedly urged them to hurry up. The female boss did not dare to delay and immediately drafted the contract. Tang Xiao signed, and it's done. Ding. It was detected that the host spent 500 million yuan on a beautiful woman, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 70% of the shares of Longqing Precious Metals Company with a market value of 370 billion yuan and one of its affiliated security companies. Oh shit. Yi Fan immediately became excited when he heard this. I didn't expect that after not spending money on women for so long, there would be such a big explosion. Previously, the company with the highest market value, China Everbright Securities, was only 120 billion yuan, but now it has reached 370 billion yuan. Handy. He immediately analyzed that this should be due to Tang Xiao's high appearance score of 94 points and the fact that he spent enough money at one time. Yi Fan also noticed that what he got this time was a precious metal company. Those who work in this kind of industry usually have a lot of trouble behind them. Presumably, this security company was specially established by Longqing Company for the smooth progress of the project. However, Yi Fan didn't know much more about Longqing Company. He suddenly looked at Tang Xiao beside him. By the way, Xiao, have you ever heard of Longqing, a precious metal company? When Tang Xiao heard the word Longqing, her face changed immediately. It seems like I heard something scary. Brother Yi Fan, why are you suddenly asking about Longqing? This company is so powerful that no one dares to mention it easily. Especially in the underground world of the imperial capital, they are very powerful. Listening to Tang Xiao's tone, which was slightly fearful yet admiring, Yi Fan was in a satisfied mood. It seems that my new company is really good. He now has more and more industries. If he doesn't have his own power, he may not be able to keep all these things safely and securely for a long time. Now that we have Longqing, at least we don't have to worry about so many business conflicts. After the contract and formalities were handed over, the female boss happily picked up her bag and immediately left. The few clothing shopping guides who were left behind looked at each other, not knowing whether they should stay or not. Chapter 99. Looking at the awkward expressions of several clothing shopping guides, Tang Xiao spoke out in time to comfort him. It's okay, you can still continue working here. You guys go do your own things now, and we'll go wander around here. Only then did the clothing shopping guides finally feel relieved. After thanking Tang Xiao and Yi Fan, he returned to the cashier counter. Because the area of this store is still very large. As Tang Xiao was walking around, she came to a location further inside. She was looking at the room full of beautiful clothes happily. When he turned around, he saw Yi Fan looking at him with burning eyes. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. Yi Fan took 3 or 2 steps towards Tang Xiao and put his arm around her waist. Take the person into the fitting room. Tang Xiao was a little shy. Yi Fan, what are you doing? There are so many people outside. At this time, there were not only shopping guides walking around in the store, but also several customers coming to buy clothes. Even after Tang Xiao asked the question, the sound of a door closing was heard from the fitting room next door. Now Tang Xiao didn't even dare to make a sound. The look in Yi Fan's eyes as he lingered on her told her clearly what he wanted to do. After a while, Tang Xiao's breathing became rapid due to the wandering. Yi Fan gently pulled the woman's earlobe, which was red as blood. Leaning forward, Tang Xiao came into close contact with the wall of the fitting room. In the small space, Yifan and Tang Xiao played many times. After a long while, Yifan suddenly felt that the space here was a bit limited. He leaned over to Tang Xiao's ear and said, "Miss Tang, why don't we go to the cashier counter? It feels more spacious there." After saying that, Yifan picked up Tang Xiao and looked like he was going to go out immediately. Tang Xiao was so panicked that her face turned red. There are still so many people outside now. If the two of them really went out like this, they would be on the headlines tomorrow. Her parents are still young, and she doesn't want to piss them off to death. She quickly stopped him and said, "Brother Yifan, wait a minute." The nervousness made her subconsciously exert force, and Yifan's expression became interesting. "Okay, I'll wait for you, then you just relax," Yifan said with a wicked smile. Tang Xiao blushed and immediately started shouting to the outside world. "Well, Laura, you should let everyone go back early today. Please ask the customers to leave and close the store. I'll check, what else is missing from the store? You can come back to work tomorrow." Tang Xiao's words were intermittent and her voice sounded very unstable. However, the store supervisor Laura understood Tang Xiao's arrangements. But she was a little confused as to why the new owner stayed in the fitting room and didn't come out. And wasn't there a gentleman who came with her just now? Out of humanitarian spirit, Laura heard that something was wrong with Tang Xiao's voice, so she sent all the employees and guests away. He walked to the fitting room and asked about Tang Xiao's situation. "Miss Tang, I have cleared everyone out. Are you okay in there?" Tang Xiao was being teased by Yifan at this time. She gritted her teeth and held back a strange groan. It's okay. You can leave now that you're done. Remember to close the store door, and hang up the sign saying the store is closed." "Oh well, I'll be leaving first. Goodbye, Miss Tang." Laura still felt Tang Xiao's voice was strange. But since everyone said that everything was fine, there was naturally no reason for me to ask further questions. After cleaning up, Laura closed the shop door, hung up the sign, and left. In the fitting room, Tang Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, she was carried out by Yifan. Yifan brought Tang Xiao to the big cashier table. Now there are only two of them left in the huge store. It is so spacious that you can hear every sound clearly. Therefore, the noise that was suppressed before was now so loud as if it was being loudspeakered. Tang Xiao could no longer suppress the affection in her heart. "Brother Yifan, I really love you so much." "Okay, if you love me, just say more." "I'm listening." Yifan did not respond, but just smiled evilly to tease Tang Xiao. The interactive game lasted until dawn. The next day, not long after I separated from Tang Xiao, Yifan received a call from a director of Longqing Precious Metals. Ren Hongjun greeted carefully and respectfully. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi?" "I am Ren Hongjun, the director of Longqing Precious Metals. I just received the news that you have acquired 70% of our group's shares. Would it be convenient for you to come to the company headquarters now to go through the handover procedures?" "Sure, I'm free now and will be there in a moment." Yifan's extremely young and powerful voice was heard. Ren Hongjuan's already cautious and respectful expression was now even more stunned. Because Longqing is a listed company, its equity is relatively dispersed. So even though he only held a little over 20% of the shares before, he still firmly held the position of the company's largest shareholder. But I didn't expect that overnight, 70% of the company was suddenly taken away by one person. Moreover, this person even took down the Holy Dragon Gang, which used to be a security company but was actually a huge underground force. You should know that although the Shanglong Gang had always been used by Longqing, its leader was not anyone on the Longqing board of directors. But this new shareholder who suddenly appeared and bought 70% of the shares has now taken it directly. This shows the terrifying power behind it. When Ren Hongjun received the information of new shareholders, he originally thought that there was something wrong with the information. Because Yifan's identity shown above is actually a senior student at the Imperial Capital University. This sounds too outrageous. However, at this moment Ren Hongjun really heard Yifan's voice. Only then did I realize that there was indeed nothing wrong with this information. This made Ren Hongjun even more frightened. His attitude towards Yifan was completely respectful to the point of being humble. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'm waiting for you here." After hanging up the phone, Yifan drove quickly to the office building of Longqing Company. The all-glass high-end office building is so tall that it seems to be immersed in the clouds. It stood there steadily. It is easy to reveal Longxing's supreme status. Ren Hongjun was waiting at the front desk early with a group of directors. Yi Fan stepped into the door. All the directors looked over there. For a moment, they were all shocked by Yi Fan's outstanding appearance and temperament. Ren Hongjun, who had seen Yi Fan's photo, rushed over quickly. He bowed deeply and said, "Hello, Chairman Yi." After hearing this, the other directors followed suit and greeted Yi Fan. The main reason is that they have never seen Yi Fan's photo. I only heard that the new chairman is very young. So when Yi Fan appeared just now, he looked like a movie star. They all subconsciously felt that someone with such outstanding looks was unlikely to be Chairman Yi. Otherwise, how could he be so young and capable, and also have such an excellent appearance? How could there be such a perfect person in this world? Chapter 100. However, the facts are before us. This is the invincible boss who acquired 70% of the group's shares. It turns out to be this young man in front of me with such outstanding looks and temperament that I am speechless. Several directors couldn't help but touch their bald heads and protruding beer bellies. Their mentality was completely broken. Hello. Although Yi Fan is young, he is facing a group of directors who are about the same age as his father. Completely calm, showing no emotion at all. But think about it, they are all big shots of this level. Nature does not show emotions on one's face. Several directors immediately laughed at their own naivety and superficiality in their hearts. Ren Hongjun wiped the sweat off his forehead and led Yi Fan to the meeting room. After asking the other directors to introduce themselves and greet Yi Fan, Ren Hongjun asked them to leave. Next, Ren Hongjun called several company employees to introduce the company's current operating conditions and categories to Yi Fan. After understanding everything, Yi Fan signed several documents. The handover procedures have been completed. At this time, Ren Hongjun took out Saya Bank's top-level black gold bank card. The card surface is more advanced than the diamond card Yi Fan had owned before, and the pattern is also carved using special techniques. Director Yi, it's almost the end of the year, and Longxing's annual settlement results have come out. This is the dividend for the year you held the shares. It is exactly 13.2 billion. Please sign for it. Yi Fan took the black gold card handed to him by Ren Hongjun. It feels heavy when I hold it in my hand and play with it. It turns out that the texture of the highest-end bank cards is different. As the highest-level bank card, the black gold card usually provides the highest-level services. For example, if you go to specific places that cooperate with the bank, you can use this card to enjoy super high-level concierge services, airport VIP lounge services, hotel accommodation services, etc. Commonly referred to as the various privileges that rich people can enjoy. Of course, compared to these so-called privileges, the numbers on the card are more tangibly valuable. Ren Hongjun found Yi Fan to be quite easy to talk to throughout the whole process. My anxious heart finally relaxed a little. He pressed the communication bell again. "Selina, come in." The door of the conference room was opened, and a woman wearing high heels, a tight V-neck suit on the upper body, and a hip skirt with black stockings on the lower body walked in. She wore a pair of frameless glasses on her face, and the neatly tied low ponytail at the back of her head highlighted her capable temperament. The woman's proud figure is clearly visible under the tight work clothes, but the expression on her face seems serious and restrained. It feels like a mixture of ice and fire. "Mr. Yi, this is Selina, the secretary assigned to you by the group. You can ask her to do whatever you want." Selina bowed to Yi Fan at the right time and said hello. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Selina, and I'm honored to be your secretary." Yi Fan nodded lightly. His eyes swept over the 91 above her head. This score is slightly low. There are so many beautiful women with high scores around me who haven't consumed all the money yet. Therefore, Yi Fan didn't take Selina to heart. Yi Fan thought that the formalities were almost completed and was about to leave. He was detained by Ren Hongjun again. "Please wait, Mr. Yi. There is something else I need to introduce to you." Ren Hongjun clapped his hands, and a group of men in black suddenly ran in from outside the door. Each of them has a strong build and agile steps. You can tell at first glance that he is an extraordinary martial artist. "Mr. Yi, these are the elite guards that the Holy Dragon Gang has dispatched to you. They will only hide around you when you need them, and will never disturb you at other times." Holy Dragon Gang? Yi Fan recalled that it should be the security company affiliated with Longxing. That name doesn't sound like a security company. And why blame the middle school students? But it's okay this way. I have so many identities now. If there are blind people who come up to provoke me all day long, I have to do it myself every time. How stupid. From now on, just leave it to these subordinates to handle. As Yifan was thinking about it, the leader of the team headed by the men in black suddenly came forward and presented him with a ring with a dragon pattern. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is the identity symbol of the person who commands our Holy Dragon Gang. As long as you have this, all the disciples of the Holy Dragon Gang, no matter where they are scattered, will obey your orders. Well, after hearing these words, Yifan instantly felt even more immature. But he still took the ring. The ring is obviously carefully crafted, and the dragon depicted on it is lifelike. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Apart from anything else, it looks quite impressive and good-looking when worn. Okay, I understand. Afterwards, Yifan told the members of the Holy Dragon Gang that he would attend a celebrity gathering in a few days and they could join him. Then he left. Soon it was the day for the party agreed with Tang Xiao. Because Tang Xiao set out from home with her parents. Yifan drove his Koenigsegg to the door of the restaurant where the party was held. Ah Hui, a younger brother of Gushinghuai's team, was bored and standing at the door helping his boss to watch over their men. Suddenly I saw a familiar figure. And he was even more familiar with the car that the man got off. Isn't this the car that caused the boss to cancel his bet last time at the racetrack? And the guy who got out of this car was the guy who beat the boss and a group of brothers in the car team half to death at the gas station last time. I didn't expect that the person who offended the boss twice was the same person. Ah, we suddenly became excited. If he beat this man half to death and captured him now, the boss would reward him handsomely. Although he was still a little scared about the last time Yifan beat them so badly. But now, all the brothers trained by the Gu family are led by him. With about 20 or 30 people, we can definitely take this guy down. After thinking this over, we immediately brought his men to Yifan. Yifan was just finishing reading the supplementary invitation sent to him by Tang Xiao to confirm the level of the party. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he saw a group of people blocking his way. Boy! You still remember Grandpa, right? I didn't expect you to be so courageous that you dared to offend my boss twice. The leader, Hui, immediately pointed at Yifan and started shouting. Yifan saw out of the corner of his eye that the people from the Holy Dragon Gang were about to rush out, so he made a pause gesture. They retreated again and remained motionless. Yifan raised his eyebrows and looked at Hui. Did I offend your boss? Then tell me, who is your boss? At this time, Hui didn't know what consequences his words would cause. He immediately responded loudly and arrogantly. Chapter 101. You provoke my boss twice, and you still dare to ask me who my boss is. Listen to me. My boss is the son of the Gu family, one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital, Gushinghuai. So, now you're scared after hearing my name, right? Yifan narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be the wretched man who acted like a hooligan and was beaten up by me. I didn't expect that his men would not learn their lesson and were beaten so badly by me last time. Now he's clamoring here. It seems that the Gu family is very rampant in the emperor. Yifan looked at the 20 or so people gathered behind Hui. They are indeed quite strong. And you can vaguely see a hint of murderous intent. However, for Yifan, it is easy to deal with these people. But now there are people doing it for us. Yifan naturally would not take action on his own again. Yifan curled the corner of his mouth lightly and glanced at the arrogant Hui in front of him with a look as if he was looking at a dead person. He gently turned the ring on his hand again. More than a dozen members of the Holy Dragon Gang who were hiding nearby rushed out instantly. Before Hui and the thugs behind him could react, one man had already grabbed 2 of them and controlled them. Hui saw a man in black appearing out of nowhere. His expression was so confused that he looked as if he had gone crazy. No. You, who the hell are you? He was able to appear silently and easily control the Gu family's well-trained thugs. What the hell are these monsters? Wait here for people to come and go, don't disturb other guests. Just take these ignorant guys to a corner and deal with them. After Yifan finished speaking, the leader of the men in black immediately nodded heavily. We saw the men in black with expressionless faces as they took them away without knowing where they were going. The feeling of fear instantly rushed into my heart. You guys? Where are you taking us? Before Hui could ask any questions, all of them were taken to an underground corner near the restaurant. The sounds of fists hitting flesh, bones breaking, and screams lingered in the air. After dealing with the people who were causing trouble, Yifan walked briskly into the restaurant. We took the elevator and quickly arrived on the third floor where the party was held. He entered the venue with the invitation card given by Tang Xiao. I just picked up a glass of red wine from the tray brought by the waiter. He saw two familiar people walking into the party hall. Enai Leng Yue and her grandfather Enai Shangtian. Yifan walked straight towards the two of them. Seeing Yifan walking towards her, Enai Leng Yue couldn't help but think of the time when she and he hugged each other in the hotel. The little face began to turn red and hot. I can only force myself to stop clinging to things that don't belong to me. However, just when Enai Leng Yue thought that Yifan came to greet her on purpose, she saw her grandfather excitedly greet him. What a coincidence, Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to come today. Enai Shangtian was very familiar with and appreciative of Yifan's tone. Enai Leng Yue couldn't help but be stunned by what she heard. Why does Grandpa not only know Yifan, but also call him Mr. Yi? Could it be that he already knows Yifan's identity as the chairman of Bali or the chairman of Guanfa Securities? Grandpa and I, long time no see. Actually, you can just call me Xiaofan. You don't have to take those outside identities to heart. We can seem closer by following the order of seniority. Yifan still has a very respectful attitude towards Enai Shangtian. Hearing Yifan's words, Enai Shangtian was deeply moved. Okay then, I'll listen to you. Let's just talk about our relationship. I'm really taking advantage of you, Xiaofan. Yifan just smiled when he heard that. By the way, Leng Yu, come here. This is Director Yi whom I met last time when I went to the shareholders meeting of Imperial Capital University. He is now the largest shareholder of Imperial Capital University with a 65% stake. You should say hello to him. Enai Leng Yue was shocked when he heard this. What? It's not Bali or Guangfa, but a new identity. As for the shares of Imperial Capital University, even with someone as experienced as my grandfather, he only holds nearly 20% of the shares. And Yifan now directly controls 65% of the shares. At this moment, Enai Leng Yue was no longer calm. The man in front of her refreshed her cognition again and again. The admiration in my heart grew wildly. Then a feeling of regret also came up with it. Why, didn't she know him first? Seeing that Enai Leng Yue hadn't moved for a long time, Enai Shangtian looked back in confusion. But he saw his granddaughter had a lonely expression on her face. Leng Yu, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and say hello to Mr. Yi. Only then did Enai Leng Yue come back to her senses. He said to Yifan hurriedly. Hello, Mr. Yi. It's our first meeting. I'm glad to meet you. Enai Leng Yue was still feeling confused at this moment. Therefore, he had no intention of revealing to Enai Shangtian the fact that he had known Yifan for a long time. Yifan understood and raised his glass. Nice to meet you, Miss Enai. Enai Shangtian looked at Yifan and his precious granddaughter in front of him. The more I look at them, the more I feel that they are a perfect match. I just wanted the two of them to spend more time together and talk more. At this time, Tang Xiao's excited greeting sounded. Sister and I, Grandpa and I, you guys are here so early. Tang Xiao and Tang's father and mother walked in together. After saying hello to Enai Shangtian and Enai Leng Yue. When Tang Xiao saw Yifan in front of them, she almost couldn't help but come over and hug his arm. Suddenly realizing that her parents were around her, she quickly took back the step she was about to take. After Mr. and Mrs. Tang greeted the two members of the Enai family, Tang Xiao pretended to walk slowly to Yifan. Pointing at him, he introduced him to his parents. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you to this person. This is the person I mentioned before who helped me get the cooperation project with Boli. Mr. and Mrs. Tang looked in the direction of the sound. Yifan's young, handsome face and extraordinary temperament were revealed in their eyes. They thought Yifan was a new young talent who had collaborated with Boli. His eyes were full of admiration. Mr. Tang Haizheng immediately took a few steps forward politely and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yifan. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for introducing our Tang family and Boli to us. I wonder which company you are working for now, sir? Tang Xiao knew that her parents didn't understand what she meant. We must quickly explain Yifan's true identity. At this moment, the celebrities at the party suddenly became agitated. Everyone's eyes were cast towards Gu Xinghuai, who was coming down from the second floor. He was hugging a woman and molesting her crazily. Chapter 102. That's Gu Xinghuai, the son of the Gu family, right? I didn't expect that his scandal had just happened, but he's still so unruly now. Please speak softly. You should know that the underground forces behind the Gu family in the imperial capital cannot be underestimated. The young master of the Gu family is famous for his strong desire for revenge. You'd better be careful that he pulls out your tongue. Is the Gu family really that powerful? A few newly emerged nobles who didn't quite understand the complicated situations of the upper-class families in the imperial capital asked curiously. Of course. Back then, the Gu family was at the bottom of the 7 great families. Ever since the vigorous and resolute current head of the Gu family, Gu Hanping, took office, he relied on the underground forces he cultivated in the imperial capital to squeeze into the position of the 4 major families in just 20 years. Moreover, the Gu family has been developing rapidly in the past few years. In fact, the Gu family's assets have surpassed the Ni family in many aspects, but they are still a little behind in terms of qualifications and connections. But surpassing the Ni family is only a matter of time. So among the 7 great families now, except for the Shangwan family and the Luo family, which are far behind the others, it is estimated that the Gu family will soon take the top spot among the remaining 5 families. Apparently many of the celebrities who attended the party knew about this. Therefore, although Gu Xinghuai has a dissolute style and looks domineering and difficult to get along with, there are still many celebrities who are eager to deal with him and establish some relationship with him. The Guan family and the Luo family would not show up at gatherings of this level. So at this moment Gu Xinghuai completely regarded this place as his home court. He enjoyed being admired by others and never stopped taking advantage of the women around him. Gu Xinghuai was in high spirits at the moment, and glanced casually. His face suddenly became extremely ugly. He actually saw the brat he hated so much here. Gu Xinghuai's eyes were fixed on Yifan. The corner of his mouth tilted into a fierce arc. Since this damn guy dared to come here, there is no way he would let this kid walk out of this party hall safely today. Gu Xinghuai pushed the woman in his arms aside. He strode up to Yifan. Everyone has been paying attention to Gu Xinghuai's movements. At this moment, seeing him suddenly walking towards Yifan, he was a little puzzled for a moment. You little brat, you are really brave. How dare you show up in front of me today? Gu Xinghuai asked with a look on his face that seemed to be looking for trouble. The Tang couple and Ni both looked surprised. Tang Xiyao forgot that Gu Xinghuai would also come to today's party. I regretted it to the extreme in an instant. How could she forget that brother Yifan had just made enemies with Gu Xinghuai? What should I do now? But she still immediately stood in front of Yifan. Gu Xinghuai, what do you want to do by treating the guests here like this? What do you want to do? Shouldn't Miss Tang know best what I want to do? Last time I just flirted with a woman. If Tang Xiao hadn't made a big deal out of it, he wouldn't have been harmed so badly by Yifan. Now here, no one else would dare to mess with the Gu family. In other words, the brat in front of him has completely fallen into his territory. If he doesn't seize the opportunity to deal with him now, when will he wait? And since Tang Xiao saw him being beaten so badly last time, so today, he is going to make the same thing happen to that brat. Gu Xinghuai stared at Yifan, then immediately turned around and told a little follower. Go and call off Hui and the Gu family's thugs up here now. Tell them there's something good for them to play with. Okay, boss. Gu Xinghuai spoke with a smug tone, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Yifan was extremely arrogant. When the people around heard this, they were so scared that they took several steps back. Yifan listened to Gu Xinghuai's self-righteous provocation and his final instructions. He smiled faintly. Mr. Gu, it looks like you are going to give me a big gift, so I will have to wait and see. Gu Xinghuai was extremely unhappy when he saw Yifan's disapproving attitude. You still dare to be so arrogant to me now, don't you? The number of thugs I have under my command would scare you to death. You don't really think that you can get away with beating up a few of us amateurs last time, do you? Tang Xiao saw that the situation before her was completely dire. He immediately stepped forward and revealed Yifan's identity. Gu Xinghuai, listen to me, Yifan is the chairman of Bali Real Estate. Are you sure you dare to hurt him? Tang Xiao said this. Mr. and Mrs. Tang looked extremely surprised, and there was also some surprise in Ni Shangtian's eyes. The other celebrities present were all shocked. I did hear about the change of ownership of Bali Real Estate before, but I didn't expect that the new chairman of Bali is so young. Yes, after all, Bali is a company with a market value of hundreds of billions. Its strength should not be underestimated. When Gu Xinghuai heard what Tang Xiao said, he shook his head and laughed out loud. Tang Xiao, who knows if you made this up to protect this kid? And the chairman of Baoli, that's him? Gu Xinghuai himself only has this status thanks to his powerful father. He didn't believe that Yifan, a guy who looked like a pretty boy, could become the chairman of Baoli at this age. Based on what Tang Xiao had just revealed, Tang's father and mother naturally deduced that Yifan's identity as the chairman of Baoli was indeed true. Tang Haijun was just about to come up with the idea of using the Tang family's reputation to explain. And I Leng Yue suddenly stood up in full view of everyone. I can testify. This gentleman is indeed the chairman of Baoli Real Estate. I heard it from Baoli's director Zhao Tianrui himself. No one expected that Ni Leng Yue, who had always been low-key, would stand up at this time. Moreover, the Ni family's credit has always been obvious to all. If it is possible that the little girl Tang Xiao could tell false information due to her childish nature, then Ni Leng Yue, who has been the president of the Ni group for several years. There is no way that we can joke about the reputation of the Ni family. The young man who was being harassed by Gu Xinghuai was definitely the director of Baoli Real Estate. Ms. Tang and Ms. Ni both spoke for the young chairman of Baoli. It seems that they have a very close relationship. A few nosy celebrities immediately started gossiping. When Ni Shangtian saw his granddaughter come out to testify, he glanced at her for a moment. It seems that this is obviously not the first time that my granddaughter has met Brother Yifan. Ni Leng Yue saw the look in her grandfather's eyes, which clearly showed that he wanted her to explain it to her later. She suddenly felt her face burning and had to turn her head away. Unexpectedly, I met Yifan's gaze again. It even made her heart beat violently. I saw Tang Xiao and Ni Leng Yue both came out to testify for Yifan. The jealousy in Gu Xinghuai's heart suddenly ignited. Damn, these young ladies from wealthy families, I can never attract them no matter how hard I try. Now this kid is flirting with two of them. How could he tolerate this? Chapter 103. Oh? Really? Even if he is really the chairman of Baoli, so what? Gu Xinghuai withdrew his gaze from Tang Xiao and Ni Leng Yue, staring at Yifan fiercely. It's just a small Baoli group. Your Tang family cherishes it, and the Ni family thinks highly of it, but our Gu family is not afraid of it. Although Baoli is indeed one of the leading real estate companies in the capital, but its market value is only about 1/3 of the Gu group. If Gu Xinghuai insists on dealing with Yifan, there is nothing wrong with that. Gu family boy, don't be so confident. At this time, Ni Shangtian suddenly stood up in full view of everyone. He added, Mr. Yi is not only the chairman of Baoli, he is also the largest shareholder of Imperial Capital University with 65% of its shares. It just so happened that I just attended the shareholders meeting not long ago, so I had the honor of meeting Mr. Yi. Ni Shangtian's sonorous and powerful voice fell. There was another uproar at the scene. Oh my god. This young man is actually the largest shareholder of Imperial Capital University. This is too incredible. Yes, the connections behind Imperial Capital University are incredible. I didn't expect this young man to have more shares than Mr. Ni, who has such a rich experience. Here Ni Shangtian reveal Yifan's new identity. The Tang couple were also extremely shocked at this time. They didn't expect that their daughter would quietly get to know such a powerful boss. I saw Ni Shangtian also come out to speak for Yifan. Gu Xinghuai's face was extremely dark at this time. Today, everyone from the Tang and Ni families are standing on Yifan's side and against the Gu family, right? If he was really scared off like this today, then no one would listen to his name as the young master of the Gu family in the future. Gu Xinghuai narrowed his eyes and suddenly sneered. I really didn't expect that you are actually quite important. But even if you still have shares in Imperial University, so what? With these so-called connections, do you think I will be afraid of you? Everyone present here, everyone knows how powerful our Gu family is now in the underground world of the Imperial capital. You seemingly polite people, do you really dare to confront our Gu family head-on? Anyway, you brought shame to our Gu family before, I will settle this account with you no matter what. Seeing that Gu Xinghuai not only did not restrain himself at all, but instead made a crude threat to Yifan directly. Ni Shangtian's expression was serious. Gu family kid, you should show mercy when you can. Gu Xinghuai glanced at him with disdain. Grandpa and I, it's better for you not to get involved in this matter. Now is not the time for your Ni family to be on equal footing with our Gu family. You. Gu Xinghuai's words were very arrogant, and almost made Ni Shangtian cough violently. and Ilang US saw that Gu Xinghuai was clearly not going to let Yifan go easily. He was thinking of releasing the news that he had absolute controlling stake in Guangfa Securities. In this way, the combined assets of Yifan Baoli and Guangfa will at least not be much less than that of the Gu family. This should make Gu Xinghuai a little bit afraid. However, before she could open her mouth, the younger brother whom Gu Xinghuai had just sent downstairs to call people suddenly ran over in a hurry. "Boss! Something terrible has happened. Ah Hui and his thugs have all been severely injured. Now they can't even move. Just now, it was Ah Hui who struggled to crawl back, and I learned from him that the brothers were beaten." "What?" Gu Xinghuai's face changed drastically. "Who the hell is so arrogant and dares to touch anyone from my Gu family?" I don't know the relationship between Gu Xinghuai and Yifan, so I just quickly reported the last news that Ah Hui asked him to bring back. "Brother Hui, he said that this was done by the men of the boy who provoked you last time." "What did you say?" Gu Xinghuai was furious and immediately turned around and glared at Yifan. "Who gave you the guts to touch my people?" Compared to Gu Xinghuai's furious and incompetent look, Yifan was extremely elegant and calm. "Mr. Gu wanted to give me a big gift, and I thought I couldn't not give a gift in return, so I gave you one first. How about it? Do you like it?" When Yifan answered, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked like he had everything under control. The grace and temperament he displayed were simply incomparable to Gu Xinghuai's. "Besides, it was your dog that started biting people first, so I have no choice but to help you discipline it first." "Discipline? Yifan, you are so bold!" Gu Xinghuai roared. "This brat should have been severely punished by him today. Now he has hurt someone from the Gu family again. Isn't this Chun Chun crushing the Gu family's face again? If this continues, the Gu family will no longer have any prestige in the outside world." Gu Xinghuai immediately rushed forward, ready to teach Yifan a lesson with his fists. Although he couldn't beat this brat last time. But now they are in a place where everyone is watching, and he doesn't believe that Yifan is really not afraid of the Gu family's power fighting back. He, Gu Xinghuai, wanted to be here today and let everyone see how Yifan was beaten down by him. Yifan raised his eyes and glanced at Gu Xinghuai, who was rushing towards him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. "I have never seen anyone who, after being beaten once, comes back to provoke me again and again and begs me to beat him." Yifan seized the opportunity and grabbed Gu Xinghuai's fist with one hand. He twisted it clockwise and immediately made a 180-degree turn for Gu Xinghuai's arm. "Ah!" A scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard. Gu Xinghuai was distorted beyond recognition. Yifan controlled him with one hand, and the other hand was calmly behind his back. It looked as if he had not expended any energy. "Master Gu, why do you scream so badly every time I hit you? You'd better protect your vocal cords, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to scream next time I hit you." After Yifan finished speaking, he bent Gu Xinghuai's arm downwards with force and threw him aside. Gu Xinghuai fell to the ground with his arms drooping, like a shrimp knocked unconscious on the chopping board. He struggled for a long time but couldn't stand up. Seeing Yifan turn Gu Xinghuai into this state in just a few moves, everyone present was shocked. But after a moment, the celebrities present couldn't help but look at Yifan and shook their heads regretfully. Director Yi is still too young. Without the underground forces, how could he possibly defeat the fierce Gu family? That's right. Actually, if he had followed Master Ji's wishes and been beaten a few times, he might have been able to gain some benefits. But now that he has hurt Master Gu so badly, he is probably finished. As everyone was discussing, they suddenly felt a sense of oppression. Looking back, it was the head of the Gu family, Gu Xinghuai's father, Gu Hanping. Chapter 104. Gu Hanping was accompanied by 4 guards with a stern aura as they stepped into the gathering venue. He saw his son Gu Xinghuai lying on the ground with his hands and feet curled up. An expression of anger suddenly appeared on the face full of majesty and wrinkles. "Who is so bold as to hurt my son, Gu Hanping, here?" Gu Hanping also came from a life of hard work and struggle in his time. The aura of majesty that comes from him without even getting angry is very powerful. As soon as his question came out, several celebrities who had originally wanted to watch the fun from a closer distance were frightened and took several steps back. However, what surprised the people around was that in front of Gu Hanping, who was famous for his ruthlessness and strong aura, Yifan's momentum was not inferior at all. When Gu Xinghuai saw his savior coming, he immediately pointed at Yifan and started crying and complaining to Gu Hanping. "Dad, you're finally here. It's this guy. He was the one who caused the incident at the gas station last time." You must avenge me. Ge Hanping looked unhappy when he heard this. Although Gu Xinghuai's scandal last time brought shame to their Gu family. As the head of the family, I just had to deal with my own son who had caused trouble at home. But now, his own son was beaten like this in such a celebrity gathering. That would be a blow to the entire Gu family's reputation. Not to mention that this guy was the instigator who escalated the Gu family scandal last time. Of course, all new and old grudges must be settled together. Ge Hanping turned and looked at Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan looking into his eyes without any fear or avoidance, Ge Hanping sneered in his heart. He is really brave. Kid, where are you from? Do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to mess with my Gu family? As soon as Gu Hanping's voice came out, it was obvious that he was going to take real action against Yi Fan. The celebrities present all tacitly agreed not to speak anymore. Although Nai Shangtian also felt that Yi Fan's actions just now were a bit impulsive. But he also admired his upright attitude in the face of evil forces, so he took the lead and came to Ge Hanping. Master Ge, we all saw what happened just now. It was your kid who first came to Mr. Yi to cause trouble. Everything Mr. Yi did just now was to protect himself. If you interfere in the affairs of these juniors now, it may not be good for the reputation of the Gu family. Nai Shangtian spoke tactfully. In fact, he was telling Gu Hanping that if he really wanted to take action against Yi Fan, his Nai family would not mind helping the Gu family expand its reputation of bullying others by taking advantage of their power. It was obvious that the Nai family was on the side of the boy opposite. When Gu Hanping heard the word Mr. Yi and Nai Shangtian's words, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Uncle Nai, you call this man Director Yi, so which company is he a director of? Let me put it this way. You know Bali Real Estate, right? Xiaofan is the director there. By the way, he is also the largest shareholder of Imperial Capital University. Nai Shangtian's tone was calm, but one could still hear some appreciation and praise in it. Ge Hanping listened to what Nai Shangtian said about Yi Fan's identity. I was actually surprised. At such a young age, he was able to acquire a leading real estate company like Bali and hold the largest share of Imperial Capital University. No wonder the young man wasn't afraid of him just now. He is really good at it. However, although the two identities of this young man are very important in the imperial capital, but it is still a little distance away from his Gu family. The most important thing is that his son had been beaten by him in front of so many people. There is no way he could settle this account. However, Nai Shangtian's words gave him some inspiration. Ge Hanping suddenly sneered. Uncle Nai, you reminded me. There are some things that we, the Gu family, really don't need to do personally. At this time, he took the initiative to investigate why Gu Xinghuai and his men did not bring back the guards who were there to protect him. He whispered to Ge Hanping that the Gu family's men were beaten immobile by Yi Fan's men. Ge Hanping became furious upon hearing this, and the murderous look in his eyes became more and more intense as he looked at Yi Fan. He actually had the guts to touch so many people in the Gu family. I didn't expect that this kid has so many abilities hidden underneath. It seems that the method of killing someone with a borrowed knife that I had originally planned to use has to be used. After all, Ge Hanping represents the image of the entire Gu family. Naturally, he would not be as rude as Gu Xinghuai and cause trouble for Yi Fan in person. He calmly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Master Wen, it's me, Ge Hanping. Didn't you say before that you could do me a favor? I need it right now. When they heard Ge Hanping call out Master Wen, everyone present changed their expressions. Especially the grandfather and grandson of the Nai family, they both looked at Yi Fan with some fear and worry. Oh my god. Patriarch Gu actually has a personal relationship with Master Wen. If Master Wen intervenes in this matter, then even if Boli and Imperial Capital University want to make trouble, they won't dare to do so. This move by Patriarch Gu really leaves Mr. Yi no chance to survive. Everyone was talking about it. The key reason for their reaction lies in the identity of the Mr. Wen mentioned by Ge Hanping. If we say that Ge Hanping's influence in the underground world alone allowed the entire Gu family to become one of the leading families in just 20 years, then there is Mr. Wen Tang Mingwen, who controls the entire underground world of the imperial capital. Even the Shangwan family and the Luo family dare not ignore him. Not to mention that the organization led by Mr. Wen also has close ties with several companies at the top of the pyramid in the imperial capital. Seeing everyone's reactions, Ge Hanping's face was full of smug smiles. As early as when he heard Yi Fan's two unusual identities, Ge Hanping was inspired. Today he not only wants to avenge his son, He also had to take advantage of this opportunity to teach Yifan a lesson and establish his authority over the upper echelons of the imperial capital. That is to let them know that even if he is as powerful as the chairman of a leading enterprise like Boli, or the largest shareholder with extensive connections like Imperial Capital University, if you offend someone from the Gu family, you will suffer the same consequences. The reason why he specifically called Mr. Wen was to use this opportunity to build momentum. Tell everyone that if you mess with the Gu family, you will become the enemy of the entire underground world. Even if his Gu family just happened to have the opportunity to ask Mr. Wen for help. But the facts are not important. What is important is that when the news of dealing with Yifan gets out, the effect will allow the Gu family's prestige to rise to a higher level. Yifan looked at Gu Hanping talking for a long time, and it turned out that he was calling for help. I couldn't help but feel bored and frowned. He started thinking whether he should do it himself or call the people from the Holy Dragon Gang up directly. Chapter 105. After a while, the sound of heavy footsteps was heard outside the party venue. As the door to the venue opened, a middle-aged man in a jet-black suit walked in front. Behind them were 2 rows of men in black, all of them strong and sturdy, and exuding the unique aura of people who practiced martial arts. Master Wen, you are here. Gu Hanping, who was so arrogant just now, after seeing the leader Tang Mingwen. He immediately turned into a lackey and went forward to greet him. Gu Hanping's expression changed so quickly that it amazed all the celebrities present. However, as they all turned their eyes to Tang Mingwen, naturally, they all turned into people with the same expression as Gu Hanping. After all, he is the king of the entire underground world of the imperial capital. If you offend Master Wen without paying attention, you might not even know how you died. Tang Mingwen glanced at Gu Hanping indifferently. He looked like he was about to leave after finishing his work. You need my help, where is he? Gu Hanping quickly pretended to be familiar with Tang Mingwen. He immediately pointed at Yifan. It was this kid who caused trouble for our Gu family. Sorry to bother Master Wen. Tang Mingwen looked at Yifan. And I Shangtian suddenly felt something was wrong. Tang Xiao and Ni Lengyue were both very nervous at this time. Yifan, on the other hand, still looked calm. He met Tang Mingwen's gaze and looked back. This middle-aged man seems to be in good spirits. Also, why do the outfits of those people behind him seem so familiar to me? Tang Mingwen locked onto Yifan's location. Dandan nodded to Gu Hanping to show that he understood. Then he brought his men to Yifan. Looking at the young man in front of him, he seemed to be not afraid of him at all. Tang Mingwen also found it a little novel for a moment. What a pity. I haven't seen anyone of this age who dares to look me in the eye in all these years. It was originally a seedling that could be cultivated. But since the Gu family wants to get rid of him, the favor he owes to the ancestors of the Gu family can be repaid today. On the other side, the more Yifan looked at Tang Mingwen and his team, the more he felt that they had similar auras. He simply extended his hand to say hello, Mr. Wen, right? I'm Yifan, how about getting to know him? Yifan's action completely frightened the entire audience and made them gasp. What the hell is it that he actually took the initiative to ask Master Wen to get to know him? Mr. Wen was specially called by Gu Hanping to deal with him. And it is rumored that Mr. Wen hates people who talk too much. Last time someone begged for mercy in front of him, he was only going to cut off his fingers, but he ended up pulling out his tongue as well. This young Chairman Yi is really finished. And I Shangtian and the Tang couple quickly discussed and prepared to jointly use their status as noble families to ask Master Wen to postpone his decision. But before they could speak, Tang Mingwen's face suddenly changed drastically, and in front of everyone, he knelt down on one knee in front of Yifan. Mingwen has met the gang leader. Following Tang Mingwen's words, the 2 rows of men in black behind him knelt down and said, Hello, boss. Everyone present watched the scene. Everyone was in a daze to the extreme. No, isn't this Master Wen here to deal with Yifan? Now suddenly a group of people kneel down to him and call him the leader. What does this mean? The celebrities who had only heard of Mr. Wen's name but had no idea about the operation mode of the underground forces and organizations were completely confused at this time. Gu Hanping, who was quite familiar with the underground world, turned pale instantly. Cold sweat kept oozing out of his forehead. Yifan was also a little confused by Tang Mingwen's actions. He just wanted to get to know this uncle. It's okay for this uncle to kneel down. But he calls himself the gang leader. The only gang that I'm most closely associated with is probably the Holy Dragon Gang. Yi Fan turned the Longting ring on his hand while thinking about it. Then he showed it to Tang Mingwen. "Uncle, are you from the Holy Dragon Gang?" When Tang Mingwen saw the dragon ring on Yi Fan's hand just now, he realized that he was the new leader of the Holy Dragon Gang. Although Tang Mingwen has a great reputation outside, he is not famous behind closed doors. He is just an ordinary senior member of the Holy Dragon Gang. And the young man in front of him is the master of the entire Holy Dragon Gang. Tang Mingwen was shocked when he found out that he almost offended the new gang leader. Now seeing the Longtong ring on Yi Fan's hand again, he could only quickly lower his head in fear. "That's right, boss. I'm really sorry that I didn't take time off to go to Longqing to say hello to you earlier. I was thinking of finding another opportunity to visit you, but I didn't expect that today." As Tang Mingwen explained, his eyes immediately shot fiercely at Gu Hanping. At this time, Gu Hanping's hands and feet were completely weak. "Oh, is that so? Okay then, you get up first." Only after Yi Fan finished saying this did Tang Mingwen dare to withdraw his greeting and stand up again. Yi Fan also realized it at this moment. The power of the Holy Dragon Gang was much greater than he had imagined. In this way, wouldn't the situation tonight be more interesting? The situation on the scene changed instantly. While other celebrities were still confused. Tang Mingwen's voice of scolding Gu Hanping was suddenly heard. "Gu Hanping, I was thinking that since I owed your ancestors a favor before, I would help you this time. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to provoke the leader of our Holy Dragon Gang. Our boss has just acquired 70% of Longqing Precious Metals shares and is very busy with work. If you continue to cause trouble like this, do you think the entire Gu family doesn't want to stay in the capital anymore?" The amount of information in Tang Mingwen's words was so great that it brought the shock of everyone present to a new level. Yi Fan is the leader of the Holy Dragon Gang, and Tang Mingwen even added "we" in front of the Holy Dragon Gang. This means that Tang Mingwen, the king of the underground world, is actually Yi Fan's subordinate. There is also Longqing Precious Metals Company, which is a super large company with a market value of nearly 400 billion. And Yi Fan actually owns 70% of the shares of this company. Plus the Bali Real Estate and Imperial University in front of him. Oh my god, what a horrible elite monster this is. The Tang couple and Tang Xia were also extremely shocked by this information. Ni Shangtian and Ni Langyue, who were used to many storms, couldn't help swallowing silently at this moment. Especially Ni Langyue, she also knew that Guangfa Securities was also in Yi Fan's pocket. At this moment, her admiration for Yi Fan could not be described as soaring through the sky. In her eyes, Yi Fan was so outstanding that he didn't even look like a human being. Gu Hanping never expected this. This young man wanted to set up a plan to increase his own prestige. There are so many incredible identities. After all these years of hard work, he has only managed to carve out a niche in the underground world. Before Tang Mingwen told the truth, even if he killed himself, he would never believe that this young man was the leader of the Holy Dragon Gang. It's over, everything is over. Just when Gu Hanping was thinking about how to slide down and kneel down to apologize so as to buy more chances for the Gu family, Gu Xinghuai, who had just fainted and was taken to the inner room, woke up and heard his subordinate say, We also discovered that Yi Fan was also the owner of the Koenigsegg that won against him last time." He immediately rushed out of the room, shouting at Gu Hanping to torture Yi Fan a few more times. Chapter 106. Dad! You must beat that brat Yi Fan to death. After Gu Xinghuai finished yelling, he suddenly realized that Yi Fan was still standing there as if nothing had happened. "Don't mention how angry I am." He immediately limped over to Gu Hanping and complained. "No, Dad, why haven't you done anything yet?" "It's okay if you don't do it, but I will definitely kick him first." Gu Xinghuai was just about to kick out when he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming towards his face. Gu Hanping slapped Gu Xinghuai so hard that he flew away. Gu Xinghuai fell heavily to the ground, and his injuries were immediately exacerbated. "No. Dad. Why are you hitting me? Hit him." At this time, Gu Hanping was scared to death and was also very angry at his stupid son. "You evil creature. How dare you be so disrespectful to Mr. Yi? Hurry up and come over here to kowtow and apologize to Director Yi." Gu Hanping picked up Gu Xinghuai again and held him in front of Yi Fan. Although he felt sad when he saw his son getting hurt. But now there is no other way except sliding on my knees. Gu Xinghuai was now feeling pain all over his body, and was confused and puzzled to the extreme. Yi Fan's identities, aren't they just those two? Could this little thing scare my dad like this? Dad, isn't it more than enough for our Go family to deal with Yifan stuff? What's wrong with you, Dad? Seeing that Gu Xinghuai was still talking nonsense and continuing to provoke Yifan, Go Hanping was very anxious at this time. There was no other way, so he had to slap Gu Xinghuai a few more times. He grabbed his collar and scolded him, and quickly took the opportunity to warn Gu Xinghuai in his ear. You bastard, you've offended the leader of the Holy Dragon Gang. Even Master Wen has to act according to his mood, not to mention that he is the chairman of Longqing Precious Metals. If you don't want our Go family to be buried with you, then you should quickly apologize to Director Yi. Do you hear me, you little brat? Hearing the content of his father's words and the tremor of fear in his voice, only then did Gu Xinghuai realize how big a disaster he had caused. Yifan actually has such an identity. No matter how much Gu Xinghuai didn't want to admit it at this moment, he also knew that what his father said must be the truth. When he looked up at Yifan's expression, which was still as calm as before, Gu Xinghuai didn't dare to get angry and embarrassed again. Instead, a feeling of fear surged up from the bottom of his heart. Yi. Mr. Yi, this is all my fault. I am so blind that I offended you. Please forgive me this time. Gu Xinghuai cowed out hard without daring to stop for even a second. He was so frightened that he didn't even notice that his head was bleeding. Yifan snorted coldly. As expected, these arrogant rich second-generation young men will become angry as soon as they find that they have provoked someone stronger than them. They all turned into this bastard look. If Gu Xinghuai was a little more assertive, Yifan might have looked up to him a little more. Now I just feel annoyed when I see him playing the victim in front of me. Yifan looked at Gu Xinghuai's cowardly look, shook his head, and directly explained to Tang Mingwen. Take the Gu family father and son out directly, and don't bother me here. You can decide how to deal with them later. After hearing these words, Gu Xinghuai was so frightened that he collapsed to the side. If we hand it over to Master Wen, wouldn't that be the same as sending the Gu family to their death? Gu Xinghuai was timid and useless to begin with, and at this moment he burst into tears on the spot. There is no trace of the arrogance and dominance he had before. There was no need to say anything about Gu Hanping. All his majesty and authority no longer existed at this moment. Upon hearing this, Tang Mingwen immediately clasped his fists and replied to Yifan. I understand your order. Gang leader, you can enjoy yourself here. Leave the task of dealing with those people who offend you to me. Tang Mingwen cast his gaze towards the Go father and son, and after a cold snort, several men in black immediately rushed out from behind him, carried the Go father and son up and walked out. All the celebrities present took a deep breath. I dared not make any unnecessary sound. In front of the absolutely dominant underground forces, no matter how glorious you are or how much wealth you have, it doesn't matter. If you provoke them, you will be in big trouble. Not to mention that the Gu family was able to reach its current state thanks to the help of underground forces. The Gu family's qualifications are not even as strong as the three smaller families below, so when it comes to cleaning up Master Wen's side, he has no scruples. Tang Mingwen and a group of brothers from the Holy Dragon Gang have already retreated with the Gu father and son. However, no one at the party dared to speak first. Especially those celebrities who were not familiar with Yifan and were shocked by his strength today, only dared to cautiously and occasionally look at him with admiration. Let's keep playing. Today is a party. Don't be so reserved. Yifan quickly greeted him. In an instant, this party became Yifan's home court. The music started again, and colorful spotlights cast dazzling light and shadows on the dance floor. Seeing Yifan's easygoing and unassuming appearance, everyone raised their glasses to show their respect to Yifan before they dared to start the activity again. The environment suddenly became relaxed, and Tang Xiao finally couldn't hold it back anymore. He didn't care that his parents were still around and ran straight to Yifan. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, and the words she uttered were full of admiration to the extreme. Brother Yifan, you are so amazing. So when you asked me about Longqing that day, you had already taken it in your pocket. Yifan smiled and said, You little girl, you are quite smart. Tang Xiao couldn't help but scream again. Oh my god, brother Yifan, how come the identity behind you is like a treasure that can never be fully dug out? Yifan smiled evilly when he heard this, and deliberately leaned over to whisper in Tang Xiao's ear. My identity is inexhaustible, but you and I are already infinitely close, aren't we? The sound of Yifan teasing Tang Xiao reached her ears. She immediately blushed with shame. She quickly glanced towards her parents. Fortunately, they didn't look over here at this time. She quickly punched Yifan's chest. Hate it. You're teasing me in a place like this. Yi Fan chuckled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Do you want to dance with me? Chapter 107. Of course I want that. Tang Xiao agreed excitedly. If they dance in this kind of situation, even if their parents see them, they won't think there's anything going on between them. So Tang Xiao is very relieved. After Tang Xiao put her hand in Yi Fan's palm, she followed him into the dance floor. Not far away, Ni Lengyue's eyes were focused on the two of them. At the same time, he also saw the intimate jokes between the two people just now. It is obvious that the relationship between Tang Xiao and Yi Fan is definitely not just ordinary friends. Ni Lengyue felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Just when I was feeling depressed and uncomfortable, I heard Ni Xiangtian beside me sigh heavily. My dear granddaughter, I won't ask you how you got to know Xiaofan first. But now look at Yao Yao, how actively she approaches me. If you like her, you should be more proactive in showing your presence in front of Xiaofan. Xiaofan has such strength and wealth, there will be many good girls who like him in the future. Don't just sit there and regret it later. Ni Xiangtian originally wanted to match his granddaughter with Yi Fan. He was surprised when Ni Lengyue spoke for Yi Fan just now. Only then did I realize that the two children had known each other for a long time. And look at the worried look on Ni Lengyue's face when Yi Fan was in trouble just now. Ni Xiangtian knew that his good granddaughter had probably been interested in that guy for a long time. But now he saw that his good granddaughter could only watch Yi Fan interact with other girls silently, while he himself looked uncomfortable with red eyes. Ni Xiangtian wanted to push her directly and let her go to Yi Fan. Ni Lengyue still said stubbornly, Grandpa, please stop talking nonsense. I know Yi Fan, but I don't have that kind of feeling towards him. Okay, as long as you can deceive yourself. Ni Xiangtian sighed helplessly. Kid, you are very strong in your career, but now when it comes to your love life, you are more timid than anyone else. Ni Xiangtian knew that his granddaughter was most susceptible to provocation. So he left this sentence intentionally and went to the side to chat and drink with his friends. Ni Lengyue sighed sadly, feeling mixed emotions as she watched Yi Fan and Tang Xiao interacting. Before I knew it, I had finished several glasses of wine. In the middle of the dance floor, there were many dancing guests. Yi Fan took Tang Xiao and hid in the middle. He gently supported Tang Xiao's slender waist. Then he suddenly pulled his hand away with force, causing Tang Xiao to cling tightly to his arms. Tang Xiao suddenly felt a heat source and her face turned red. However, Yi Fan didn't want to let her go. He even lowered his head and whispered in her ear while dancing, saying some teasing words that cannot be broadcast. Tang Xiao suddenly felt her face getting extremely hot. Yi Fan, don't say these things here, you're just teasing me. Tang Xiao blushed as she listened to Yi Fan's whispers. Even the skin on the waist that Yi Fan was touching and supporting was extremely hot. If you want me to stop talking, then you can think of a way to wait for me in the car downstairs? Yi Fan chuckled, and when he left Tang Xiao's ear, he bit her earlobe lightly as a punishment. Tang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Then he immediately turned his gaze to Mr. and Mrs. Tang, who were not far away. That was a close call. Luckily my parents were busy talking to others. This brother Yi Fan is getting worse and worse. Yi Fan told Tang Xiao the little secret they had agreed upon. So I went to the bathroom first. Tang Xiao was left behind and quickly patted her little face and adjusted her breathing. I was going to lie to my parents so that I could leave the party first, so that she can go and do the things she loves with her brother Yi Fan. The restroom is around the corner from the party venue. Yi Fan washed his hands after going to the toilet. Dry your hands with paper towels and walk out. I saw Ni Lengyue leaning against the wall not far ahead. She looked at him, as if she was waiting for him. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows in confusion, and saw Ni Lengyue walking quickly in front of him in high heels. Mr. Yi, are you being so affectionate with other women outside? Are you doing this to Sile? Ni Lengyue saw Yi Fan and Tang Xiao getting along with each other in the venue. I feel more and more depressed. Before I knew it, I had drunk too much. When his emotions started to rise, he couldn't help but follow Yi Fan over to question him. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and chuckled, and suddenly saw the empty storage room next to him. He simply grabbed Ni Lengyue and pulled her into the storage room. The narrow space forced Ni Lengyue to be held tightly in Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan looked at the pink and tender face of the woman in front of him, who was slightly drunk. He stroked it with the back of his hand and said jokingly, Ms. Ni, are you so concerned about other people's emotional affairs now? Ni Lingyue's heart beat rapidly as she looked at Yifan, who was so close to her. She quickly turned her face away, not daring to look at Yifan again. What do you mean by other people's business? Sile. Sile is my best sister. Oh? Really? Then is Miss Ni really standing up for her good sister, or is she just unable to resist asking? Ni Lingyue's inner thoughts were exposed. She bit her lip subconsciously. In fact, Yifan guessed correctly. Although Sile is her good sister, she is a restrained person. It is absolutely impossible to confront one party face to face just for the sake of other people's feelings. Although she was a little drunk, she was very clear. The fact that Yifan and Tang Xiao were behaving intimately was clearly because she was jealous and concerned. But there was no way Ni Lingyue would admit it in front of Yifan. She forced herself to turn her gaze back to Yifan, unwilling to show any guilt. Of course I'm asking you because of Sile. Yifan looked at the bluff in the woman's eyes that she tried to hide but actually couldn't hide at all. I couldn't help laughing again. Really? Then why were you so reluctant to push me away when we hugged each other in the hotel last time? Yifan has been getting along with so many consumer goddesses until now. Although I can't say he is a love saint. But when he had no money and felt inferior, he couldn't read the signals girls gave him. Now it was completely visible to him. On the one hand, it is because he has indeed gained experience. On the other hand, it is the money and status that really give him unlimited confidence. Even if you interpret it in a forceful or self-righteous way, you don't have to worry about being labeled as self-sentimental. People are always tolerant and hypocritical towards those who are rich and powerful. At this time, Ni Lingyue's hesitancy and not knowing how to explain also proved that Yifan's idea and speculation were completely correct. Ni Lingyue had no idea how to answer Yifan's question. Yifan smiled, and suddenly lowered his head and moved closer to Ni Lingyue's face. Ni Lingyue's heartbeat was as loud as a drum. She closed her eyes subconsciously. Chapter 108. The imagined kiss did not fall. Yifan chuckled and turned his head away. Ni Lingyue opened her eyes at a loss. She saw Yifan looking at her with eyes full of teasing. Ms. Ni doesn't want to admit it, but her body seems to welcome my approach, right? Ni Lingyue felt shy at this moment, but also angry as if she had been teased. By the way, Miss Ni, Sile and I are just ordinary friends. So it's not your turn to question me. Yifan's words instantly made Ni Lingyue feel even more embarrassed. But if Miss Ni really has other ideas about me, I welcome them. After Yifan finished his shameless words, he opened the door of the storage room and left. He had said those words just now on purpose for Ni Lingyue to hear. The female CEO, who was always proud and aloof, fell in love with him. In front of him, she turned into a woman who said one thing and thought another. Perhaps it's because of a man's weird desire to conquer. Yifan suddenly wanted to take a look. To what extent can Ni Lingyue do for him? Only after Yifan left did Ni Lingyue finally breathe a sigh of relief. The scene where my mind became completely transparent in front of him just now is still vivid in my mind. This man is too dangerous. However, Ni Lingyue couldn't help but feel more moved. On the other side, Tang Xiao chatted with his father and mother about having urgent homework to do, and then came to the Koenigsegg downstairs of the restaurant. Thinking about the reason I just talked about, Tang Xiao couldn't help laughing out loud. Ever since she started dating brother Yifan, she has had a lot of homework to do with her parents. But she does have homework to do later. Tang Xiao recalled some shy scenes. I was looking forward to Yifan coming down. Suddenly I felt someone kissed me on the face. When she turned around, she saw Yifan looking at her with a smile on his face. She quickly reached out her hand and hit him shyly and nervously. This is the entrance to a restaurant. There are so many people coming and going. What if someone sees us? Tang Xiao was pouting. The little pink fist that was stretched out to hit Yifan was grabbed by Yifan. Then Tang Xiao was pulled directly into the car by Yifan. The car door closed, Yifan stepped on the accelerator and took the two of them to a grass park not far away. The Koenigsegg parked quietly on the side of the road. The cool car model couldn't help but attract the attention of many passers-by. But what they don't know is, what was happening inside the car at this time was even more explosive and attracted much more attention. The passion that was originally half ignited on the party dance floor. At this time, it spread rapidly throughout Koenigsegg. Yifan's big hand stroked Tang Xiao's delicate skin, bringing a soft and hot touch. Looking at her in front of him, her expression was dazed and her body couldn't stop shaking. Yifan couldn't help but speak, "You are so I like it so much." Encouraged, Tang Xiao changed away from her previous shyness, twisting her waist hard. Brother Yifan likes, well, as long as he likes it. In the fiery night, both of them were extremely happy and joyful. The next day, Tang Xiao went to school. Yifan sat in the Koenigsegg car, recalling what happened last night. It's enjoyable. It's just that Koenigsegg is really limited in its internal operations. The main reason was that Yifan himself was a little tired of this car. If he were the old man, he would have gotten a car like this. That will definitely be a lifelong treasure. But now he is so rich. The horizons are also constantly rising. Naturally, the more you look at this Koenigsegg, the more mediocre it seems. So Yifan decided to buy a new car to drive. Yifan stepped on the accelerator and came to the car dealership where Xiao Shiting worked. "I haven't seen this girl for a while. Not to mention I still miss you a little bit." Koenigsegg arrived at the dealership. Xiao Shiting, who was originally dealing with the contract at hand, just happened to raise her head. When I saw the familiar car, I was so excited that I almost cried. She immediately dropped the contract in her hand and ran out. As soon as Yifan got off the car, he rushed up and hugged him. The crying voice and tears came out all at once. "Mr. Yi, I almost thought you would never come to see me again in this life." Yifan had no choice but to pat the woman in his arms and comfort her. "How could that be? I can forget you no matter who I am." Xiao Shiting raised her head with tears in her eyes. "Mr. Yi, are you serious?" "Of course, blame me. I'm always busy." "Then you don't have to blame yourself, Mr. Yi. A successful person like you doesn't have much private time. I can understand that. I'm not a woman who makes trouble for no reason." After being coaxed by Yifan, Xiao Shiting immediately took the initiative to help him make up for it. This is the good thing about Xiao Shiting in Yifan's heart. The measure is just right. If he didn't lose his temper at all, it would seem too humble, and Yifan would find it boring. If you go too far in being naughty and making a fuss, it will only make people tired. With Mr. Yifan's wealth and status, he can have any woman he wants. If she really let herself go, Xiao Shiting would have no place to cry. The two of them were seen hugging and talking intimately by the sales staff in the store. Everyone was unwilling and jealous to the extreme. I originally thought that Mr. Yi hadn't come for so long because Fairy Qiao had fallen out of favor with him. I didn't expect this bitch to be so good at pretending to be pitiful in front of Mr. Yi. That's right. If she didn't have this face, I wonder how she would be able to seduce these dignitaries. The salesmen were very jealous. But what they didn't know was, it is indeed because of this face that Xiao Shiting has the qualifications to stay with Yifan. It's not like Yifan hasn't given these sales opportunities before. But their appearance scores really don't reach the critical hit level of rebate, so he can't do anything about it. Xiao Shiting and Yifan were affectionate for a while. Xiao Shiting welcomed Yifan in. "I heard Yifan say that he came here to buy a car." She also told her to make it as expensive as possible. Xiao Shiting immediately took Yifan to an area covered with black cloth on the auto show platform. "Mr. Yi, you just happened to come today. Our dealership just recently went through a lot of trouble to get a Lycan supercar to show off our reputation. I think this car will definitely meet your requirements." After Xiao Shiting finished her introduction, she immediately lifted the black cloth. A cool fiery red supercar appeared in front of Yifan. Yifan looked surprised. He has seen this car. Isn't it the one in the movie Fast and Furious? Chapter 109. In Fast and Furious 7, the male protagonist drove a red supercar and performed a cool scene of flying over 3 Abu Dhabi skyscrapers. Looking back on that scene, it still makes many movie fans excited. And the red supercar that is destined to go down in film history is now quietly and majestically displayed in front of Yifan. Yifan couldn't help but take a few steps forward to touch and feel Lycan's unique charm. He felt every cell in his body tremble. This is indeed the supercar among supercars. Yifan immediately decided that he must get this car. Xiao Shiting looked at Yifan and saw that he was very satisfied with Lycan. She was also very happy. This Lycan is limited to only 3 units worldwide. The headlights are made of platinum, diamonds and sapphires, and each headlight is worth at least several million. It can be said to be the most expensive and most luxurious sports car in the world. not to mention the domineering title of Son of Wolf. It is most suitable for a successful and extremely outstanding man like Yifan. Yifan nodded with satisfaction and was about to get into the car to feel it. Suddenly a loud shout was heard. "Who allowed you to touch this treasure of our dealership?" A woman with a strong smell of perfume and crooked makeup ran over. But the moment he saw Yifan, he was immediately stunned. "I didn't expect he's such a handsome guy." Guan Jiayu muttered to herself, then raised her chin and looked at Yifan. "How about this? I like you, so I will let you go for touching our treasure just now." After Guan Jiayu finished speaking, she shook her hair confidently. Yifan looked at the woman's appearance score of 77 and her obviously apologetic expression. He said calmly, "But I don't like you." "You?" Guan Jiayu looked shocked that she was rejected. Then he snorted again, regained his arrogant attitude and said, "Handsome guy, I think you don't understand the situation? My father is the big boss of this car dealership. In other words, I am a very wealthy woman standing in front of you." Guan Jiayu was full of confidence. "How about this? If you agree to date me, you can pick any car within the price of 1 million yuan in the car dealership, and I will buy it for you. How about it? This should be enough to make you excited." Yifan listened to Guan Jiayu's chatter, but in the end he could only come up with a car worth 1 million yuan. With a car of this price range, Yifan would feel embarrassed to use it as a gift. That's it? Aren't cars under $1 million just toys? Are they worth bragging about in front of me like this? Yifan shook his head disdainfully, looking like he was too lazy to bother with Guan Jiayu anymore. His reaction completely stunned Guan Jiayu. Something under 1 million is called a toy car? Isn't this handsome guy okay? Guan Jiayu wanted to pester Yifan again, but Xiao Shiding stepped forward quickly. "Ms. Guan, Mr. Yi is a very important customer of our store. I hope you can put the interests of the car dealership first and stop disturbing him." Guan Jiayu immediately became unhappy when she heard this. "That's not what you mean. What do you mean by putting the interests of the car dealership first? Xiao Shiding, you don't think that just because you have the best performance in the car dealership, you can tell me what to do, right?" Guan Jiayu watched Xiao Shiding subconsciously approach Yifan, and jealousy immediately surged in her heart. "Who the hell are you here? You dare to seduce customers in front of me, right? Look, I'm going to teach you a lesson today and show you who is the real mistress of this car dealership." After Guan Jiayu finished scolding, she immediately reached out to slap Xiao Shiding in the face. Yifan frowned. It would be fine if this woman just kept on talking nonsense here for a long time. Now you still want to touch his woman? Can he tolerate this? The next second, Yifan directly grabbed Guan Jiayu's wrist. Then he pushed the person away as if he had touched something dirty. Guan Jiayu lost her balance and fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. She looked up in disbelief and asked, "You dare to hit me? You actually hit me on my own turf." After Guan Jiayu asked the question, she immediately started crying and making a fuss on the ground. Guan Shichang, the owner of the car dealership, happened to walk in and saw his precious daughter fall to the ground. He immediately rushed over with a look of heartache. "Who the hell dares to touch my daughter? Dad! You're finally here. This Xiao Shiding from the store actually teamed up with outsiders to bully me. Look how badly I fell and my skin is broken." Upon hearing this, Guan Shichang immediately turned around and prepared to scold Xiao Shiding and the guest who had injured her daughter. However, the moment he turned around and saw Yifan's face clearly, his entire face suddenly turned pale. "Oh my god! Isn't this the chairman Yifanya, the one he saw at the party yesterday, who can command Master Wen and the entire Shanglong gang, and also owns 70% of the shares of Longxing Precious Metals Company?" He still remembers vividly the scene of the Gu family being dealt with yesterday. Oh my god! Now that their daughter has offended Mr. Yi, their Guan family will be finished in a moment. Guan Shichang was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that her father was slow to settle the score for her, Guan Jiayu started crying again. "Dad, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and catch this guy, beat him up, and then fire this bitch Xiao." Bang! An extremely loud slap was heard. It turned out that Guan Shichang slapped Guan Jiayu hard in front of everyone. Half of Guan Jiayu's face quickly became red and swollen, and her face was tilted to one side by the blow. She covered her face and turned around in shock. "Dad! Why did you hit me?" The other salespeople who were watching the show were also completely confused by this scene. They have seen Guan Jiayu act arrogantly in the car dealership many times. The reason why she dared to act so recklessly was because Guan Shichang had a daughter in his old age, so he doted on her to the core. As a result, Guan Shichang actually slapped Guan Jiayu in the face. To them, this was as rare as the sun rising in the west. Guan Shichang felt both guilty and distressed towards his daughter at this moment. But he also knew that if he didn't do this, the Guan family has no chance of survival. Guan Shichang quickly and secretly glanced at Yi Fan's face. The expressionless look startled him again. He could only rush over and slap Guan Jiayu on the other side of her face. And this time the force was even greater, causing the corner of her mouth to bleed. At the same time, he shouted, "You evil bastard! Do you know who the distinguished guest standing in front of you is? This is Chairman Yi of Longqing Precious Metals, which has a market value of nearly 400 billion. How dare you be so bold? You are offending Chairman Yi." Chapter 110. As soon as Guan Shichang said this, the whole audience was shocked. Then there was endless silence. Several guests who were originally busy choosing their own cars stopped when they heard this. He suddenly turned his head and looked in Yi Fan's direction. Not to mention the salesmen who have been in the circle of spectators. At this time, his mouth was wide open, as if his jaw was dislocated and couldn't close. Did I hear that correctly? Boss Guan said Mr. Yi is the chairman of Longqing Precious Metals. Oh my god. And the market value of Longqing Company is nearly 400 billion. Then Mr. Yi's wealth must be exploding. I remember that I just learned that Mr. Yi was the chairman of Jinjiang Group last time, but in such a short time, he took over Longqing again. From 50 billion to 400 billion, this leap is too fast. Bursts of exclamations continued to be heard. The female salespeople were extremely unwilling at this point. Such a high-quality bachelor is right in front of us, and his value is appreciating at such an exaggerated rate. But he can't be his own. The female salespeople became angrier the more they thought about it, and they looked at Xiao Shiting with eyes that seemed like they wanted to eat her up. Xiao Shiting was standing next to Yi Fan at this time. So when Guan Shichang revealed Yi Fan's new identity just now, she was the first to be shocked by the news. Now she is completely speechless. She knew Yi Fan was excellent, which was why she followed him without hesitation from the beginning. But she didn't expect that Yi Fan's excellence was simply endless. At this moment, she truly felt that God was blessing her. It turned out that she happened to meet Yi Fan at the best age. And I was lucky enough to catch his eye and receive so much love and care from him. How could she not be filled with love for him? When Yi Fan heard Guan Shichang's introduction of him and other people's admiring discussions about him, he just raised his eyebrows slightly. It turns out that this person also appeared at the party last night. This is such a great feeling. There's no need for him to waste his words. Guan Shichang knows what to do, right? Guan Shichang looked at Yi Fan and his expression seemed to ease. I felt happy. It seems this trick really works. He glanced at Guan Jiayu, who was still sitting on the ground. At this time, Guan Jiayu's face was swollen like buns. At the same time, because she learned of Yi Fan's identity, she was shocked and frightened to the extreme. Guan Shichang couldn't bear it, but he still slapped Guan Jiayu hard several times without hesitation. Why are you still standing there, you evil creature? Why don't you apologize to Chairman Yi right now? Guan Jiayu was feeling both pain and fear at this moment, so she could only move shiveringly in front of Yi Fan. I couldn't stop bowing. I'm so sorry, Chairman Yi. I know I was wrong. It's all because of my ignorance that I offended you. Please forgive me. Guan Jiayu's face was so swollen that she could hardly speak clearly. Yi Fan felt that he had almost vented his anger on Xiao Shiting. He just snorted coldly. However, since Yi Fan did not give any clear instructions, Guan Jiayu did not dare to get up. She simply didn't bother her father and started slapping herself, not daring to stop at all. Yi Fan was too lazy to respond and suddenly changed the subject. Boss Guan, I want to buy your car dealership. Please give me a price now. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was immediately confused. Why is Mr. Yi suddenly planning to buy a car dealership? Guan Shichang didn't want to sell this car dealership. But the person who wants to buy it now is Mr. Yi. Not to mention that his daughter had offended someone. He could only seize this opportunity to make up for his mistake. Guan Shichang quickly replied. No problem, Chairman Yi. How about this? The total value of my car dealership is about 53 million, I'll give you a zero, and you can just take 50 million. His Guan family is not a wealthy family. He lost 3 million for nothing, and his heart was bleeding. Unexpectedly, when Yifan heard this, his expression did not improve. Instead, he frowned slightly. Guan Shichang immediately panicked. No, Chairman Yi, I was wrong. In fact, we don't need so much money. You can take 45 million. Guan Shichang tried hard to look relaxed. In fact, I am so heartbroken that I can't breathe. Yifan looked at Guan Shichang's clever look, raised his eyebrows and said, no need to round off. I like to round up to a whole number, which is more convenient. How about this, 60 million? I'll transfer it to you now. Although Yifan shouldn't have given this advantage to the Guan family. But the reason why Yifan wanted to buy this car dealership was also for Qiao Shiding. Of course, the more you spend, the better. At this time, the other female salespeople and customers who heard Yifan's bid couldn't help but admire and worship him even more. Mr. Yu was just treated like this, and now he can repay evil with kindness. He is buying this car dealership for a price that exceeds 7 million. Oh my god, what kind of mind does one need to be able to do this? That's right, no wonder Mr. Yi is so successful now. He has such a good character, these business groups and so on deserve to belong to him. When Guan Shichang heard Yifan's words, he was stunned for a moment. He also didn't expect that Yifan not only did not take advantage of the situation, but also gave him so much money. Guilt and emotion rose in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Thank you so much, Chairman Yi. Don't worry, I will teach this girl a lesson when I get back and make her reflect deeply on the mistakes she made this time. If we say that Guan Shichang just taught Guan Jiayu a lesson in order to exonerate his Guan family. But every word he said at this moment came from the heart. He also realized that he must never allow this child to run wild again. After all, not everyone can be as kind-hearted as Mr. Yifan. Yifan had no idea that he had inadvertently corrected Guan Shichang's wrong educational concept. Listening to Guan Shichang's assurance, he just nodded lightly. Then he urged to prepare the contract and transfer the money to Guan Shichang. 60 million was transferred out of the bank card account. Looking at the contract that Guan Shichang handed him, Yifan just raised his chin slightly and pointed in the direction of Qiao Shiding. Please let Shiting sign this contract. I originally wanted to sell this car dealership to her. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present. In an instant, everyone was shocked into silence again. It was not until a minute later that various gasps and sounds of envy and jealousy were heard one after another. What? Mr. Yi said that he wanted to buy the car dealership for Qiao Shiding. The car dealership with 60 million fully paid off is given to Qiao Shiding. In other words, she will be the new boss of our car dealership from now on. Chapter 111. Qiao Shiding, the person involved, was also shocked. She turned and looked at Yifan in disbelief. Plus the pearl necklace he bought for her last time. This man actually spent more than 100 million on her. Mr. Yi. I don't deserve you to do this for me. Qiao Shiding was deeply moved. How could she deserve so much favor from Yifan? Yifan just chuckled and touched her head. Why not? A lovely and considerate woman like you is the most worthy of me doing this. Just now, the boss daughter was shouting that she was the mistress here, so I had no choice but to let her see who was the real mistress here now. Although the main reason was that Yifan himself wanted to trigger the critical hit reward. But there is no reason for him to allow the woman he protects to be bullied by others. Qiao Shiding didn't expect that Yifan would buy the entire car dealership for her just for this reason. How could Mr. Yi be so considerate to her? Not only Qiao Shiding, but also the other female salespeople and female customers who were watching were completely captivated by Yifan's words. Oh my god, are there really such rich, handsome, and considerate men in this world? Xiao Jian, Sister Shiting is so lucky. Several female salespeople were so jealous that they almost cursed Qiao Shiding. It suddenly occurred to them that she was about to become the owner of a car dealership, so even if they had hundreds of guts, they wouldn't dare to say anything bad about her. The female guests also felt bored when they saw their boyfriends saying they wanted to buy a car. Look at you. You were planning to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and you've been bragging about it in front of me for nearly a month, but you just bought the entire car dealership for your woman. I don't know what I can expect from being with a man like you. After the female guest finished speaking, she lost her temper and ran away. The male guest could only chase after her in a hurry, and the look he gave Yifan when he turned back was full of sourness and anger. What the hell is going on? Because of Yifan's generosity, several couples were inadvertently separated by him. Xiao Shiding took the initiative to give Yifan a kiss in front of everyone. Then he took the contract and signed his name. Ding! It was detected that the host spent 60 million yuan on a beautiful woman, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60% of the shares of Yuantong Express Group with a market value of 50 billion yuan. Oh, not bad. Now we have a logistics and express delivery company too. What was beyond Yifan's expectations was that he did not expect that the market value of Yuantong Express was actually quite high. After the contract and formalities for the ownership of the car dealership were handed over, Guan Shichang and Guan Jiayu bowed and apologized to Yifan again before daring to leave. The female salespeople who had been displeased with Xiao Shiding all day had no choice but to quickly accept the fact that she had become the owner of the car dealership. Everyone's face was filled with flattery. He acted like he was on good terms with her and obeyed her. But Xiao Shiding knew that this face and dignity were all earned by Yifan. After the episode ended, Yifan looked towards Laken at the booth. Xiao Shiding understood what he meant and immediately prepared a car purchase contract with a huge discount. Mr. Yi, there is only one of this car in China. The original price of the car, including all the parts, would be nearly 120 million yuan. Although my name is on this car dealership now, in my heart, you are the undisputed boss here. So I have already given you the biggest internal discount for this car. The entry price is 100 million. Mr. Yi, just pay this price. Xiao Shiding explained with a smile. Although Yifan is very rich, but as a qualified and smart woman, I must help him save where necessary. Yifan frowned. Sure Ting, that's not what you said. I'm going to sell this car dealership to you, so just be a good boss and be at ease. I'll calculate the price as I want, and don't give me a penny less. He chose the most expensive one just to spend a little more money. If there is a discount, why doesn't he just buy those less expensive cars? Wouldn't this delay his rebate? Naturally, other people didn't know Yifan's purpose of buying an expensive sports car. I just feel that as a successful person with so much capital, Yifan doesn't have the bad habit of trying every way to take advantage of the capital. This once again overturned their negative perception of some elite groups. Does a man like this really exist? He really exists, and he is standing right in front of us, but we can only look up to him. The saleswomen's eyes were red. The longer I look at Yifan, the more sad and uncomfortable I feel. I simply went to find a job to numb the pain of not being able to get the love I wanted. Seeing that Yifan was so persistent, Xiao Shiding naturally would not persuade him anymore. Help him quickly and efficiently complete the car purchase contract. Ding! Consumption of 120 million yuan, congratulations to the host for triggering 10 times rebate, and receiving rebate of 1.2 billion yuan. Yifan smacked his lips as he listened to the announcement. So numbers. But it's better to have it than not. After professional maintenance personnel conducted a final inspection of the Lycan supercar, Yifan drove the car and took Xiao Shiding out for a ride. Only a group of salesmen were left, looking at Laken's running back reluctantly, and continuing to work hard as employees. A red cool supercar is speeding on the main road of the imperial capital. Every time he passed a place, he couldn't help but attract the attention of a large number of passers-by. Oh my god! Am I seeing things? Isn't that the Lycan supercar driven by the male protagonist in Fast and Furious? Oh my god! I heard that this car is very expensive and difficult to get. I didn't expect that there are rich people in our country who can drive it now. Several girls who caught a glimpse of Yifan's profile in the car couldn't help but grab each other's hands and scream. He drives such a cool supercar, and the owner is so handsome. Oh my god, this is too exciting. Yifan in the car was enjoying the refreshing feeling of the street breeze blowing on his face. The occasional words of admiration and praise from passers-by made him feel even better. Luxury cars, sometimes they are bought just for the appearance. Yifan drove the Lycan for a few laps on several main roads in the imperial capital. Xiao Shiding had been brewing the words she wanted to say all the way, and when Yifan's car gradually slowed down, she finally couldn't help but blurt them out. Her fair little face suddenly turned red. The jade hand gently rested on Yifan's leg. Mr. Yi, you just stood up for me like that and bought me a whole car dealership. I want to repay you in a good way, okay? Chapter 112. Looking at Xiao Shiding's shy little appearance, Yifan understood what she meant. He curled his lips into a wicked smile. Then he parked the Lycan on a deserted beach nearby. Then before Yifan could make any move, Xiao Shiding took the initiative to loosen Yifan's clothes. She bent over and started to work carefully for him. Yifan raised his head and looked at the sea view in front of him through the front window of the lichen. Touched Xiao Shiding's hair from time to time. My mood and body are as refreshing as the surging waves before my eyes. After repaying the favor, Xiao Shiding felt extremely shy. After standing up, he looked as if he didn't dare to look at Yifan again. Yifan chuckled and folded down the passenger seat with a single button. Ah! Xiao Shiding didn't expect this and screamed subconsciously. Next, it's my turn to eat you. Yifan deliberately said something indecent to tease Xiao Shiding. Then he covered it with his whole body. The tide is surging on the coast, and wave after wave of seawater is rising. The rhythm of the scene in the car inexplicably overlapped. After a long time, Xiao Shiding lay on Yifan's chest to rest. Yifan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from my mother. Xiao Fan, is it almost time for your winter vacation? Well, don't rush home. Hanji's parents said that their freshmen will have to undergo military training for a while before they can go home. You two are in the same school, so you can stay for a few more days and take Hanji home with you. This will save her the trouble of going home alone. I understand, mother. I'll arrange it however you say. Wo Chuansui said a few more words and then hung up the phone happily. In fact, she had her own selfish motives in letting her own boy bring the girl from the Luo family back. This little brat of mine is about to graduate from college. There was not even a shadow of a girlfriend in sight. Many of her friends' children are talking about marriage before they even graduate from college. Just wait until I graduate from university to get the certificate. This brat Yifan is still living a leisurely life. When will she and her husband be able to hold their grandchildren? It just so happened that she had met this girl Hanji several times. She was pretty, gentle and polite, a decent and good girl. Moreover, she and Luo's mother have been good friends for many years. She had discussed this with the Luo couple, and they also felt that the two families knew each other well, and that bringing the two children together would be a good thing and would strengthen the relationship. So they decided to let the two children spend more time together. Thinking of this, Wei Chuansui was extremely happy. It was as if I had already imagined myself holding my beloved grandson. Then he grinned and went to play mahjong happily with his neighbors. After sending Xiao Shiding back to the car dealership, she drove her Koenigsegg back to Yunhai and put it in the garage for a day. Yifan drove the Lycan back to Imperial Capital University. As soon as the red supercar entered the campus, all the students passing by dropped their jaws. Holy crap! Another luxury car? This one looks even cooler than the previous Koenigsegg. Oh my god, this car is so cool. And why does it look so familiar? Yifan has superb racing skills, so the cars passing by on the school road are very fast. Students passing by only had time to marvel at the sight and had no time to figure out what brand of supercar it was. Yifan drove directly to the playground where freshmen were undergoing military training. The listless students who were originally suffering under the scorching sun. When they saw Laken appear, they all became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Oh my god! How come such a cool supercar came to us? Wait, this car looks so familiar. Oh! Holy shit! It can't be the one I remember. Several male classmates who were familiar with all kinds of luxury cars were completely upset at this time. Everyone's face was so red with excitement that it looked like bloodshot. It's really that car. The top-notch supercar Lycan that spanned 3 skyscrapers in Fast and Furious 7. And it's the same red color. This is incredible. I remember that there are only 3 of these cars in the world. And now one of them has been bought by someone from our school. Oh my god, did you see those headlights that sparkle like diamonds? They are really made of gems and diamonds. One headlight alone costs millions. The other students who originally just thought that the sports car was cool listened to the scientific knowledge given by several male classmates. They were all shocked beyond words at that moment. The headlights alone cost millions. Then wouldn't the price of the entire car be an even more terrifying number? It's more than terrifying. I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you about it. This Lycan is said to be at the top of the list of the world's most expensive supercars. To buy this car, you have to spend at least 100 million. What? All the students present heard this incredible number. Everyone's teeth were chattering in surprise. 100 million to buy a supercar. How horrible is the wealth of this car owner? What do you think? Is this car owner a student or a teacher? I guess it must be a successful professor. Or it must be a senior shareholder of the school. It's unrealistic for a college student to buy this car. That's not necessarily true. Aren't there enough rich second-generation young men in our capital? Wasn't the owner of the Koenigsegg a senior boy? The guy who knows cars hears people mention the owner of Koenigsegg. Immediately, the corner of his mouth twisted and his face was full of disdain. That Koenigsegg is really good, but it only costs more than 20 million. The price of this Lycan is 5 or 6 times that. Now that the Lycan has appeared, the Koenigsegg can only stand aside. Several boys who were previously unhappy about the Koenigsegg owner being the center of attention in school also quickly followed suit. That's right, that Koenigsegg is a piece of shit. If the owner of that car knew that a Lycan appeared in the school, he probably wouldn't dare to drive his crappy car out in public anymore. So, why do young people have to show off with luxury cars? Now they can only be suppressed by the truly wealthy professor shareholders in the school. When several male classmates mocked this, they looked so proud. Humph, so what even if Koenigsegg once stole the limelight? Now, we can only be taught a lesson by the new top supercars. Chapter 113. Everyone was mocking, but their eyes were always glued to the Lycan supercar. Yifan naturally didn't know at this time, he just appeared for a moment. The freshmen outside were talking heatedly about his presence. Yifan opened the car door and got out. A handsome face appeared in front of everyone. He glanced at the students in front of him, looking for Luo Hanji. Wow! This car owner is so handsome. And he has such a good temperament. He really deserves to be the one who can afford a supercar worth hundreds of millions. He's so handsome. And how come he looks so young? Are there any other professors and shareholders who look like this in our school? Several girls were very excited and started exchanging information with each other. Suddenly, a voice full of surprise sounded from the crowd. A boy pointed at Yifan with an incredulous look on his face. Wait, the owner of this Lycan is the owner of the Koenigsegg himself. It's absolutely right. I've seen him driving a Koenigsegg to pick up school beauties many times before. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Yifan's expression. It immediately turned into surprisingly unanimous shock. The boys who had previously made sarcastic remarks about Koenigsegg being unpresentable now all had jaws dropped on their faces. What? He is the owner of the Koenigsegg. That is to say, not only is the Koenigsegg worth more than 20 million his, but now he has even bought a new Lycan supercar worth more than 100 million. My goodness! How rich must this person be? Several students responded. He immediately mocked the people who had mocked him earlier. I am dying of laughter. Someone just said that Koenigsegg owners will not dare to show off in public anymore. Of course they will not drive a Koenigsegg anymore. Handsome guys already have a Lycan, why would they drive a $20 million toy? That's right. When they were complaining, they didn't realize that the owner of this Lycan was the owner of the Koenigsegg. Several righteous onlookers immediately retorted to the group of people who had just been slandering Koenigsegg. The latter was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground to hide in. Luo Hanji had been concentrating on reviewing his military training and was making great progress. Suddenly I heard someone discussing Koenigsegg owners. She quickly turned her head to the direction where her classmates were paying attention. When Luo Hanji cast his gaze towards Lycan, his eyes met with Yifan, who was leaning against the car door. Yifan waved at her, and she immediately ran to his side excitedly. The tone of her voice also carried a bit of the feeling of a little girl acting coquettish. Brother Yifan? How come you are here by chance today? Yifan chuckled, then raised his hand and touched Luo Hanji's little head. Unfortunately, I came here specifically to find you. Hearing what Yifan said, Luo Hanji's innocent little face turned red. The male classmates who had been watching saw Luo Hanji take the initiative to find Yifan, and her blushing and shy look after Yifan touched her head. One by one, they became extremely envious and jealous. The other students who were watching the show couldn't help but start a discussion. Isn't the girl who went to look for the owner of the Lycan the most beautiful girl in our freshman class, Luo Hanji? Yes, it's her. She is so beautiful. If she hadn't just started school not long ago, she would definitely have a chance to be the school's most beautiful girl. Look at how shy she is talking to the Lycan owner now. Could they be a couple? The male classmates who were interested in Luo Hanji heard these speculations. His face instantly turned darker. And those freshman girls who originally wanted to find an opportunity to get to know Yifan and add him on WeChat could only give up the idea unwillingly. Here Yifan was telling Luo Hanji the reason why he came to see her. It was to confirm the end time of her military training so that she could take her home as ordered by her mother. Suddenly, a boy wearing special uniform of the honor guard stood out from the group of freshmen and spoke loudly and deliberately. He had long fallen in love with Luo Hanji and was determined to confess his feelings to her after the military training was over. Now suddenly a Lycan owner appears and seems to be so close to Luo Hanji. He won't let this happen. I was wondering why everyone had suddenly gathered here for so long and refused to leave. It turned out that a wind of extravagance had blown in, making everyone restless. Xiao Chen said this with disdain. Although the senior who suddenly appeared in a supercar is very rich. But is having money the most important thing? He only has money, but his character may not be even as good as mine. We are all still energetic college students, and we should have more positive energy. Everyone is praising these things in the capitalist world now. This is not a good trend. Xiao Chen deliberately put on a serious look, trying to attract everyone's attention. Several of his younger brothers who always followed his lead immediately began to flatter him. That's right. It turns out that people like our brother Chen, who always helps his classmates and strives to participate in school volunteer activities to bring warmth to poor households, have a bigger vision than ordinary people like us. That's right, I'll listen to brother Chen. We young people shouldn't fall into this bad habit of worshipping wealth. What's wrong with being rich? The spirit of a young man is what matters most. Don't look down on a young man because he's poor. Some people know that Xiao Chen and his people are just jealous of Yifan. But most of the freshmen were naive after all, and several of them were immediately led away by Xiao Chen and his friends. They also started to shout things like evil capitalism and rich people's character is a mess. Xiao Chen saw that more and more people agreed with what he said. Don't mention how proud he was. So what if he has money? Money can't buy our unyielding spirit. Yifan listened to a group of people suddenly shouting slogans of disdain about his wealth. He just snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay attention to these pickles. He also told Luo Hanji that after the military training was over, he would take her to play in the capital for a few days before returning. Just about to walk away. Suddenly, a group of reporters rushed towards the direction where the freshmen were watching. The students in the outermost circle were the first to notice the microphones and cameras that looked like guns and cannons. Why are there so many reporters suddenly here? The school didn't seem to say before that anyone would come to interview during the military training, right? One of Xiao Chen's younger brother's eyes lit up and he quickly expressed his guess. Brother Chen, could it be that these reporters were contacted by the school specifically to interview you? I guess it must be because you did so much good in those volunteer activities before, so the school specially asked the newspaper to publicize your good deeds. Chapter 114. Xiao Chen heard his younger brother's guess. His eyes lit up immediately. This might be true. Xiao Chen was extremely happy in his heart, but he pretended to be indifferent to fame and fortune. Don't make blind guesses, Lao Wu. I did those things because I sincerely wanted to help those people and families in need. Whether there is an interview or not, it's not important at all. The younger brother called Lao Wu quickly responded. That won't work. Brother Chen, you've done so many good things, it's only right that the school promotes you. Otherwise, how can we let everyone in the imperial capital know that our imperial capital has a great young man like you from the new era? The other brothers also echoed. That's right. In this age where everyone worships money, our society needs positive energy like you, Brother Chen. In order for our generation of young people to continue to stay true to our original aspirations, Brother Chen, you deserve this interview and publicity. Xiao Chen was flattered to no end by his younger brothers. The smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. The other students who were watching listened to what Xiao Chen and his brothers said. I couldn't help but think that these reporters were here for Xiao Chen. They all subconsciously looked up to him a little more. Reporters and photographers hurried over here. At this time, Xiao Chen finally brushed off his clothes and said, well, since everyone says so, in order to set a good example for young people, I will gladly accept this interview. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he immediately went to the direction where the reporters were coming from. Hello, journalists and teachers. I am grateful to the school leaders for taking such a long trip to interview me. As Xiao Chen spoke, he stretched out his hand to shake hands with the reporters. Several reporters looked at Xiao Chen, who suddenly spoke to them on his own. One by one, they looked at each other. The leading reporter couldn't help but ask, "If it's not this classmate, who are you? Don't block us from interviewing the justice man." After the reporter finished complaining, he immediately bypassed Xiao Chen's outstretched hand and hurriedly ran towards Yifan behind him. Xiao Chen put his hands in the air, completely dumbfounded. "Justice man? What justice man? Aren't they here to interview me?" Xiao Chen turned back in disbelief. Then, reporters and photographers were seen approaching Yifan with smiles on their faces. "Justice! We finally found you. Don't run away again this time." The students present heard the reporter's pleading tone towards Yifan. Everyone was stunned at once. "No, what's going on? Why are all the reporters here to interview this lichen owner? Wait. Justice Knight, why does this title sound so familiar? Ah. I remember now. Wasn't there a campaign on the internet to imitate the behavior of the righteous hero and do good deeds? I know about this action too. The reason for this action is that a blogger discovered that the righteous person who dealt with the thugs, fought against the bullying classmates, and fought off the harasser at the gas station was actually the same person. Then netizens dubbed this upright young man the Justice Man. So this lichen owner is the Justice Man everyone has been looking for." The classmate who sorted out the course of the incident finished speaking. The memories of other students were also awakened. They all remembered that there was such a person on the internet and the positive energy he brought to the entire internet. Everyone looked at Yifan in shock and admiration. Oh my god. The lichen owner, who is worth so much, is actually a righteous man who does good deeds without leaving his name. This news is too explosive. Some students quickly took out the side profile photo of the Justice Man from the internet for comparison. You're right. The profile of this Justice Knight is exactly the same as the handsome Liken's car owner. Come on, don't you see that the reporters who came to interview are all from the most authoritative media in the capital? They must have done a complete investigation before they came here to interview people. So it is a foregone conclusion that this handsome guy is the hero of justice. The scene was immediately filled with sounds of worship and praise. Listening to everyone's discussion, Luo Hanji was also very surprised. Although it was Brother Yifan who saved me last time in Su Xian Pavilion. But she didn't expect that Brother Yifan had done so many brave and good deeds in so many invisible corners. She looked up at Yifan silently, her admiration for him rising uncontrollably. Xiao Chun, who was completely left out, didn't expect that Yifan actually had such an identity. The expression on his face was so stinky. He thought about sneaking back to the teen when no one was paying attention. However, as soon as he moved, he immediately attracted the sidelong glances and ridicule of a group of classmates. Just now, classmate Xiao was passionately promoting positive energy here, and he also said that wealth makes people restless. But it turns out that the owner of the lichen is the real righteous hero, a true spokesperson for positive energy. This slap in the face is really hilarious, haha. Indeed, just now, when Xiao extended his hand but was ignored by the reporter, I almost cried for him just thinking about it. So, young people should talk less and brag less. Otherwise, in the end, you will be the only one who becomes a clown and is laughed at by others. Xiao Chen often relies on the fact that he is a member of the student union and always acts pretentiously. Now he was being bitten back by his own words, and some of his classmates who had been unhappy with him for a long time were quite happy to hear this, and they wished they could laugh at him until he couldn't hold his head up for the rest of his life. You guys. Xiao Chen hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything to retort. Who said these words? It was indeed he who said them. And he was indeed severely crushed by Yifan's identity as a righteous man. Xiao Chen was furious, but he could only shrink his head and hide in a corner where there were few people. On this side, Yifan looked at the reporters and cameras that suddenly surrounded him. He couldn't help rubbing his temples, looking a little helpless. He also didn't expect that these reporters were so perseverant. We didn't catch him last time, but after so many days they came again. Justice Man, your deeds have really influenced too many netizens. Please accept our interview this time. The leading reporter made an earnest request to Yifan. Yifan thought about it and shrugged. Okay, but I have one condition. I will only agree to be interviewed if you agree. Chapter 115. Yifan said this before the reporter could answer. He just took a mask from Laken and put it on, and then covered his head with the hood of his hoodie. Only a pair of eyes as bright as stars were revealed on his entire face. My request is that my face not be shown. I will accept interviews if possible. The leading reporter looked at Yi Fan, who had quickly armed himself and had to nod quickly. No problem, Justice. We are honored that you have accepted our interview. Although the effect is a bit worse without showing the face. But it's better to have someone than no one. Okay, let's get started. The reporters set up their microphones and cameras. The interview with Yi Fan began immediately. Hello, Justice. I'm sure you've heard recently that your deeds have sparked a wave of positive energy on the internet. Netizens are very curious about what prompted you to do these good deeds without hesitation. The reporter handed the microphone to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's voice slowly came out from behind the mask. I didn't have any special idea. I just happened to encounter those things at that time, so I did it. Yi Fan gave a straightforward and unpretentious answer. The students watching on the side couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What the Lycan owner is saying is that all these good deeds are his subconscious actions? My God, how righteous must he be to lend a helping hand without caring about the consequences? That's right. Since ancient times, rich people have been the most cold-blooded. This righteous man is so rich and has such a good character. I didn't feel anything for him before, but now I can't help but be moved. The reporters who heard Yi Fan's answer couldn't help but nodded in appreciation. What a sincere answer. Yi Fan? Next, the reporters praised the character of the Justice Knight. After thanking Yi Fan deeply several times, he hurried back to produce a special report about the Justice Hero. The next day, the largest newspaper in the imperial capital published a special report about the Justice Hero. The topic of discussion about Justice Man, which had just come to an end on the internet, has once again become the most discussed topic on the entire network. Yi Fan's face, which only showed his eyes, immediately spread widely on the internet. Many female netizens looked at these eyes and then heard Yi Fan's magnetic voice. One or two of them were completely fascinated. Ah! Even though the Justice Knight only showed his eyes are so lively and bright. They fully reveal his spirit. Yes. Just by looking at those eyes and that intoxicating voice, you can tell that the Justice Man must be a handsome guy. But I've also heard from many netizens who went to the same school as Justice Man that he is extremely wealthy. To a degree that ordinary people like us can't even imagine. Oh my God, I feel like my love for Justice Man has deepened. What should I do? Go upstairs and take a shower. No matter how deep your love is, the Justice Knight will never pay attention to you. If you ignore me, I'll pay attention to you? I'm happy to dream, why don't you care about me? There was an immediate uproar in the super topic posts related to the Justice Man. Other netizens who were inspired by the righteous hero's character. Taking advantage of the renewed exposure of the Justice Hero's popularity, a new charity event was organized. The new wind of positive energy has become popular on the Chinese internet like a hurricane. Tang Xiao is a surfing expert. As soon as the report came out, she sent a message to Yi Fan to inquire about the situation. Brother Yi Fan, why did you suddenly accept an interview with a newspaper? They have been stalking me in school for so long, we can't let them go back empty-handed. Besides, I didn't show my face, so it's not a big problem. Tang Xiao looked at the message Yi Fan sent back. My heart couldn't help but melt. How come her brother Yi Fan is always so considerate? If it's something she doesn't want to do, she would just throw in the towel and quit. Brother Yi Fan himself doesn't want to show up in public, but he is worried that the reporters will return empty-handed. How could there be someone as kind-hearted as him in this world? Brother Yi Fan, you are such a good person. I feel like I love you even more. What should I do? Tang Xiao replied to the message in a coquettish manner, not hiding her love at all. Although you didn't show your face, you showed your eyes and voice. You don't know how crazy those girls on the internet are. Now your super topic is full of posts from female netizens expressing their love for you every day. I really don't understand them. How come they don't have any girlish modesty at all? If you really show your face, won't they come to block you offline? Yi Fan watched Tang Xiao typing like a machine gun. I couldn't help but laugh. Ms. Tang, why do you sound sour when you say this? I'm just jealous. Who told them to make such a big scene? Tang Xiao pouted unhappily. Then she thought of something and her face suddenly turned red. But I have an idea that agrees with them. What's that? That's right. I also want to be in close contact with the real Justice Man. After Tang Xiao typed this, her face became extremely hot. In front of brother Yi Fan, she is becoming more and more bold. Yifan chuckled, "You little girl, are you now teasing your brother Yifan? It's not impossible to put it on, but we've tried so many places, why don't you think of a new one, Miss Tang?" "I thought of it. I'll have a fan in-depth communication meeting with you?" Tang Xiao looked at the message sent by Yifan. "It seems as if I can see his smirking face on the other side of the screen. Brother Yifan is so bad." Tang Xiao cursed in her heart, but her mind honestly began to think about the location. "Ah. Got it. Brother Yifan, I heard from my classmates that there will be a meteor shower at Qixing Mountain in the next 2 days. Why don't we just go camp there?" "Camping? That sounds like a good idea. Okay, then get ready, we'll be leaving in a moment." 2 or 3 hours later, Yifan drove his newly bought leek into the gate of Jinhua Huafu and picked up Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao wore an atmospheric halter dress with a single ponytail on her head, giving off the feeling of a forest girl beauty. Tang Xiao was a little surprised when she saw the brand new red Leekan. She sat in the passenger seat and asked, "Brother Yifan, are you getting a new car? This car looks really good. How much did you spend on it?" When Yifan helped her fasten her seatbelt, he pecked her on the lips first. "Not expensive, just over 100 million. 100 million. For a moment, Tang Xiao didn't know whether to be surprised by the price first, or to blush because Brother Yifan kissed her just now. Chapter 116. After a moment, Tang Xiao quickly digested the fact that this sports car was worth 100 million. After all, Brother Yifan owns 2 groups with a market value of hundreds of billions. Buying a car worth 100 million is not too uncommon. Only at this moment did Tang Xiao truly feel it. In front of Brother Yifan, her identity as a lady from a noble family can be said to be insignificant. In that case, as expected, she still had to behave herself and try to please Brother Yifan. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao reciprocated the favor. He quickly kissed Yifan on his Adam's apple. Yifan raised his eyebrows with a wicked smile and turned to look at her. "Miss Tang, are you going to light the fire here now? Aren't you afraid that we won't be able to set off later?" Tang Xiao was too shy to turn around and look at Yifan. But what he said was very stubborn. "It's not like there hasn't been one in Koenigsegg." Yifan chuckled, "Forget it, I'll put this down for you first, Miss Tang, just wait for a while, pay it back." When Tang Xiao heard this, alarm bells immediately rang in her heart. Normally when Brother Yifan said this, he would show no mercy at all. Tang Xiao thought about several intense scenes from the past. "I was nervous but couldn't help looking forward to it." The Lycan was powerful, and it didn't take long for Yifan to drive the car to the temporary parking spot at the foot of Qixing Mountain. As soon as this supercar appeared, the other climbers couldn't help but cast their eyes over it. When I saw that the owner of the car who got off was so young and handsome, my inner surprise was so full that it was about to overflow. After taking the tent and other tool kits out of the trunk, Yifan and Tang Xiao walked towards the camping site on the mountainside not far away. Halfway through the walk, Yifan suddenly said that he was tired and needed to recover some strength. Tang Xiao said considerately, "Then Brother Yifan, let's rest here for a while." Tang Xiao wanted to take out the folding chair from her backpack for Yifan to sit on. Yifan reached out to stop her. "My recovery method is not just sitting and resting." As soon as Tang Xiao showed a puzzled look, Yifan suddenly pulled her behind a big rock. "Hikers coming and going just need to walk a little closer. You can hear unusual sounds." Tang Xiao never thought that the recovery method Yifan mentioned was actually this. "Brother Yifan, won't this make you even more tired?" Tang Xiao's voice was intermittent. "No, my physique is quite special." After Yifan finished answering, his physical strength was indeed increasing rapidly as he said. The transformation that the gene upgrade fluid brought to him was truly miraculous. Others will only make things more tiring the more they do. For him, the more he exercises, the stronger he becomes. After exercising for a long time, Yifan finally let go of Tang Xiao in his arms. Yifan's energy was restored, but Tang Xiao was exhausted. "Is this what Brother Yifan said in the car just now about keeping a record of the account?" Tang Xiao felt like crying but had no tears. Now that's it, when watching the meteor shower at night, isn't it more? Tang Xiao just thought about the possible scene and felt her legs go weak. The two walked for a while and finally arrived at the camping site. They found a relatively open space a little further away from the other tents. Yifan set up the tent with full energy. Tang Xiao helped out. "However, I was really too tired from the torture just now. Tang Xiao had no choice but to sit on a small stool and watch Yifan busy himself. However, Yifan didn't need to read the instructions and set up the complicated tent in no time. This scene made Tang Xiao unable to help but admire him extremely. How come brother Yifan does everything so well? She suddenly began to feel fortunate that she had taken the initiative to ask for Yifan's WeChat. If it weren't for that love at first sight, she and brother Yifan wouldn't have developed such a close relationship now. As Tang Xiao thought about it, a happy smile appeared on her face. In the evening, the observatory reported that the meteor shower was about to arrive. Just as Tang Xiao was about to take out her cell phone to record the events, Yifan pulled her directly into the tent. With just one look from Yifan, Tang Xiao knew what he was going to do next. But also, their original main purpose wasn't to see the meteor shower. In the not-so-big tent, the two began a different kind of fun. Suddenly a group of lively voices rang out. A group of astronomy enthusiasts who were originally stationed somewhere else came to the tent of Yifan and his companions, carrying astronomical telescopes and professional cameras. The view here is much better than the place we were just at. That's right, let's observe the meteor shower here tonight. After a while, the space in front of the two people's tent became vacant. A large number of people were stationed there in an instant. And because Yifan and his friend's tent was tightly closed, these astronomy enthusiasts thought there was no one in the tent. Then they chatted freely and recorded it. In the tent, Tang Xiao was still murmuring passionately. Suddenly hearing so many people around their tent, he was so nervous that he hid in Yifan's arms. Brother Yifan, will we be discovered if we do this? Although Tang Xiao always thought she was quite bold. But if so many people heard her doing this, she would also be shy. Yifan had no intention of stopping, but instead deliberately exerted more effort. Baby, if you're worried about being heard, you better guard your teeth. Yifan became even more mischievous. Tang Xiao was both shy and afraid. But when she thought about how Yifan didn't call her Miss Tang just now, but called her baby, I was so happy that I didn't care anymore. I couldn't help but let out a few sweet screams. Did you hear any sound? Someone outside suddenly asked. Several friends pricked up their ears to listen. It seemed to be there just now, but now it's gone. I guess I heard it wrong. The people outside the tent continued to observe the meteor shower. In the tent, the two also interacted passionately. When they woke up the next day, the sun was already shining on their butts. Tang Xiao couldn't help blushing when she thought about her daring behavior last night. I quietly unzipped my pants and looked outside, only to find that there was no one there. Only then did I dare to open the tent door completely and feel the sunshine bathing in it. Yifan woke up at this time, feeling quite satisfied both physically and mentally. The two of them packed up and went down the mountain. Halfway through the journey, a well-dressed man saw Yifan and Tang Xiao. But he suddenly stopped and walked straight towards Yifan and handed him his business card directly. Chapter 117. Hello? You must be Chairman Yifan Ye. My last name is O. I had the honor of seeing you punishing Gu Xinghuai at the party last time. I really admire you so much. I happened to meet you today, so I dared to exchange contact information with you. I wonder if Mr. Yi can give me a chance. O Liming came in front of Yifan, his expression as excited as a fanboy. Before, Gu Xinghuai relied on his wealth and power to tease my sister with many dirty words. Many people in the capital have long been dissatisfied with him. It is thanks to you that we have completely eradicated this cancer in the capital's upper class. Yifan looked at the person who came and saw that he was indeed sincere. He reached out and took the business card handed to him by O Liming. Hello, I'm Yifan. O Liming was so happy when he saw Yifan responded to him. After thanking Yifan for a long time, he left quickly so as not to disturb Yifan in Tang Xiao's leisure time. After Tang Xiao saw O Liming walking away, then he added, I have heard of this person. He is one of the more ambitious rich second generations in the capital's upper class. Although his business talent is average, he seems to be running his own company steadily. But when he mentioned the Gu family just now, I remembered that I almost told you, brother Yifan, this good news. Ever since the Gu family was taken away by Master One that night, all of the Gu family's businesses suddenly collapsed overnight. Those rivals who were suppressed by Gu Hanping in the past and also had their own underworld forces, after hearing the news, retaliated against the Gu group to the death. When the Gu family started out, they relied on some shady means. Now that they have been manipulated by their rivals, all the tricks and flaws in their various projects have been exposed. It's no exaggeration to say that the Gu family is now penniless. Their assets have either been mortgaged to the bank or frozen. The whole family is almost reduced to sleeping on the streets. When Tang Xiao talked about these situations, I laughed so hard that my eyes narrowed and could not be seen. Let that idiot Gu Xinghuai mess with her brother Yifan. Now those who do evil will surely suffer the consequences. He also implicated the entire family and was buried with him, and he deserved it. Since that night, Yifan didn't pay attention to what Tang Mingwen did to the Gu family. He also didn't expect that Tang Mingwen would be so efficient and effective. Now he understood a little why the title master one was so famous. When they arrived at the temporary parking spot, Yifan sent Tang Xiao back. Passing 4th Avenue. Tang Xiao suddenly pointed at a couple on the street and expressed regret. That boy is so pitiful, kneeling on the ground as if begging his girlfriend to change her mind. That girl scolded him so harshly. Wait, why do I feel like that boy looks familiar? Yifan had no interest in paying attention to other people's affairs. But after listening to Tang Xiao mumbling for a long time, he casually glanced away. Only then did he notice the man kneeling on the ground trying to win back his girlfriend. It turned out to be his good brother Fong Wenlin. And the woman whom he begged not to leave was the anchor girlfriend of Fong Wenlin whom Yifan had met before. Just as he expected, the worst situation happened. I just didn't expect that my brother would love me so humbly. He actually knelt down in front of that woman in public. Didn't that woman rely on the forest for support before? She was actually worthy enough to let Lin Zi kneel down to him. Yifan was furious for his brother. But he also knew that now he had to pretend he didn't see it. Otherwise, if he went over there now, Lin Zi would definitely feel even more embarrassed. For boys, face is still very important. Yifan thought about it and could only drive away, thinking of finding an opportunity at night to try to find out if he could help Fong Wenlin indirectly. After taking Tang Xiao back to Jinhua Huafu, everyone went home. Yifan found an excuse and asked Fong Wenlin to come to his Mr. 13 bar for a drink. When Fong Wenlin arrived at the bar, she looked obviously depressed, but still forced herself to give Yifan a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother, long time no see. Yeah, so I just happened to have some free time, so I thought I'd get together with you. How are you doing lately? Yifan exchanged a few casual pleasantries and then poured wine for Fong Wenlin. Fong Wenlin simply picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. The expression on his face was extremely bitter. After a few drinks, Fong Wenlin, who was not the type to keep things to himself, immediately started crying and complaining. Brother! How could Xiaoyan do this to me? When she started to be a live streamer, she had no savings at all, she didn't have enough clothes to wear or food to eat, and I had to work part-time every day to support her. Later, when her live streaming business became successful, she started to look down on me for not being as rich as those big brothers and big guys. She even flirted with several men and met them privately. I put up with all this, but now she dumped me because she hooked up with the vice president of a company called Chuanxin Entertainment, saying that only by following him can I have resources and become a star in the future. Brother, you don't know how humble I am. I gave her my entire dignity as a man. But she still left without looking back. Fong Wenlin burst into tears. Yifan noticed a familiar word from his narration. What was the name of the company you said your girlfriend was going to work for? Fong Wenlin was stunned when Yifan suddenly asked this question. Chuanxin Entertainment Company, what's wrong with this company, brother Fan? Is this company cheating? I have to go and warn Xiaoyan. After saying this, Fong Wenlin picked up his phone to contact his ex-girlfriend again. Yifan quickly stopped his action. No, this woman is already like this, why are you still thinking about her? Lin Zi, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Don't waste your precious time on a woman who only wants to take advantage of you. Yifan's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Fong Wenlin's head. He couldn't help choking up, but I really can't accept this, brother. Don't worry. I asked about the name of this company just now because I want to help you give your ex-girlfriend a good slap in the face and make her regret it. What a coincidence. This Chuanxin Entertainment Company happened to be the company listed on the business card that the rich second-generation O Liming had handed to him. O Liming himself happens to be the chairman of Chuanxin Entertainment Company. Brother, can you really help me? Fong Wenlin wiped the tears from his face, and hope of regaining his dignity finally began to flicker in his eyes. Chapter 118. Don't worry, I'm here and I won't let you get bullied. Yifan patted Fong Wenlin on the shoulder righteously. Now Fong Wenlin could no longer hold back and immediately threw himself onto Yifan and started crying. The guests passing by looked at the two with delight. Yifan had no choice but to show his disgust silently and push Fong Wenlin away. Yifan quickly contacted O Liming. When O Liming received the call and found out it was Yifan, he almost jumped up with joy. "Chairman Yi, do you have any instructions for me? There is indeed something I need your help with. Mr. O, I see on this business card that you are the chairman of Chuanxin Entertainment, right?" "I am, but Mr. Yi, you can just call me Liming." "Oh, so that's it. Liming, can you arrange a position higher than deputy manager for my friend? It's no problem for me to invest any amount of money in your Chuanxin." Hearing Yifan's request, O Liming immediately realized that his chance had come. He truly admires Yifan to an extreme degree. He was extremely happy to do such a small thing as arranging a job for his friend. With this friend in the middle, his relationship with Yifan will definitely become closer. "Boss Yi, what are you talking about? If your friend wants to work in our company, it's just a matter of a word. If you talk about investment or something, that's too distant. A position higher than deputy manager. How about this, Mr. Yi, I wonder if the position of president is okay for you." Yifan originally thought that he could just give Fong Wenlin the position of general manager so that he could vent his anger in front of his ex-girlfriend. Unexpectedly, O Liming directly offered the position of president. "Then I would like to thank you on behalf of my friend." Yifan thanked. "You're not saying that. Mr. Yi, if you need me, I'd be honored to see you there." O Liming's admiration for Yifan is genuine. So when others say it, it may sound like flattery. To him, it all sounded strangely sincere. Everything has been explained, and now the show is about to begin. On the day when Fong Wenlin's ex-girlfriend was going to report to the company, Fong Wenlin followed Yifan to Chuanxin Entertainment Company in advance. Before coming to the company, Yifan took Fong Wenlin to Tang Xiao's buyer's store and asked the stylist to match him with a suit suitable for a successful man. It is true that clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Fong Wenlin, who usually looks silly and like a student, put on a small suit and a matching tie. He also has a bit of the temperament of a domineering president. Fong Wenlin was still a little nervous about having to slap his ex-girlfriend in the face today. However, as soon as he walked into the door of Chuanxin Entertainment Company, the staff members lined up in 2 rows immediately bowed to him and greeted him. "Boss. Good morning. President." Fong Wenlin had no idea that the higher position Yifan had promised him would actually be this high-ranking. But he reacted after a moment. "These colleagues probably call me like this just to accompany me in acting out today's scene. Brother Fan, so today I am acting in this scene as the president, right?" Fong Wenlin asked. "You can treat this as an act, but you still have the power to fire any of your men today." Yifan's hint was obvious. Fong Wenlin knew what Brother Fan meant. As long as he wanted, he could make those 2 people who had wronged him completely lose the opportunity to work here. "Okay, I understand, Brother Fan. Since you've helped me so much, I will never be soft-hearted again. I will make that woman regret it." Hearing Fong Wenlin's assurance, Yifan just nodded lightly. After all, to completely let go of that woman, it still depends on Fong Wenlin himself. Fong Wenlin came to his exclusive office as president. After a while, Deputy Manager Li Hong brought Gu Xiaoyan to Chuanxin Entertainment. When the 2 of them walked in together, they were still flirting and touching each other. Fong Wenlin saw this scene clearly through the glass door of the office. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Yifan, who was not far away, gave him a look, and he tried hard to suppress his anger. "Xiaoyan, you just came to our company. It's just right. I will take you to meet our new president. You must be polite when you meet people later, so that I can protect you more conveniently in the future in the company." As Li Hang spoke, he grabbed Gu Xiaoyan's buttocks. Gu Xiaoyan immediately blushed. "I still know how to behave in society, Brother Hang." Li Hong nodded with satisfaction, and then took Gu Xiaoyan to the president's office. When the 2 entered the office, Fong Wenlin was sitting in an office chair with his back to them. "Hello, President. This is the female artist that our company has just signed. Her name is Gu Xiaoyan. She is a new talent with great potential. Look, you just took office today, and she took the initiative to come and say hello to you." After Li Hong finished speaking, he immediately gestured to Gu Xiaoyan. Gu Xiaoyan understood what he meant and immediately said sweetly, "Hello, President, I am the new artist Gu Xiaoyan, it's an honor to meet you. At this time, the office chair slowly turned. When the face of the person sitting in the president's seat turned around and was fully revealed, Gu Xiaoyan was shocked to the extreme. Fong Wenlin? Why are you here? Why, Miss Gu just said she was honored to meet me, but now she's questioning me? Fong Wenlin felt like vomiting when he thought of the woman's deliberately coquettish voice just now. Before, Gu Xiaoyan always pretended to be reserved and looked down on him in front of him. It turns out that in front of these people of status and position, she can easily lower her proud head and learn to please them. Li Hong was very dissatisfied with Gu Xiaoyan's performance and immediately bumped her arm to remind her. Gu Xiaoyan, how can you be so rude to the CEO? Didn't this woman just act like she was very sensible? How come now that he has seen the president's true face, he seems so unpresentable? Gu Xiaoyan heard Li Hong call Fong Wenlin president. Only then did she realize that everything she was seeing was actually real. Brother Wenlin, you are the president of Chuanxin Entertainment. Then why didn't you tell me before? Gu Xiaoyan's face turned pale with shock for a moment, and then she suddenly put on an aggrieved look and acted pitifully. This trick has always been the most effective. In the past, no matter how excessive her actions were, as long as she pouted her lips and started crying, Fong Wenlin would come to coax her immediately. Last time, Fong Wenlin knelt down in the street in order to keep her. Therefore, Gu Xiaoyan firmly believed that Brother Wenlin would definitely forgive her and then work hard to provide her with resources. Chapter 119. Brother Wenlin, what I said to you before was just angry words. In fact, you are the only one in my heart. The reason I'm being mad at you is just to make you care about me a little more. Gu Xiaoyan changed her previous look of disgust and started to play the emotional card with Fong Wenlin with tears in her eyes. When Fong Wenlin saw Gu Xiaoyan's expression change so quickly, the last bit of affection he had for her in his heart was instantly wiped out. Sure enough, she has always been a selfish woman. She will welcome anyone who is good to her with a smile. Before, he was insulted like that when he knelt in public, and now he sees his identity as the president. She was quite flexible and was able to act pitifully at once. Gu Xiaoyan, you are really good at confusing right and wrong. Do you want me to review for you how you scolded me before? You said I had no money, no power, was poor and frustrated, and was not worthy of you. Why do you say it now as if I wronged you? Fong Wenlin's tone was cold and hard, and he no longer had the slightest bit of flattery he had toward Gu Xiaoyan. Gu Xiaoyan looked at Fong Wenlin, whose aura was obviously completely different, and realized that he was no longer as easy to manipulate as before. The expression on her face, which was delicately made up, was completely panicked. Li Hong, who was standing by, listened to the conversation between the two and reacted immediately. Is this fucking new CEO actually the ex-boyfriend dumped by this woman? At this moment, Li Hong was so frightened that his face turned pale. He immediately pushed Gu Xiaoyan aside and explained to Fong Wenlin. Boss, it was this woman who seduced me before. I didn't ask her to break up with you. She took the initiative to come and get me. If I knew she was your woman, I wouldn't dare to do this even if I had 100 guts. Gu Xiaoyan didn't expect that Li Hong would not even pretend at this time and directly put all the blame on her. Li Hong, how can you be so shameless? It was you who had been threatening me, saying that if I wasn't your woman, I wouldn't be able to enter Chuanxin. Gu Xiaoyan ran over and grabbed Fong Wenlin's sleeve while crying and begging for mercy. Brother Wenlin, I was wrong in every way because I believed this man's lies, but you have always been in my heart. Fong Wenlin quickly pulled his hand away to prevent Gu Xiaoyan from touching him at all. Don't touch me, I'm dirty. A woman like you is not worthy of my previous kindness to you. I will just treat my past youth as wasted. Now it's you, you're totally unworthy of me. Hearing Fong Wenlin's decisive words, Gu Xiaoyan collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. She couldn't believe that she had lost a man who loved her so much. And he is such a successful company president. Gu Xiaoyan burst into tears and regretted her feelings to the extreme. As for you, Fong Wenlin turned his gaze to Li Hong again, get lost with this woman. You two have no right to stay here any longer. After Fong Wenlin finished speaking, he immediately picked up the internal phone and told his subordinates to prepare the contract to fire Li Hong as director and Gu Xiaoyan as artist. Li Hong's expression was as if he had been struck by lightning. He angrily rushed over to Gu Xiaoyan and slapped her. It's all your fault, you bitch. I'm going to fight you. The two of them were wrestling with each other, which was completely unimaginable because they were flirting with each other when they first entered the room. Seeing that his brothers had taken care of everything, Yifan called a few security guards to take Li Hong and Gu Xiaoyan away. Although Fang Wenlin spoke firmly just now, he couldn't help but redden his eyes when he saw Yifan coming in. "Thank you, brother Fan. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to avenge Gu Xiaoyan's betrayal so happily." Yifan waved his hand calmly. "You are my brother, there is no reason for me to watch you suffer at the hands of others." Fang Wenlin wiped away his tears and took a deep breath. Only then did I finally get over the betrayal. When Oliming heard that Yifan had also come to the company, he rushed to Chuanxin in a hurry. I happened to see Gu Xiaoyan and Li Hong being taken away by security guards. These two people offended Chairman Ye's friends, right? Xiao Zhang spread the news to the entire industry. I don't think anyone will dare to hire them in the future. Okay, Chairman. Xiao Zhang, the subordinate, accepted the order. Gu Xiaoyan collapsed even more instantly after hearing this. While being dragged away, she kept crying out Fang Wenlin's name, asking him to forgive her. After Oliming finished his instructions, he immediately went to the president's office. "Mr. Yi, you are here too." He quickly went to greet Yifan first. Seeing Fang Wenlin standing beside him, he quickly reached out and said, "This must be Mr. Ye's friend. Hello, I'm Oliming. From now on, our Chuanxin's affairs will depend on you, the president, to check and approve." Fang Wenlin stretched out his hand and shook it back, but his expression was a little dazed. "Boss O, what do you mean? Isn't this position of CEO just borrowed for me to play a role?" "No, Mr. Yi has already merged his own Yawu Entertainment Media with our Chuanxin Entertainment. And you, the new president, were personally appointed by him." After Oliming finished explaining, the two looked at each other and then at Yifan at the same time. Yifan had no choice but to stand up and pat Fang Wenlin on the shoulder. "Lindsay, this position of CEO is for you, just sit there with peace of mind from now on. You happen to be a business administration major, so it's a perfect match for your major." Yifan is not a person who likes to owe favors to others casually. So after borrowing the position of president from Oliming, he happened to remember that his own Yawu Entertainment had made great achievements in the live broadcast field. However, there are no resources related to the entertainment and film and television industries. Chuanxin Entertainment is the leader in this field. The merger of the two companies will definitely achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. So he bought Chuanxin and let the two companies merge, which was actually a good business investment. Fang Wenlin was completely stunned when he heard Yifan's words. In other words, his good friend wanted to help him vent his anger. Did they really give him the position of president? "Oh my god, brother Fan, how could I have deserved you to do this for me?" Fang Wenlin's gratitude was so full that it was about to overflow. Yifan remained calm. "No one can suffer, but my brothers can suffer. Besides, this kind of thing is a piece of cake for me now, so you should stop being polite to me." Fang Wenlin was so moved that tears were about to well up in his eyes, but he remembered that he was now a CEO after all, and he couldn't let brother Fan, who promoted him, lose face. So he nodded and promised. "Don't worry, brother Fan, I will definitely do my best in the future." Yifan nodded to show that he believed in Fang Wenlin's determination. After a few days, Luo Hanji's military training as a freshman also came to an end. She called Yifan in advance. Chapter 120. Brother Yifan, today is the last day of our military training. But my roommates thought that they would have a holiday soon, so they organized a social gathering with students from other schools and insisted that I go with them. It's hard for me to refuse. "Brother Yifan, can you come pick me up earlier in the evening? This way I have an excuse to leave early." Luo Hanji's embarrassed voice came from the phone. "Fellowship? It seems that students from the art department are really good at making friends and having fun." They actually arranged a gathering with other schools right after the military training. Yifan knew that Luo Hanji had a soft personality and would never refuse anyone. "Okay, then I'll go take you away early in the evening, don't worry." After hearing Yifan's promise, Luo Hanji finally felt relieved. The main reason was that the shadow of Wendaying's constant harassment of her was too great, so she was still quite afraid to go to places where there were strangers. But after all, I'm in college now, and it wouldn't be good if I always refuse invitations from my classmates and leave them with the impression that I'm difficult to get along with. So in desperation, she could only seek help from her most trusted brother Yifan in the imperial capital. Luo Hanji suddenly felt fortunate that his parents knew Yifan's brother's mother. If it weren't for her brother Yifan, who had been helping and protecting her during the time she came to study at the Imperial Capital University, she wouldn't know how she would have dealt with all these troubles. By the way, where were you having the party? I heard from my roommate that it seems to be a bar called Mr. 13. Luo Hanji answered obediently. This is also the reason why she wanted Yifan to pick her up earlier. Bars are dark and gloomy places, and she never had a good impression of them. Hearing this familiar place name, Yifan smiled faintly. Okay, I understand. In the evening, the 2-week military training for freshmen came to an end. After a simple farewell ceremony with the instructors, the students dispersed on the spot. Because freshmen are the last to go on vacation, the dormitory areas of Imperial Capital University are basically empty. Some freshmen who were eager to return home also took the bus or high-speed train home that night. Similarly, it also means that students who stay temporarily no longer have to follow such strict dormitory return times. After Luo Hanji and several other roommates finished putting on their makeup, they followed them into the car and came to Mr. 13 bar. Originally, Luo Hanji had never had a good impression of places like bars. However, to her surprise, as soon as she entered Mr. 13, the music played in this bar was actually quite soothing, and it didn't have the harsh sound of a bar that would break your eardrums as one might imagine. Not to mention the decoration, which is low-key, luxurious, and very high-end. It is enough to show the elegant taste of the bar owner. On the other side, Yifan happened to call Quan Pingy, the manager of Mr. 13 bar. There will be a female guest named Luo Hanji and a few friends coming over later. When they are all here, you can give them a set of Shenlong suits. And remember to have someone watch over them so they don't get disturbed by bad things. Quan Pingy immediately understood what he meant. As soon as I heard it, I knew that Luo Hanji must be the woman that my boss values. Then you have to take care of it. Don't worry, boss. I'll be watching over you here. After hanging up the phone, Quan Pingy immediately saw a beautiful female guest walking in with several girls. On the guest registration list, the beautiful woman wrote down the 3 big words Luo Hanji. It turns out that the boss is the boss. The woman I fell in love with is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Quan Pingy's inner admiration rose for a moment but was immediately suppressed. It's better not to judge your boss's woman. Hello, guests. Welcome to Mr. 13 bar. Quan Pingy's enthusiastic service attitude made Luo Hanji and others feel flattered. Yu, the most outgoing roommate, followed up. Hello, we already have friends inside, can we go in and find them directly? No problem, which booth is it? A 15. After Yu answered, Quan Pingy frowned slightly. He immediately put on a smile and welcomed the people in. Okay, I understand. Come with me. After Quan Pingy finished speaking, he walked in front to lead the way. Looking at the manager name tag hanging on Quan Pingy's chest, Luo Hanji and his roommates couldn't help but be surprised. They couldn't help but discuss as they walked. Why does the manager here specially bring people in? I see other guests register and then go in on their own? Asked roommate Yin Ning in confusion. Yes, and this manager's attitude towards us is too nice. The tallest roommate Lu Joihui was also a little confused. Oh, maybe this bar's hospitality is just so meticulous. Anyway, since he's willing to serve us so attentively, we should just accept it. Yu was carefree and quickly accepted the VIP treatment. Luo Hanji was not the type of person who liked to express his opinions, so he naturally followed the others and was taken in by Quan Pingy. But there was one thing she was sure of. So far, her experience and feelings about the Mr. 13 bar have been very good. Quan Pingy led the 4 people to booth A15. Seeing several men and women already sitting there, he couldn't help but frown. This is the total number of seats in the A15. Isn't it too unfair to let the boss's woman sit here? The students from other schools sitting in booth A15 saw Luo Hanji and the others coming and quickly greeted them. Some of the boys who had been a little uninterested when they first arrived, their eyes lit up when they saw Luo Hanji appear. The leading boy named Chen Sibo, who was wearing all branded clothes, immediately stood up and wanted to shake hands with Luo Hanji. Classmates, you are finally here. You are the only one missing here. By the way, classmate, my name is Chen Sibo. What's your name? Several roommates immediately realized that Chen Sibo was probably interested in Luo Hanji, and they all pushed her forward with a curious look on their faces so that the two could get to know each other. Luo Hanji could only nod and greet Chen Sibo embarrassedly. Hello, classmate. My name is Luo Hanji. Then he just pretended not to see Chin Sibo's hand and squeezed into the seat where his roommates were sitting.